Yeah. You have any rebuttal or?
Nope.
Thanks for that, Frank. Much appreciated, mate. Hey Jerry, how about that transformation formula, hey? Just whack it in and Bob's your uncle. Pretty nice. Pretty handy.
Did I kill the whole discussion?
Well, not in the way that you mean, but yeah, you did.
Riding, are you there? I actually been working on a tiny project, actually. It was actually you guys who motivated me a little bit. I'm trying to make a web client, or sorry, a web server, not a web client, web server who is like a physics engine web server. So you can test like physical principles. Yeah.
Already got that, I'm sure.
It probably exists, I am 100% sure, but I didn't do it because it didn't exist. I am just doing it for myself, and yeah.
Well, you should at least check out the competition. Not that you're trying to compete, but at least make one as good, if not better.
The thing I have focus on is like getting the math properly, like solving it properly through like physics equation. And yeah.
Are you going to verify any of this to see that that actually is how things happen in the real world before you commit that to a program?
No, I'm not going to spend any time on that. But I'm like a software engineer, so this is what I do.
Yeah.
I do test some principles at work in real life, but not the things I will make my engine for specifically. I think maybe something with pressure or something.
Yeah, structural engineer would be good to have that behind you to do what you're doing. Obviously, the software engineer is very important, but the practical side of it.
I am a control engineer, actually. I make control systems. So I have like been like many classes in terms of like physics principle. I don't have like a physics degree, but it's an engineering degree. So there are like many courses in physics. It's like the physics books I have to teach or learn is pretty thick. So yeah, it's like.
Oh yeah, but my point was the practical side of it. You know, you're a structural engineer. You got the physics, you got that all, but then you know you have to actually go out and build a bridge that's gonna fucking hold cars and stuff like that.
Yeah,
so you actually
we do that sometimes. Like for example, part of the, of course, you can't like do everything physical because you don't have the time. But we had a project at my school, which was just a very simple setup of it's a control system which measures at one point it measures it has like it has a magnetic velocity which measure liquid velocity, and we also had a pressure sensor, and we had the pressure sensor 2 places, and we tried to derive the speed of the water from the pressure sensors, which is following like a principle. And then you have the separate magnetic velocity sensor to verify against.
Is that just plain water, H2O, or mineralized water?
It was just water. Just water.
Okay.
If it was like if it had a, the thing is, when you use differential pressure, it doesn't matter what medium you have. Some of these principles, you equal out the density of the medium. So because obviously when you have a thicker, like denser medium, you would have a more like higher pressure.
Mm-hmm.
But because you
Works it all out.
subtract in the other end, so yeah, the only thing you're left with is it's that it will become equally lower and equally higher in both ends. There are some principles like that. Venturi, I don't know if you've heard about Venturi effect, for example.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. Sucking air into my water as we speak.
Yeah, the Venturi effect is basically having a tube with 2 different diameters, and you have the same water passing through both. You'll have the same volume passing through both of them, but you'll have different pressure because the water move at different speeds.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just a very simple, actually not very difficult.
Yes. No, it makes sense. Without it, my fish would starve of oxygen. Not to mention the plants. Hey, Benzel. Keep flicking back to that steak rock. Tasty looking. Surely
And
you'll
then you
agree with that
have
front.
what?
Go flick back up a few pictures until you find some rocks and tell me that there's not one that looks like a very tasty piece of steak. If you can at least agree with that with me, fucking we'll be sweet.
That's the mineral rock. Looks like.
No, find the one that looks like a steak. If you can't do that, we've got problems. We've got virtual issues if that's going to be the case.
I found the
Yeah,
medium
good
rare
work.
one.
Would you eat that if that was presented to you?
I don't eat that much meat, but yeah, sure, I guess I would.
Share it with someone? Fair enough, yeah. It does look quite hefty. I guess you're not that bad after all. You just got to back off with the claims, mate. I know you think you provide evidence, but you know, a bunch of maths isn't really evidence, in my opinion. But don't ask me for proof of my hypothesis, please. It's a work in progress. Bandy is having one long dinner. Either that or there was fucking, yeah. Something went wrong with the service.
Have you heard about the Coriolis mass flow meter?
No. Coriolis mass flow. No, I haven't.
It uses the Coriolis force to determine how much mass is flowing through tube.
Through what?
A tube, like if you have a pipe
Okay,
or
right.
something.
Just a linear transit or not?
It's like the setup is basically moving in like a horseshoe shape.
Okay, right. Well, that makes sense, yeah. Who's the fella posting with the Japanese? Is it Japanese writing as a name? I'm not sure what writing that is. Who is that? Beerman, if you're there, are you gonna do anything with that fossil? Are you gonna try and etch down to what it is? Looks interesting.
The guy with Japanese is Laurie.
Laurie, thank you.
By the way, Whiteword, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, mate.
I thought it's very interesting that you said yesterday that we could have more sodium.
Okay.
Because Bob Nodell is talking a lot about the sodium layers above. And I have this question because of the sodium-potassium pump inside of us that is a significant part of the nervous system.
Mm-hmm.
If something in our world, up and down, will work like that, so sodium above and potassium below,
Mm.
Interesting, isn't it?
It is very interesting, definitely. I mean, I've often thought that about our oceans. We have the fresh and the salt water and that sort of balance, you know, that keeps the pump, the oceanic pump sort of going, as they say.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, and
yeah, but no, that's interesting. It's interesting.
One thing I'm thinking along the lines that at this moment in the Piscean age, the oceans, the salt is storing the Akashic records, and towards the Aquarius age, the soil will be the new Akashic record, or maybe it will have another name. And then the water will be more free in exchanging of positive energies.
Very interesting.
Yeah, very.
Well, the frequencies of everything above definitely have an impact.
Yeah.
That's without question. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and even if you see what cold temperatures in the most amount can create superconductors. That's also very interesting. Yes.
Yes, definitely. Some of the gases when they go to fluids, you know, you get those really cold. There's some interesting properties.
Yeah, our universe is very interesting because as it is talked about, the redshift, the red source is above and the blue source is below, and the red is hot and fire, and the blue source must then be cold to have an exchange. But rising up in the air, it gets colder and colder and colder, and there's a red hot sun. And below there is a lot of heat activity in lava and things like that. So it is definitely a very interesting world.
That's for sure. Yep. I love the story of, you know, the deepest hole that they've dug, and how there were all these, you know, thoughts and plans about what was going to be encountered at different layers, and they were just wrong. You know, they come across things they weren't expecting, and different temperatures. And I just love that, you know, because it just proves that even at to 12 kilometers under the surface, they can't even get that right.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot to learn, that's for sure. That's the exciting part.
That's very exciting.
So much.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very sort of a sad world when you actually have the perspective of like limited resources and everything's been discovered and there's no more land and there's a satellite watching over everything, and you know there's no more new discoveries. Like that's got to be depressing for a kid, you know. Whereas you flip that around with, you know, science can be smashed any day of the week with a new discovery, and everything's on the table. You
Yeah.
know, go and make it whatever you want. So many examples of it.
Yeah, certainly. Well, I won't make it long, but I will say this. I think we are going from a 3-source system to a 4-source system, which
Repeat that, sorry.
we are going from what drives this world from a 3-source system, a 3 sources that with information or how you express it drive this world to a 4-source system. So we are going
Okay, right.
we're going from logos to sound to light consciousness.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. A higher frequency.
More complete, I think, more balanced.
Okay, yeah.
I try to evade a little bit higher and letting go a bit of the judgments about it. So it can be what it is.
A broader spectrum, if you will.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice. Sounds good. Sounds positive. I like it.
Yeah. But a lot of things have to change in our thinking and our makeup, in our. Yeah.
Yeah, it's only for the pure bloods, mate. It's only for the pure bloods, that stuff.
What does that mean, pure blood? What do you mean by that?
Those that haven't succumbed to needlecraft.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel as though the spectrum won't resonate the same in those that partake, personally.
No.
It's all frequencies. You can't
Yeah.
have something mucking up your field.
Yeah, and one of the things I take in is you have to feel the unbalance to gain a new balance, right? I think that's
To
very
appreciate it, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and interesting enough, the major balancing system is in our ear.
Mm-hmm.
But I think there is a connection with the eye. So if you look at the 12 cranial nerves that are connected with the what is the main nerve called again? You know what I mean?
Well, there's the junction right in front of your ears that does have the optical and the balance come together in a junction. So a lot of people, when they get shingles in those nerves there, they experience the three sort of things together: balance issues and vision.
Tinnitus, maybe.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. It's all connected, unfortunately. Yeah, the cranial nerves are very interesting when you see those the way they're laid out around the face.
Yeah. Certainly, if you also consider that we have in astrology 12 houses and 12 disciples and more 12 tribes and things like that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
They all land up. They land up in stories that we may not completely understand. And I have been looking at a little bit, not too much, at the cranial nerves, and they go to different parts of our that seem to have a bit a decisive role in the total of our consciousness. So they go to different parts of eyes and ears and mouth and taste and things like that.
Yeah. Yeah, so I deal a fair bit with the vagus nerve with people, which is very interesting.
Yeah, that was what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah, that controls a lot of functions in people. And people that have what's called like intestinal hyperpermeability, basically leaky gut, is what most people know of it. Yeah, like that is chronic for people that have vagus nerve issues. Like there's different proteins that can actually travel up the vagus nerve up into your brain and latch onto your dopamine receptors. It's full on. Poor people. It can be remedied, but it's a fucking long slug.
Yeah.
Parkinson's, that's what Parkinson's is caused by. A leaky gut and pea proteins specifically.
What kind of proteins?
Pea proteins. like a
Okay.
certain form of lectin. Yeah, out of peas.
That's in peas.
Yes, in peas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's detrimental to the intestines, that it causes leaky gut.
No, it doesn't cause it, but if you have leaky gut, these
Yeah.
specific lectins, proteins can get through, and
Yeah.
they specifically can travel up the vagus nerve, and they seat themselves onto the receptors where dopamine is supposed to go. So you lose your ability to actually have the dopamine be signaled, and so you get all the stammering and stuttering of your motive systems of Parkinson's. And just through putting the dyes into these things, they can watch it go up the vagus nerve. It's fucking crazy. Yep. So Parkinson's is not genetic and it's not anything. You just need to, if you've got leaky gut, sort it out, which most people probably do have, in all honesty, without even realizing it to some degree.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
I think everyone would be inflamed in their intestines to some extent, unless they're very, very good.
Okay, thank you, Whites.
No
See you
worries.
next.
Take care, mate.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Globebusters, Geo, are they bad? Globebusters are bad. Or is that an old one? Flat plate moon with shallow curve shadow. Interesting.
How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm pumped.
I never knew
Yourself?
Yeah, not bad. I never knew Globebusters went away. What, were they taken off the YouTube or something, or what?
No, I think they just had a personal break, mate, from what I thought. I didn't know they were back doing their thing.
Yeah, I remember Generism shutting down for the new year, for the break, from the end of the last year. They're back. Came back with a 4-hour upload, should I say, which wasn't bad.
Was it good? Did you watch it?
Oh, I did, yeah, I watched it. Yeah, it was all right. Yeah.
Okay. What were they discussing? What were some of the topics there?
Oh, let's have a look. I've got to think about this one now. For 4 hours, it was talking about. I'll try and think again now because it's been a while. So I've watched so much.
Yeah, no doubt, mate. Don't
4 hours. It
stress
was
yourself.
critiquing something else. It was critiquing some other videos. It was a pile of things. Like the
Right, okay.
rocket launches that went up there. The China's sun thing that went up recently. And they set a sun up in the moon, that kind of thing. You ready? Yeah, just going over some of the old stuff that was been going on, the usual shenanigans from NASA, basically.
Space news, yeah.
Yeah, that's what he was doing. And so he was breaking down what the video footage in that. It was only supposed to be 2 hours, but he got into it and then he carried on, kind of thing. So
What weather have you got around you right now, Jen? Have you got a beautiful night?
We've got a very mild winter so far. It's evening now, so I just finished work. I finished work at 9 o'clock, so it's 9:30 now. Expecting my brother to call me in about an hour or so from London. So we've had it's winter, but it's been a mild one. Today was like spring today. Full sunshine.
9:30 where you are.
Yeah, in the evening. Yeah.
Okay. An hour and a half behind me. I thought you were further
No,
away
yeah, no,
from me than
I'm behind you in Australia. Australia's ahead of us. Australia, I'm behind Australia and New Zealand.
Yeah, okay. I better have a look at one of these globe maps again and remember where I am.
So the other day I did a mini presentation on how do I know the moon landings were a hoax. And I said, oh, I know because Stanley Kubrick told me. Do you know what I mean by that?
Sorry, you asked the internet, did you say?
No, I did a presentation here on this server a couple of days ago. So I was asking, how do we know that the moon landings were a hoax? And I said, yeah, we know because Stanley Kubrick told us. And then I did a mini presentation.
He did.
Yeah. How did he? Do you remember how he did?
Well, in the movies he put out.
Yeah, brilliant. Okay, fantastic. Now, there's some sites that reckon all that stuff that was in the movies is just crackpot theory. Crackpot. You've got to be a crackpot
Of course.
Yeah, you know, we got to be crackpots, just like you got to be a crackpot to be a flat earther. Okay.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about how Obama mentioned all these times how, you know, we don't want a meeting of the Flat Earth Society and things like that, and how that was just a clear you know, steering of the narrative towards that stupid website.
Yes, of course.
Similar thing.
Exactly that. So today I watched a documentary on Stanley Kubrick back in the 1980s. This was really good because it was a Japanese. They came to Japan. They came to England back in 1980. Whilst the film was in its completion stage, I think it had been already completed. Okay, so it was released and everything else. So it'd been out there. So that means they came when I went to see that movie. This guy was this Japanese video producer and his cameraman were in the country at the time, and he interviewed Stanley at Elstree Studios only by the phone. So we didn't get to see him in person, right? Because he was busy working on another project, so he couldn't really be there in person. But he was in the studios. He was in another room speaking to this Japanese man on the phone. But we get to see Vivian, his daughter, Vivian Kubrick. So she showed this Japanese man around the studio. But anyway, it turned out that there was a fire and several accidents during the making of The Shining, by the way. Unexplained.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you. This Japanese guy, he's famous in Japan for he was interested in the paranormal. Okay? That was his main interest. So he thought he came over to Britain, wanted to find out whether, does he think it was some kind of paranormal accident or whatever, you know, but Stanley said he doesn't know anything about that, really. But yeah, the set caught fire, apparently. Shining set. Big major fire that was. I didn't know that. But that was quite interesting. So I'm thinking, maybe it was the powers that shouldn't be trying to stop him. Someone, you know? Because he did leave the US.
Well, of course, you never know.
Time. Yeah.
Yep. There's been, you know, plenty of examples of people's laboratories and different things burning down at very key moments in history to get rid of evidence of things or inventions or people's work. Definitely. Right. It happens.
Yeah. And then the other thing is, when he was making some of his other movies, turns out that other film producers were doing similar projects to Stanley. It was like someone was spying on him, then running back, telling them this is what his project is. They get an idea, and because they can produce the films quicker than Stanley, they got out there and produced it. You know, because at the time he was doing like Full Metal Jacket, okay, and that took quite a while to make. Other films were produced on the same theme of the American War. Steven Spielberg and others had produced, okay, but he was kind of like disheartened a little bit, because you think, is this going to be any good? Am I doing the right thing? Should I give up this project? Because you don't want to produce something that's already been done, you know, right? But no, because of his film style, it was a success for him. Better than the others, because it gave a different angle which the other movies didn't capture. The camera work, they even called it beautiful. You know, war was beautiful. In other words, he captured a beauty in war that the others didn't capture. So that saved his bacon, but because he was renowned for taking so long to make movies, but that was because he was very in depth in getting what he wanted from the scene, you know, and the acting.
And getting a message across. Yeah, potentially.
You got it. Yeah. Yeah, he was really, really thorough in that sense. Didn't know that he liked chess as well. Not only did he like puzzles, but he also liked chess.
Yeah, well, that makes sense, you know, for someone to have like strategy in what they do.
Yeah. He used to play chess. You know, in New York and that, they have these guys sitting out on the streets, nice sunny day and that. They all have their chess boards in line and welcome anyone to have a game. Yeah, he used to do that. He used to play chess with these guys. Yeah. So that was quite interesting that he liked chess.
I saw the other day on a movie that the kids were watching. I can't remember the name of it, but there was a scene from in Japan. So you'll actually be able to confirm this or not. And there were like it was like a park in the middle of, you know, like a city or something, an open park area, and there were all these you know, different areas for just people to use freely. But there were like outdoor concrete ping pong tables. Is that something that you've seen? Concrete ping
I haven't
pong
seen
table?
it myself, but I do believe that would be near the Odaiba area, where they did the land reclamation, okay, and then built this city on top of the water that used to be lakes and rubbish dump, and so it would be there. That would be correct. That wouldn't be a lie, no. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I've never seen it before, like just done by the council or done by the government and put out there for the public just to use freely. And yeah, it was just good to see people using it and it not being destroyed by, you know, youths.
No, it's clean. No, the youths wouldn't do that. You know, not being graffitied and that. No, it was part of that would have been part. If it's the right place I'm thinking of, it would have been part of the marathon course during the Olympics. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Right. That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, they would have taken, because it's new. It's when we say new, I mean I've been here 21 years, but it still looks immaculate. You know. So that's right. They do things like that, and it's part of that. Like I said, the land reclamation. You know, where they kind of like built on top of the sea. You know, it was originally a rubbish place, part of the atomic, when they dropped the bomb and that stuff's all down there, buried underneath all that stuff, and then they built on top of that this city on top of that. Odaiba. I've been there a few times. You know, when I say a few times, that's maybe at least 20, 30.
Are the Japanese typically active, Jin?
Yes, yeah, they are. Yeah, they're an active bunch, especially all through their lives. Yeah, all the way through, right to the old age. They're always active. Yeah,
certainly comes across that way.
Yeah, they're up sparrow's spot. I mean, I'm up at like 4 a.m, and they're up. You know, they're saying to me, "You're always up early." They say. I said, "Yeah, of course. The early bird catches the worm."
Is before I make a fool of myself, is sumo wrestling Japanese?
Yeah.
Is that still a thing?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It's suffered 3 scandals in the time that I've been here for 20 years. 3 scandals. you know, inside betting and all that. That's basically it.
Right.
People,
Gambling
you know,
stuff,
people live in the industry betting, so you're getting that feeling that there's a fix and things like that. You know, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's had to endure that or overcome that. But baseball is also a massive game. Yeah, my son loves baseball. I don't like baseball. It's boring, rather boring. So my wife takes him. I can't be bothered. I do the washing. I wash his kit. I get all his kit cleaned up and that. I've been to a few. I tell you what, I went a few times, and it was just boring and that. So my wife takes him. But when there was trouble with the coach was bullying my son. You see, and some of the other mothers were telling my wife about it. So my wife told me. So I went down there and took the coach to one side and said, "Look, I used to be a football coach in London. Yeah, if kids didn't do well, I didn't beat them up or bully them because that's not how you get the excellence out the kids. Okay. Now my son is still small. He's still learning. Okay. So give him the time to learn. Okay. If I find you're bullying him, I swear to you, you won't be able to coach this game ever again. Do you get me? I don't like baseball. It's a shitty American game. It's only because my wife likes it. That's why it's here. Be advised. But they knew me anyway because I was always exercising all the time. I exercise around the school. They know me well because all my kids went to that school. So they know I'm not somebody who's a wanker. You know the rope climb, you know the Indian rope trick where you climb up to the top of the rope and you come back down, yeah? Well, I was the only parent who could do that. You know, all the way to the top of the roof of the ceiling. And it's massive. And then I came down under control, legs out like the gymnast, you know. So they know that this guy isn't fucking around. Yeah, right. So that guy said to him, don't bully my son. And he never did. He stopped. And now my son excelled up into the ranks of the baseball. He's still playing it today in high school. So there you go.
Yeah, I can't say I've ever climbed the rope to the roof to show up the other parents or the teachers or the kids, but when it calls for it, you know, pumping out 50 push-ups where you're clapping at the same time usually satisfies all the kids around because none of them can do it.
That's it. Yeah. Push-ups with claps. That's good. Yeah. So you know, the parents were saying, "Wow, you can do that." I said, "Yeah, I can still do that." Yeah, I said, "Yeah," because I must have been in my late 40s, early 50s.
Yeah, that's impressive. There's not many people that are doing that at that age, mate. You're right.
Yeah. So they were like, "Wow, you can do that." I said, "Yeah, man."
I'm going to have to make sure I can still do that at that age, Jim, now that you've said that. Otherwise, I'm going to feel pretty fit.
Well, yeah, and it's easy, isn't it? Because if you just keep on doing what you're doing, it's called muscle memory, because you're doing all the exercise to keep all those areas toned up, and you're doing your cardiovascular and that, and if you know, and you just keep, like you say, keep active, like the Japanese do, you will be able to do it without a doubt. It's going to be easy for you because you're doing it all the time. You know, you're doing your exercises all the time, so you'll be able to do it.
Yeah, I've seen a few examples. I mean, I'm not obviously thinking this is going to happen to me, but I've certainly seen examples of people that have very, very good, you know, good, healthy lives, and then they're in a fucking car accident or some shit, and that's where the decline sets in. And it's usually a mental thing first, you know, they get beaten by the injury and whatever. But yeah, it just for so many, it's easy to get into that little trap, and that's where your health goes downhill.
Right. Whereas me now, I know I'm going to crash my motorbike or I'm going to crash my bicycle. So that's why I do my exercise to reduce the likelihood of that. And if I'm in an accident, the body can sustain those injuries. You see that?
Yeah.
So I'm not just riding for pleasure, although I am, but I'm keeping fit to ride for pleasure. And in the eventuality of an accident, my reflexes are going to be quick enough to try and keep me and my bike up, or we have a controlled crash. Do you know what I mean? You know? Yeah.
That's the plan. Yeah, that's the plan.
That is the plan. Yeah, that is the plan. Yeah, I don't ride blind. That's not what I do. So you know. And then the other things that are out of your control are the road conditions, and then the other drivers, or the dog or the cat that runs across the road, or the impatient pedestrian. These are the things you've got to look out for. And the old bill, of course, whilst you're speeding.
That's true.
What have you done, Gene? Have you scared off victims?
No,
they were gone before he put in.
Yeah, I've only just arrived. I haven't said anything to them.
Oh, they were all gone.
Yeah, I've only just arrived, so I don't know. It was quiet when I got here, you see.
He saved me from a bipolar conversation, Bandy. I was about to talk to myself as a third person.
There you go. There you go.
Did you know bipolar is a fictitious disease, by the way?
Of course it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. We had the pleasure of Rumpus Company last night, just after you checked out.
Typical.
Yeah, Rumpus came in, and yeah, he was going. He was going, and
I heard him.
Travis ended up muting him.
That's right. Yeah. Travis did end up muting him in the end.
Did he deafen? Did he deafen straight away as usual?
Yeah, that's his generous.
He came in hot.
Motorcycle. He came in very, very hot. So
what was he flustered about?
Well, I basically said that you can't. All right, and you can't move anything without it. And he disagreed with that vehemently.
Yeah, he got triggered with that one. He was triggered.
Yeah. He said you can't do it. I said, well, you show me, right, a force on its own, right, that moves anything. You can't do it, right? You have to apply that pressure with that force.
Yeah.
Rumpus, right? You can't move anything without pressure. That's paramount. Absolute paramount.
It's got to apply pressure. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Pressure's got to be applied, man. Yeah.
It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't. And then he brought out his old gravity meter, the scales. Right. He said, "What happens when you stand on a set of scales? You're applying a force." I said, "No, you're not. You're applying pressure to that scale. Otherwise, it won't register anything." It was funny. It was funny.
You know, they love that force, don't they? They love that word force too much. I think they're in fact, what's the word I'm looking for? They're besotted by that word, or what's another word I'm looking for?
And then I negated his gravity, Gin, if you remember. I said, well, then what happens, Rumpus, and stick that scale between my hand and press against that scale? Where's the gravity there, my friend? Where is it? It's gone. It's gone. It's only pressure.
Right, isn't it? Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the word I'm looking for. Infatuated with that word, they are.
Infatuated, exactly right.
Yeah.
Mesmerized.
So they love that force word, man. They love it. And
I know.
Everything's not a force here. Everything's not a fucking force, man. Bloody hell. You know, slow down to that. Yeah, they like to force their way in to your intellect and try and sway you. Zanuck yesterday said that you couldn't notice a plane doing a barrel roll or in a dive if you had your hood on, a hood over your head, and you were blindfolded. You wouldn't be able to tell that the plane was into a dive or a barrel roll.
Oh my! Where does he get this from? Where's he get it from?
Yeah, he's just a plain liar.
So
he's a paid shield plain liar. That's all he is. Because that's ridiculous. And they said that you can't trust your senses. I said, you know what? You will always trust your senses because that's all you use every second you're alive. The only time you probably don't use them is when you are sleeping, where your system is shut down for rest. But that would depend on the individual and how tired they are and how heavy a sleeper they are. Because I'm a light sleeper, so my senses could kick in and wake me up even. But that would be a time when you're at rest that you may not be using your senses, let's say, because you're sleeping. But if you're awake, you're going to be using your senses all the time, right up to when they even fail you, because sometimes your senses can fail you. Guess what he said? But you see, you can't trust them. No, you can trust them. You always trust them, but sometimes they fail you. Sometimes. And I gave him an example. You know, like when you're trying to fix your motorbike and you're trying to put a nut on a bolt that you can't see, yeah? You know, you're in between the engine, you've got your hand in an obscure angle. You can't see the nut, but you know it's there because you can feel it. And you're trying to put the nut, the nut on the bolt. That's what I'm trying to say. So you can feel the bolt, but you can't quite do it. You know, you're not getting it. It's not working, right? So then you shut your eyes now. Suddenly, so now you've shut your eyes, you've shut off all visual clues. Now your senses become the eye. Now you get that nut on that bolt easier. You see? Because you shut off information that the brain was getting that it didn't need. See that? Isn't that good?
Exactly.
Right, yeah. Shut up. I said it all depends on how fit the individual is. That's how alive he or her senses are going to be, mate. But you're going to rely on your senses every single time. Even if they fail you, you're going to go back to trusting it. Because that is the default. So, and then Lemon came in with a more intellectual response to that. And I just said, well, Lemon, you said what I was trying to say. Thank you very much. And they had to shut up completely. Because, okay, Jim, don't repeat yourself. And I'm repeating for the people who may be listening to this show later on. So in the final analysis, you're going to need the senses. But if you want to believe in the globe now, you have to arrest all your senses, and then you end up believing in something you cannot prove. Now you're in the fantasy world.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hey, Chemo. How you going?
How you doing, Chemo? Welcome.
Just looking for the mic. Sound, mate. Sound. Good to hear you all.
Yeah. Chemo's a champion in Gem Pandas. He really gets them going.
Good for you to grace us with your presence, Chemo.
Oh, I do come in from time to time.
Yeah.
Yeah, well done, mate.
You still got them chasing their tails over in...
It's just a case of where do we go now? I mean, you know, they seem to have automatic responses. It's they're not moving forward. They're not doing anything, Joe, that they want to globe. So,
well, no, they're going backwards. They're going backwards. I mean, I introduced them to some news, Chemo, the other day. Last Friday, I went to my student's house. I have to go to her house because she's got cancer in the knee. So she's unable, she can get around, but it's going to be a bit of a hassle for her to get into a car, come over to me and faff around so I can go to her house. I can cycle there in like 7 minutes, 6 minutes. I'm there. You know what I mean? Yeah. So she promised to introduce me to an article about the flat earthers in a university textbook. And then she showed me last Friday. 3 weeks we were busy, and then she showed me that last Friday, right? And the article was a typical hit job on the flat earthers. A disc flying upwards through space, okay? The flat earth is a theory, and we are believers, you know, and stuff like that. So I tidied that lot up. But at the end of that university article, it said that more and more people are becoming flat earthers. And that was really, you know, welcoming news.
well, that's the thing nowadays. It's so normal nowadays. It's like,
yeah,
we've done the job basically. We've done what we set out to do.
Yeah. This was a university article. It's to do with like cultures of the world, of course, and that topic matter was the anti-vaxxers and flat earthers, and the same thing with the anti-vaxxers. It was a hit job on that as well, you know. But as my student knows, she knows full well about the flat earth and the reason why people are anti-vaccine, and so so I basically just tidied that up. Yeah. reinforced the truth, as it were, in that the key foundation in what I said to my student, what you have to remember, that vaccines have never, ever been proven to work. No data exists that proves that vaccines actually work. Data's purporting for it to work exists, lies, but the actual test that would prove whether or not vaccines work in a human body hasn't been done.
Gene, careful of the V and the C word.
Yeah. Sorry, I just remembered when I was speaking.
Yeah.
So sorry about that. Yeah, I just remembered.
Yeah.
So basically, you know, so you know what I'm saying. Yeah, you know, you have a patient.
Yeah.
And you give him the needle and say, you know, the jab, and then let the antibodies kick in. You know, so you wait a week or two, the antibodies kick in, and then you give them the actual disease and see how the body copes. It's never been done. And then the other one would be you give 100 kids the jab, and then you have 100 kids who haven't had the jab, and you watch them over 30 years. That hasn't been done either. So none of us can claim that when we got the jab, it worked, because you don't know if you were exposed to said disease or not. You see, you cannot say. Yeah, I reminded my student that, you know, people have been injured more so than being protected, really. It's injuries. So they want to, so these doctors, hundreds, thousands of doctors are calling for the program to stop. So I think this pandemic has backfired. Well, I mean, it's achieved their aim. Most people were wearing masks, but more and more people are waking up to the fact that this is bollocks. Yeah.
So where do you think, Chemo, things are going to go here forward? What's your outlook on things? The progress.
I think it would just rage on. I mean, it has done for 100 years or so. So I think it would just be that, the back and forth.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel that technology is being ushered in for our demise and our enslavement. They can't roll out the technologies quick enough. The cashless society, the microchip under the skin, it's all coming pretty quickly now. What do you say?
The whole microchip under, you know, I've heard that, but look, I definitely think there is a movement for a one world government, total control, social credit score, that sort of thing. I definitely see those sorts of things. As far as it's being individually microchipped, well, look, they've got that technology already. You know, they do it with cats and dogs and cows and pigs and stuff like that. So they actually have the technology there to do those sort of things. Whether or not they'll roll that sort of thing out, I'm not too sure. But you know, there've been a few things in the last couple of weeks that I've seen here that have been shown to me that a definite alarm bell of what might be being placed in us. You know, there's some definite alarm bells there. What they are for, you know, who knows? But definitely there is a push for a one world government, one world currency. You know, total control of everything, social credit score, and whatnot, and whether people wake up too late to that, or that's yet to be played out. That's yet to be played out.
Yeah, you're watching. So you're actually watching it. You're keeping an eye on it. Good, because you might remember at the beginning of the pandemic, they said that the COVID virus could live on cash for up to 10 days. Do you remember that? Anybody remember that one? Yeah. Right. So that I thought, so this is where they want to try and get rid of cash then, because it's dangerous to health now. Cash.
Well, they do that now. You know, we have that I've seen. Victoria, I've seen a couple where they say they won't accept cash. So slowly but surely, people are training each other to get away from cash and go and move to a totally electronic world. Even though it was the whole credit cards, tap and goes, using your mobile phone as your credit card to tap and go. Now this stuff is already there, but the way people have been fear bombed into thinking that if they handle cash now, that is now a detriment to their health potentially. I think just adds to the speediness at which these things can be rolled out.
Yeah, because you notice although they've stopped wearing masks and social distancing stopped, but they're still carrying on with the jabbing of everyone. They're still going forward with the passports. Which is again a crime against humanity. But then, as we're speaking, lawsuits have now begun. By the way,
right?
The lawsuits have begun.
Look, and whether or not they make a difference, Jim, time will tell.
Exactly.
It'd be action. A whole country getting involved instead of just maybe one person.
Yeah. Well, this is it. You see, groups of people are suing for like loss of their revenue, their businesses, and human rights violation. But it's going to take years. I can see that taking years. That's not going to be a overnight thing.
Exactly.
But the lawsuits are coming.
Yeah.
They're going to be bogged down for years with that. But they've achieved something anyway, and that is they've got the control of the sleeping masses. Now, I doubt if they'll be able to do that again now, I hope. What do you think?
Well, I don't know. They've been able to have this invisible enemy, didn't it? It was either a person or a country. And that's where we were taught and educated to direct our fear towards. The enemy had a face. Now the enemy doesn't have a face, and people have overnight at the flick of a switch. It was quite remarkable, really, to see it so quickly happen. Whether pretty much the whole world jumped on board, and they were in fear, and they were willing to toe the line with many regulations and mandates that were put in place. You're starting to see a little bit of unrest in regards to some of these. Is it too little, too late? Who knows? Who knows? Once again, time will tell. With these things. It's only taken 2 years for people really to get their back up with things.
That's way too long.
I lived in a state, Gin, where the whole state, a majority of the state was locked down for 3 months, solid. And that was incredible. It was absolutely incredible. And they had all these fictitious boundaries where you could and couldn't cross, depending on where you lived and stuff. But it doesn't seem to have done anything, with any of the numbers that have been reported.
Things were still.
It doesn't
still getting. But what I want to know is, do you think that the people have joined the dots over in your state? Have they joined the dots and realised it's been a scamdemic for them?
Look, I think no. I think a lot of people are still. There are a lot of people that are starting to ask questions, but I think there is still a majority that go along with what they're told, and trust what they're being told, because they're presented on a platform, you know, by medical people, you know, standing in front of a pulpit, you know, giving their little speeches, telling them what to do, and we have your best interests at heart, and if we tell you to do, everything will be okay. And I think there's a majority now. What that majority is, you know, if it's 51%, 60, 75, 80, you know, who knows? But I think it's up around probably 70, 75% of people still toe the line and go along with it. I do, yeah, at least.
Right. Okay.
Just from just from my own personal experience,
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what I'm asking for, really. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'm not there.
I had to go to the doctor and get a script, and while they have a particular room that is just set up, you know, for getting things administered. And I reckon at least half of the people that were in the waiting room were waiting to go in that particular room. At least half of them. Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
So
I've got one on the flat Earth question now. You know when you wake up in the mornings when the sun is coming towards you, do you know is it south, east? Where's it? In what direction is it coming towards you in the morning? And if you don't know, can you try and make a note of that and what direction it is when it sets for the next couple of days, just to see? I would like to know, because I'm not there, but I'm hearing some stories, weird stories, you know.
I think it's a southeasterly type of a southeast type of direction. You know what, Jin, I don't really take much night, so getting out my compass or whatever and where it is. Yeah, I've never really done that, but yeah.
If you wouldn't mind, that would be great. Yeah, and just make a note of the numbers. You don't have to give us the numbers because that could lead to your location. But
it doesn't. Everyone knows where I live, Jin. I don't care.
Oh, okay. Well, then that's cool. Then, so you can give us the numbers that you get that registered when you wake up in the morning. Just point the and see. I just want to hear, because when I'm in the mornings, when I go to the laundrette and the sun comes up, it's east. It's not northeast or southeast. It's dead east, east and whatever degrees it is. Yeah. And it sets west, whatever degrees.
Yeah, well, it moves in a east to west direction, most definitely.
Right. Yeah, but I'm hearing that in Australia, it comes up southeast, okay, and then sets southwest. But yeah, right. So I'm thinking, well, that might be right, but let's check it to make sure. I'm not in Australia, so but then the individual was saying, yeah, but that means the sun is going beyond the Tropic of Capricorn in a funny loop thing. So it's going beyond the Tropic of Capricorn.
I think it'd be more. Yeah, I think it'd be a more southeast, so a little more acute rather than in between south and east, if you know what I mean. South.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
I totally understand what you mean. Yeah.
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 But whether or not you're on the outer equator, it is going to give the appearance of a southeast direction or a northeast direction, isn't it? Really, unless you're right on the equator there, then that's going to be more true east west.
Right. Yeah. Because when I look at when I do my compass, I don't get the northeast east or that. I get pure
east.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Because how far away are you from equator where you are?
Well, I'm Japan, so that puts me pretty nearer to the equator than Britain, let's say.
Yeah, exactly. So it's probably going to be more true east than, say, where I am.
Yeah, you're further away from the equator than I am. I'm closer to it than you are, for sure.
Exactly.
Because you hear these guys from Australia bringing the stories that are totally anti-nature. I'm thinking that doesn't make sense.
I think. Well, we've got old Riding at the moment in this server, who's a big one with his sextant.
Yeah, I've got the video to shut him up with his sextant anyway. And that's that. They can only work on a horizontal plane surface, right? Your XY axis there, and as far as I'm concerned, it's horizontal and vertical, and then you have your distance to angular observation to the object. You need to be on a horizontal. Without that, you're lost. You can't have curves because now you've got your angles are not going to be perfect. So, and it's going to be very difficult to navigate on a globe. That's why, the Earth. It's just obvious. We don't live on that. It's clearly obvious. Impossible. It's just impossible just by the shape. We cannot live on a ball. That's first and foremost. So no matter what they say, we can't live on that. Yeah. And I've got that aesthetic cosmogony video, which is like 3 hours long, by a guy by the name of Triangle, aka Parallax. Okay, he's ex-military, and the delivery style of this documentary is old English. That's what I love about it. It's old English and it's common sense from start to finish. You've got, it makes the heliocentrists look very embarrassing indeed. Okay, it's the best. Now we've had all these content makers, Mark Sargent, Dave Wise, Generism, Eric Dubé, and all that. This one for me is the top, right? It stands out on its own, and then the others just bolster him up there because the rest is just as good. But I put this video at the top. Definitely.
Drop it, Jim.
Okay,
put it in the chat. Put it in the chat.
I've been watching it. I've been watching this one for a number of years. It's for a number of years. I've seen it loads of times. I love it because the melody in the background is beautiful. It's in the back. It doesn't intrude. It's just there in the background. You can just hear it. But everything that's been said, it's been delivered in the Robotham Old English style, if you know what I mean. Greenwich English, Greenwich English, British English. It is fantastic. I love it. I use it. You can have an audio book. If you look, there is an audio book as well you can listen to. I think that's like 4 hours.
Yeah.
So if you don't want to, but I'll post the one that I've got. So let me just get it up. Yeah.
So
whenever. Yeah. What I do is when people want to learn about the flat Earth, I tend to give them all the generisms and that, and then I say to them, "Well, I've got a gem, but it's for the connoisseur." It's for the connoisseur.
The connoisseur.
Yeah, the connoisseurs of the flat Earth. This is the connoisseurs, the connoisseurs cut, if you will.
That's what we need here. That's what we need.
Yeah. I've got it all, man. I've got it all.
But the best. Gee, nothing but
the single malt lovers.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
The top shelf. Straight to the top.
That's it. Excuse me. I'm glad you understand where I'm coming from, sirs. Yeah, exactly. After all, we are the keepers of the truth.
What is it?
Are we not? Wouldn't you say we are the keepers of the truth, gentlemen?
The spreaders. The spreaders.
Oh yes.
Not the keepers. Yeah. I don't know.
No,
discerners.
I'm going to say
discerners of the truth.
Yeah. Well, then I'm the keeper of the truth because I won't let this material disappear for as long as I live. If I can keep it, then I'm going to keep it to spread it.
How do you find White
Yes,
when you express your feelings and thoughts about this particular topic with your friends? How is it met? And do you?
Obviously, it's met with the initial shock horror that most people have because they've never even entertained it before, and they just straight away just like, but fucking surely you can't fucking think that, blah blah blah, because of this, that, and the other, and I don't know, just the way I am, I can just have a sensible conversation with people, and they very quickly realise that I'm not just pulling their leg, and I've got some serious questions. So there's some people that I won't bother talking about it with, and there's and that's usually because they like to fucking piss on and they get a bit pissed and it gets a bit weird then. But other than that, everyone else is open to have a conversation, and all the kids love it. They're like very inquisitive.
Yes, yeah. Thanks, Gin. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome, guys. Yeah, keep that one, bookmark it because it's the best way. It's the connoisseur's cut, without a doubt.
Yeah.
The delivery style is wonderful. The melody is totally intrusive. It's in the background. It's not dominating. It's at the back there, the melody. And everything is step by step. You've got to be a fool to believe this because this and this equals this sort of thing. And, it doesn't make sense and blah, blah. It's just perfect. Non-stop. It's unrelenting truth. Just by common sense alone, It's not insulting. It's just, it doesn't make it. It's logically, look at it. Look at what you're saying, Yeah, I love it. I do. I've watched it many times. Many times. It must be numbering maybe more than 20.
Yeah.
Because it's that good.
I think I'm lucky, Wyatt, because a lot of people I speak to already have suspicions about other so-called conspiracies like moon landing or JFK or these sorts of things. They're already kind of in that. They might not
frame of mind.
They might. They've got suspicions about the moonlight landing, right? But they go, we still kind of wet there, and then it's just like, okay, well, let's have a discussion about this and blah blah blah, and you'll ask them how the hell could we go to the moon cycle washing machine? Does that really seem possible and practical to you? And from there, it's as simple as holding up your glass of beer and tilting it to the left and tilting it to the right. And you start talking about levels and horizontals and whatnot, and it always goes well. Now, they're not hardcore believers or anything like that, but they are. So when you tell them these simple little things or show them these simple little, they do, and their minds open to it. I'm sure if Kosho was in the room, he would be saying, well, how the hell could you possibly curvature of beer in a glass? It's only 8 inches per mile squared, so it's only 1/2 millionth of a millimeter over that. He'd be coming with that sort of angle, sure of it. But if you appeal to people's their discerning mind, they are very, very open to it, and it makes them think. It really does make them think. And I'm always getting kicked. We're having a barbecue or go out to our friends' places. I'd much rather talk about this sort of stuff, say the right. And then the wife will kick me under the table and she'll look at me and roll her eyes because she knows what's coming.
Yeah,
She knows.
yeah. My wife does the same. My wife does
Please
the same.
no, please no.
Yeah, my wife does the same. Yeah, because she knows I'm going to be. She knows I'm going to be talking to people about her. Even my mother-in-law doesn't like it. I said, well, you can't stop the truth coming out. I said to her, the people must know the truth. Okay?
But see, in real life, Jin, you can do it non-confrontational, right?
Yeah,
like here, there's a lot of confrontation, right? And it gets heated at times. But in real life, you don't get that, really, because you're face to face with people, you're dealing with a real person, and you've
got to be mindful as well in your delivery method. In your delivery method, you've got to be mindful.
For sure.
Yeah. But I'm smooth at that. I'm really smooth at that. Really smooth at that. I've got many. I explore every avenue.
Cage rattler.
I think my favourite flat earther has just entered the room. How you going, Nate?
What's up, Ansel? How you doing?
How you doing, Nate?
Yeah, what's up, Chin?
You having a good day?
So you guys talking about? Yeah, my day just started, man. It's still like morning over here. What about you guys?
I said, great. Yeah, it's evening here in Japan. It's coming up for 10:30 now already.
There we go.
Nice. Damn, yeah, it's only like 8 in the morning for me. That's crazy.
Yeah, we've done the day. I've already done my day. I'm moving on to Thursday now.
Yeah, this week's kind of flying by fast, huh?
Yes, certainly is.
It was rather an interesting discussion that you started yesterday, Lise.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was, but I mean, it didn't get far, but
no.
It was pretty interesting, yeah. But I never really got your response, man. So how would you fix things? Like, you never really put ideas out there. You just sat back.
Well, we had a lot of big personalities in the room, and
you had some of the big wigs. Some of the big wigs.
Yeah, that's right. It's pretty hard to now. My response to what from Discord to in the real world, like what do we do? Like,
what do we do? How do we fix the world? How do we change things?
I think you can only fix your world, right? You can't fix the world. You can only have an influence. It's like a pebble in a pond, Lise, right? You can only have an influence on a very small bit at a time. Okay. Whether that's your children and your family, your friends. That's where the change starts, right?
Absolutely. As they say, charity starts at home, yeah?
Exactly. Now, worrying about how do I change the world, I can't change the world on my own. I need an army of people to be able to change the world, right? And I don't think for 1 second that I can do it, but I can change my world, which is important to me, and make my world a better place. Okay, and that's what I worry about, really. And that's the important thing. This trying to change the world mentality. I don't really think it leads anywhere, Lise.
If I can just step in there just a little bit, this is what I hope, because I agree with what you're saying, but I'm cheeky, so I'm the guy that will drop a flat earth pebble right where no one's going to expect it, okay? And when I leave, I say two things to them. I say, one, when the truth finally comes out, you can't say you weren't told, and you have a duty to spread the truth, just like I'm doing it, yeah? So if you agree and you do the research, once you've done that research, you have to do what I've just done, okay? Otherwise, that news will not spread. That's why I'm doing this. okay,
Yeah.
and then I move on. So because I want I have to close it that way. Otherwise, then the world may not change. They may just keep it in themselves, and maybe keep it with their family, maybe. Okay, but I want them to. I actually do want them to spread the news, so we can change the world together.
Yeah.
So that's my way.
Yeah, but you know, like you, Lisa, you know, what do we do here on Discord? Well, you know, we do what we do on Discord because it interests us, right?
Yes, enjoyable.
I don't think any of us think that what we do on Discord is going to change the world. But we come to these channels to associate, right, with like-minded people. Now those like-minded people are from both sides, right? That want to engage in the conversation. Now, and you know, when you engage in the conversation in an honest fashion, you learn things, right? You learn things. Now, whether or not you learn to strengthen for further discussions or whatever the case may be, or you do actually, you know, other things, but you do learn. But you know, if anyone thinks that they're going to change anything on Discord, they're absolutely kidding themselves, because to work yourself up in a frenzy time and time again, and I don't really think that achieves too much, to be quite honest with you.
No, I mean, I'm going to disagree there. I'm going to say that, you know, when I come to this server, because it's going out live now, I'm appealing to those. That's why I always address the listener. I want the listener to be engaged into this. So, because I'm hoping that they're going to be prompted to look into the subject matter, and if one or two or three of them become flat earthers from that, then we've achieved something as far as I'm concerned. That person has the potential to influence another three people. So no, I come in here obviously to defend the flat earth truth with my flat earth truth baton and flat earth truth shield.
And you do, Jin. You do. But I would put it to you, right, that the people listening, right, whether or not in the channel or say on YouTube, would take it more seriously and more sink in if it was done in a more calm and considered way, because it could have equally as much effect, right, and probably more effect, because if you hear someone just going off the deep end, straight away, right, in your head, you go, well, this guy's a bit of a nutter, all right? But if you, well, sometimes you do. And I'm just speaking from my point of view, and I can't speak from any other point, because I've gone off the deep end too, Jude, right? So you're not Robinson Crusoe. I might not do it as often as what you do.
I live in the deep end, mate.
Yeah, but yeah, you're exactly right. You do definitely live in the deep end. But I think for the listeners that you reach, right, on the YouTubes and stuff, when they're listening to you, you know, defend, you know, your stance, I think it would come off better if it was done in a calmer, more considered way, and let the other ones shout you down, because then they're the ones that it will look like fools. That's just the way I kind of see it. But you know, you're going to do what you do, Jin, right? Jin does at the end of the day. So yeah.
Jin does what Jin does, man. Yeah,
exactly right. And there's only one Jin, and bless your soul.
That's correct.
Okay?
Yeah. And the thing is, if they're listening to me from the outset, I'm always rational at the beginning. It's all smooth. It's just when they start to twist your character, twist what you say, and offer up absurd reasons and excuses, this is when I twist, because they are sowing lies, and that has to be exposed as loud as possible, because they always try to talk over me. They try to drown what I'm trying to say. So now I have to unleash the power verbally, and that's where it goes. It goes into a noise, but the noise is possible, because once I've shut them down, I go back to the rationale. That's my style, you see. So, you know, yes, and then they get it. They get it. They listen long enough that we go through a phase where he's telling the truth, and they're trying to push him away. He's defending, and he's come back down because he's taking care of that. It's a wave. That's my style. If no one lies and tries to twist and character assassinate me, then it's going to go smoothly. The people will think of it rationally. But if someone tries to twist me, I'm going to defend my position, my character, my life, and then we move on.
Move on.
Again. Yeah.
Hey, Howard.
Yeah, man. What's up, man?
Hey, good man.
Yeah.
Just getting up, stirring around, and headed across the highway.
Nice. Yeah. But you're right, though, Bansaw. Yeah, I mean, of course, it comes across better in a more amicable, rational discussion rather than debate.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I want. Actually, that's exactly what I want. But people do tell ridiculous pork pies that when they start to tell you, you can't notice your senses. That's an insult. Don't tell me what I can and cannot. You don't tell people that. Especially me, who exercises, regularly exercising to keep my senses at the height of sensitivity. And you're going to tell me that I can't notice my senses? No, you don't do that, sir. That you cannot say that. You know me then. That means you know who I am then.
Yeah.
It's absurd. Thank you. No,
but I think they make that claim based on the personal experiences they have. The same way flat earthers make the claim that the earth appears flat and motionless based on how they perceive it, because you guys perceive it that way, you assume everyone should perceive it that way, and when we say we don't see it as flat and motionless, you think we're lying. So it's the same way we feel when we say that, not that your senses necessarily betray you, but your senses are limited. They have limitations upon them.
Okay, let me just stop you there. Let me just stop you there for a second.
Being disingenuous.
Let me just stop you there for a second. This is where Gene CBR cuts in now. Now, the word perceive, it's not that we perceive it, mister. We've measured it. So it's gone beyond perception now. It's something we have measured.
You've measured the entire earth to be flat.
We have measured, let me tell you something here. We have people around the earth who have conducted the same experiments or tests and measurements that we have. I've done it myself, and I've traveled Africa, I've traveled to Japan, Japan, Germany, Holland, okay, so Europe, let's say, Spain, Los Angeles, Singapore, Guam, Hawaii, Guam Islands. I've traveled, mate. Okay, that's a lot of the earth.
So, but were you traveling for like leisure, or is it you were traveling to perform flat Earth experiments every time you went to these places?
I was traveling in the last 7 years. Should I say the last 5 years? Because I didn't travel last year, the year before last. It was for pleasure and flat Earth related. Okay. Thank you. Right.
So, don't worry. I mean, I hear you.
I've nearly finished. And that's neither here or there, because what you see and remember is data. So even if I wasn't a flat earther, but somebody said, look at the horizon, it's dead level, and suddenly all my memories from my holiday trips come back in, and it all levels up with the same image, you're right. How did I miss the fucking clue? So regardless, even if I didn't go as a flat earther, let's say, come on, man. So, please.
But then, all right, I hear you. You've traveled everywhere and you've done all these experiments. But then, what do we say to the people over 2,000 years, placed all over the globe, that have done all of these observations that tell us the Earth is a sphere? It's your word against theirs.
There are no such people. There are no such.
There are no such people.
There are no such.
So they're all made up.
That number in the thousands, no. More into the millions and billions.
Come on,
that knew it was flat.
Come on, Jim.
Actually, to be quite honest.
So all of these cartographers and oceanographers and geologists and astronomers, all of these people, none of them existed over the last 2,000 years.
Okay, now astronomy it's just total theory only. Nothing is factual. Nothing is confirmed.
Why?
Well, because you haven't been to space to confirm anything. Okay, no.
So you have to go somewhere to confirm these things.
It's all been based on a assumption. The heliocentric model and the solar system, as we said, that's never been proven to exist, folks. It's what you've been told is up there. We haven't been up there to confirm it. So astronomy,
all right. What about what about the other things? All right, cool. Astronomy, I'm not really going to waste time trying to prove to you it's real stuff. What about the other things? You know, cartographers, oceanographers, sailors.
Yeah, all working on a flat Earth. Everything they do happens on a flat Earth.
But they all say that the Earth is a sphere. Are they lying?
No, they say it's a sphere, but they offer no proof of the sphere. Your words
they do though.
No, they don't.
They offer plenty of proof. They have globes. Or what do you mean by proof?
What do I mean by proof? Yeah.
Proof no. Yeah. Curvature. What do you mean
measured by curvature? Measured.
If someone pulled out a globe, you'd laugh.
Yeah.
Why?
Belly laugh.
Children are laughing today.
You belly laugh?
What?
So the only proof you will accept is a direct measurement of the whole entire Earth. Has anyone on the flat Earth done that? Has anyone on the flat Earth measured the whole? All right, could I see it, Chin? Could you give me this measurement of the whole entire Earth?
The Earth's a globe with lots
it's
of
a combination. It's an accumulation of peoples around the Earth making these observations and measurements. So you accumulate
observations. Well, we have the same thing on our side. An accumulation of people around the Earth making observations and measurements. We do, Jin.
That is a
why don't we have that?
That is
how is it a lie?
Why, sir? Because to have it would be we could photograph it, we could experience it, we can show you on the video. Here's the level, here's the curvature, folks. We are showing you that the curvature is not there. We're the ones who are doing that. No globe head has ever done that. Not one has done that. Not one. So don't keep saying we, thousands.
It's hard to argue against someone who denies everything that actually exists. Because there is evidence. People have done these.
They have not, sir. Not one.
Well,
bring that evidence to this server, please. Bring that evidence to the server. That's all you got to do. Back up your claim. Back it up.
Do it on the Nullarbor Plain. That's 120,000 miles.
As I'm doing my one-arm push-ups.
Fucking rock.
As I do my one-arm push-ups. Bring it in here. Bring it in here. Bring it to my eyeballs, please.
You can fly over it.
Yeah. It's flat Earth day today.
I mean, look at fucking Holland. Like it's known to be flat.
Yeah.
Texas. All these places on the earth that are known to be flat.
Yeah.
Oh God, Jin. Yeah.
I've always thought that. The Earth's a globe with lots of flat bits.
You sound like a sheep. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, flat Earth sheep. Yeah, flat Earth sheep. The best kind.
And here you are mimicking a sheep.
Flat sheep.
They live on the flat Earth, don't they, sheeps? Yes. Let me exert some muscular force here. Yes. Oh yeah, look at that. Power. Flat Earth power. Yeah. Yes.
Fuck me.
There's nothing like the flat Earth
some muscular force
to invigorate the body and improve breathing and circulation through the flat Earth truth. Yeah.
Maybe it's just too simple for some people. I think that's the problem with it.
Are you having a wank, Jin?
I'm exerting muscular force, is what I'm doing. I am summoning all the muscle fibers in my body and putting myself in the position that's known as the pike in gymnastics. That's what I've just done now. And I feel really good because I know what I just said 5 minutes ago totally destroyed any idea that we flat Earth perceive the Earth to be flat. That word is not in our vocabulary. That's poison. In a flat Earth, the perception of the sea. We know it.
It's flat. It's flat.
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 True.
Flat. Oh God, that reminds me. I have to make a meme. A group of sheep saying it's flat.
They're choking the truth.
Yo, can you guys? Yeah, sorry, I got a phone call. So I was saying, Jin, I mean, it seems the claim you have is the same claim as the claim on the other side, but you feel the other side's claim is bullshit.
It's dust in the wind. You can't even grab
Dust
the
in the
thing.
wind.
You have nothing.
Yeah, you're looking over small sections of land.
It would have been here on the table.
Nate, you're looking over small sections of land, and it's just patched work. It's a patchwork quilt.
And you guys are looking at bigger sections of land, Merle?
You can turn a plane into a globe quite easily, Nate.
We can look at larger sections, but when it's large enough, you see the curve, and then it's fake.
You can turn whatever coordinate system you like into shape you like.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah,
animated
but
no,
definitely. I totally agree with that, Ben. So you can use any coordinate system you want. The problem is when you start trying to plot places on these coordinate systems, it doesn't add up. So if I plot places on a flat Earth coordinate system, and then I try to use those distances between the places on a sphere, I'm gonna get lost. You know?
Okay, I'm going to give you 2 points of facts for what you've just said. Back in August of last year, 3 Flat Earth books were published here in Japan, thanks to Flat Earth Banjo. Now, Flat Earth Banjo is the man who has non-stop for the last, since 2016, covered the flights over a globe and flights over a flat Earth, and has managed to solve a mystery back in the 1970s where an aircraft supposedly flew over Russian airspace. When you look on the Mercator map, it doesn't. When you follow the globe, there was no way that plane could have been flying over the Russian airspace. But when you transfer that route onto the flat Earth map, the Gleason's map, indeed the aircraft impinged on Russian airspace. So it solved the mystery there. Okay.
There's another way to do it. There's another way to do it as well.
Let me just finish. Hang on. 3 books were published dealing with the flat Earth here in Japan. One of them was 16 routes that proved flat Earth, and then the other 2 were done by 2 people who heard Flat Earth Banjo talking and introducing the flat Earth. They went off and did research, and now they're producing books. You can buy them in the shops here in Japan. Okay?
Jin, I've tried to talk. But Jin, I've been trying to talk to you about the flights, and every time you say, "What's this video? What's this video?" It's only 3 hours.
Exactly.
I've watched the videos. I have watched them.
What's more?
They all work on a globe.
You don't get it.
No, all of the flights work on a globe. That's the problem.
No, they don't. They don't
Nate,
work on a globe.
if you have the same surface, if you have the same surface area as this so-called globe, and you just flatten it out, and you have the land positions exactly the same, what's the difference?
You can't do that.
You can't do that, Merle. It doesn't work. Even a
Once
flat
it's
earther will tell you that doesn't work, Merle. Merle, ask that question to Bandsaw. Ask that same question to Bandsaw. He'll tell you it doesn't work.
You need to slow down. You need to slow down a second. Like once it's a sphere, of course, it's not going to be. Okay, that's the dishonesty of the heliocentrists. They're saying squash a sphere. What? It's already.
Merle, what did you say, Merle? You just said if you take a sphere and you flatten it out, it's going to work.
No, see, you weren't listening.
No,
I didn't say that.
What did you say? What did you say?
If you had the same
he just said, what's the difference? That's all he said.
If you had the same surface area as the globe and plotted all the land exactly the same way, what's the difference?
That's what you can't do.
Of course you can.
You can't do that, Merle.
If you start with a plane, you can.
But the sphere is an undeveloped surface.
Yeah, how do you take a plane and fold that into a sphere and it'll cover the surface area perfectly?
Well, start with a plane.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Take a plane, start off with the plane, and try and fold that around a ball and tell me you're going to cover 100% of that sphere's surface area. You're not.
That's why
Have
the
you ever
Antarctica
seen a
is the
sphere?
anomaly at the bottom.
Have you ever
That's
seen
why
a sphere?
But Merle, that's
Antarctica is the
basic. That's
Have you
basic
seen a-
geometry. That's stuff my daughter could tell you. If you take
Have you
flat
seen a
paper
sphere?
and you try cover
Well,
a balloon with that
You're not
flat
listening,
paper,
dude.
it's not going to
You're not-
cover it
Why
for
are you just talking? Like,
Here
have you
you
ever
go.
seen a
Because I
sphere?
know, because I understand
seen a
what
sphere
you
being-
asking me.
Jerry dropped a link the other day, Nate.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, man.
Yes.
That showed, and I'm going to share it again because I saved it. Right, so that link there, right, and that shows. Right now, I haven't tried to debunk it, but it kind of shows that how any coordinate system that you have, you can turn into any single shape that you want, right? With all the countries and what in their right spaces. It's all it is mathematics, right? That's all you're manipulating at the end of the day. Now you can have a look at that, you can study that, and you can see what you take from it. I'm not saying it's true or not. That Jerry shared, and I've had a quick look at it, and at first glance, it seems to make a little bit of sense. Now there could be some errors in it. I will admit that, but like I said, I haven't tried to debunk it myself. But have a bit of a look at it, mate.
Yeah.
You guys do realize
are
that
wrong.
you guys realize that if it is flat or a stationary plane and they're trying to convince us it's a ball, they've reverse engineered everything and calculated all of these things to add up to the ball and seem impossible to be flat. In fact, there's a video by Taboo Conspiracy where there's this guy, this pilot, that talks about how they're changing the times and the coordinates for the flight logs to make it seem like a sphere, even though he knows it's flat. That there's two different logs. There's one that's fabricated, and then the one that he knows he followed. And they have to have all of these coordinates. Yeah, I'll find it. But the whole idea is that it's been reverse engineered. It's an operation. So it's not like you can't take their numbers and say, oh, it doesn't add up to flat, because their numbers are going to obviously add up to what they want them to. In fact, all the flight times, they could be going faster and not even say they're going faster to make it seem like they're going longer. All those things are possible when it's the biggest conspiracy ever. So you have to take into account that you can't take any of their numbers, even the numbers that we think are the distances between two places. And that could be fudged for certain reasons, for this very reason, in fact.
How would you fudge that though? I mean, have you never been on a plane? All you got to do is go on a plane and record. I mean, if you travel, you must not travel then. If you think it's possible to fudge numbers like that.
I travel, but if there's certain
curvature.
There's certain things that are impossible.
But Jin.
But wait a minute. What's impossible is how do you land a plane on a spinning ball? Right, that's what's more impossible than them fudging.
No.
You can't land a plane. There's no Coriolis
stick to what you were originally talking about. You were talking about a video that says. I want to talk about the first point you brought up, bro. Like, slow down. You brought up something very interesting, and I want to talk about that.
Okay,
we'll get
fine.
to
I'm just saying that
don't worry.
If the plane can't land, if the plane can't land on a moving runway, then why does it even matter to talk about it?
Cool. All right, cool. So, anywho, you brought up the point that apparently these numbers, the distances between places, can be fudged to represent whatever it is we want the shape of the Earth to be. I'll ask someone like Jin. Jin, you've traveled a lot. You've been here and there. What do you mean the flight route? The flight route and the distance they would add up.
Talking about the flight logs.
All right, the flight log. So if the flight log said I traveled from New York to LA and this is the distance I covered.
It's not what I said. I'm just talking about a video that.
What are you saying?
A pilot that said.
Well, what did the video say?
What the flight logs were doctored to make it seem like a sphere. That's all I know from the video. But that's not even the point. That's not the strongest point. The strongest point is planes can't land on a moving runway, guys. So why even question it further, right?
But why did you bring up this pilot guy thing?
Well, I'm saying because it's all reverse engineered. It's all reverse engineered. If these
it's important, then let's talk about it. It's important.
Well,
yeah, I agree with you. This is important. This claim you're making.
I'm saying if it's reverse engineered to make it seem like a sphere, a lot of things are possible, and a lot of things that we assume are true about.
But how do you do that?
Times or
how would you do that?
And
How would you
that
fudge
gets-
flight times
I'm
and
not,
distances
just because
to
I
make
don't know
the Earth
exactly
look
how
like
they
a
did
sphere?
it doesn't mean that planes can land on a moving
But let's
runway.
think about it. Let's think about it. How would you do that if you wanted to
I don't know.
fudge flight logs and whatnot?
I know.
But you seem to
know how.
believe it. You seem to believe that.
No,
Claim,
I'm
don't
saying
you?
I'm saying that's just one of many things that add up to show that okay,
No,
yeah, it's reverse
when you
engineer.
say
Of
it
course,
adds up,
there's little things. There's little things.
add it up. Do the math and add it up if you say it adds up.
Well, then you're also assuming
Yeah.
a flat model. You're also assuming a flat model, and there's no flat model.
No, yeah, but I mean, don't jump around, bro. Let's stick to this.
No,
All
I'm
right.
saying that if
You
you're saying that it
believe
doesn't work.
you believe
saying it
this
doesn't
claim,
work on a
even
flat
though
Earth.
I'm
How
not
do you know
saying
what the flat
anything,
Earth
bro.
looks
Just
like?
calm down. You saying even though you don't know how this works, you believe the claim that
No.
people can
I'm not saying that. No, I'm not saying I
reverse
believe that claim.
engineer.
I'm not saying I
You
believe
don't
that
believe
claim.
it.
No, I'm not
Okay,
saying it's
you
not
don't
that. It's not
believe
the
it.
claim I'm talking about. I was just adding that in to the fact that if it is, we all have to agree that if it is actually flat and they're trying to convince us it's a sphere, then they had to have reverse engineered it. That's all I'm saying, and we can all agree upon that, right?
If the Earth is flat, then they must be lying about the distances between places.
No, I'm saying
Yeah,
if it's
that's
if
a
the Earth
given.
is
That's
flat,
a given.
yeah. So there you
That's
go.
a given. Yeah. If the
Then we're
Earth
in
is
agreement.
flat, then they must be lying about those things. That's a given. Okay,
They
cool.
must
I
have
just thought
reverse
you
engineered the
believed.
whole
That's not
thing.
what it's saying, sir.
Yeah,
They
I
must have
just thought
reverse
you
engineered
believed
the
that
whole
claim.
thing from scratch. It's not about
Yeah,
belief.
no, definitely. If the Earth is flat, then everything's a lie, bro. We've been in some deep, crazy psychosis for the last
that's all I'm
2,000
saying.
years, and
Yeah.
we've just been lying to each other.
Including
Definitely.
all the numbers,
But that's
including
such
all
a
the numbers that we're talking about.
Correct.
no. Everything would be a lie.
Absolutely
Everything.
correct.
GPS, the internet, phones, everything would have to be a lie if
It's
the
like
Earth was
half
flat.
truths. GPS
Why
could be used
though?
to scatter loons. So it's like it has to be
How
true
though?
but not true.
If
Some of it has
GPS
to be
works using general relativity and gravity isn't now all of a sudden real, how is GPS true? You see what
because
I'm saying?
things
If one thing
It's
is
not real
true
anyway.
and all of
because
these,
things
It's not
still
real
go
anyhow.
down.
let me just get this out though. Let me just get this out, guys. If one thing is wrong and all of these things fit together like a glove, right? Like a jigsaw puzzle. The whole model incorporates all of these different things. If one major part of the puzzle in this whole jigsaw puzzle is wrong, the whole thing is wrong. So, some things
that
can
is
work
true to a
Correct.
certain
if,
degree.
Regarding
for
the
example,
heliocentric model, yes.
if yeah, no,
Welcome
but
to
everything
Flat Earth.
within the heliocentric model, all of the discoveries and inventions that emanate from people that believe this model to be true.
No,
Planes should stop working.
no,
Phones should
that's not
stop
true.
working.
No,
GPS
no.
systems should stop
Now you're
working.
straw
No, they
manning.
will, because
Now
Why
you're
it's
straw
been
not?
happening on a flat Earth.
No, now you're
It's
straw
been
manning.
happening on a
Why?
flat Earth for eons.
Because it's brilliant beyond that.
No, these
Not
things
just-
should not
it's
work.
brilliant. No, it's brilliant beyond that.
Tell
You're
her.
simplifying it to try to make it seem unreasonable.
What do you mean? It's
It's
what do you mean
brilliant
it's
because
brilliant beyond that?
because most of these things are true, but then there's little things that they do to make it seem like it's a sphere, like little fudges, you know, the way that they have to do these flight times, maybe, or maybe the way that they do the logs, whatever that means, whatever that guy was talking about.
How though?
Maybe that-
How would they do that? You
Well,
guys don't
because-
even know how that's possible.
That's like okay, how you said 9/11, the buildings were blown up. It's obvious, right? I don't know how they did it, but just because I don't know how they did it doesn't mean that those buildings weren't blown up.
That's a poor analogy right there. No,
No, it's
that wouldn't
actually
work.
a really good
No,
one.
it's not.
An analogy
Really good
that would
analogy.
work would be
You're saying I have to
if
know who
your-
did it, how they
if
did
your
it, where they
body-
did it, who they talked to. Otherwise, it didn't happen.
That's not what I'm saying. The point I'm trying to make is it's like saying your body has been told this is how it functions, so it functions according to what it's been told, and then one day you find out that the way your brain's been told it functions is a lie. And now your brain realizes, wow, I've been living a lie. So because your brain can't function that way anymore, the rest of your body stops functioning. That's how it would work with the heliocentric model. Everything that is emanated from the model should stop working.
It's so interesting that you
And
say that.
it's never worked.
Interesting
The
that you
model
say
has
that.
never worked.
The way our body functions, the way our body functions is to sense things and know where we are based on our senses. And they've convinced us that our body doesn't work. That's ironic that you would use that as an example.
Who's convinced you that your body doesn't work?
Well, the heliocentric model requires that we don't sense a thing about our environment or our reality.
That's
That
not
it's all the
true.
opposite of what we. Everything.
That's
everything
not true.
about
We
our
sense a
reality.
lot of things.
No, I'm saying that everything about our reality that you would sense tells you that we're on a stationary plane. Everything.
Like what? Like what?
Oh, like the way you feel,
over.
the way you see. What sense do you have that you're on a globe? Tell me that. Name one.
Yeah.
Besides looking at stars. Besides looking at stars.
I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you.
Things you see
When
in the
I
sky,
see
right?
something when I see something disappear over the horizon, bottom up, that tells me I'm living on a sphere.
Right. Yeah, but perspective does that. You know
Yeah.
that.
No.
When I
it doesn't.
when I see the seasons change, that tells me I'm living on a sphere. When I travel long distances,
That's based on
and I
a
see
reverse engineered model, though.
when I travel long
there's nothing
distances,
sensory about that.
when
That's all.
guys, I'm literally trying to tell you what the things I see that tell me the Earth is a
Yeah, all
sphere,
those have been
and you guys won't let me answer.
All based on the reverse
They're
engineered
all
model.
When
Come on, guys.
You asked Lisa a question, let him answer the question, and then
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Go on, Lise.
Thank you,
Unleash the
Bansal.
lies.
When I travel long distances from the equator, north to south, and things just get colder, that tells me I'm on a sphere. You know? These are things that tell me that I'm on a sphere because I cannot explain these things on a flat Earth.
You finished? Have you got it all out of your system?
I'm done. That's all I wanted to say.
Come on,
Yeah,
then. New perspective, please. Destroy.
Perspective. What do you mean by perspective?
No, his name's New Perspective.
Yes, and I'm saying to him, destroy him, Bruce Lee. Bolo,
My name's
destroy
Dave.
him.
Well, what I meant by sensory experience, you know what I mean, right? Like if you were just born on this earth and you were never told anything about living on a spinning ball, you would just assume, rightly so, that you live on a stationary plane because that's what it seems like, right?
I wouldn't assume that because I
Why
would
not?
know. Okay, I would only make that assumption if I assume that everything I see is the entire Earth. That what I can see is the entire Earth. Then I would definitely hang on. Then I would definitely come to the assumption that the whole thing I'm living on must be flat because I'm seeing the whole thing. But if I was born and I wasn't, hang on, I'm answering your question. If I was born and I wasn't sure that what I see when I turn around, everything I can see within, my peripheral view, within the horizon, everything I see, it might not be the whole entire Earth. I would never come to the conclusion that what I'm living on is flat. I would not be able to come to any conclusions because I haven't seen the whole thing.
What if you never knew it was a? What if you never knew it was a sphere?
Yeah.
What I'm saying, Merle, is I would not be able to come to any conclusions. I wouldn't know if it's a sphere, if it's flat, if it's a triangle or a square.
Never seen a
because
sphere.
I haven't seen the whole thing.
I'm saying
I haven't
as far
seen
as
all
you-
of
as
it.
far
I
as
haven't
you
even
can
seen
tell,
enough
like,
of it.
I'm not talking about the whole thing. Like that's one of the things that gets misdirected about this whole conversation. Nobody knows what the whole thing, if it's flat, what the whole thing looks like, right? Or would look like, or if it even ends, or any of that, right? So some of these things that aren't really claims from the flat side, even that it's flat to begin with, it's obviously not flat. So it's lots of hills, lots of valleys. So it's a lot of misnomers. But all I'm saying is, if you were born here and you were never told anything, there was never, like, say, back in the day when people didn't know about any of these space things that they were telling us, anybody would rightly assume that it's a stationary plane due to your sensory experience. Not that the whole thing's not that the whole
Hang
thing's
on
a
a sec,
stationary
Nate.
plane, but as far as you can tell, locally, it seems stationary, right?
Definitely. Locally, I totally agree with you. Locally, it would look flat and stationary, but I still can't come to an assumption on the whole thing.
Okay, yeah.
There, we're on the same page. We're on the same page there. Yeah, definitely.
Yes.
Locally, it would look flat and stationary, but locally doesn't speak for the whole entire thing. It's like being in a house. You're only in one room, but just because you're in that one room, you can't decide that one room is the whole house. It might be a triple-story house,
So
yeah. Okay. Cool.
So
We're on the
Lisa,
same page.
now you've
Can we
travelled.
say one?
Right, you've been in a boat and you've gone from LA to Papua New Guinea, and you've been in a plane and you've flown from Mexico to Russia, for argument's sake, right? Yeah, and you've been all over the world, travelled all over the world in boats and planes. Okay, then.
Yeah.
How does that then give you an idea of where you live? Just because you've travelled everywhere. How have you got any idea just through travelling alone where you might be?
If I'm just traveling and I'm not looking at the sky, like I have a visor that stops me from looking up, all I'm looking at is the ground, and I traveled everywhere, I still wouldn't be able to tell what it is I'm living on.
Well, how does looking up give you any indication as to where you might be looking down? Like you're only looking up, you're only looking at the sky above you. So you've only got the sky above you.
Yeah. Yeah. So if I start looking at the sky, I start looking up, and I travel from New York to Australia, to wherever it is you are, Bandsaw.
Yeah.
And let's say I travel by boat and I'm using the stars to navigate. The further I go south and I start passing the equator, and now I'm past the equator, I'm still going south, and I'm looking up, looking at the stars, I realize that the stars start changing. I lose the North Star. I don't see it anymore. And I see a whole new...
Right? You're not using them, right? Because you today, right? And you know nothing about the world, right? So you've jumped on a boat and you got a captain, he's piloting the boat, or you jump in a plane and you got a pilot, right? Right. So you're not traveling by the stars at all.
I'm just traveling on a boat. Well, I still wouldn't know what it is I'm living on. If I just travel long distances on a boat, I'm not going to know if I'm on a sphere or a flat surface. Because I could be on a sphere traveling straight. Like, you know, like how they show you with the ant on the basketball, it can walk straight and it just comes back to where it started from. The ant doesn't know if it's on a sphere or a flat surface. It would be the same thing for me. I still can't tell what I'm on.
Yeah. Sorry, Merle, I cut you off if you want to jump in, buddy.
I just wanted, because it's a bit of a, we go back a bit, me and New Perspective. I wanted to ask him to tell Nate, Lise, about the outer ponders, because I think that's one conversation that not everyone's had, and it's a very interesting idea.
I'm not saying it was outer ponders, but it was outer ponders. like the guy that says I'm not saying it was aliens, but it was aliens. That meme from the guy with Ancient Aliens. It's like outer ponders are kind of like an exchange for ancient aliens, but it's like our ancient ancestors, you know, and they're from different ponds, possibly outside of our pond of continents, you know, and they could be the ones controlling everything that goes on here, including the globe deception. Who knows? But they're more advanced, possibly, and that's where all the old architecture came from. And you know, maybe, I mean, it's just a theory that, you know, that there are ancient aliens, you know, why wouldn't they be our ancient ancestors? Makes a lot more sense that they would come from extraterrestrial areas, not outer space. And it'd actually be really hard to convince people, even Globers, in fact, that aliens could get here with spaceships and stuff. You know?
I was looking at the Indian beliefs, American Indian beliefs, right? And almost every American Indian religion is built upon aliens. It's weird as shit. Like, they all believe that there's extraterrestrial influence on us, and that we're actually
right. But they didn't think from other planets, right? They didn't think about it from planets.
Well, they didn't mention how they got here. They just, you know, that.
Yeah. Right. But did they describe them as like alien like creatures, like not human, or how did they describe them usually?
I haven't read into it that much, but yeah, but I mean,
they describe it the same way the Hindus do, right? Like, they just talk about beings from far away, yeah. And they call them our gods or our creators, or it's the people that made us.
Well, American Indians themselves, they don't call them like gods. It's more like they did make us, but they did that by fucking around with genes and adding some of their own genes to our genes. And
that's a possibility. Yeah, the seeding and the gene manipulation is still possible if it was our ancient ancestors. Do you remember the Disclosure Project, guys? Remember 2001? They did the Disclosure Project. It was like a national pre-press conference where these ex-military guys were all talking about the ships they saw on the radar, and they would testify in front of Congress, and Stephen Greer was leading it.
Yeah, Nate, like, what do you think of the Earth as a pond?
But what do you mean as a pond? Like an actual pond?
Yeah,
a thing of water.
Yeah, and like
a pond
melted,
of continents.
Right, the sun's melted the ice, and there's like where the sun doesn't go, it's kind of frozen, and then potentially there could be another sun a bit further away with a whole nother civilization on a plane, like a frozen sort of plane with different suns.
Well, if I wouldn't mind answering that.
You're asking me to believe a lot, bro.
So Mo,
Really?
the problem with that for me, right, is
I would find that very
it's just an
hard to
idea.
believe.
That's just an idea. It's just an idea. We can, of course, it's not about like believing one thing or another. It's just like, well, if it is a stationary plane, then how could we assume that there's an end to it at all? Because what would that look like? I mean, even if there's a barrier, there's still more reality on the other side of that barrier, right?
Yeah.
Like, how could there be a non-reality?
So one of the biggest problems is that gravity would work on a plane like that, the same way it works today. But the problem is we actually see gravity fall off and get smaller the higher up we get, and we wouldn't see that if we're on a pond.
What do you mean by that?
So we can, if we were on an infinite plane, you could essentially have a downward force because of the mass of the infinite plane. But the problem with that is it'll be a universal downward force, regardless of height. In reality, what we're seeing is gravity changes with height.
Interesting.
I'm definitely open to more lands.
Yeah.
100%. 100% open to it.
That would make sense for the lie, right?
I'm open as well, but I agree with Liz that it's asking a lot. So if you're asking a lot, you should also be giving a lot. You might even need what might be called as the preponderance of evidence.
Maybe perhaps that's why the Antarctic is protected so heavily.
The North too.
Yeah, I don't think there's more lands.
But it's not humans protecting.
I do.
But it's not humans, right? We're talking about the penguins protecting Antarctica, right?
Yeah. 100%. Yeah. But because I think we've got a pretty good idea of what's around the north and whether or not we can get there, whether or not it is highly protected and whatnot. Yeah, that's a different argument. But I don't think there's more lands north. But I definitely think there's a possibility of more lands outer. 100%. Yeah.
But in inner too, because above Russia, not many people go above like north. It's a big area up there.
Yeah, look, I haven't really looked into it, Merle, to be honest with you. I think to me, it's less likely. It's less likely, but I'm not just gonna hand wave dismiss it. Having said that, but I think I think it's on the outer, especially
potentially there's secrets at both poles, whatever the poles are.
And
you know?
When you talk about extraterrestrials, I think it's other people from other lands.
Yeah,
that's right. Not from outer space, from other lands. Yeah,
another thing that's interesting about extraterrestrials, right, is that there's this whole USO shit too, right, as opposed to the UFO stuff. And it's just weird because the Air Force, when they started talking about UFOs and crap, that was way after the Marines started talking about USOs, submersibles, right?
Yeah.
And that's why even today, the Marines actually have a lot more fucking influence on all extraterrestrial fucking things than the Air Force does.
Yeah.
But we rarely talk about USOs.
Actually, Branch, it's the first time I've ever heard it right now.
That's what I mean. Nobody talks about them.
What submarines?
Yeah, it's unidentified submersible object or something like that.
Right. Yeah. Artes, I don't know if you know who that is. He always said the way out was underwater.
Mm-hmm. Through tunnels.
You can hide because you can hide. They don't even know you're there. You're like a whale.
Well, I would say this, that if you consider the chance of planets with liquid water on them, there's probably a slightly greater chance that there'll be more liquid water on those planets than there would be land, and therefore the natural habitat of these alien beings may be within water.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they could have domes under the water potentially too, like all that Bible stuff.
Domes on, like, you mean like where Jar Jar Binks live?
Yeah, just like big pods. I could see it.
Yeah, maybe
like Atlantis, underwater Sea World somehow.
I'd rather think of it as Jar Jar Binks. He's way cooler than Atlantis. Like, I'm talking about. I'm talking about the Gungans.
Like mermaids, and they're kind of fish people too.
Yeah. Yo, Banso, so if we could get back to that thing we were going through, right? If you're still there, Banso?
Yeah, I saw you, mate. Yeah.
Okay, so we've traveled long distances, and just by using the ground, we still can't tell if we're on a sphere or a flat Earth, right?
We certainly can, because I've been biding my time to tidy up this shit that's just been left in the middle. So when you finish, I'm going to clean up. So I'll let you finish. But carry on.
All right.
Jen's about to lay the stuff down.
We've been put on notice. We've been put on notice.
We've been warned. All right. So yeah, I traveled from New York to Australia, and I'm just traveling on a boat on the water with my captain. I'm not doing any navigating. I'm oblivious to how the captain knows where he's going.
Yeah.
I still wouldn't know if I'm on a sphere, right? Or if I'm on a flat plane.
No.
Yeah.
No.
So what do I start doing to start figuring out what is it I'm living on?
Well, I think
what would be your first step?
I think if you wanted to go down that train of thought, you would probably, right, with all the travel that you've done now, right, would probably start off with a flat plane, right? That's probably where you would start. All right, then you've got to work your way up from there. Okay. So yeah. Then I don't know.
Why would you start with the flat plane?
Why would you start anywhere else? Wouldn't be high enough to see anything else other than far distant lands. You don't see any curvature, right? You don't see that.
Yeah, but you also know that as you traveling, as things move away from you in the distance, they start disappearing bottom up, and some things come into view top up first. Like I'm leaving North America behind me. The land masses of North America start disappearing from the bottom. I'm coming towards Australia, and the land masses of Australia start coming into view from the top first. Yeah, these are things so instead of even assuming whether or not things are flat or whatnot, would I not want to explain these observations first?
Well, see, this is where the concept probably first began, wasn't it, Lise? I think, I don't know, it was a few weeks ago we we're talking about, like, where did the concept of flat Earth come from? Right, and once upon a time, right, we just walked around. We were just in our own little environment. Flat globe wasn't even a question, to be honest with you. Right, the whole flat globe concept. Well, flat probably was first because like you say, someone might have looked at a sunset and gone, oh, gee, that's going down somewhere, isn't it? Or they might have seen a canoe off in the distance, right? And that kind of disappears. So now we have the debate amongst the elders, right? Where are we? Right. So where do we go from here? Right. Now we've observed these things, right? Where do we go from here other than just making assumptions? Right, other than just making assumptions, because a lot of assumptions are already taking place, whether it's flat or globe. There are a lot of assumptions on the table already. So how do you get rid of these assumptions? Where do you move from? Where is the next step from there? You know what I mean?
I agree with you 100%.
How do you? How does one, sit underneath the olive tree and look up at the sun and say to himself, you know what, those sun rays are parallel and I'm going to stick a around and measure the shadows. That's going to be an answer. Like, I don't know where that train of thought actually comes from, right? Because any light source you look at, they're not parallel ways that are coming out, right? So I don't know why you would take the first place. So to get rid of all these assumptions and to start investigating truly, I really don't know where you would go back then. All I know is that, like, in today's age, like, with more information that we know about things, there seems to be a lot of doubt thrown up with what we have been told in regards to what we see, and a lot of thought and a lot of knowledge has been put out there in regards to things. Perspective, right? Artists do that all the time, right? They use perspective. So now we have this thing, perspective, which can come into the equation as well. And how do we use
pardon me, did you say new perspective?
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right.
That's fortunate, because I was going to say, what if the first wrong assumption is that we could ever know what the whole thing is? The whole trick was assuming that we know what the whole thing is. That's the trick.
Exactly. Yeah,
That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah,
exactly.
That could be an assumption that even if we think it's flat or a globe, we still haven't seen the whole entire thing. Yeah,
exactly. So we start from a base of us, don't we? We really do.
Hey, Ben,
well, if they convince us that we know what the whole thing is and it's a ball, then that limits our, if it is flat, then that's the reason. That's part of the reasoning of it, right?
But it goes both ways, right? If you assume the whole thing is flat, it's the same way. Yeah.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that either. No, you shouldn't assume anything. That's the whole idea of flat Earth. It's to get rid of assumptions and get rid of beliefs.
Exactly.
Get those out of your vocabulary.
Exactly. You got to start. You got to start at ground zero. That's where you got to start, at ground zero, and work your way up from there.
So, Banso, what do you think about setting up an expedition to cross over the Antarctica?
From point A to point B, straight across the centre.
Yeah.
I think it would be far easier and far safer to fly straight over it, which hasn't been done yet.
Yeah, I guess you could fly.
Yeah.
Either way.
That would solve that would answer many questions, as you know, Branch. Well, you've seen flight paths of planes that have apparently flown over Antarctica, and they haven't flown from one point all the way across the other. They kind of have gone in a little bit and then they've gone out the other side. They haven't gone clean straight over the top. but I think if you actually go clean straight over the top in a straight line, that would solve that would answer many a question.
I wonder if any insurance company, like, I mean, it all comes down to insuring the flights, right? Whether
Yeah, probably.
because no company's you're gonna need a pretty big plane first of all, because it's gonna have to hold a lot of fuel.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then the insurance companies need to agree to say, all right, we're gonna insure you fucking cunts on this trip.
Yeah.
And that would probably be the hardest part.
Yeah.
It might be worthwhile trying to figure it out. You're super close.
Yeah.
I would be down to go on a little trip like that.
Yeah, for me, that would be that'd be a big one, Branch. That would be a big one like that. That you couldn't ignore. You could not ignore at all.
I'm wondering if, like, because again, like I said, I think the biggest problem with that is gonna, first of all, it's gonna be expensive as fuck to charter a plane.
Of course.
We could get Rich to pilot it. He'll probably do that shit.
Yeah.
But then again, it's going to be about the insurance on the flight too. Like, is the owner of that aircraft going to allow us to do it because of the insurance?
It's restricted, right?
I think that I think if we were really serious about doing it, we could get exceptions.
Oh, really? So you're gonna talk to the powers that be that are trying to convince us it's a sphere, and convince them that we're going to prove it's not a sphere by going to Antarctica. And
if we had the funds and we showed that we're fully insured to do it, I think at that point it'll be more.
And in the process, we're going to ruin their globe, and they're going to allow that.
And ignore all the flat surface along the way to Antarctica as well. All that flat.
Yeah, like it even matters. Like that's the thing is like that. First of all, there's restrictions that just convincing them or whatever your plan is. I don't know what that would be, but
I mean,
not trying to be negative, but that's not possible, really. Even if it was possible, we're still on a stationary plane in so many ways. If you're doing it to prove that it's a ball or prove that it's flat Earth, there's lots of easier ways to do it. That's all.
Yeah, well, this is one way.
The hardest.
The other way is to actually just do it. Just using, just going over the land.
Well, yeah, they've already done it. They've measured flat. It measures flat. It's already done.
Who's done it? Someone went from point A to point B?
Lots of people. Lots of people, long distance measurements. You don't know about those?
Okay, this is long distance measurements.
What about the lots of people that measured the sphere? Yeah, these are just assumptions, man.
Oh, you have measurements of curve?
No, they're not assumptions, my friend.
There's no measurements of curve.
That's cool.
What do you mean?
All right, so Jen, we're waiting for this. I thought you were going to give Lisa smackdown or some shit.
So
go ahead, Jen.
Because you said you was going to give the smackdown once Lisa was done talking, and you never did.
Everybody else has done and that, and before it moves on to another topic, I'm
go
the tidy up.
Go tidy up, Jim.
Okay, well.
Come on, Jen. Get your shit together, bro.
Hello?
Steam iron. Okay, and it's this. First of all, the claims that the heliocentrists have that they have thousands of clues and what's the word I'm looking for there? Evidence that the Earth is a globe. They don't have a single shred of evidence at all. It's all based on assumptions. That's the first thing. There's nothing they've brought to this server that proves to us that it's a globe. Now, we, the flat earthers, on the other hand, we are bringing you measurements which you can confirm for yourself. Of course, I myself haven't been over the whole entire Earth to know that it isn't completely and utterly flat, but we have people living around the world who have confirmed exactly what we see. So we can join that together. And water is your number one clue. It's 71%. It's level. Okay, that's your clue there. And the other thing that your senses wouldn't detect. I'm sorry, your senses are all you have to enjoy this flat Earth. That's why you were given from being able to walk and see and making love to your partner. Yeah, that's wonderful ecstasy. You need your senses. Without it, you are lost.
Wait, Jen, hold on a second. Do we need our senses to fuck or to see the flat Earth?
Yes, we certainly do. We certainly do, sir. If you don't have it, you don't get the maximum enjoyment and your partner
Maximum
will not be
boner.
titillated to the highest level.
I've had
So-
situations where girls said you shook my world. How could that happen?
Well, that's because
Gravity.
the whole. Let me explain that. Let me explain that because I have done that to myself. I've done that myself to other women, and it's this.
You shook your own world.
Because you took her to the highest level of ecstasy. That is why every fiber in her body was moved. When you achieve that, that's known as an orgasm. That's what that's all about. If you've never done that to a woman, then you haven't done it properly. You need to practice. Your senses are dead, sir. But you need your senses to enjoy this, flat earth people. Without it, you cannot discern where you are, and you will know whether you're on a spinning ball with curvature hurtling through space. I ended
And you
there.
gotta have your hands flat when you smack her ass, right? You gotta flat smack the ass.
Yeah, man.
Dang
There you
it,
go. I cleared it up for you folks.
I've
You
never tried the
understand
flat hand
ECBR as
technique.
well.
I've never tried that new perspective, but you just gave me a new perspective.
Did you like that, Mo? Did you like that, everybody? Clean it up for
I've
you.
got a cheers, Gin. I've got a boner.
Jen, what the fuck you doing giving Mel boners, man?
You've got to bring it down to the flat earth because flat earth is beauty. Flat earth is the way. Flat earth is ecstasy. Flat earth truth.
We can kind of hear you, Travis, but you're not coming through. If you...
That's great.
I mean, come on, this is the best server on the airwaves, on the internet. Come on, man.
Travis.
You trying to talk,
value,
Travis?
uplift value, reality value, and entertainment destruction value of the heliocentrists every day of the week.
And you're giving
it's
Mel
beautiful.
boners at the same time. After
Yeah,
all of
man.
that, you're still able to give Mel a boner. It's amazing.
Amazing, man. We tidied that right up.
So now we've got two places we can take this conversation. We continue to talk about boners. Yeah. No?
I'm a bit scared where it could lead now.
Well,
I'm gonna
relating
ask you,
flat
Mel.
earth to making love to one's partner, I think that's just ecstasy. Come on, man. Who would disagree with that? The globe now, it's confusion. You're lost. You don't know where you are. You can't find the direction to put it in. You know, you're lost, man. It's stress. It's all stress, man. Where's the going? Oh, fuck me. Where's that going to? Yeah. What's going down here? Where's the spin? Oh, are we in space, really? No direction. No perspective. And as for the ship disappearing over the curvature, that's crap because it's the law of angular resolution and perspective. Things will always disappear bottom upwards when it leaves your perspective, your position. You can work it out on the ordinary pavement, your sidewalk, when you look at the manhole cover, find one, look at it from the top, 90 degrees, and then move backwards from it and watch it disappear on that level sidewalk.
Jen, you know, like whenever you guys say that, it makes a lot of sense to me why you're saying it, but I always think it's complete bollocks. Why do you think that is?
Your brains, you've got scrambled eggs for brains.
Maybe.
The only reason your brains are all scrambled. It's all that alcohol liquor that's scrambled your brains up because it's a child can understand.
Hey, Travis, are you trying to talk, Travis?
Oh, sorry. I thought my mic was muted. I'm sorry.
No, you're right, mate.
Yeah, it sounded like his mic was breaking up, wasn't it?
Yeah.
From the abyss of the universe, he was trying to get to us in his spaceship. He's on his way back, he was saying. He's been to...
You know what, Jim? The more I talk to you, you know what I'd really love to see and hear? I would love to hear you have a good old discussion about this stuff with that Dave dude. You know the Dave dude I'm talking about? The other Dave dude from England? I forget his last name, but like he recently had a video out where he confronted some cops wearing a red
Oh,
beret.
Dave Murphy.
Oh yeah, Dave Murphy, of course. Dave Murphy, yeah, love the
Yeah,
guy.
you should set up not really a debate, but more of a discussion with him, because I think it'll be so interesting to hear you two talk.
Yeah, I have actually tried to do that actually a couple of times with Dave, but he's been busy, you know. And the last time I tried to do that with him, he was in the Caribbean. You see, that was in 2018. So.
Well, why are you waiting so long, bro? That's like 4 years ago.
Well, he's busy at the moment. He's quite busy doing other projects, isn't he? He's busy. Did you not see what he did recently? Arrested the police officer.
Yeah, you gotta admit, dude, the beret he had on was beautiful.
And then the other one, and his most recent one, last night, the wee saved my life, he said.
The wee?
Yeah, the wee urine.
Do you agree with the wee therapies?
He's telling you to put your pee in a nebulizer and breathe it. Come on, man.
Yeah.
What?
Well done.
Yeah.
No way, Howard. No way.
Yeah.
He is.
Yes,
oh, no. No, that's gone to a whole new level.
Like he went to the hospital, right, Banso, and they because he probably got a corona, so he couldn't breathe right.
He wasn't
and they put him on a nebulizer, and they took the nebulizer home with him, and then started using the nebulizer with piss.
Oh my god!
And he's promoting it. He's promoting it.
He's promoting it.
No.
Saying it saved his fucking life.
Where do these?
He's promoting it. He's promoting it, and you know, I mean, he wouldn't be risking your lives. That would be very irresponsible of him.
It's absurd, Jen. It's absurd. No way, no two ways about it.
Come on, Jin. Come on, Jin. You can't possibly think that it is okay at all to be either drinking or inhaling your own urine. You can't possibly think that could be for you.
I need, you know what? All I need to do is actually see somebody who's sick and recover. Then we know it's true. That's all it.
Jen, have you tried it? Be honest with us, Jen. Have you tried it?
I've never tried it. No, I've never tried
it. So Jen, you don't have a nepi pot?
No, I certainly do.
So just real quick, I've got a friend of mine who's radically changing his lifestyle in terms of how he his diet and whatnot. But urine therapy is one of the things that he does practice, and
thank you.
With the research that he's told me that he's done, I'm convinced that the evidence is out there that they know that urine is actually a very reasonable byproduct of our physiology that can be reincorporated back into our system in a healthful way.
So why? So what's stopping you? What's stopping you from drinking your pee, Travis?
My diet. My diet. So look, if you've ever gone vegan for a certain amount of time, you'll notice that your sweat stops stinking, your breath stops stinking, your urine and your poop all lose the defecating putrescence of the meat. So one of the reasons why I don't do urine therapy is because I'm not disciplined enough right now to clean up my diet to get to that point to where, like, if you pissed in a jar right now, or in a cup, and your urine was really yellow, that's an indication that you are very dehydrated. So the clearer your urine is, the more hydration you have. So
but that doesn't have anything to do with meat, though.
Hold on.
Right.
Hold on. So one of the things that I think that turns us off to that concept is that our urine stinks. Okay, so that's because of the meat products that you're ingesting. Clean up your diet. That stink is going to go away, and then you're just going to be drinking lukewarm water.
It does.
Did they say that if you're going to drink your own pee that you need to be vegetarian or vegan? Is that one of the rules of it, or one of them?
No, I don't know that I've seen that. I'm just.
But Travis, the question.
Hold on, can I answer the question? Hold on. Let me just answer the question. So I've not done the research. I've just talked to someone who has. It seems to me that the cleaner your diet, the cleaner your urine is going to be, and it's not going to be as offensive.
But doesn't
I
it?
do have
Hasn't
a
it
question.
seem like
Guys,
the most
I had a
healthy diet
question
includes meat,
When
though?
I'm ready.
Can I just get this one question out, Travis?
Yeah, go on.
As a vegan, are you allowed to because you're not allowed to take animal products, right? Isn't urine an animal product?
It's your own product. Look, I'm not the one who is advocating for veganism based on the ethics of not eating animal products. That's not the point that I'm making.
Got it. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I've got a question for everyone. Have any of you, through your lives, noticed the different colors of your urine? Have any of you noticed that at all?
I have.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, good. Because I'll say this. When I stopped eating meat for 6 months, which I do from time to time, no meat, but I eat fish and that, I did notice how my urine cleaned up. I've always drank water, okay? So the cleaner and the healthier the diet, the cleaner that urine's going to look. That's for sure. And less acidic. I've always checked my pH level anyway, and I've always been in the right tolerances. So I've always been healthy. I've got my strips here. So I test my urine and I test my actual saliva as well.
Jim,
So
it sounds to me like you have really prime urine. Then you should maybe give it a go.
Well, the thing is, it's on the shelf. So
Did you say prime?
Yeah, the idea of urine therapy has not been dismissed by me. It is definitely on the shelf. So if my health declines to the state where I would need to consider that, I would be considering it without a doubt.
Did you say prime urine, Branch?
Yeah, sounds like his top shelf.
Classic. Remember Tom Corner, Gin, and he'd ferment his, and he had the black urine. Remember?
Yeah.
And he'd swig on it and shit.
Yeah. He did. Yeah. He had it bottled.
Yeah, the black urine, guys.
Yeah, dark.
But that's only a result of drinking too much stout.
It was fermented.
It's because he fermented it. Yeah.
I've
Yeah,
never
that's
had
what a lot of people do.
Dude, I've drank a lot of Guinness in a day, bro, and I've never had a problem. Like
I'm just
the other side, you have
it
a
was
problem
a
with
joke.
that, and it's black as hell.
Joking.
But not
so
really
so one of the things, if you guys aren't familiar, some of you might know this, but one of the things that my friend researched was that the manufacturing of the beauty product called oil of Olay, which is an anti-aging cream.
Yeah, oil of Olay. Yeah.
Okay, it's basically a fabrication of urine.
Yeah, it's got
really.
Yeah. And in other
Whose
products
urine?
as well, urine is used. Actually, correct. Yeah.
So instead of educating us that we can bathe ourselves in our own clean urine that has fresh stem cells and a lot of other issues that our body can reincorporate in, instead of telling us that we can do this naturally, they supply for us fabricated chemicals to put on our bodies that our bodies immediately absorb, and then we become toxic. But what's interesting, in my opinion, and I've never seen anybody talk about this, but as I've thought about being vegan and vegetarian and whatnot, I think the most natural sunscreen is a vegetarian or vegan diet, where you're eating plants that have a proper relationship with the sun, and instead of having to coat yourself with copper tone, which is just more chemicals, your body can naturally have protection by your diet.
Well, I've
So
never
you
used sunscreen.
get less sunburn. Now that you become vegan, you don't burn as much in the sun.
And that's just an hypothesis that I have, that
Interesting.
we are what we eat. So someone who eats a lot of garlic, you can smell them, or if if you've got a friend from India or Korea or whatever eats kimchi and all that shit, all that stuff comes out of our body. So whatever we ingest comes out. I'm just saying it would make sense to me that if you eat something that has a proper relationship with the sun, then you will incorporate those elements, minerals, and vitamins that will help your body.
I mean, I think it's more to do with healthy oils, right? Like if you start taking in a lot more healthy oils, I think that will come out in your skin and give you natural protection.
And you must remember that back in, let's go thousands of years back, Egyptian and beyond, they used to have their bathing in milk, and then they had their mud baths, but you never see them use any sunscreen. chemical. You know, they never had that, did they, back then? Mud
So
baths,
there's only
fine.
certain races that need sunscreen, right? Like
That's right. That's right. If they need it at all, let's not go there. If they need it at all, because go back, like I said, if you go back in time, that same region we're talking about that might be needing the sun cream never used it. So
well, if you think about
idea, it's a modern
if you
idea
think about it, if you think about it too, in terms of questioning our food pyramid that we're told, is essential for our daily health. If you think about the fact that back, I think in World War I, World War II, when a lot of our food manufacturing became more processed and we moved away from a natural diet, I would venture to say people started getting sunburns a lot more, and then you're going to see all of a sudden that they can manufacture copper tone for you.
There you are, because that food pyramid came in straight after the war, and that's right. So there you have it. So there's nothing wrong with being a vegetarian, vegan. Nothing wrong with it.
I eat an obscenely large amount of meat every single day. Obscenely large.
Yeah, that's okay. It's okay for you. It's doing you good. I hope.
Can you walk us through a day of Mansour's
meat? I wake up and I'll have bacon and eggs and fried tomato.
Okay, so it's the breakfast fryer.
Anywhere between, I'd say, half a dozen to 8 rashers of bacon on my plate.
That's
really?
2 packets almost.
Yeah, at least.
Start the day. All right.
We'll have for lunch. It's generally, we eat a lot of fish too, but we'll have fish, have some tuna or some salmon generally for lunch, and for dinner, I'll have minimum a 700-gram steak plus half my partner's steak as well. So I'm probably eating
You're living large, man.
close to a kilo of meat just in that one meal alone. Easy, yeah. And my toilet behavior is so good and so smell free. It's not even with all the meat that I eat. It's crazy.
Well, must be.
What about your pee?
My pee? Well, I generally pee on the lemon tree. So, and the lemon tree's going gangbusters.
I gotta go, guys, but I'll leave you with a funny idea real quick. This topic was being talked about on here a while back, and right before this topic was being talked about, they were talking about beer and how if you take an enema of beer, it might affect you even more and you get more drunk. And because it's it's up your ass instead of drinking it through your stomach. And then they started talking about pee and that there might be some benefits from that. This guy was on the panel that does it all the time, and he was talking about the stem cells. And then I jumped on and I had to add that there's got to be a device, a tube that goes straight from your dick up your ass, right? So you can just pee right into your ass, and someone's got to market that. That's all I'm saying. And now it's actually being taken seriously. So someone's got to get that pee poop tube thing going.
Well, especially for truckers, that would be amazing for truckers. They wouldn't have to stop. They can just keep driving.
It would just solve a lot of problems. You wouldn't have to drink it. You could just use the tube.
That's brilliant.
Just a funny picture, right?
Just before you go to
Travis blew my mind when he was telling me about they do coffee enemas. Why would you waste good coffee on enemas? Like what?
For cancer treatment, it's the
cancer treatment. You see,
Dude, you must get caffeine buzz like a motherfucker when you do a coffee enema.
Oh, I ain't coffee. I'm addicted to coffee too. Damn.
And it actually cleans out the liver and everything else as well. The liver gets proper clean, they say.
Well, Jen, this is potentially something you should bring up to Dave if you set up that conversation with him, because he's on the forefront of urine therapy, and this seems like right up his
alley. Yeah.
I can see the next late night commercial I'm going to be watching, and it's going to be these things sold by Dave. Right, you can get 2 for the price of
At
one
the
for
next
him.
Flat Earth convention, you know, you could have a little stall.
And sell the pea butt tubes.
Yeah, I just think it's someone else's pee is not going to be good for me.
Yeah,
So,
I've heard of people
not
using the
your own
urine
money, we're going to make everything.
therapy in dire situations to try and help them with cancer treatments and stuff, unsuccessfully. There was a famous footballer here by the name of Jimmy Steins. Mel probably remember him. And he was diagnosed with terminal cancer. Had no hope, absolutely no hope. He tried everything mainstream. He actually did a documentary and kind of documented his progress. And it got to a stage where things were looking so bad. He was looking into everything alternative, and urine therapy was actually one of those things he was trying, but didn't work in the end. You know, maybe he got to it too late. I don't know. So,
I think if you tried everything else, including chemotherapy, it's all over. Once you go chemo, it's the end. Really, you're fighting a losing battle. To be honest.
Yeah, well, Rui got through the old chemo. He was, Rui.
Yeah, no, no. Once you go chemo, it's all over. I mean, if I was diagnosed with cancer today or tomorrow, it's not. I'm not looking at chemo.
I probably wouldn't either, Jen. Honestly, man, I saw my dad go through that shit. I don't want to take that crap.
Yeah. My father-in-law, my wife's dad died of chemotherapy.
So wait, chemotherapy, or did he die of cancer?
No, he died of the chemotherapy because the cancer was treatable had he not gone for the chemotherapy treatment. So it was the treatment that killed him, and that was the chemotherapy that killed him. Once your hair is falling out, it means that you are definitely dying because all your healthy cells are being killed together with the cancerous cells, and that's dying in front of your eyeballs. And he did. I knew he was a goner. I tried to tell my wife and I tried to tell my sister-in-law, but didn't pay any attention.
I mean, it doesn't work on everyone, Jen, but you know, there's a good number of people where chemotherapy has saved their lives too.
I don't know. They probably never had cancer in the fucking first place, misdiagnosis or secret. I don't know. As far as I'm concerned, it's a killer. Had he not, if my father-in-law hadn't taken any therapy, he would be alive today still.
That's so anecdotal, Jim. Like I have a friend who has breast cancer, and she survived it due to chemo. She has it again, like it came back somehow. But
yeah, it does come back.
I mean, the first time she made it through due to chemo.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I have been instrumental in educating some of the female students that I had when they got breast cancer and they were going to go chemo, and I introduced them to the alternative therapies, the Japanese clinic here in Fukushima that copies the Gerson therapy from Mexico. So I lined these women up, and then they all went for the alternative therapy and not go chemo. And they were thankful. You know, the amount of presents I got from them was like, yeah, thanks very much. You know, it's because where I live, there's lots of farms. So I got vegetables as the presents. And I said to them, these are the best presents you can give a man. Thank you very much. You know, strawberries, grapefruits, watermelons, leeks, eggplants, you know, aubergines, zucchinis, you name it, I was getting it. Yeah. And I said, thanks. Because they were going to go, you know, the standard route. And I said, no, don't do that. Are they flat earthers? Yes, indeed. Are they avoiding the jab? Yes, they are.
Okay.
It's such a shame that you got
to. What do you say, Ben?
I said it's such a shame that you have to look at everything with such skeptical eyes.
Yeah, but we have to really, because we've been deceived big time, haven't we? We're being devalued. We're slaves. If you're a slave and you're not being cautious, bloody hell, you're a danger to everyone else, as far as I'm concerned, man. Because we want to be breaking the shackles of slavery. And like you said, Ben, so you tidy your own your own life up first, and then you can help other people. And I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you've still got to be looking to get it. We want to be winning this battle, not losing it. So being skeptical is very healthy.
Yeah. But we can't look at it. We can't look at everyone as though they're a deceiver, so to speak.
Exactly that. But with the main media, they are all deceivers. I don't care.
Oh, the media. Problems the media, Gin. Yeah, 100%. That's all they want to do.
I mean, don't you guys have friends that are scientists or doctors that believe the Earth is a sphere? Are they in on the conspiracy?
100%.
No, they're indoctrinated, aren't they? They're
What?
indoctrinated, aren't they?
100%. I've got friends that believe in the big spinning testicle, but they're not in on it. They're not in on it.
They're indoctrinated, and they have fallen of the belief of the young. Yeah, I mean, they're not able to discern properly yet because then they're lazy. They can't be bothered to look into it. That's what it is.
Yeah. But Jin, I'm trying to ask Panzer because your mind is clearly made up. You clearly feel that if no one agrees with you, they're wrong or they're in on it or
No,
they're easily
that's
deceived,
not my
they're gullible.
position. That is not my
That seems
position
to
at
be your
all.
position. Everyone that believes the Earth is a sphere,
Solid as a rock.
is either
Your mic's
gullible and
chopping up.
being deceived.
But you got a
Your
loose wire or something, Lise. It's crackling a bit, yeah.
Yeah, that's the
Right.
platter of power from Jin. I'm shutting him out.
But
Using
see-
my voodoo. I'm
but
just
see-
voodoo.
Porn in the background, Lise. It's fucking up your bandwidth.
I'm using my voodoo spirit on the guy to drown him out.
But see, Lise, someone like yourself, Lise, that now has been illuminated to the truth. Now you're part of the problem, Lise. You're part of the problem.
Why am I part of the problem?
Because you're in cognitive dissonance mode with this separation anxiety disorder, exhibiting. So you're
He's
in problem.
gone. He's gone. The problem's gone.
He's back.
Yeah,
He's back.
he's back again. The problem child's back.
Yeah, here you go.
That's a pretty fast
Am I coming through better now? Or?
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, you're better.
So Banso, I just want to know, like, are you in the same boat as Jin? If you have, like, I'm sure you have friends who are educated in real life, doctors and dentists and whatnot, and they believe the Earth is a sphere.
Yep.
Do you believe they are in on the conspiracy?
No, not at all. Not at all, Lise. Not at all.
Okay.
No,
Do you think they are gullible and naive and easily deceived?
I think when things are brought to their attention, right? They definitely listen, right? But I think once again, it's just people getting on with their lives. Lise, they really don't give two hoots one way or the other. To be quite honest with you, they're just caught up in their mortgages, their flat screen TVs, their head.
Okay.
These sorts of day-to-day activities that most of us have to undertake. So no, I don't think that they're part of it, right? And I don't think that they really want to be a part of knowing anything. They're quite happy just to live in bliss, in what makes their reality happy, or what they think
Yeah, so
makes.
they're living. Let me just get this out, right, Ban. So they're in their fantasy world and they're quite content. They don't want to rock the boat or anything. That's what's going on there.
Yeah.
And that there is shameful, really, because they are part of the problem. Because that's why this thing is being perpetuated onwards. If they're educated to the level you say and they know the truth, then as a responsible adult, regardless of your financial situation and your job and your money, you have the right and a duty to educate and spread the truth.
Well, I don't think.
All right, Banso.
Yeah, go, buddy, go. Yep.
Okay, I just wanted to ask a follow-up question. So you're saying that they're too busy worried about everyday mundane things to be asking these big questions. But I feel we also worry about those things, right? Mortgage, making sure we put our kids through school, making sure there's enough gas in the car, making sure we keep the old lady happy. We have these same mundane things that we worry and focus on the same way they do.
Exactly.
But what is it? So then, is the assumption now being made that that's all they focus on? That your friends never ask deep questions? Where do we come from? What is?
Yeah, no, I don't think they do. Like, and we've found a niche. Like at the moment, Lise, right? You and I could be sitting on the couch watching TV, right? But except you and I are sitting down here talking to each other, right? This is how we choose to spend our leisure time, right? People choose to spend their time doing what they want to do, what fulfills them, what they get enjoyment out of. Okay, and there is enjoyment out of doing what we do, because otherwise we wouldn't do it. We wouldn't be here if we didn't get anything out of it. It'd be a fruitless cause. So because we all have a common interest to discuss these. Now, these other people, other friends and stuff like that, they don't have this common interest. They'd much rather make model planes or watch, the latest series of the Kardashians, or, tend to their rose garden, or whatever they choose to do with their time, whatever makes them happy. Right. So now I just think it's just different strokes for different folks. And you can call it laziness on there, but I just think you just do what you do at the end of the day, and if you want to make a change in things, you'll make a change, all right? Otherwise, you don't. You just plot on. Someone like yourself or Howard or whatever, who believe the opposite to some of the others that we believe in. You're not here to have your mind changed. Your mind is changed on what we talk about, but you still get fulfillment out of the conversations we have.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, all right. No, I understand then. Then yeah, you see things very differently from Jin. I was just trying to get clarity on that.
Yeah.
I see things similar to. I understand where Bansaw's coming from, and people are entitled to get on with their daily lives. I do think, though, that if it's brought to their attention, they should spend a little time to look into it. They discover the truth, and then they can donate a little bit of their time to pushing the truth. They don't have to dedicate all their time, but to be ready to deliver the truth when the time is right, is all I'm saying. Pursue your life, your happiness, and your mortgage and all that. That's not a crime to do that. It's that when you know the earth is flat and it's brought to your attention, and you dismiss it, and you get back to living in your little hole there where you're happy and content and not helping humanity move forward, that's when I will scream and lash you on the back with a platter of whip to get you going.
I think Lisa's question to Bandy was probably more along the lines of, why would you not lend credibility to these other intellectuals that believe something other than you do? I think is what he was getting.
Yeah, basically. An appeal to authority. What if, for example, Banso, you engage your friend who's a doctor or whatever in this flat earth discussion, and they find it interesting. They spend the next month or two going down the flat earth rabbit hole, looking at all the evidence, both sides, and at the end of it, they come to the conclusion Earth is still a sphere. Are they being naive? Are they denying the truth?
Well, they would accept the evidence for themselves, how they want to accept it. Now, it is unfair from me to put my expectations upon them, right?
Has this happened to you though in real life?
And I was having a discussion with writing, this afternoon, right? And most of my peers and teachers, my teachers in my trade and my peers in my work life have all had exactly the same attitude when it comes to water, Lise. Exactly the same attitude. And I've been taught exactly the same thing when it comes to water. Now, I'm sure at the end of the day that every single one of them, right, thought that they lived on a sphere. I'm sure every single one of them thought that, okay? But I don't really think they thought of the conversation they were teaching either, okay? You just take it as a fait accompli, okay? But, you know, am I to disregard that you know, water at rest will be horizontal, level, and flat, and water will seek its level, its lowest possible equilibrium? Am I supposed to disregard these things that my teachers, my peers, and my workmates have said because someone in this realm says, "Oh, no. What you learnt as level isn't actually level. Level is now perpendicular to the center of the earth, right? That is now level. Level is curved." So I'm supposed to disregard everything that I've been taught, right? Because now people want to debate these technicalities that they think are true and correct without actually having any real life experience on how these substances. Hello?
Did he cut out?
He's been breaking up all evening, so or all day.
Cut out,
in this case.
Yeah.
But what I will say
didn't break up.
is that
Did I break up?
No. Because not only was he taught, he's experienced it. He didn't put his experience in there, which is another piece of data that you have to bring to bear, because it's not what you're taught, it's also what you experience. And that makes up the main, that's the biggest percentage, your experience. Are you experiencing the globe?
My work experience tells me everything I need to know about water. I don't need to know. Experience has told me exactly how it behaves, how it operates, what I can do with it, how I can get it from point A to point B. It tells me all.
So do you even talk to people outside of Discord about flat Earth? Like
all the time. My wife hates it. My wife, she kicks me under the table.
My wife is the same.
Always talking about some sort of conspiracy or another.
Have you converted anyone in
I've
real
got
life?
a lot of people to think about it, but like I said, Branch, I think people, right, once the conversation is over, they go back to tending the cow or driving the garbage truck or painting the house and stuff like that, right? Or or watching the Kardashians or doing whatever they're doing. I think that they just go back to their life, and we'll talk about it. We talk about it all the time, but they don't really, Branch, care about it. They don't care about it.
Yeah, no one gives a fuck.
That's what I find. That people just don't really care about it.
Yeah,
and that's
they don't
fine.
care about the implications
That's
that
fine.
they've been deceived. And
that doesn't make them any less of a friend to me because they don't.
So none of them come back to you and say, "Bansor, I thought about what you talked about."
Yep.
And you're completely off your fucking noggin or whatever, right? Nobody's ever come back and said something like that.
No, they'll come back with me with pictures from space. Right, we had that.
There
we
you
had
go.
That
there you go.
about a month ago, and I said, "What? Is this the best you got? Come on!" Anyway, I had a GIF from. It might have actually been from Jin about 6 months ago, where it's got 6 or 8 different globe photos where all the continents and everything, different positions and are different shapes. And I go, "So which one do you live on? Which is the true one? Tell me which one it is. You've got that one. I've got all these. Which one is it?"
Well done. Shut him down, you see. Yeah. So,
but
they are thinking about it, you see. It's creeping into their lives, which is good.
But I did show them. I did share. I can't remember what video it was now. It might have been Paul on a plane, maybe. There's a video out there. There's a video out there in regards to the moon landing and all the gaffes that they make on the moon landing. I can't remember
he's
who.
good at that.
And I shared because they were all always a bit skeptical anyway, one way or the other about moon landing. And it looked, they asked questions, and I've got probably half a dozen friends now, easy, that are all 100%. We didn't go to the moon. 100%. We went nowhere near them. And then I showed the car floating around space. I said, "Tell me if this looks real." And they looked at it, and they all laughed. They all laughed at it. So yeah.
So
So
they're
I've got
beginning to see that there was NASA. At least they now know that NASA's lying.
Yeah.
Right? And so now they're on their way. They're on their way.
Yeah.
I mean, hold on. How are you guys, Jin? How are you taking that as now they know that NASA's lying? From what I heard, Bansor told someone, "Hey, the Earth might be flat." They came back and said, "Look at this picture. It's not flat." And then Bansor laughed at them.
Yeah, but
I don't see from there where you can gather that now at least they know NASA's lying to them.
Yeah, because of the images that they saw that were so different. The car going to Mars from Elon Musk. I mean, these things can't be happening. So they know that NASA is lying. They didn't go to the moon. So they would know this. They're beginning to realize that something's amiss, obviously.
But but the best way I do it is with a guy, and I left and tilt it to the right. I show them that water is always level and horizontal, and always will be. Always will be. Cannot be anything else.
Yeah, that's their Achilles heel. It's
Yeah.
finished.
So Banso, you said something like it's only in this realm that you hear
the definition of what level is. So outside of Discord calls, no one tells you that level could be a situation where all points on the surface of a true circle are equidistant from the center.
I have
from a central point.
You've
never heard that
in my whole entire life. Ever heard that about level? I was never taught it at school. I was never taught it in trade school. It was I never works.
And when you Google it, do you ever find that definition when you Google it?
No. Well, the first time I think it was with Lael in the other server. We had a bit of an argument about it, and then we pulled up some definitions, and it's just like this is just absolutely rubbish. And I wish I'd still had some of my old trade books that I had where it used to show definitions, level and stuff, because I can guarantee you it never in a center of sphere to the surface and all the way around it that is level. Never, ever once.
Yeah,
but when you did the Google with Lael,
right?
But when you did the Googling with Lael, you found that definition online, right?
Well, see, because Google says it now, Lise, right? Because it says it now, right? Doesn't change my mind of what level is, right? Just because Google.
I understand.
Says, right? Because
I understand, but
because I'll just hold on just 2 seconds because I was actually fortunate enough to be on a stream about 18 months ago when Ranty channel, and we discovered that there was a Wikipedia entry that had been changed by what's his name? Fight the Flat Earth. It was 18 months ago, 2 years ago. He'd actually changed a definition in Wikipedia himself, right? And that was discovered. It's on one of his shows, and that was just gobsmacking. Any random person could change these things. I think the site Quora itself. I think what's his name? Beach has access. I could be wrong, pulling that out of my ass, so I stand to be corrected.
Yeah, I mean, I mean,
but
anyone can post something on
yeah,
Quora.
yeah. But these sorts of people are people that are definitely supposed to believe these definitions from people that have got an interest in this particular debate when they are so vigorously fighting for their side. I don't think so. I would much rather neutral place rather than someone from one of these realms.
Yeah, I understand, but the internet is a neutral place. Anyone can post any information on the internet, even if they don't care about the shape of the Earth. So if someone posts that specific definition of level, and they're talking about spherical geometry or geodesic surveying or something of that nature, they don't have a dog
All
in the
happens
fight,
on a
right?
leveled plane, geodetic. It's all on level plane. That's the thing you've got to remember.
With spherical geometry, Lise, right? If we're talking about a bar, I go, Travis. Yeah, go, Travis.
Can you guys hear me?
Kinda.
You're breaking up, man.
All right, I might just.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Flap your arms, Travis. Flap your
I
arms.
would like to ask.
Go ahead, Jim. Go ahead.
If it's possible.
Exactly.
If it's yeah, right, okay, right. Well, look, what you've got to remember, folks, is that when you're talking about the geodetic surveying, it's all happening on a leveled plane. It's not happening on a sphere, okay? That hasn't been established. That's your problem. It's an assumption.
Yeah.
But most modern geodetic surveying is done with satellites.
See, the only time
go ahead, man.
the only time level changes, Lise, is with spherical geometry, right? That's the only time it changes.
Exactly. That's now spherical. Now it's spherical now. It's not level. No level.
Yeah.
You can't use the word level on that in that situation at all. Sorry, it doesn't work. That's why the water just falls off the damn thing, because it's not level. But yet you put it on a table, it'll be there. You put it in a cup, it'll be there.
Yeah,
You put it on a plate, it'll be there, level.
I challenge you, Lise, to go up to any, right, and ask them about water and its characteristics and what it will do. And don't even mention global, right? And you'll get their response, and they will tell you exactly.
Now, I'm about to make a statement that's going to blow your mind and anyone listening to this episode.
I can't show you that. Hold on. I'm just going to answer. I can't give you a citation in spherical geometry where they refer to the surface or the circumference as level. I can't do that, right? But this is what they use. I wasn't taught that, Travis, ever. It never was I taught ever at all, right? I was always taught that level was perpendicular to plumb, right? And it is horizontal, all right? And that's what it'll be. As far as you can, that is what level is, right?
What the Egyptians were using.
Always perpendicular. Always has been, always will be. It won't change. It only changes, Lise, because it has to be. Because if it ain't, right? If it ain't that, right? Your world crumbles. Your world crumbles underneath you. There, right there.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
It doesn't, man.
It does.
Oh,
100% it does, Howard.
why? Why does it crumble?
Because if your level ain't curved, it crumbles.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. You get me now?
I misunderstood what you're
saying. Yeah.
Now, Bansor, you might be shocked now, Bansor, okay? From Liverpool to Greenwich, England, okay? when you look at the topography, okay, and the sea level and the horizontal, do you know from Liverpool to Greenwich, the decline from the horizontal is just 1.5 foot from horizontal. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you hear what I said?
I think he's thinking.
Yeah, we heard you.
Okay, so you understand that, yeah? So you look at look at the UK, the British Isles, and then you take a point from Liverpool to Greenwich, and from that horizontal, you're going to drop down just 1.5 foot only. That's almost flat, isn't it? But it's just straight down. I thought, wow. When I heard that, it blew me away. I thought, really? That's all? Definitely no curvature there then. 1.5 foot across that distance. So that would be about 250 miles or more. Birmingham to maybe even more than that, yeah, or maybe 300 miles. Interesting. So yes, there you have it, folks. Indeed, no curvature to be measured. It's flat plane.
And what about all these
geometry
people
doesn't prove the Earth, does it now?
built all the old aqueducts and all this sort of stuff?
Yeah.
Exactly that. Horizontal is perpendicular. And that's how they got all the aqueducts to work.
Yeah, yeah. It's just beautiful, isn't it? That Mother Nature and that just lets us know. With the combination of your senses, you can discern whether you're on a ball or not, without a doubt. No curvature. So your friends are, you know, their reality is being challenged, and it takes a little while for it to seep in, and then they'll gradually, as the years go by, they'll probably move towards you as the years go by. Yeah.
But that's the only place level has been anything other than perpendicular from horizontal as far as the eye is in spherical geometry. That's the only place.
Yeah, but it's not
It's
level,
in-
is it? It's all curves.
It's really in these servers too, almost like it got redefined.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Ben, so
that's what I was saying.
I would be hard pressed to find a definition of level like that outside of anything that deals with spheres. But what I would say is that definition of level has been around longer than all of us here, our ages combined, have been alive. That's a very old definition of level in the context of spherical geometry. One word can have more than one meaning depending on the context it's used in. And this specific definition of level within the context of spherical geometry is ancient, Bandsaw. It wasn't invented when Discord was made.
Back then. They weren't using spherical geometry back then, were they?
I'm not denying that, Lisa, at all. I'm not that level on a spherical object is going to be at equal distance from the center. All right,
I understand, but hang on, Ben. So the claim being made right now, or being insinuated, is that it's a new definition that came about recently, and it's been perpetuated mainly by people in these Discord arguments that are on the side of the globe. And I'm trying to say that's not the case. I'm trying to say during the time of Euclid, even 3,000 years ago, he was talking about spherical geometry and level within the context of that type of geometry.
Okay, and perhaps with what I've done, Lise, right, is been on a small and local scale, right, which it has, which is what everyone's world scale, isn't it? Really, at the end of the day. So
that's everybody's experience.
That
for the most part.
And we're told that on a small and local scale, right, that this curvature doesn't really come into play with anything, whether it's buildings, whether it's water, you name it. This is what we're told in these realms, okay? And this is where I hear it in these realms. I've never heard it in my real prior to this. And I've never heard in in.
But why would you ban some? Why?
I have never heard once in my life that the surface of water has a curve on it. Never heard it before, ever, not once.
I understand that. I understand that. But why would you hear that in everyday life if you're not engaging with people every day arguing about the shape of the Earth?
Exactly.
Outside of these, outside of these conversations, who would you be dealing with that would tell you?
And I agree.
Water bends with the surface of the Earth. Yeah, that's why it's a pretty simple. I mean, you're trying to make it sound like it's crazy that you've never heard anyone say this before, and I'm trying to tell you that it's not that crazy if you only have these discussions on Discord, or if you don't work in a profession where you need to take the curvature of the Earth into consideration.
It's never been taken into consideration.
And I agree
now
with
it's
you.
my turn.
I
Hang
agree
on.
with you
Stop
somewhat.
right there. Stop right there. When they're building bridges, when they're building motorways, when they're building buildings, they do not take the Earth's curvature into consideration whatsoever. So you need to tell me what industry is doing that right now.
No, they don't, because it's on such a small level.
That's fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to stop that, Lee, because I'm not going to let you fly with that.
Yeah. All they need to know. No, all they need to know for a bridge is an A and point B, and they just don't need to know the curvature. Just
They
got to draw
don't do it. Well, they don't do it. And you know what I'm going to do, Reese? You know what I'm going to do, Reese? I'm going to post, Lee, sorry. I'm going to post you a video that what I consider you must eat flat earth humble pie, because these individuals, there's about 6 of them from Brazil, scientists of the highest level, they were the same attitude as you. The earth is a globe, it's been thousands of this and that. And when they finished, they were eating flat earth humble pie. Every single one
They
of
are
them
not
became a
scientists.
flat earth.
They are not
Here it
scientists.
comes.
They are
Here
not
it
scientists.
comes. Here it comes.
They're you're referring to that documentary of the convex Earth?
Please,
Because they're
do not-
scammers.
Yes, that's correct.
They're
Do not
proven
believe
scammers.
all the- Hang on, the Brazilians who said the Earth is a globe, they are scientists from universities and physics and theoretical physics of the highest level. And
That's
look at
not
their
true.
credentials. Their credentials are in the description. So you're not true, sir.
No.
You're not true.
Those
Go
aren't
away.
universities.
You are
Wait,
not
wait.
true.
Those are not.
You
just
are
made the
not
claim.
true, sir.
You just made the
are
claim. Let me answer you.
You are not true.
Stop
I'm
overspeaking.
going to post a video. I'm going to post a video. They can read their credentials themselves. You are not true, sir. You are a liar.
Stop, Jen. Stop talking over him, man.
Yeah,
Right,
let
so
him
if
respond.
you're referring to the same guys I'm referring to.
Guys, I'm not angry.
Those aren't universities of the highest level as if.
Come on.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but Jin, please let him respond to what you've said. Come on, man.
It's been pretty good up until now. Everyone's
Yeah,
had a good.
if you're referring to the guys I think you're referring to, those are not universities of the top level. Those are actually even recognized officially as universities. And those guys are proven to be scammers. You remember that ET thing? That people... Yeah, exactly. The Bilu ET, exactly. So they were the ones who created that. Those are the same guys. They're proven scammers that created this just obviously trolling a thing that went on TV, and you guys don't. Sorry?
No, I just said damn. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah,
Can I say
it's
one more?
obviously just a bunch of scammers. You can't be using those guys as an authority to say that the Earth is flat. It's just stupid.
Right, have you finished
you got
now?
to
Have
verify
you
your sources, Jin.
Yeah, they're in the description. I'm going to post a video right now, and you can read the description, and they will tell
Yeah,
you.
and I know how to check
people
if they
who are
actually been to
involved.
those universities.
Please read it. Shut this cunt.
Hey, Jim,
Otherwise,
come on.
Jin, calm down. Yeah, come on.
Yeah, come on. Just
Post the
post
link. Post the
it
link.
the right
Let me check it.
You
Yeah,
such a
we can
lying
check it.
bloke now.
Put it in there, Jim.
There it
In
Here
there.
we go.
Put it in there.
oh, there it is.
Okay, let me see
Oops,
the.
there it is.
Yeah.
Read
Where
the
does it?
description.
Yeah, mate.
Fucking read
Yeah,
the
but
description.
going back to what we were talking about. So something like spherical geometry, we both agree that unless you have a day job or an occupation where you're dealing with this, or unless you're involved in these nuanced conversations, it's not something you would talk much about every day, right?
Yeah, but see, when we're talking about level, right? I would take a little umbrage in saying that even around a spherical object that is level, right? It is equal distance from the center of that object, but I would take umbrage in saying that is level, right? Because level means level. It means perpendicular to plumb, and it's horizontal. That's what level means, right? So I would take a little bit of umbrage with the term level being
I understand.
used.
Horizontal.
But can't one word have different meanings depending on the context in which it's used?
Not to mean spherical, no.
I mean that's the beauty of language, right?
Yeah.
Based on the context of the type of conversation.
And flat and level.
Jin, come on, man.
Hold on,
Ram it
calm
down his
down,
throat,
Jin.
man.
Calm down.
I'm
calm
calm,
down.
but you're not ramming it down his throat, man.
We don't need to.
Everybody doesn't
ram it down his fucking throat, man.
We're just chilling. We're just chilling, Jin.
You're too chill, man.
Ram it down his throat. Who's
Mike,
button?
check.
Yeah, you're right, Trav. Yeah,
Check.
you're.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, kind of. No, you.
How are you able to hear him, Benson? He's robot.
No,
So bad.
yeah, no, I can hear him, but it's kind of the same.
Yeah. I think you just got bad reception,
Lenny,
Travis.
Where's the credentials in the video? You said you post their credentials. I'm not finding it.
I'm not going to post the
says
credentials.
on the
I said
description.
read the description.
Yeah, it
Read
says
the
they're engineers. It
and
doesn't
then watch the video. Watch the video, and you see the titles of the guys' names and their credentials written in the caption. So you've got the person speaking, their name, and the organization they're affiliated with. So there are people of credit. Okay, they're not Joe Blog, Sue Blog, some man who's a baker down the road. Yeah, silly ass.
But you said wait. Let me. You said that they are from the top university.
Well, yeah,
it doesn't
as
mention
far
their
as I'm
university.
concerned, they are, yeah. As far as
It
I'm
doesn't even
concerned,
mention.
yes, they are. They're not
Doesn't-
bakers and plumbers and electricians. They're not
No,
that.
Wait. For example, this guy here, Mauro Dias. It says he's a geographer and cartographer, right? But it doesn't mention where he
That's an
studied.
expert in the field. Excuse me, is that not an expert in the field? Is that not an
Sure.
expert in the field?
Yeah, you could say that, but
Okay,
I'm
shut up then.
I'm asking
Then
you to
shut
back up your
up.
claim. No,
Shut
that's
up.
not the claim I'm in contention.
I'm sorry,
Well,
that's
you
the
said
claim I'm making.
no.
That's
You
the
said they're
claim
from
I'm making. Thank you.
Dude.
Read on. Read on about another character, please.
Dude.
God dang it,
that-
Jen, shut up a minute, man.
Yeah, you said
Yo,
because
somebody's
it
not going
doesn't
to
mention.
constantly mod him. Just leave him muted.
Okay. Gene,
Mod him. I don't care, but he can't be doing this shit all day. I already got a headache.
Yeah, I know. You've been warned a few times, Gene. You've been asked really nicely.
Yeah, Jin, calm it down.
By both myself and Howard, right? You've been muted once already, right? So just continue the conversation in a calm, concise way, and everyone will get on a lot better. Thank you.
Thank
Right,
you very
so
much.
there's no mention of university. Because of that, there's no way to check if this guy is actually a geographer or a cartographer, right? And it doesn't back up your claim that they study in the top university if they don't even mention the university. So you just pull that off your ass.
Now
There's
he's
one
thrown an
thing-
insult there. Am I allowed to ram this truth up his ass? Can I ram it down his
Just
ass?
wait a sec, Jin.
Jin style, can I
Jin.
not do that? Because that's what I'm going to do
Jin,
anyway.
just wait one sec. I'll back you up. Bacon. The observations in that video and the tests those guys perform are sound.
That's not what's in contention.
Yeah, what is in contention is the credibility of the individuals involved in the test. I'm saying to them that they are experts in the field and they come from established organizations in Brazil of the highest level of the field that they're dealing with. Okay, and if you listen to the
How
first
do you know that?
5 minutes,
you don't
it
know that. You're
states
just
that.
assuming that.
Can I not finish? It states that in the video. Okay, and if you read the description, it's in the description. So watch the video for the first 5 minutes, and
So
you'll
you
see
just
the
believe.
individuals and their credentials. Why don't you watch?
It's not
Are
in
you
the
listening?
description. The description
it's
just says their profession. It doesn't tell where they studied
Well,
and
if
which
a
university.
professional is an expert in the field, is he? Don't you understand English?
But that's not what's in contention.
Hang on. Everybody else, if someone is a professional in a field, does that not make them an expert? Or am I wrong here? Am I losing my mind?
Yeah, but Jin, this is
No
the
buts.
issue.
No
that-
buts.
Yeah, but Jin, listen, just hear me
buts.
out. If someone claims to be an expert, is that enough for you to just blindly believe them, or do you verify their credentials?
That's
What do
why
you
I'm
do?
saying their work.
For example, Jin,
As a human being,
if
as
I
a
tell
human
you
being, I'm
that
gonna
I'm an
trust-
astrophysicist, do you just believe me that I'm an astrophysicist?
Have you seen what they did, Lise, in the video?
Hang on. We'll get there, Merle. Baby steps. Jin, I'm an astrophysicist. Do you just believe what I'm saying?
If you're telling me
Or are
you're
you
an
not gonna?
astrophysicist, I have no reason to disbelieve you at this point. I have no reason to disbelieve you.
When do you start having reason
leave
to,
my
to disbelieve me?
Like you were saying earlier, and I think Bansor would agree as well. Bansor was saying it. You can't go around disbelieving people. I don't do that. How am I going to live?
All right.
If I'm going to take everybody.
When do you
as
start
negative?
disbelieving people? When do you start
When I
disbelieving
start to
people? I'm an
disbelieve
astrophysicist.
people, yeah,
Mhm.
right. Then prove your stuff. That's all you got to do. Prove your globe, please. Carry on.
So it doesn't matter what I claim to be. It's all about what I'm presenting. Okay. So these guys claim to
because
be.
you're the so-called expert.
Well,
I'm not going to disbelieve you there. Can you now please prove your case? Finish.
That particular documentary is
So
broken up
I
into.
say I'm an. I
Hang on a
say
sec.
I say
Hang
I'm
on
a-
a sec, Lise. Like that documentary is broken up into different parts. It starts with observations and measurements.
Yeah.
And they're legit. And then it moves into things like the model itself. Then Bilu comes in. So it's multi-layered, but the first initial part of the documentary is really good. And it's empirical stuff. Practical demonstrations, all that.
You need to watch it.
All right.
Because it's called I call it Eat
hear you,
Humble
Mark.
Flat Earth Pie. Flat Earth Humble Pie.
So
that's why he goes
so
on about
Jin-
it because of that. Not
So
Bilu and
Jin,
not
I
all the
claim
other
to
stuff.
be an astrophysicist, and I provide you with evidence. I provide you with an actual measurement of the curvature of the Earth. Are you just going to take what I'm saying and take that and show it to people and say this is proof?
You know what? I'm good. Obviously, I'm good to go and check to make sure, and then I'm going to do that.
Okay.
Which is what I've done with the
Okay.
flat Earth.
So what?
yeah? Which is what I've done with the
All
flat
right.
Earth.
That's.
yeah? I've done that with the flat Earth.
I agree with
Okay.
that. I agree with that. You would verify what it is I'm presenting. So what verification have you done around what these guys are presenting, what these Brazilians are presenting? What have you done to verify
everything they've done? We flat earthers have done it. We've got the only thing that I can say we haven't done is the GPS, using the GPS system to. And in fact, we've done that as well because we're using Google Earth. So we've done practically all the tests they've done. Flat earthers have done.
You. Flat earthers
Me,
have done it. Not necessarily you.
I haven't done the laser beam one. I haven't done a laser beam test. That's what I haven't done.
Yeah, okay.
They have got
but
some
there's a
kit
flat
that's
earther that's done the laser beam test. What have you
there are
done to
several.
verify
There are several people.
There are several. What have you done to verify that their laser beam tests were done properly and accurately?
We witnessed it live. We witnessed
Yeah,
it
we
live.
did. With Uber,
We
Flat Earth,
we witnessed NASA put things in
at
space
the
live.
Salton Sea.
But you don't
The
believe that.
National Geographic came, and Jin was out there. This was in the days of Poncho Pete, and they did a laser test at the Salton Sea. They did it 3 times, in different weather conditions. over 12 kilometers. They bounced a laser
And?
off a mirror.
And then Nat Geo agreed that the Earth is flat, or what? I don't understand.
Well, we know it's flat.
Well,
It's confirmation.
We've been part
What
of
did Nat
actual
Geo
things
say?
that have actually happened. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. I've performed parallax with my daughter, Mo. So what?
Well, this isn't just conspiracy theory. This is actually flat earthers, if it's air quotes, doing like science with lasers.
That's
and
good.
making
That's
sure-
it's good that Jin and his friends did it, but that has nothing to do with what we're talking
It wasn't
about.
Jin,
What we're
like Mark
talking about.
Sargent was there, Patricia Steer, National Geographic, like it was a thing, man.
So Jin wasn't there.
Like, no, we were on the Hangout.
We were on the Hangout watching it.
And they were
And you're watching
streaming
it
it
happen live.
from...
So
Yeah.
if I watch NASA put something in space live on YouTube, you know, like what's the difference?
The difference is we can replicate.
We didn't have special effects.
Oh, yes, exactly. Because we want to do what NASA's doing. We don't have the
What have
budget.
you done to verify that Mark Sargent and Patricia What's-Her-Face wasn't using special effects and lying to you? Because they were doing
because
it
we
with
can
Nat
repeat that
Geo,
ourselves.
and Nat Geo are part of
They
the
were just there.
establishment. Why would you believe it?
They were just there.
What do
They
you
weren't
mean?
doing it.
Why
They didn't
would
get
you
their
believe
hands
it, though?
dirty.
It's repeatable.
wasn't
It's Nat Geo.
I
Why
have
would you just
bloody
believe
hell.
Nat Geo?
I've seen
Nat
a laser
Geo
beam.
came
I've
to
actually held a laser beam, and I know what a laser beam does. Well, I know
Nat
the
Geo
technology and how a
came to
laser beam
debunk it.
works. For fuck's sake, what's going on with man?
And what was the conclusion, Merle? Was it debunked? Was it not?
Well, they did their test at the hottest part of the day. So dodgy.
And what did they come to? What was the conclusion they came to with Nat Geo?
That they got lots of fucking atmospheric conditions and heat.
Okay, bro.
Okay, let's stop right.
It's a silly question.
While we're ahead, we'll stop.
Yeah, let's stop.
Okay, let me just say something about what we're saying right before that. I got there's a guy there in the videos Jin sent that has this full name on the video. So I googled the full name, expecting to find in a list of some universe, and I actually found 16 suing processes from in Brazil of fraud and
look at the guy, fraud. Carry on.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
professionals,
Some of the sues, some of the suings are because he didn't pay tax for.
Oh, there we go. Do you see what I mean? Anything to
Don't let him
discredit
finish.
just because. Hang on, just
Yeah,
because
so
he
I
doesn't
didn't
pay
find
tax
any-
doesn't make him a criminal. Excuse me.
That's not
because
what
he
I'm
doesn't
saying.
pay tax. Hang on, let me finish. Because he does
Jin,
not pay
Jin,
tax.
you
to his
gotta
government.
let him finish. He was quiet and he waited patiently. Come on, Jin.
Yeah, so I found.
Let him finish,
no,
please.
the only thing I found is that this guy is just another scammer. I found him in no university. So
How did he scam? What did he scam us with? How was he a scammer?
no,
Please
I
explain.
can't see the content of the suing
What was
process.
he scamming about? What did he scam us
That's
with?
that's
How did he
confidential.
scam us, please? Can you make a claim now? In what way
Oh
did
my
he
God.
scam us?
The point is, if you have just Googled his
How
name,
did he
you
scam?
would see he's not from any university. He's just a scammer.
Okay then. So
So
you don't
the
know.
claim.
You don't know
yeah.
what the scam was, though.
Yeah.
He's just been convicted of fraud of some sort, tax fraud or some other fraud. It doesn't necessarily mean that he doesn't
Sure.
have. It doesn't
Yeah,
mean
but
that he
that's not the
doesn't have
point.
credentials.
This is not the point. Point is that
That is the
he
point.
has
That
to
is the
admit.
point.
Jin
Nice.
has
He
to
does.
Jin has
doesn't
to
matter here.
admit that the information that this guy came from the top universities was just fabricated by him, because there's nowhere he can there's nowhere where he could ever verify that this information doesn't exist. He just invented.
So you can't find him listed on university per se. Is that what you're saying? Or you're
Yeah,
saying
and Jin said they come from the top, the highest level university, and he didn't provide any source for that. And I think he just fabricated this information because he can't back that up.
Netherlands. The Netherlands are there. They're from the Netherlands as well. coming from the highest universities in the Netherlands.
I'm talking about the Brazilian one.
I know you don't like the way I speak because it's so incriminating. But when you look at what they did, which is repeatable by anyone,
I thought he said Brazil.
We were talking about this Brazilian guy. I want you to back your claim
the
about
Brazilians
this
and
Brazilian
people
guys.
from around
You
the world
didn't.
came to bear. Brazilians and the people from around the world.
I'm not in contention with other people. I'm in contention with what you said about the
Well,
Brazilians.
the Brazilians are professionals. They were all professionals.
Dude, just admit you don't have the information you just
it's in the video.
made
The
that up.
information is in the video.
No, that doesn't mention universities.
Watch it from start to finish. Watch it from start to finish, and you learn.
Does a person have to go to? Does a person have to go to a university?
That's not the point.
I'm asking you a question. Does a person have to go to a university?
You're cutting out, Bandy.
Oh, am I?
Yeah, I don't think the person would necessarily have to be graduated to make any claim. I agree with you.
Okay, cool.
But that's I just like Jim was just making claims that he's not backing that up, and he's not even admitting.
I backed it up by providing you with the video and the content, the information.
The video doesn't back it up.
Contained therein. The description.
Video doesn't back it up.
Read the description and watch the video therein.
I watched the video, read the description. Doesn't
watch
back
it
it up.
from the beginning to the end.
I did. It's a very short video.
From the beginning to the end, watch it again because you didn't seem to understand the people's credentials and the methods and techniques therein.
Yeah.
Okay, because
you're
confused. And read the description.
I guess it'll
from beginning to end.
The video you dropped, Jin, goes for an hour and a half.
Oh yeah, sure.
That's correct.
But, I mean, the parts. Yeah, you're right. But the parts in which they showed the guys' names and quote unquote credentials is just the first time they show up. So you don't get it every time they show up.
All right,
there's no point in seeing the rest of it.
They show it periodically through the video. They actually show it periodically through the video because there are certain characters don't get mentioned.
Yeah, but no mentions of universities, right?
Okay.
No mentions of universities.
They mention their credentials, and obviously, they would have to go to university to be recognized as that position. They're not going to get it out of
if you're making a documentary to post on YouTube, you can put whatever you want on the video.
Now you're
doesn't
being,
imply
now
that they
being
went to
silly
university.
like your globe that don't exist now. Now you're being as foolish as your globe that you have never been able to present whilst you've
you
been
should
here,
at least...
but you're fine trying to pick fault in the people bringing the truth of the flat earth. I wish you'd expel that same energy in bringing to forth the globe so the listeners can hear me shut up and say, oh, the earth is indeed a globe. I've made an error.
Well, I think we've gotten to the point that we can just let the viewers make their own decision about this. I think it's been adequately addressed.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Fair enough.
I do agree in that the people in the video are indeed professionals of the field. He said it himself. He just wants to see the university credentials. Go and ask them. I'm satisfied they're professionals.
Which was your
You're
claim,
not.
but
Go get
never
it.
mind.
All right.
You're not satisfied. You go and find it. Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
And meanwhile, back at the ranch, can you please now begin to expel that same energy in proving the earth is a spinning ball? Otherwise, you will be known as a wanker for the rest of your life.
Okay, Jin. All right.
Okay, that's it. I'm now finished with this upstart and the audacity of the man.
Okay, good to hear.
Banzo, what's up?
Hey, Sean, there you go, buddy.
Hey, I'm not sure if anyone's heard. There's been a revelation in Flat Earth. Jeremy has left Flat Earth, or he's on his way out of Flat Earth, and he is wait, Jen, you got to ask him yourself, man. He is becoming a concave earther.
Nah, he's not. Nah, he's not.
Dude, these are Jeremy's words.
Wow.
He acknowledges that concave has a model.
Well, I would say, Sean, that if nothing else, that the concavers back in 1897 tried to physically measure the curvature, right? In 1897. And they did a remarkably fine job, I must say, with the measurement that they conducted to find 8 inches per mile squared concavity, right? Remarkably fine. So, you know, if that's where Jeremy wants to go, that's where Jeremy will go, I suppose. He is a free spirit.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going towards the globe, though. You notice.
No.
So such a
Yeah.
revelation. He's not going to the spinning oblate spheroid in the space. Okay,
But concave is a spheroid, and it does have space.
Well, are
It's
you
not a
sure
spheroid,
he's
is it?
going? Are you sure he's going the concave model, or is he going the more rugby style model that one of them has?
Hey, I didn't ask him. He's not. He's still new to the concave, so he's only got one thing, and he doesn't know what that one thing is, but he uses that as it's. You have to hear it from Jeremy. Jen, you're right. You definitely got to hear it from his
from
mouth.
his own mouth. I've got to find out what's going on now.
Jeremy, I know you're there,
After
Jeremy.
if it's
Time
true,
to come plead.
he's going to get.
Do I hear a little baiting in your voice? Sean?
A little what?
Baiting.
No. I just you guys were having a heated argument, and I felt like I'm still spreading the word that Jeremy's on the fence. So I'm just helping. It's like the Lord's work.
Look, I think
if
Jeremy.
he's moving away from the flat Earth, he's going to get a flat Earth flogging publicly on this
Right.
server.
Ooh,
For sure.
I know you hear it, Jeremy. You got to speak for yourself, man. I can't do it all for you.
He's got more important things to
Flog his
do.
backside for him.
He's phone farming. So
Wait. He got holla. Oh, geez, that phone stuff. I just wanted to lighten the mood a little bit.
Yeah, go for it. So Sean, right? You two would agree that horizontal is perpendicular to as far as the eye can. As far as the eye.
Forever. If you're creating an infinite horizontal, yes.
Yep. Exactly. Boom. There we go.
But the water falls away from it with distance.
No, it's never been proven to do that. Never been proven.
Absolutely, it has.
No,
Absolutely.
we've never proven fallen. Never proven it.
See, George Natchuk, actually, and I know nobody likes to accept his observation, but George Natchuk proves it very nicely and very meticulously. Yeah.
No, not really.
See, at the same time, I think that most of the people that watched George's video probably had a very slim understanding in what he was doing. So it's like the information doesn't come in the same. That's my opinion.
That's true.
He measured a frozen lake. What's to figure out?
The number. If you don't understand the data and how it's recorded, then when you decide that he's made these conclusions on presuppositions, on bullshit, on whatever reason you guys keep coming up with, it's literally just shows that you just don't know how to do those numbers, and he does, and you just don't understand it.
Nice rubbish. He's coming from
really.
He's shooting targets that are 62 miles. Come on.
Yep. Okay. And he's also showing what?
He's showing nothing.
Well, first, he's not taking 62-mile shots. He's taking listen. He's not taking a 62-mile shot. He's made his end target maybe at 62 miles.
What happened to George? Did he fall in a fishing hole in the middle of the frozen lake or something?
I have no idea. I see him at Blue's server spouting off all the time, but so annoying. Like reading his texts, and he's annoying. I get it, and he gets all butthurt when I say this too. So Bandy, you know how I've had issues with Glovers, like Dr. Bob, George. You know, just because that their method of talking to people.
Stingray.
Oh, Stingray.
I have the biggest issue with Stingray is everything has to be in 4K to him. But I digress. But yeah, it was like I had said something on Bev's or something like that because you know every time I go over there, or someone go over, you guys like to reference what someone else says. Well, I said clear as day, and I said it before. I said I don't care about George. I don't care about Dr. Bob. And I'll even say now, I don't care about Big Blue when it comes to that shit. When it comes to that, everything that I'm talking about is my understanding of stuff. I don't need to reference anybody. I said that on Bev's, and George bitched me out because I was being disrespectful. Really? Yeah, and I was like, dude, you're an asshole. And I've told you this many of times. I've told him on a panel how I felt. And he got all butthurt, so I try to stay away from him because he's a fragile little egg.
He got butthurt when I muted him. Brandon never spoke to me again, which I didn't mind.
when yeah, fuck those guys. It's just and they have different. I mean, Big Blue he's not a disrespectful person, so it's like not in that context. But that was what I was like, George. If I have to explain to you why I said what I said, or why I've had to talk to you about how you talk to people, then I'm not going to even entertain your crying right now. It was fun.
You know yourself, George. People, when you're not talking about this issue, you can have some really cool conversations.
Absolutely. That's why I try to avoid it with some people because it's not going to get anywhere. Oh, Travis, you should come in here. I love that you showed that. I don't see any mirroring. I see a line of haze.
Travis doesn't have a at the moment.
Wait, so that means I can talk to him and he won't talk back?
No, you will not. No, you will not.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any mirroring though. I mean, I see detailed Connex boxes in that. I mean, I'm happy you did what we talked about. That's awesome. I did. It's not IR. It's like a filter he has or something like that.
Stop texting and driving, Travis.
Well, I know what I'm looking at, Travis. I think you don't know. See, that's not fair. If he does this in the chat, do I have to read what he wrote if I have this conversation with him?
Okay, good. He's not driving. That's good.
Okay. He says, that's because I don't know, or I'm using it because how you wrote it, that I don't know what I'm looking at.
There you go.
I do know what I'm looking at, Travis. I'm looking at it in your pictures. I've looked at it in the video. The video is more important. So that second shot at. Matter of fact, I can tell you right now, both shots aren't even from the video, or maybe the top one's from the video, and he's done something with the picture.
Here we go, Sean. How much depth do you think a Mirage has to it? How much depth to it?
Depth?
Yeah, depth.
Oh, it could not officially knowing, I would say a lot.
A lot. It could have an awful lot, couldn't it? It could go on for pretty much ever. Pretty much.
No.
Right?
No, okay. So if I was just going to throw a number out there, and I'm pretty sure this is measurable, I just don't know how to personally do it, but I would say, just for the conversation, I would say from that cargo ship, the atmosphere between that cargo ship and where I'm not seeing miraging is probably the horizon.
How much depth do you think?
Huh?
How much
I don't
depth?
know. Well, what do you mean depth?
Depth, just that. So you're looking at it. You're looking at it, right? So how much depth do you think it has, right? So
the thickness of it all, you know, the depth.
if the mirage started at your feet, how
you
much
wouldn't see it.
I know I'm trying to.
Okay.
Depth do you think
I
it
would
has?
say anywhere between your horizon and that object. So it doesn't even need to be. No, so listen, it doesn't
What you're
even
saying
need.
is you don't know. Then you're saying you don't
Oh,
know because
I've already said I don't know. I've already said I don't know. This is me.
That's the answer. I
No,
don't
no.
know is the answer.
Yeah, but this is the part where you got to listen because this is me brainstorming to try to figure it out. And it's pretty fun. I would say the depth of a mirage is probably not, most likely not, from my horizon to that object. I think at any point in between it could happen. It could happen at my horizon. It could happen at the ship. It could happen in the middle of the two, and you still see these atmospheric effects.
Yeah, and you can't see through that. You can't see through that miraging effect, can you?
You can see through it.
No, you can't.
Yeah. There are a lot of times you can. Not every time. 100%.
No.
Now, when you say that, now here's the problem. Here's one of the things that me and Travis argue about. In his idea, he says that refraction is 3D, and I agree. I believe it can be a layer, but when we're talking inferior mirages, I think that is a horizontal that you're seeing on the water, and in that case, I would say that the miraging is happening at the surface, not above it.
It's not happening above the surface.
No, it's at the surface and just maybe a little bit above, but you're not. But here's the problem: it does not. There is a vertical, in my opinion, an obstructive quality to miraging, right? And with that being said, that means that the column of air is where you're seeing this mirage, and I agree with this. Here's the problem with it, though: there's no way for someone who says it's not obstruction isn't due to curvature. There's no way for you to quantify the amount of obstruction that miraging actually has. And I'm sorry, I've never seen a mirage where you're anything plus 10 feet is being obstructed the way we're seeing it.
Well, I put it to you that we can't see through, and what is behind that mirage is being obstructed by that mirage, and the waters we know go further beyond that mirage, or whatever we're looking at goes further beyond it. And so whatever we're looking at is being obstructed by that mirage, and you can't see through it at all.
Okay, so when you see, for instance, here's the other thing. Travis, I see you typing your ass off, and I can't keep up with you and have a good conversation with Bransaw. But trust me, if anyone knows your argument, it's me. But anyway, I digress again.
Absolutely not. You do not know my argument, dude.
Okay, fine, whatever.
You do not know my argument.
Travis, don't come in here just to argue that right there. Okay, I'm talking to Bransaw for a second. You can pop in after. Anyway,
I'll drop out. I'll drop out. That's fine.
Okay,
but you don't know my argument.
Okay, yeah, dude. Anyway, for instance, Bransaw, inferior mirage. This is where when you're seeing this mirroring effect, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so when you're seeing that mirroring effect, what is that happening on? Is it happening in the atmosphere, or is that mirroring happening like on water or on land, for that matter?
Well, I would say it is happening above the surface that you were looking. So it's not on the water itself. I would say, and I don't know, but I'm trying to think about it, and I would say it's above. It's starting from water and going above the water.
Okay, so in that situation, okay, so how would you quantify a mirage mirroring something 60 feet? But here's the problem: it's not mirroring, and even if we add these other atmospheric phenomena, looming, it doesn't matter. Any of these, there's not enough mirage to, for one, obstruct more than half of it. And I'm talking about that cargo ship, that picture, basically. So just so it's very clear.
Yeah, just stop talking. You don't know what you're talking about, man.
You're being very just passive aggressive right now. Calm down, Travis.
No, you don't. You're not even using the term passive aggressive in the right way. If I
Oh,
were
I'm
being
sorry. Well, you know what? Whatever. You're fucking being a meanie head right now, and you're disrupting the conversation and the free flow of
Listen,
just
I
being
don't know.
nice.
I don't know. Listen, I don't know how well my connection's going to be, and I can't participate that way very often. So right now, where I'm at.
That's why I was talking to Bandsaw.
I can show you demonstration after demonstration. I can show you demonstration after demonstration of full sailboats, the hull being consumed in the Mirage. So if you want an entire sailboat disappear
and your connection with the ship.
So
You're gone.
Okay,
so going numbers of feet.
Okay, so Bandsaw.
Absolutely.
That what he just said is absolutely true. I think I even know he has a couple fishing boats where as it's going, it's trolling along the horizon, and it kind of goes and it starts going towards the islands away from you. You see the Mirage line. The only thing is that it's the Mirage that does have an obstructive quality and the curvature of the Earth. And if you're not going to say it's curvature of the Earth, then you would have to quantify how that works. Because that same see, that's the thing. It's what happens in an observation. So if the Mirage is there, and if the Mirage is not there, that boat still gets obstructed as it just goes further away from you.
I think I'm going to try, but there is a video that Travis put up. I don't know if you've seen it. I'm going to share it. Share. And I think this is a very good example. It's one of my seagull favorites at the moment. Like this one here now, I'm going to try to the bit that I like, where the seagulls are. Okay. So
Travis, just so I know, did you put that title as clickbait?
He doesn't know. Anyway, so if you go to about minutes.
What are you talking about?
Because you said, your title says, mirages are not vertical images.
Right, that's what they're not vertical images.
Okay.
Universe.
I just wanted to find out. Okay. Bansal, you do realize that we just talked about how there is this column, this layer of air that could be that does a lot of this miraging, right?
Yeah.
Would you say that mirage is vertical?
I don't know enough about them. I like this video that I've...
Wait, Bansal.
I like this video that
Bansal, don't do that.
Don't worry about the clickbait.
No, it's not about the clickbait. It's not about the clickbait. It's just I'm asking you an honest question. Now, when we look at these mirages,
right?
Is it a vertical illusion? Is it a vertical mirage? Is it a vertical atmospheric phenomena? Is it a
Well, if you look at the video and you go to about 4 minutes, thereabouts, right? 4 minutes, and you can see all these pretty little seagulls flying all over the place, right? And they're flying and they're flying. Right? It doesn't even look like a where they're right. Absolutely beautiful, right? So it looks like you can see through it, but you're not seeing through it. And so that has depth because these birds are distance, right? They're flying some distance. So this mirage has a lot of depth to it. Okay, then. So we can't see what we're just seeing is the mirage itself. We can't see behind it or through it at all. Not at all.
Or
Are you
maybe,
showing this video?
Or maybe that.
Sorry, Travis.
I'm looking at the screenshot you just shared. Then I'm assuming that's the same observation. I'm assuming that what we just discussed, Bandsaw, probably is a very good case of what's going on in this photo. So
no, I'm talking about the video. I'm talking about the video.
But that screenshot that's in the chat, that comes from the video, right?
I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure because I think I think I've even seen this before.
No.
Okay. So there's about 3 sets of seagulls that fly in and out of the shot, and some of them are blurry, and some of them are very clear, but they look like they're far away.
These are crystal clear. Just go to where, like, go from.
No, but I'm just asking. I don't want to watch it. I'm actually about to get off right now. Switch to my phone. No, I'm not going any. That's all. I'm not going anywhere. But I'm about to switch to my phone because I got to go back to work. But I can still talk.
All right then. Okay
so
then.
Aggressive, man. I can't hear you guys. My mic's turned off.
I urge you to watch it and study it closely. Anyway, probably didn't do it justice, Travis.
Told you I'd be back.
Yeah, you're back.
Was it? Wow, that hurts, man. I felt the hatred.
The hatred. Should have heard what I was saying. Here you go, Travis.
Am I coming through right now?
You are beautifully, Travis. Beautifully.
Yeah, I'm just sitting in the same spot, so I don't know why it keeps breaking up. But that
it's a shitty
still shot that I put in there is not from the video. It's just that.
Okay.
Can I continue now?
No.
Go. Yeah, go.
So that still shot that I posted was simply to demonstrate that you have an inferior mirage of a sailboat. So the entire sailboat, in terms of its hull, the body of it is directly. That was for Sean, but the physical sail, you just can't see any of the sailboat, but it's right there in front of you.
Okay.
Yeah. So the mirage definitely does hide things.
Yeah. Who said it doesn't?
And obscure things.
Wait. That's all. Did I ever say that's not true?
No, I'm not saying what you did or didn't say. I'm just definitely does hide things, and you can't see through them because they are blocked. Whatever that mirage is blocking. It's blockage. It's you could almost call it physical blockage, even though it's the atmosphere. You could call it a physical blockage.
No, you can't call it physical. It'll be optical, and that's fully understandable. It's a mirage. I get that. That's not a contention.
Yeah, exactly right. We can get picky with our terminology, but it is creating a blockage. Whether or not you want to call it, get into semantics of physical.
Yeah.
It's neither here nor there. But it's 100% causing blockage that you can't see at all. You cannot see through at all. But the birds are flying through it.
You would agree in this situation? Yeah, but we talked about that. We even discussed that. Remember when you asked me, and I think this is why you were asking me, the depth part of it, right? You know, the how much of it in front of you, and like I said, it could be miles. It could be 10 feet.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I mean, so how do you know that the birds were just not inside? You know, between you and the mirage, and still think that it's doing anything different.
I don't know how deep that mirage is at all, but the birds are obviously right, and they seem to be amount of time because he's filmed them for quite a considerable amount of time. Okay. Then and how high they are above the water, you got no idea, right? You got no idea how high they are above the water.
What if you fired a laser beam into the mirage? Could you then discern how high the birds are in the water? You could tell how high that mirage is, couldn't you? You could tell then, perhaps.
I'm not sure, Jim. I'm not sure, to be honest with you.
Okay. I just thought it was an idea, you know, just to
fire a
laser beam through it.
I'm not sure.
Okay, maybe this is my confusion.
But hold on 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds, right? Just 2 seconds, right? Because at times too, where it appears these water surface level is, right? It looks like at times that the bird, the inverted bird, right, is flying below that surface level as well, right? There's so many different effects going on. It's a brilliant video. It is absolutely brilliant.
Okay. This is maybe the confusion then. What does this video represent? That is an argument.
It represents the unknown.
Any argument, really.
Right? It represents
I mean, I'm not even saying like, what's the distance of that boat? Do we know?
What boat?
The sailboat that's in there. What's the distance of that?
The picture, I don't know. I've got no idea.
Wasn't that the video too?
No, it's not from. It's
not
at all.
That's what I said. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was a separate still.
Okay.
It was just to demonstrate. It was just to demonstrate to you that the sailboat is directly in front of you. You just can't see the hull. It's just like the seagull. The first seagull that lands on the water, you see the entire bird mirrored on itself. That's the same thing as the sailboat. The sailboat is a seagull sitting on it. You just can't see the bottom of the sailboat.
I see it.
You can't see the bottom of the seagull.
It's the screenshot on the side of your thumbnail. Of that video.
Yeah, what about it?
That's what you're talking.
Yeah, what about it?
That's what you're talking about with the bird and landing and it mirroring itself and all that.
No, in the video, when he first zooms into the seagulls going into the mirage, one of them lands close enough to you that it's on the water. You can't see the water. You can't see the bottom of the bird. My point is that if that bird were to swim farther and farther into the mirage, that bird would become indistinguishable. It would just be this white blob, just like that sailboat is inverted on itself. You just can't see the hull.
Well, how far is that sailboat?
It's probably about 5 to 6 miles, because that's the channel on the other side of Chesapeake Bay where the sailboats are supposed to go through.
Okay, so the bird's in front of the horizon, right?
The bird, what? No, the bird is behind the mirage, so it's above the horizon that's created by the mirage.
But it's sitting above the horizon in the mirage.
It's sitting on the water. It's not above the horizon. It's beyond the horizon. That's why you have to think perspectively.
Then
if you remove the mirage,
I would say that there's looming.
Hold on. Okay, well then you're going to have to show me the quantification for looming and an interior mirage.
You don't get data from me anymore. Just observations do it. I want to see your data
I'm not showing you my data until I see your data. And then we can data tip. What part's looming? From just off of the discussion that we've had, everything from where that bird is back. Everything where that bird is back. So what about in front of them? Travis, I haven't watched it, so this conversation isn't going to go anywhere. Yeah, but you're making declarative statements of looming. So I'm just asking you for your information. Okay, let's clarify. Is the bird beyond the horizon? You're talking about where the water ends? Oh my God. We both know what the fucking horizon is. Is the bird beyond the horizon? Okay, so technically the horizon is behind the bird on the land. Oh my.
So
okay. Listen,
horizon of the water.
Listen, there is no horizon. There is no horizon there, dude.
Okay, do you have a picture?
That's not horizon.
Okay, can you see the beach from the other side?
No.
Yeah.
You can. You can in the video. In the video. Hold on. I may have missed
this
it.
is also okay, Travis.
Okay.
Here's the part that you flaw in. I've said this to you before. Show a video where that miraging effect isn't happening to compare it to.
Yeah, that's where. Okay, this is not my video. I borrowed this from Heath Carmody. This is his footage.
Okay.
This is just to demonstrate the physics of birds going into the mirage.
Okay.
I have, hold on my channel, I have my own footage where I show you images of the same target with and without mirage, so I can demonstrate my claim. I've done this on my channel all the time.
I haven't seen it, but okay.
So my question to you is okay, my question to you, because you said everything from the bird beyond is looming. What about in front of the bird in the mirage? What is that?
If it's, I haven't watched it. I would say looming. Again, the mirage has depth and it changes. So to tell you that without knowing the distances to any of these references that you're using, it's fucking ridiculous. You saying probably. That's why data is important, because knowing the information helps you come to a conclusion.
When did I say probably?
You said, I said, how far is that sailboat away? How far is the sailboat away, Travis?
The channel where the sailboats are supposed to go from my position is 5 to 6 miles away.
You know that for sure?
I've looked on Google Earth where I can see other sailboats on that part of the Chesapeake Bay, and that area is 5 to 6 miles away.
You're talking about the tracker, right?
No, Google Earth.
Why not use the tracker? You get absolutely more accurate.
Okay, well, the next time I'm out there, I'll try to remember to do that.
Okay.
I'm just telling you. Listen. It's not that difficult to understand.
But see, that's why I asked.
It's not that difficult to understand. Sean, why are you over talking me, man?
Oh,
am I breaking up? And you?
Yes.
Am I breaking up?
You stopped. Yes.
Then you think that I'm finished?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm only getting. I got these pops for like 5 seconds.
No. The channel sailboats are supposed to sail through is 5 to 6 miles away from my position. There's no doubt about that.
Okay, that's why. Okay,
the fact that
I got that part. I got everything else I heard. Okay, that's why I said, okay, that observation. Can you show a comparison when that miraging isn't happening, so that we can actually have this conversation? Because if that ship is okay, perfect. Can you do a screenshot?
Not right now. It's on my computer.
Okay.
No, I can't do it right now.
I'll remember and I'll wait, and then we'll have a conversation about this observation.
sound like a better idea rather than be just trying to get information that I can't verify or have anything to reference from, right? That makes sense. Is it me or is it my signal?
No. You're right.
Oh, okay.
You're
Right.
Yeah, you're right.
That makes I don't even I see him trying to, but it's not even coming through. But Bam, so you understand where I'm coming from, right? Like a lot of these things are pretty important to have a conversation about a reference about a observation.
Well, the data.
The data, a reference, something to reference it from.
Oh, but don't.
Because let's see, it's fine talking about these atmospheric phenomena that happen, and that's awesome. I mean, that's part of the reason we understand a lot of them. The problem is that we also know that these things don't happen every day, all day, and all we're seeing is these illusions, and that's what they're miraging. I get it, but we're not
Okay.
having anything to reference it off of.
So you have the data, right? So now we have the data. I just assume that we have the data, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now this data says to us, we're going to have a mirage in Fata Morgana, whatever the case may be.
But it's not doesn't work that way. It takes certain conditions to happen, but it doesn't mean every time those conditions happen is going to be one. Yesterday, Travis tried to say something kind of to that effect, and I wanted to say, but I didn't get a chance. That there's no way I could be like at 1 o'clock there's going to be a Phantom Morgana.
No. Data you predict these things, not going there at all, right? But what I am saying is these effects that we see, regardless of the data that we may have, right? These effects that we see, what is it causing us to see? Well, the data somewhat is insignificant, right? Because we are seeing these effects and they are producing effects to make our observations look a certain way, right? And behave a certain way. So the data really doesn't matter, right? The effect is going to be there regardless. It's going to be there regardless. But
it's a natural phenomenon, you see, so it's going to be there.
But exactly? So what is this effect actually doing? I think that's a very, very important question to be answered, regardless of what the data, regardless of the data. Sure.
But here's the thing: that data is what gives us an idea of what's happening. That data is what makes us realize that something wrong is happening. Something that we don't normally see, something that's not actually happening, is even there. Otherwise, we would
What are
just.
you even talking for me, it's not that. It's not wrong.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, thank you. It's
Okay,
not wrong.
so
It's not wrong because
who
it's
said
a natural
didn't
phenomena.
wait?
Hang on, if
Who
I
said
can,
it? I
I've been
didn't say
listening to you
Jim.
guys.
Yeah,
I'd like
I
to
didn't say
speak now.
anything
I've been listening. Let me just
I
say what I've got
didn't
to say
say
now,
no.
please.
I didn't say anything was wrong. I didn't say
Okay, but
anything
someone
was
said
wrong.
something is wrong. But what I'm just trying to say is this here. Look.
Yeah, you did, Sean.
How did I say something was wrong?
Let me just finish what I'm trying to say now, Sean. You're going
cover
to
that
bring
because I
things
didn't
back
say
up a
that.
minute so I can
Sean,
say what I
let
got to
you
say,
get it out.
Sean.
Let
Come
you
on.
get it out.
I've been listening all the time. I just want to say what I got to say. 30 seconds. Thank you. It's a natural
Say I did
phenomenon.
say something wrong, and then
It's a
not let me
natural
respond to it.
phenomenon happening on Earth, on the flat Earth, due to the atmospheric temperatures. So it's not wrong, is it? It's natural.
I didn't say anything was
It's a
fucking
natural
wrong.
observed phenomena.
I didn't say anything was fucking wrong.
Well, the word wrong was said.
Yes, you did.
What did I say was wrong?
You said the data helps us understand that there's something wrong.
Okay,
That's what you said.
When you see inferior mirage, Is that actually the real world, or is that a mirage happening?
Yes,
happening
that's
in
the
the
real
real
world.
world.
That's what
It's
you're
happening
seeing.
in the real world.
Yes.
It's a natural, real
Jesus
optical
Christ.
illusion. It's natural. It's
Yes,
not
and
man-made.
Jesus fucking Christ! No one said it was man-made, Jen. Shut up. When I say that,
All right,
when I say
Sean.
that,
Settle down there, big guy.
so when you look at a building, right, and there are heat waves on it, is that the actual building? Is that actually what the building does, or is it an optical illusion?
It's the actual building being affected by the atmosphere, causing an
Is it
optical
an
illusion,
optical?
a real
Okay,
natural
so
optical illusion.
it's an optical illusion. It is not actually what is there. It's just what your optics show you. When I said that,
It's not.
when I said that,
It's not an illusion.
Wow, it's not. So the building actually is wavy. No, Travis, it's an optical illusion.
A natural optical illusion, yes.
Doesn't fucking matter. No one said anything
fucking
about it
matter.
not. No one said anything about it not being natural, Jen.
Well, I just want to make sure that people understand that it's an actual optical illusion, a real thing, because it's happening because of the atmosphere in
Okay.
real time. So it's
Yes,
real.
but
It's
it's
being done by the atmosphere. The Earth is creating for you an optical
no one
illusion,
argues.
real life magic. Let's keep. I
No
want to
one.
keep it as
No,
crystal clear
no.
as possible. We need to
First
be
of
that finite with
all,
our explanations. We
no.
need to be.
First of all, an optical illusion is not magic. Magic is
Well,
trickery.
it is. It can be considered as magic in a way.
No,
Nature's
not
magic.
really. It's called a phenomenon.
Metaphorically speaking. Metaphorically speaking. Thank you.
It's called a phenomenon for a reason. And no one acted as if this isn't real. I don't know why you keep arguing that. It's fucking
Make sure
ridiculous.
that people understand that. So those
Well,
who are
the thing
listening.
is, if you're going to analyze these images, if you don't have the data, it would be nice to have a clear image, one that's stable and with crisp lines to compare it to it.
You're not going to have a clear image when you have an inferior mirage.
Correct, but you don't have inferior mirages every day, all day.
No, that's right. They're real.
But you do not have, Travis, you don't have inferior mirages every day, all day. That's why something to reference is important. Jesus Christ, get a better fucking connection, dude.
Oh, you're getting spoken over, Travis, because you're breaking up. That's why you're getting spoken over.
You're
Sorry,
breaking up
buddy.
and roboting. You're roboting.
Say that you did.
Yeah.
This is where
Travis, you can't do this right now, bro.
You
You're way too laggy. Every sentence.
Yeah, can you just disconnect and reconnect again, please?
No, he's done that. He's done that for.
He's going to have to move locations then.
Flap his arms or something.
Yeah.
Run around.
Stop working, drive your car somewhere else, and then try again. Have a cup of tea. That might help. But you said it was wrong, man. You said it was wrong. I'm back on your case now. Jesus Christ. Don't take his name in vain like that as well. Not very good. Damn you. Damn you to hell. Damn you to hell. Who said that? What actor said that?
Who?
I'll give you another clue. Get your goddamns off my. Get your goddamns off. Sorry. Get your goddamn hands off me, you goddamn dirty ape.
I've got no idea. Got no idea.
That was Charlton Heston in the Planet of the Apes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then he said, "Damn you to hell!" You know, when he saw the Statue of Liberty buried, because he went into the future, and when he came back to the present time, that had the atomic wars had happened. Okay, and the Statue of Liberty was buried up to like the neck, let's say, or just below the neck, in the sand and the soil. So the earth had changed, and he said they let off the bomb. He goes, "Damn you to hell! Damn you to hell!" The way he screamed it was just good. Good movie, that one. Planet of the Apes. There were several made, and I saw them all. Good imagination, that film director, whoever he was. Yeah. So yeah, natural occurring phenomena happens all the time on the Earth, doesn't it?
Yeah,
But it's not proving that we're living on a spinning ball. Is the point that I would like to make? It's not leading to or getting us any closer to the spherical oblate spheroid that doesn't exist. All these are happening on a flat plane, and sometimes light bends, causing this Ferragamo or looming, a mirage, and the most rarest ones are the inverted Ferramagaros. The most common ones are the looming.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm kind of on Travis's side a little. The data of the day, the atmospheric conditions and temperatures.
Yeah.
Because regardless of what these are, you're still seeing the effect that you see, and the effect that you see is doing what it is doing. Now, so that's the important thing. I think.
Yeah. Not to get confused that, the Earth is not a flat plane, because it is indeed that. Because the argument they use there is that, things are being refracted upwards from behind the curve, supposed curve of Earth. The funny thing is, you don't see left to right curvature, just apparently front from your position to beyond where you cannot see. There's a curve.
Should you?
Say that again. Didn't hear what he said.
Neither should you.
Hey, bandsaw.
No,
Yeah, Travis.
So this has been a bandsaw. And can you help me with my connection?
Not helping, Jim. Does not help.
Still dragging.
I need.
You are.
Don't put me
Chin.
mute. Don't do that, you fucking. Oh, I'm gone.
Oh, Chin, you're one of a kind.
Yeah, it's all entertainment, folks. Put me in the front of the queue when it comes to that revolution, though. I will lead it. That's for sure. I've had my life so far. I've enjoyed it. Give other people a chance. Yeah, it's worthy of the sacrifice. I can do that quite easily now, because I understand what I'm doing it for. So I will lead, not at the back. Don't put the young in there. Put us all in there first. All us oldies go in first.
Yeah, we've had our chance. We've had our chance.
Yeah. So we'll start that mopping up, and then the young can come across and finish it off. So that's a worthy sacrifice as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, today Travis's connection is just like right at the bottom.
Yeah, absolutely.
The worst I've ever heard him today. Worst I've ever heard him. Usually he's the opposite of that, the noisiest. Whilst he's driving as well, and he's driving on the move. Yeah, he's never had this problem. So are the gremlins attacking him? Because he's always on point, razor sharp.
He's in West probably.
Yeah. Could it be the AIC trying to put him down? Sorry, CIA.
I don't know. Maybe the humps in the way of the.
Oh yeah, I forgot that the hump. Sorry, Servitor's not allowed him to speak. Yeah, so you think you're on a flat plane? Well, here's some hump for you then. Stick me bum out.
Did you get an answer to that that picture, Howard?
No, I haven't even been over there with it.
Okay.
I've been here. Yeah.
Where's he going? Where's he going to go with the picture?
He's taking it over to Gems, I think he said.
Oh, good. Yeah, get them rattled up over there. They deserve every flat Earth proof we can give them.
Well, I found an anomaly in a picture that Howard tried to pass me, as I would have noticed what was going on, and I pointed out an anomaly in it,
Well done.
which has made him scratch his head a little, I must say.
Well done, Howard. Keep scratching because the truth is inside.
Yeah, you just have to speculate about it because, not having any info about the picture, where it's at, or any of that stuff, it'd be hard to make any conclusions about it. I would guess that well in the distance is probably sitting on a piece of land of elevation. But
Look,
that would just be a guess.
Yeah, I don't know, Howard. I know as much about it as we do, as you know. I just found it interesting, as you know, that I saw it there, and now when I look at it, it stands out fun. But unless you know the info of exactly where all those wind turbines, and if that one is in actual fact on a piece of land, that would be interesting. That could explain it. But until then, it will remain unanswered.
Yeah. It'll remain an anomaly.
Exactly. That goes in my favour.
Good. I don't like anomalies though. I like answers.
Yeah. Well, that's why I pointed it out. I'd like to know where the picture came from, actually. Like, where that, because that's been floating around for a pic, Howard. I'm sure I've seen it heaps of times.
Yeah. Somebody screen grabbed it and started circulating it.
Yeah. Because I think Ranty used to do some stuff with heaps of wind turbine and stuff. So I don't know if it's one of his or someone else's.
Yeah, I stuck it in there. If you want to explain it to Jen, so he'll know what that is, he might want to grab that and run with it.
Here we go, Jen. There's a photo that's been put in the chat. All right.
Okay.
You've probably seen this photo before, but what I noticed that I circled, the little blue circle, is a wind turbine way distance, and it seems to be higher than that one on the left that is circled. All right. So these wind turbines are all built at the same height. All right.
Correct. Yep.
Exactly right. So if one that is further away that looks smaller, where the middle of that turbine actually looks higher than the turbine on the left, how can that be so? How can that be so?
Yeah.
That could be a problem, but we don't know what that is. That could be a ghost of a whale, for all we know.
It's not a ghost. It's definitely a wind turbine.
How do we
It's
know
a wind
it's not a
turbine, but
ghost?
could it not be further back? Could it not be further away from the one on the left that's circled in orange? No.
It is further. Well, both Howard and I both that is further away than the ones that are circled in orange. Right? We think that they are further away. So if they're further away,
Okay.
how is it higher, and how can you see more of it?
Yeah, good question.
I think we need to interview. Think we need to interview that, and if it says, then it's a ghost of a whale and not a
A
whale.
ghost of, possibly.
Yeah, it's great question. Yeah.
I'd like to see it without the red circles, actually.
So would I. Yeah, orange circle or red circle.
Oh yeah, orange or red, yeah, whatever you want to call them.
It's red, orange, and blue, isn't it? I think we got red, orange, and blue here. But yeah. You see that horizon is definitely solid, isn't it? It's a solid line. Now, is that a natural one? Is that been gifted up for us to has it been tampered with? These are the things that we have to ask.
Well, I don't know if it's been tampered with.
Now, what Terry got there?
Don't know. What do you got there, Terry?
Is that
That's that's the image that's taken from.
Ah.
Oh,
really? I've seen this. Now
that's interesting, isn't it? And there it is. There's that little turbine in the distance. There we go. Isn't that interesting? Explain that.
Yeah, now look.
Ah.
Yeah, look at this. Yeah, look. See, they're tampering with the horizon here. I mean, look at it. Look at this. Where would you be for that to happen? Would you be on a boat? Because that wave is now covering quite a lot of that. It's not curvature, is it? It's a wave, if anything.
Wave.
Well, I mean,
it's the ghost of a wave, quite clearly. If we interview that and it says splish splosh, then we know it's a wave.
It's a wave, categorically, if it says splish. If it says splosh, we have to ask more questions.
Right. Exactly. Begging the question.
Right. No stone will be left unturned
on this flat earth that we live on.
But the thing is, like the moon gazing just posted another one. There, gentlemen, you really have to dig deep into your imagination to deny that is curvature. I mean, from my perspective,
not curvature.
You really have to dig deep.
Okay then, Howard. So are these the one that Terry posted, Babs posted directly underneath it? Are they at the same? Are they at the same place?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay then. All right. So, like, what's the comparison?
But what the question was where are the turbines in relation to the horizon? Are they underwater?
No, obviously they're not underwater.
Right.
They're not aquabines.
Right. But
Howard, I don't know if you understand Bansaw's question. Like, what's the elevation of the image that Moon posted? What's the elevation of the observer?
I don't know. What does that matter?
It does.
If they're taken from the same spot, then how do you account for one having more visibility and the other not?
I would say that the first images was taken either from closer or from a higher elevation.
Don't know, but Babs, if you're out there on YouTube, do you know the comparison between the two photos, yours and Terry's? Sorry, Travis.
No, that's all right. That's. I mean, those are the. You can't just guess and say, "Oh, I think this one's doing that. I mean, we have to have when you're trying to present something that you think is one way, you're the one with the burden to have all the details, because your claim depends on a geographical or a geometric shape that has distance.
Yeah. Well, these images represent obstruction regardless of the height, the observer height, or any of that distance, whatever. The turbines are obstructed.
No one's questioning that.
Yeah. Well, you're really, really bad connection, Travis.
If we're going to compare photos, we've got to have some data, Howard. We need some data.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I wouldn't. I mean, speaking of the data, like where you're looking at mountains at 230 miles away, and why do we see that much of the mountain or that? I mean, yeah, you do need the data for that information, but for images like this, it's just obstruction. I mean, I don't care how much is missing. There's definitely a bunch of them turbines are missing. So that's basically it in a nutshell, you know.
Well, who knows what is making it look the way it is?
No one.
Is that me? And there's that him still.
No, it's still Travis.
Ding, ding, ding.
I know. This is a bad night for you, Travis. It's a really bad night. No. Sorry.
Travis, please, bro. Please.
I know. Jeremy, Sean accused you of being a concave earther now.
I'm on the fence, bro. They have the most. They have the only tangible measurement.
Mm. Mm-hmm. Are you talking about the rectilineator experiment or measurement?
Yeah, that's it, right? That was a physical measurement, a tangible measurement of Earth shape. Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. It's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I love that. I love that measurement. Happy days. All right, guys. It's been a blast. Until tomorrow or the next day. Adios.
Adios, Bandy. Good talking to you, brother.
All right, buddy.
Later, Banzo.
See you, Jeremy. See you, Travis. Catch you later, guys.
You know, Travis, I'm back driving. I can't text, but
You know, I'm telling you guys, if you got an extra Android phone, you can make $1 a day easy. It's fucking easy. How
Hey, Jeremy, man, I've been trying to spread the word for you. No one believes me that you're going to concave.
I mean, they got the most tangible measurement out of anyone, right? The rectilineator.
Well, I'd be careful because I think Jed has some criticism to your fencing.
I mean, if Jen has a tangible measurement, love to see it.
Because I brought it up and Jen went off on me like I was lying. I told him this is from your mouth.
I mean, I'm on the fence. I'm not a full out concave earther. I don't even know about that
That's what I
rectilineator
said.
thing.
I said you were on the
I'm
fence.
looking for the concavers. Where the concavers at?
You gotta go to Jim's. There's only one.
There's only one concaver in Gems.
Yeah, or on Earth, but
No, there's multiple concave earthers. Obnoxious.
not real one. That Smoky guy isn't a real concaver.
Smokey, he's a concaver, right? Yeah.
Not real.
Is it quiet in here, or is it my Discord?
It's quiet. What up?
No, nothing. Just wanted to know whether it's acting up right now. How old's your oldest kid, Jeremy?
22.
22. You going axe throwing with him yet?
The other ones I have, the boys I have.
Oh, okay. Well, you can go with your girl to the axe throwing. Your daughter?
Yeah. Yeah.
I tried that. It's a blast. You feel like a dork.
Oh yeah, throwing knives and axes and shit. That's all fucking awesome.
You feel like a complete derp for the first half an hour, 20 minutes, while you
Till you
find
figure out how to get it to stick. Yeah.
Yeah. If you're standing 12 feet away from me, though, you got problems. If I'm throwing an axe at you.
Well, I used to be obsessed with, well, not obsessed, but I mean, if you've ever seen Desperado, you're gonna walk away from that wanting to be able to throw knives.
Right. How are you at ranging? Like, can you vary your range easily?
Nah, I've only done it a few times.
Chinese stars work a little bit better. They don't require that you pick a range.
I know. I tried to buy some of those because I was like, oh, that'll be way easier. But apparently they're fucking illegal. I don't know why.
Man, I don't know if they're probably illegal for you to carry around with you, but you can own them.
Well, they won't even send them to you can't mail them off of Amazon or nothing.
Huh. Well, they're easy enough to make also. Yeah, those little milk cartons you had at school that had the star on them. Maybe you didn't have them, but when I was a kid, they had a little star on them, and I used that as my template for my 5-pointed stars. And those things worked like pretty badass.
Hello? That's okay.
I'm in my earbud.
So what's this afternoon's topic of discussion?
Okay. What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do?
I don't know, man. What are we going to argue about today, man?
No, we're not going downstairs, bud. Hey. All right, let Daddy pick all the stuff up. Listen. Let Daddy pick all the stuff up, and then I'll bring you down here, okay? I got to get my stuff out of there first.
Is that the youngest?
Do I do that again?
Is that
What's
the
up?
youngest? Like, he don't go to school? Or...
Sir.
You want some daddy daycares, Jeremy?
All right.
Say what? I fucking put that. Did I put it? The fuck? Yeah. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do. Do-do-do.
My bad. Fucking hot mic and
That's
ass
all good, bro.
motherfuckers. What's up?
It's all good. No, you on your daddy daycares, bro. It's all good. I'm guessing the youngest don't go to school yet.
I don't know. They had like shortages or something. Staff shortages. Bro, they can't find anybody to work anywhere, dude. They're gonna have to start paying people like yo, if you can't find people to work, there's the only other option is to raise the amount of money. Obviously, people aren't finding it worth it to go work. So your only next thing you can do is either cut the hours and be like, you need to raise the hourly money that they're gonna get. Period. There's no other way to.
How are people getting by if they're not working?
No,
What are
but
people doing?
they're getting by, and if these people want people, the only reason people go to work is for the money. Pretty much, right? I mean, you may find a few rare cases here and there. Well, most of the time, it's people need money, right? So so if you're not paying enough money, people are just going to be like, I'm not doing it. You know what I'm saying? And that's what they're finding. That's why this automation thing, like these places are pushing hard to automate shit. Wendy's, McDonald's, Burger King, driving autonomous vehicles. Those things I just named alone, 5 million Americans make money from driving. It's got to be more in the fast food thing. There's got to be more than 5 million fast food workers. There's like 4 fast food places in every city across America, and they all have like, multiple people in them. So that's what I'm saying. Like that no money thing I was talking about, we're almost at a point where money is going to be fucking worthless anyways. Like once everyone's getting UBI automated.
And then you feel like no one's gonna assign value to things.
I mean, there will
like
be. It'll just be.
Will just be.
Once you have the UBI thing, people will just be getting. Hold on one second. I'll be right back. Yeah, once you assign the UBI thing, from there on out, you're only going to have rich people getting richer. Like you might find an occasional case of where some entrepreneur does something and gets filthy rich, but I don't know. I don't think it's gonna.
How would rich people get rich if everyone's living off of UBI? You know, if everyone's got like the basic in their pocket, how are they going to afford to go out and like, you know, splurge and like spend money?
They ain't gonna. That's what I'm saying. Like people that are already getting the money, Amazon.
So how will rich people get richer?
Like people are still gonna buy shit from Amazon. You know what I'm saying? Walmart's still gonna people are still gonna buy shit from Walmart. So the guy who owns Walmart, what's his name? It's the guy who owns Walmart's name.
Isn't it a
Don't
family
remember.
essentially? It's like a family, right? The Walmart family.
We'll call him Wally.
I forget his last name, but whoever it is, you said it's the Waltons, Moya?
No, we'll call him Wally.
Yeah, it's a family.
Whatever, whoever that family is, like they're gonna keep getting richer.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
UBI ain't gonna hurt them. It's just, I mean, they might get less rich faster or whatever, but they're still gonna get, they're still gonna be getting richer. So,
but wouldn't UBI force people into situations where they realize, with this little that I got, it's only enough to keep the water running and the lights on. I can't afford to go to Walmart no more. Let me just grow my own
they
shit.
gotta
Like,
eat.
wouldn't people be? Yeah, but
yes,
they could just become self-sufficient.
There will be people doing a lot of creative things to keep as much of the UBI as possible, so they can go to the movies or, do something nice with it. Yeah, so there will be people like, okay, I need to eat food, and Walmart is a lot of money, so I'm going to try to, grow
But
my own food.
Walmart wouldn't want that though. Walmart wouldn't want people becoming creative and innovative, right? They wouldn't want you in a situation where your pockets are so tight. You got to be creative and think outside of the box as to how you're gonna, put food on the table. They wouldn't want that, would they? Really?
I mean, dude, it's already like that now. My grocery bill at Walmart's $1,000 a month, and we don't even get crazy with it. It should be more.
Yeah, but you're able to afford that 1,000 and still pay for other shit. That 1,000 doesn't like leave you empty, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not pressed enough where you gotta start thinking, I can't spend this 1,000 in Walmart anymore. I gotta get creative. Right?
I am trying to get into that super couponing thing.
Yeah.
Like if I could save like
I don't
$200,
know.
if I could save like $200
I'm
off
just
my
saying.
grocery bill every month, that'd be dope.
Yeah. I'm just saying, I don't think that the Walmarts of this world would want us too broke where we can't afford to shop at their stores anymore.
They don't, but the problem is with the automation, where's that money coming from? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
like, who do you think
it's
is going to
only
be giving them that money?
I don't know, man. Automation, I don't see it being embraced wide scale by everybody, I think there are businesses that would rather not automate.
5 million Americans make money from driving. Everyone that's paying a driver wants to automate that shit. Uber's been trying to make a deal with Tesla for a long time now. You know what I'm saying? You think CDTA wants to, or you think the bus place wants to pay bus drivers? They want to have that shit automatic.
Something like that. It also limits like the number of accidents, number of rapes that happen in Uber, shit like that. But I'm sure there must be industries that would be against automation.
They have a robot right now.
What you think?
Yo, listen, no.
Like schools. Would you want robots teaching your kids as opposed to like a normal
maybe not
teacher?
teaching, but I was just about to tell you of an instance where there is automation happening. They have a robot right now that can go into a bathroom, public restroom, clean the whole shit, go back, recharge, change their fluids, and just wait to do it next time. Now that is a job that a school wants automated, and there's a lot of janitors across America. That's going to get automated soon. Or you might just have 1 or 2 janitors instead of 10. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, automation is going to cut down a lot of jobs. And there's nothing, it's like Judgment Day. This is like a Terminator movie. I mean, it doesn't end in
man.
like the machines killing everyone, but
Yeah,
we end up in a scenario.
maybe. I mean, yeah, let me give it to you. Automation gets rid of a lot of jobs and people get pressed. I think the people that lose their jobs to automation are just going to get creative and create new industries, you know? I mean,
We'll see. It's going to
we've
be
seen it
definitely going to be an issue.
and time again. It's when man is most under pressure that we, you know.
Oh, yo,
do
hold on,
crazy
my
shit.
I died, bro. Hold on one second. I can't even hear you.
No.
Hold on, Nate.
All right.
Yeah, Elise, you make a good point because when slavery was abolished, you know, I guarantee
Yeah.
people were like, well, who's going to pick the cotton? Who's going to, tend to
Yeah.
the fields? But when they got rid of the horse and buggy, nobody was worried about that. Shit just happens.
You ready? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah. We can hear you, Jim. Yeah, definitely, bro. You know,
Hold on. I
people
can't
get
hear you.
creative.
Sounds fucked up. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, I mean, slavery is a fucked up example, but it's a good one. Yeah, you know, people get creative.
Yeah, what has to get done will get done, and people will think of ways to do it.
Exactly. Or if people have to, they'll go back to a method of operation that can't be automated. You know.
All right.
All right, I got you.
Yo.
Fucking AirPods. All right. I hear you.
Yeah.
I don't even know what I was going to say.
Yeah, this other dude brought up a pretty
point
good
is
example. A bit of, yeah.
What was the example?
Oh, that, you know, when slavery was abolished and there was no slaves to, you know, pick the cotton and whatnot, people got innovative, created, you know, different techniques to pick cotton. They created, you know, devices. Yeah. They assimilated animals into the process, you know. So, I mean, basically what I'm trying to say is, Jeremy, when we've seen any species, not even just human beings, you know, it's when they're most pressed that they innovate and get creative and think outside the box, you know.
Yeah, but there's nothing to think outside of the box for this time. Like there's nothing to there's
You
not
think
anything
so?
to do when you have pretend you have 5 million Americans. Let's pretend they automate the driving. Right? Now you have 5 million Americans make money from driving. It's 5 million Americans that are going to be out of a lot of money. And they're going to go to all the big corporations. Remember, rich people getting richer. So the big corporations are going to be getting all that money now. Not only that, you're going to have less car accidents, right? They're assuming that the technology works. They're not going to put on the road till it works good, and they're trying to get it to work good. So we're going to assume there's going to be less accidents, right? There's 16,000 accidents in America right now, every day, bro. So that's a lot less accidents. Now, every time one of those accidents happens, you need to file a insurance adjuster to look at it. You also need, you know, some of those accidents, there's going to be cops need to show up to the scene, fire departments, ambulances need to show up to the scene. So a lot of those people are going to need medical help. You know, they're going to have to go to hospitals, doctors. Some of them people are going to need lawyers and judges now because there's going to be lawsuits and shit. So you're going to knock a hole, and you're going to need auto mechanics. Some people are going to need new cars. Some people are going to need auto body mechanics. So there's even more, like the list of shit that this one little thing knocks out of the box is amazing. Not to mention,
I totally agree with you, bro.
Yeah, now wiped a lot of money off the board right there. You know what I'm saying? Tons of money from good paying jobs too. Nurses, doctors, lawyers, firemen, police officers, ambulance drivers. So, and that's just one thing. That was just the cars. If you automate the McDonald's things,
Yeah, no, Jeremy, I totally get your point, and like I said, I give it to you. You know, if you automate shit, it's gonna take people out of fucking jobs. But I still think that those people that get that, you know, like lose their jobs, they'll be in such a desperate situation that they get innovative and they come up with new ways to make money, to live, to survive. I mean, they're not just gonna roll over and die, you know. They're gonna keep on trying.
Oh, I hear you. We'll see. It's gonna be exciting to see.
Yeah, I doubt we'll live to see it. You know, I don't think it's gonna happen really during our lifetime.
It's gonna.
But yeah, you think so?
No, it's definitely gonna. Yeah, dude, they're trying to do this. Okay, people are a liability. Like all the trucking companies and shit. These drivers, they're a liability, right? Sometimes they fuck up and do dumb shit, go under a bridge that's too low or something. If it's all automated, like they are trying as hard as they possibly can. Even Uber and Lyft, they're all trying as hard as they can to get this autonomous vehicle.
I hear you, but people ain't just gonna stand there and let it happen and lose their jobs. You know, they're gonna unionize, they're gonna petition, they're gonna make noise about it, right? They're gonna push
Yeah,
back.
but you can't stop it though. Like you can't petition Uber to not automate the vehicles, or the trucking companies to not
Why
automate
not?
the vehicles. Who
don't know, man.
who can say who's gonna say that you can't automate the vehicles?
Like the taxi union might say, "Cool, automate the vehicles, but you can't register them as cabs or some shit." You know? I don't know. People will push back, Jeremy. No one's just gonna roll over and die and just lose their jobs. You know? But I hear you. Eventually, maybe, but it's gonna take a while, man.
I mean, I just don't see anything happening where they don't let the autonomous vehicles pass if they work good.
No, I'm sure some way into the future it's gonna happen, but not unless you have a plan B for the people being replaced by them.
No. That plan B ain't even, dude. They don't check plan Bs before they start automating shit. Did they check for a plan B in Detroit when they started automating all the car manufacturing places? No, they just fucking fired people and they started automating the shit. Like they don't check they don't check with people for automation. You think they're gonna check what are we gonna do with all the janitors when we have all the robots doing it? They ain't gonna check for what the janitors are gonna do. They don't give a fuck. They're gonna automate their shit and that's it.
So what's gonna happen to the janitors? They're
gonna have to get creative, like you said. I don't know. Who knows? They're gonna they're gonna get welfare or some kind of universal income. And there we are. And it's gonna happen the thing is it's not gonna happen all at once. Like it's not gonna be like all of a sudden everyone's out of a job. Like one day it's gonna be the janitors. You know, it's not even gonna be the janitors everywhere. It's gonna be it's going to be the school I used to work at. Then it's going to be the district next to me. Then it's going to be somewhere in Cali. And over the course of a year or 2 or 5, or maybe even 10 or 15 years, they're going to have all these robots in, and there's not going to be as many janitors. You're going to lose like half your janitors or more. And it's going to happen slowly over time. But eventually it's going to add up to where what are those janitors going to do? They're going to go try to do other jobs that they're not going to get a job driving because they got the autonomous vehicles, and they're not going to get a job being a ambulance driver because there's way less car accidents and they don't need as many ambulance drivers right now, and all those spots are filled. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I don't know, man.
I'm telling you, we're going to be in a tough position soon, dude. Whether anyone likes it or not, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Nothing anyone could do to stop it, bro.
Dude, shit's just going to get cheaper. Because with no money, then the rich people you're talking about aren't going to be able to sell anything. I mean, who's going to buy it? And you got all these machines taking everybody everywhere. They done spend all this money to produce them, and nobody's got money to fucking to ride them. Believe me, shit'll balance, man. As long as there's food, everything will be all right. Everything will work itself out as long as everybody's fed, and they've become increasingly efficient at that. Especially if they get fucking automated fucking driving like trucks and shit. Dude, food will be fucking almost free. You got automated fucking shit, making shit on the farm, and then automated trucks delivering it. Dude, they might as well just deliver it right to your house if all this automation shit. So all this automation is going to make shit a lot cheaper. But yeah, there will be less jobs, and but you know they'll have to balance the shit out. We are their money. If we keep having this conversation, you'll see that they need us because we're the ones who do everything for them. You know, they got to have their slaves. I mean, for lack of better words, we're their value. The people are the value. Without us, they have nothing, man.
We're the value right now. Right now, we're the value. Yeah. Yes, but when they start automating shit, we start losing our value.
It don't matter, man.
But how are they going to make? How are they going to make money, Jeremy, if people can't afford their products no more?
Bro, I don't know, dude. I don't know.
Trust me, they're going to always
not a problem.
They're going to always want
a problem. I have a solution for, but we're heading there nonetheless. Like it doesn't matter if I have the solution or not. We're still going there.
Yeah, that the rich people know though, man. You know.
And you're definitely going to see it in our lifetime. 30 years, a lot of automation is going to start getting pumped out.
Yeah, like I said though, when more automation, easier. I mean, more people have access to it. The easier it is, the cheaper it is. But yeah, there is a balance that that'll have to work itself out, or else shit'll hit the fan. Right?
Yeah, when people won't just sit down and accept it, man.
We'll see.
As long as everybody's fed, man, all the fucking natives, you know, won't be too restless. As long as their bellies are full. That's one thing you can look at history, and you know that's every fucking basically every uprising is fueled by hunger. If you're fucking starving, especially if your children are starving, you know, then what the fuck else you gonna do? You know, and you got all your brethren everywhere around you, their kids are starving. That's hell no. No, that ain't happening, right? You got fucking 30-50 million hungry motherfuckers with children. No, that's they know that. So,
yeah, you got to keep the food coming, but it's more than that. Like, where's the? So, I don't know.
Unless they start getting like automated fucking entertainment, automated pussy shit. Like, I mean, you're gonna automated fucking, you know, cruise ships and shit. You know, I guess they could do all that, but they're gonna need their people. Automated lawn boys, automated pool boys and shit. They could do all that shit, man, but they're gonna need people, man. What'd be the point in living if? I mean, I know what you're saying though, as far as the crunch like puts pressure on the lower class and all that, but I don't know, man. Hopefully things will balance out, man. I don't want my kids having to go through some crazy shit. There's too much abundance in this country to be you know, fighting over fucking shit. But you're right though about the automated car shit. But dude, that'll never fly. I mean, look, with automated car shit, you're gonna have the first time that motherfucker wrecks. Okay, you can't have automated cars and drivers out there. That's the whole point. When they go automated, then everything's got to be automated. So that'll never happen. And if it does, it'll be a long time from now, because you can't have people drivers and automated cars. Imagine the fucking lawsuits with it only takes one situation, man, where the automated car, got put in a position where it's gonna hit a fucking person or a fucking dude on a motorcycle or something, and either way it hits somebody. I mean, it's just, dude, insurance. It'll be like a no-fault accident, dude. That's first time it kills somebody or something like that. It's just, yeah, there will probably be some creativity to go along with that on how to rob them motherfucking automated bastards.
As far as like insurance goes, whoever turns out to be the safest driver is what insurance is going to be pushing for. So if you want to compare the automated system, which has, let's say, 20% less wrecks, then they're going to choose the automated system.
Yeah, but then eventually the insurance companies will have to be phased out, and then you're shutting down another industry.
Yeah, true.
That's why I don't think it'll ever work, because you're going to have to kill so many different areas. The whole state, the state makes most of its money, I'm sure, on traffic citations. Like if
it makes a ton of money, they make a ton of money on when you go to the pump and fill your tank up with gas. They make a ton of money off the gas tax. What else did you say, Travis, that they make money on? Tickets, absolutely. Tickets are a huge thing. They make tons of money on tickets, traffic violations. That'll come to a near standstill if the cars are driving themselves. If the car's like, I can go 65 miles an hour here, the car's just going to go 65 miles an hour, and there's going to be no more speeding tickets. I'm telling you this.
They're not going to kill the cash cow.
Well, but see, the thing is that these companies that want this shit pushed, they make moves, and they have who are the people that go argue?
Filibusters?
No, Big Pharma was doing it to keep marijuana illegal. Lobbying. They lobby to do this shit. So, plus, there's nothing says that they can't automate the thing. I don't know. I'm telling you, it's coming, bro.
And I hear you. The practical argument that you're making is reasonable. Absolutely. I just think that there's so much more of a loss if they cut out the revenue that they have from these other things that are dependent on human error.
I don't know. You'd have to look at the actual revenues from citations and stuff like that. It's a lot of money, but I don't know if there's a budget driver when you consider all the costs to the police and stuff that you have to staff.
No, I'm almost sure. We just have to think about the reasonableness. It is an absolute moneymaker. That's why they created the system of citations for victimless crimes.
Victimless crime.
Yeah, a speeding ticket has no victim.
Not yet, but it is a proven fact that if you go excessively fast, you will have excessively more accidents.
That's absurd. It's
not absurd. It's actual fact. Your response times go down. Your chance of accident go up. With speed, there are more accidents.
Yeah.
Now you may actually drive safely at a speed, choose your conditions, but.
Yeah. Again, though, that's what I mean by a victimless crime. If I am, if I'm speeding, but I'm not excessively speeding, like it's not dangerous, but it's still a violation of a statute or a code, that's simply revenue that they are extorting from people who have not committed a crime. There's no damage to property. There's no damage to persons. And yet you want to penalize someone because you're calling it preventative measures. The reason why we have so here's the question is, are there less accidents because tickets exist? No, absolutely not.
I don't know about that. That probably are. There might be some additional ones also for people who brake aggressively because they see a cop or something like that. But
Yeah,
I think
but
I think the research,
all around the speed limit.
the
Right,
research showed that accidents happen more due to a disparity of speeds, like someone going slow and someone going fast, rather than just people going fast.
Right, but think about this. What if people weren't afraid of seeing a cop on the side of the road? There would be no excessive braking. I mean, it happens all the time. It totally just frustrates me that we have a fear of these people who sit in wait like highwaymen on the road. Right? We should not be afraid of driving, even if we're going 5 miles over the speed limit. Like, even when I'm driving safely, and I really do try to. I mean, I got criticized by my ex-wife, and I've seen other people interact. They're like, "Man, you really take your time and drive slow and blah blah blah."
Drive like a bitch.
Like, even though what?
I said you drive like a bitch.
Even though I'm a safe driver, every time I see a cop, I still have this fear, like he's going to pull me over, right? That is one of the reasons why, they created that system. It's a fear extortionist ring.
Right, but how many accidents have you seen, because a cop was there? I personally
No, it
don't
doesn't.
think
A cop doesn't have to be there. You could have like a slow, like an old person, driving at 5 kilometers or 5 miles below the speed limit or something in the right lane, and everyone is having to it's getting stuck behind her and then having to switch lanes and stuff like that, and that's that exposes yourself to risk of an accident. It just like anything that goes against the flow of traffic is more dangerous.
Mm-hmm. But the other thing, like you say, victimless crime. I'm going to take a sort of an extreme example, but like if I lived in New York City and I fire my gun up in just such a way that it doesn't hit any houses coming down, doesn't hit any people coming down, is that okay? Should people be allowed to do that?
I would say no.
It is
it's
okay.
Not a wise.
And I'll tell you why it's okay. Well, Travis, let me field this one. So you go to a gun range. Everyone's shooting in one direction. There's a flow of these bullets, right? There's a system.
Yep.
It's absolutely fine, right? So why can't you have the same flow of traffic, everyone going relatively quick, and it being a perfect flow? Why is that not allowed? Why you have some parts of the Autobahn that have no max speeds, and research shows they don't have more accidents than other parts that do have max speeds implemented.
Yeah, but when they do have accidents, they're horrific in the car.
I don't know about that. I mean, I think it depends on the disparity of the speed again. If you're going below a certain speed, you should be penalized, just like going above a certain speed should be penalized. You should go with the flow of traffic.
So it's a victimless crime if I'm going the speed.
It's only a victimless crime if nothing happens, right? And majority of the time nothing happens. So maybe the solution is to, if someone does screw up and causes a victim crime, causes an accident or something like that, maybe they should be penalized extremely, and then leave the other people not, that don't do anything.
That was totally off of what I was talking about. Basically, it's a victimless crime for me to shoot my gun in the air. Yet they have the right to come in and say you're not allowed to shoot gun in the city limits, because there's a chance that bullet could come down and cause damage or could cause personal injury.
Yeah, but you don't penalize people for crimes they haven't committed.
Right. So your vote is for I should be able to go into the city and fire my gun in the for celebrations and stuff.
Okay, no, because that's deemed a crime.
Listen, that's an absurd non sequitur. Okay, because what you're doing now is you're presenting an issue where someone is behaving in a way that does threaten the lives of others.
Going fast threatens the lives of others. I pull onto the highway.
Okay.
I see somebody coming down. I expect them to be doing 60, and they're doing 120. All of a sudden, they close the distance in half the time that I was expecting.
Yeah, because that's a disparity of speeds again.
Yes, but there's always a disparity of speed.
Not if it's you're in traffic and there's a flow of traffic, then you wouldn't expect someone to be going 40 and the other person going 120.
My car is having troubles. I can't get up to 100.
Then get off the highway.
Oh, okay. So I can't travel.
Fix your car, bro. What's wrong with your car? You can't even accelerate.
Can't go to 120?
This is getting ridiculous.
Can't do 100.
again, I am not in favor of penalizing or extorting money from people who have not damaged another person's property so that there's restitution to be made for either personal or damage of property.
So then my gun example works excellent for that. I haven't damaged anybody's property. They can come after me if I do. But right now, as long as I shoot off in this direction, I'm very confident where my bullet's going to come down. I got a good backstop, and I'm going to just start
I think
shooting.
you have an argument if you use like a silencer or something, something that would, like, it won't bother anyone. But like audibly, a gun is pretty loud, and people can complain of, like, noise and maybe even, like, if they're close enough,
Again,
issues with hearing or what have you that results from it.
Yeah, the problem that I have with what you're doing right now, Moyak, is you're creating a scenario where reality isn't necessarily represented. Okay, we don't have these scenarios. If you want to create any kind of scenario you want, where you're doing something where there's no demonstration that people are actually doing this, right?
No, there are people arrested every year for celebratory gun.
Yeah, but to be fair, it's not necessarily like a commute, from one place to another. Transportation.
No, shooting your gun in the air is not a requirement. However,
so
there's no necessity of going 120 mile an hour either.
No, but transportation is, right? So it's kind of a false analogy. Though I do get your point. Like, I see where you're coming from.
Yeah, I'm just trying to say, victimless crimes aren't always victimless, or as victimless as they might seem. Like I said, the accident. If you're going fast on a highway, your vehicle must be in tip-top shape, because your tires are not speed rated to 120. Therefore, when you have a blowout and you crash and kill 10 people, that is a risk. That is something that happens with excessive speed. Yes, it does happen.
No.
Especially when you have
I've gotten flat tires time and time again going like 140, 130 and stuff like that. As long as you're controlling your vehicle and it's not super slick, then you're fine.
You're right.
That's why I'm waiting for that airless. That's why I'm waiting for that airless tire to come out.
Well, actually, I don't know if those would work any better. They're still going to be. At some point, they're going to reach the mechanical. Yeah, the tire is going to rip itself apart.
Yeah, it's happened to me a few times.
Well, it's happened to you a few times.
Yeah, I purposely leave my tires on until they get destroyed like that.
There's another victimless crime that could be.
I take the risk.
And you kill somebody.
I'd rather get the full life of the tire and just change it than swap them out and worry about the police and stuff like that. Fuck the police.
I replaced mine early.
Well, I'd probably use yours, when mine go out.
Yeah, not that early.
I always buy them
used. What percentage know when you change your tires?
Bro, man, I always do.
I don't like hydroplane.
I'll pick up a tire for like $15, $10, and just put it on.
Yeah, where I live, you got to have some decent tires just because of the weather.
Yeah, but what if you don't plan on going out in the snow?
Then you're set.
If you run around and you make bologna skins, may pop today, may pop tomorrow.
Yeah, you live life on the edge, bro.
Yeah, but you're living that life on the edge with other people in the balance.
Yeah, but whenever my tire blows out, I'm controlling the vehicle. I pull off to the side and change my tire. It's no problem.
So you're saying that when you're going around,
I have extras in the trunk.
So when you're going around an exit ramp, I don't know how slow you take the exit ramp. You probably take them around the speed limit or in excess of what the warning sign is, right? The one that says, do this exit ramp's 35 miles an hour. It's not a law, so I mean you can go faster. Now you're going to be going around.
I also like to coast sometimes, like basically, like as kind of hypermiling. So sometimes I'll just let it coast and go around without accelerating, without braking.
Right.
But usually it's around the speed of the caution.
If you're in a decreasing radius turn with your May Pop bologna skin tire on, and it pops, you could go off into the right across that grass median over to the on ramp. You crash into the people there.
No, because the brakes still work.
No, they don't.
They do.
Have you ever tried braking on grass?
No, I'm saying the brakes still work even though your tire goes out.
Not very efficiently.
They do, because you still have 3 tires, and the 4th tire, the brakes still work. That's how they don't work by stopping, the rubber on the ground. They work by, the brake pad hitting the caliper. So.
Right, but you're in a turn already, so you're already at the limit. Not at the, but you're.
And I've never,
pushing
of all the tires that have popped on me, it's always on a highway or driving in, at a relatively high speed.
These are real things. I mean, I don't know what you're going to try and say. Basically, these are real things. People get
you're
off on
arguing
exit.
against my experience.
Everybody gets off
I'm telling
on
you,
exit
it's never happened taking a turn. It's always at rather high speeds
okay.
because of the friction, the heat of the tire,
The heat on the tire will be excessive during the turn. The lateral forces on the tire will be at their maximum. You'll never experience these forces that you experience on an exit ramp while driving.
The higher the wheels are, the higher rate the wheels are rotating and hitting the ground, that's, the higher the temperature. So it's not going to happen as much on a turn as it is on a straightaway when you're going at high speed.
Oh, I beg to differ.
Well,
your temperature will be
at
60 miles an hour. Just cruising along. You're going to put more heat in that tire in a turn at 45 mile an hour.
I mean, who turns at 45 miles an hour?
Exit ramps?
Yeah, it's not really a turn now, is it?
That's a turn. Yes, it is.
Well, I mean, you're kind of being semantic now.
Technically, you're always turning then.
Yeah, if your steering wheel's anywhere off center, that's technically a turn. If you're going to rely on that.
No, an exit ramp can be excessively sharp. You ever hear of a decreasing radius turn?
But the reason, the reason that it's decreasing radius is because it's more like a straight, you can maintain your speed. If it's an actual, turn off a traffic light, you can't go that quick, obviously, because of the centrifugal force, right? So you're basically agreeing with me that the straighter you are, the more you can maintain your speed, the hotter the tires, the more at risk you are of getting a flat tire or a blowout.
No, I'm saying that the lateral forces are increased because you're now holding that half G up to probably 3/4 of a G turn. So now your tires are crinkling that rubber and bending it in ways, contorting it.
Are we drifting now?
Tires that are already weak. No, 3/4 of a G is not much.
Anyways, the point is, it's absolutely fine. If the tire blows out, I'm in control, and I'll just change it.
Yeah, and it happens on a turn. You go into the oncoming lane, you kill people.
I won't do that. I would never do that.
Oh,
I
of
can
course
control my vehicle.
I'm sure everybody who's been in an accident.
Listen, I'll be the first to say that not everyone can do what I do. Most people, when they get a blowout, they lose control, they freak out a little bit or something. It's happened to me enough times where I'm remain in control, and I'm usually
look at the Duke boy here.
Tell him he'll never be as nice as I am.
Yeah, Mr. Duke.
All we got to do is get those airless tires. You're not going to be having blowouts like that anymore.
Yeah.
Unless you got a guy like Percentage running around with the airless tire and he doesn't fucking maintain it and that shit fucking shreds to pieces and then you get something even worse happening. I don't know.
What's the difference between the airless tires and the run flats in terms of when they go flat?
But the run flats are limited to the amount of time you can run them on after that flat happens, I think.
Yeah, that makes
Whereas
sense.
the airless tires, the flat never happens. You're just driving around with a screw in your tire or a nail or whatever.
So when do they go bad?
Probably when they lose
rip?
tread. Probably when they lose tread, yeah. Right when you don't change your tires, that's when they go bad.
Yeah, I'd probably be driving them. I'll put them on in the summer.
Yeah, you're gonna be the
when
first
it's all
guy
dry.
to have a fucking accident because the
no
air flat
tread in the summer. That's how it goes, man.
So, what are your thoughts having this guy drive on the road next to you, Joe? Kids.
Oh, bro, don't come near my family. If you come to upstate New York, let me know so I can keep all my family off the roads.
I'll fucking bust a cap in your ass.
Driving around fucking his gun out the window or something. He would say, what were you saying earlier you want to do?
He said he wants to shoot randomly.
Oh. Yeah. So speed has nothing to do with accidents. It doesn't make them more dangerous. When you get into an accident, have you ever had an accident?
No, speed has like a minimal. If the more you increase speed, so like if all of it is kind of equal, homogenized speed across the board, there's minimal increase in risk, but the majority of the risk comes from disparity of speeds. You have someone going 5 miles below the speed limit and someone going 10 miles above the speed limit or something like that, or someone just pulling in, merging at the wrong speed or something like that. And usually you have accidents happening from someone going excessively slow for the roads.
When you're going 100 and you come around a turn and it turns out there was an accident around that turn, you've got just the same braking distance that everybody else has?
Yeah, well, I mean, if there's an accident, that's a special case, right? I agree with you.
Yes!
I agree with you that would be a risk, but again, you're agreeing with me that there's a disparity of speeds because someone's going 0. There's someone set up in the road.
Happen.
So as long as there's a flow of traffic, then it doesn't matter. The speed doesn't matter much.
So you come around that turn.
Obviously, if you stop the flow, you have a problem.
Yeah, when there's these self-driving cars, we ain't gonna have no problems. Cars are gonna be able to go a buck 20 all day because they'll know the car in front of you will be like, oh, that car is doing 120. They'll all be all the cars will be communicating.
The physics of it still applies. I mean, it'll be
no, but Jeremy's right. If the cars are communicating with each other, the cars that are involved in the collision above will be communicating that there's this, issue down the line, and they'll react accordingly.
Highway, and you'll be like, yo, everyone's at a dead stop in fucking 500 feet, so we're going to slow down from 120 miles an hour down to, whatever, 40 or whatever. I don't know.
Still not going to happen when the tire falls off of the automated car and he's going 120. He's still going to fucking rail into the other cars, knock them out of play, and they're going to go sideways, and cars behind them are going to hit them.
I don't know about that, actually.
It'll be better, though.
I wonder if they've done studies on, the self-driving cars to see how good they can react to blowing out tires.
And if they're all automated, then you got one. That's probably going to help a lot.
Oh, that's going to be the standard. It's going to be like, when you go to get your car inspected, and they're going to be like, yo, you don't have any automation in your car.
Not for 20 years beyond when it becomes popular.
That's coming quick.
Right, but there'll be 20 years following that. So let's say 10 years till they get it. You're talking 30 years out. But yeah, at some point, the used car market will have the old pieces of shit. Of course, you might have a manual drive mode when your car's sensors start to fail, and you might not be allowed to use it. And knowing how people maintain their cars, there will be fucking busted sensors and stuff, and then you're going to have to manual drive. So you're going to always have a mix, for a long, long time.
Now that I think about it, the majority of the tires that I've went through, they kind of they die out on me before the tread's completely gone. Way before the tread's completely gone. There's always at least a bit of tread left before there's a huge tear in it or something like that.
How do they die for you?
They'll just be flat, there'll be a tear in it that's, beyond repair or something like that. Or sometimes, if I'm going really high, they'll just shred on the highway or something. If I'm going really fast. But that happens rarely.
I think it's funny that you've got a statistic in your mind for this. How many tires have I shredded?
I can't remember a single time when the tire, I was still driving it when there was no tread. So
yeah, but no, I mean the statistic of you having a running total of I've had 57 flat or 57 blowout.
No, probably about ridiculous. Actual shredded tires on the highway. That's probably happened about 3 times.
Okay.
And then maybe 15 flats over the years.
I had it happen once. And that was when I reused some old tires from another car and the sidewalls on them just were a little bit too old. I lost them on a ski trip. Got stuck on a road that got closed on. Had to wait the night out.
There's no such thing as an old tire. if as long as it's its pan can hold air, then it's just a tire that still has life in it. I like people like
every
you.
mile,
They get rid of
every
the
mile
tires.
per hour. Oh
I was
yeah,
gonna say
well,
they get rid of the
I go
tires
to
really
dumpster.
early, so there's a lot of tread left, and it's like it brings down the prices of the used tires a lot.
Where are you getting used tires that have less than 75% tread?
Don't worry about it. I got a tire guy. Ain't that right, Jeremy?
Talk to him. We got tire guys. I used to have a guy that would straight up register your car if you just gave him $50, or not register it. My bad. Just straight up inspect it.
Yeah, it's nice.
It was actually even cheaper than that back then as prices went up. I don't even have that guy no more, but that was a good guy to have.
I just get such a kick out of this because I mean all the victimless crimes that we get arrested for, drinking and driving, excessive speed, arrested for, challenge. Drinking and driving. Well, I didn't get into an accident, therefore you can't cite me. Yet we know that drinking and driving has a pretty bad effect on somebody's abilities.
Absolutely.
So why? So we can't do anything to them either. We can't monitor.
I would say the risk for that is definitely the more you drink, the worse you're gonna. You're definitely gonna get into more of an accident. It's not as clear cut as if everyone's going the same flow, same speed of traffic, and it's just a high speed. Then it's not as risky as someone just not.
I don't know. I know lots of people who drove intoxicated and never got into an accident until they got busted.
Yeah, it happens.
Then they didn't get into an accident; they just get busted.
Yeah, and as it
most of the time, you're going to make it without him.
What's that?
Most of the time, you're going to not get into an accident.
I don't know. Depends on how drunk you are, right?
Yes. But even then,
I'm sure there's a point of drunkenness where you're like bound, like almost 100% likely to get into an accident. Just pass out at the wheel.
But there's also a speed in your car that you're certainly going to get into, even considering everybody else is going the same speed.
No, I disagree with that. I think if you have a good system, if you're going even like 100, if you're going even like 150 or something like that, if you have a good system where there's communication between vehicles in terms of what's ahead and stuff like that, signage and all that stuff, then you could there's not necessarily going to be 100% chance of having an accident, not at all.
You don't think that the equipment, the vehicles, will start to suffer more and more failures with higher speed? Bad alignment.
We're obviously talking about a vehicle that can, travel at that speed. If it can't travel at that speed, then it's just a moot point.
Oh, so in order to give a traffic ticket, you just stop people, do an inspection on the vehicle, and make sure that all the equipment is up to par with that.
What?
Well, I'm just trying to understand how your world works. How does this?
You're arguing that at high enough speed, you're 100% likely to get into an accident. I'm saying
100%, much more.
You're not going to get a high enough speed unless the car can handle it.
Why not?
Because otherwise the car just won't be able to get to that high speed if it can't handle it.
What do you mean? I was able to go when I drove the length of New Jersey at 120 miles.
Okay.
In a fucking piece of shit four-banger.
Yeah.
I think I averaged like about 100.
Yeah, I'm sure that wasn't the average, but continue.
Pretty close to the average. It was on a no stops, and I just put the floor to the ground and went. In fact, I even blew by a cop. He didn't come after me. I was surprised.
I got one time
that was the only exit I took.
One time I was in a silver car. There was a cop pulled over on the side of the road. I was in a silver car. I was doing over 100. And I just happened to pass the cop when the Mack truck on the right of me passed the cop.
Oh.
So I was like...
Lucky.
So, yeah. I was like, holy shit, I fucking slammed on the brakes. Like, there was mad traffic. I couldn't even see him.
I took the next exit, went around that town, did the loop-de-loop on the exits, and came back on. just to ensure that he wasn't coming after me.
Bro, I've dipped on cops easily before. One time I was driving through the city, and there was I was banging my music. There was a whole bunch of us in the car. We were wilding. We were probably smoking blunts and shit, whatever. But I'm driving. I see the cop whip a Yui in the rear view, right? And it was at like nighttime. So I was like, oh shit. And we were right by my boy's house. What I did was I dipped down a side street, pulled into my boy's house, right down his driveway. You couldn't see my car from the street unless you like drove right by. Shut the lights off. The cop fucking zoomed by me, fucking backed out of the driveway and just went the way I was coming from. I was like, fuck it, I don't even know. We're just not going there.
Hey, Jeremy, that Jason guy, Jason J-Mac, he's over at Jim's right now if you want to go talk to him.
Tell him to come here.
I don't know if he's in the server.
Tell him, send him an invite to the server. I'll talk to him over here. You can't get nothing done over there.
Who's J-Mac?
You got Pete and fucking Johnny over there.
Are they still going strong?
Still talking about clones?
I don't know. I'm not listening to the voice chat.
Pete, Dallas is Clone Boy.
He's what?
Dallas is Clone Boy. I didn't think Pete was really in.
No, he's saying there's Pete and Johnny, and then on top of that, there's Dallas still going on about his clones.
Yeah. Lucky thing is that Dallas doesn't come in every day. He does it for a little while, then he goes away a couple of.
It's obnoxious. If I was going to deter people from getting involved in this arena, I would send Pete, Johnny, and Dave in to make sure that didn't happen. For real, right?
You can use them to kill servers.
If you wanted to keep people not engaging or not even being interested or whatever in this whole topic, who would you send in?
Jeremy.
I'd send in Rumpus, Sean G, Johnny B, and Dave and Pete.
Fucked up. Why would you put me in that same boat?
Because he smoked.
And I'm happy what happened to you yesterday happened.
Dad, bro. Rumpus is your dad, dude.
Rumpus is your dad, bro.
What happened yesterday?
Rumpus came in and fucking hijacked and misrepresented a side I had about Horizons. Jeremy laughed at me and then fucking let Rumpus do it. And then I muted myself and Jeremy engaged with him and Rumpus did the exact same thing to him.
Fucking
and Jeremy got triggered.
Prick.
Oh, I must have come. I think I came right after that because I came and Rumpus was muted and deafened.
Yeah, it was probably
server muted, but locally deafened, like he does.
Jeremy's all trying to be the peacekeeper, trying to keep these cops telling us we're acting like kids. Then 10 minutes later.
That's funny.
Bro, if Fight the Flat Earth and Rumpus had a baby, you'd be the baby they're having.
Oh, that's
you, man. That's all you.
Because you got that thing, bro. You got that thing where you can't stop talking, and when you and Rumpus go at it,
but I don't talk shit. Unless it was Rumpus. Rumpus is a piece of shit.
We're gonna have a debate with you and Rumpus, 2 versus 2. You and Rumpus versus
Fuck no, I wouldn't collaborate with
you and Rumpus versus Jin and fucking
no.
Yo, Jeremy, that's just mean though. I was just thinking about that. The love child of Fight the Flat Earth and Rumpus. That's mean, man.
Got the same thing they got where they can't stop talking. Listen, we're gonna have a debate.
Jeremy's
Rumpus
just bad because he can't speak with his chest and everyone overtalks him.
Listen, Rumpus, Sean G, and versus Jin and fucking Pete Shea.
You better watch out.
And we're gonna determine. Hold on, we're gonna determine who wins or
what about
loses.
Zanuck?
Hold on, whoever stops talking first. Stops talking first loses. That's how it works.
Jin is sort of like the love child of Rumpus, and I don't know, you're retard.
You're Bev and QE's love child, and Jeremy.
Bro, I was watching Bev on YouTube a little bit last night.
Yeah, I don't even watch it, but yeah, you do. He's your math guy.
I just heard Bev do I don't remember what room he did a conversation with somebody, and he avoided saying level is horizontal. And it was actually almost interesting to listen. Of course, he got his ass crushed. He does that, but it was.
I went in there and showed him an example of parallel lines, even though one of the surfaces was on a circle, and he agreed for the whole thing. And then everyone jumped in and started yelling and shit, getting on his case, telling him to not talk anymore. It was funny as shit.
Level is horizontal. But without his word game, he really didn't have much to say.
Nope. Jeremy tried to play a Bev game a little bit.
An extra iPhone wire.
Oh, it was McToon. He was with McToon.
It was Mr. Sensible, man.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Hi, Moyhawk.
Whoa.
I'm following you.
Following me. Who's over at Gems? We got
I don't know, that's
Johnny
why.
Jackson.
Piche.
I feel sorry for Pete.
He's fucking spastic, man. He has no social awareness at all.
Hi, Jeremy.
Yeah, I don't feel sorry about Johnny. I feel sorry about Pete. And it
At least
has
Johnny
totally
has an
destroyed his
excuse.
life.
He's an alcoholic.
Yeah.
That's an excuse. He chose that, right?
Yeah, but then
Yeah.
I don't feel sorry for something they choose.
Pete then. Psychotic?
Yes. Pete is legit 100%.
What is Sean G then?
Gay.
Oh, I don't know if he's really that.
I didn't know you were in the server, Lale.
See you later, Sean. How are you today, Sean? Sean and me are homies, dude. Me and him are like best friends.
No, Lale's a stalker.
Only for you, Sean. Only for you. Hey, Moyok. Moyok, are you still there?
Yes, sir.
Did you see that test that Bob the Science Guy administered earlier today?
No.
I don't know who he administered it to, but to be honest with you, if I were not looking at chat or looking at Google, I don't know if I could answer any of those questions, but I was never good with science anyway.
What kind of
Well, he wasn't either.
was this a test in a chat room or was it a?
He was administering the test to some, I don't know who the person was, but yeah, he administered Simon Den's 9th grade physics test, science test to some person.
Huh. I don't know how I'd do on that. Probably poorly.
Was it
What were
you?
some of the questions?
I mean, I could go look at it again. I don't know. I don't remember them.
YouTube.
Don't trouble yourself.
It's loud. Oh, and she talks as loud as Dallas. Let's go see test. Did you post it, Leo? Are you still here, Leo?
I can. Oh, whoops!
Kind of
I
bummed
was
the
in the
other
wrong
day.
channel.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I kind of bummed the other day. I was in chatting in here or something, and I'm posting some information that I figured would get a rise out of somebody, and I'm like, damn it! I thought that was some good stuff. Somebody should have yelled at me for it at least. And then I'm like, oh, I'm posting it in another room.
There's the link. The irony is the person who's being tested keeps mentioning, well, is this the globe? This is the globe model, like there's a flat Earth model, which there's not.
I gotta mute myself.
What are you guys doing? Listen to me, an old Android phone will make you $1 a day if you're in the US. I don't know about anywhere else, but
Just watch that video where the guy's taking the high school test, ninth grade test.
What happened?
I expected him to go over the answers with him. I was kind of surprised when it ended.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Bob, the science guy, gave a test to a flat earther on the globe model. Test his understanding of it. And he got a 90% on it, but was a little surprised.
How many questions?
I don't know, 20 or so, maybe 30. And he didn't go over the answers.
Didn't do it like live right there.
Yeah, it wasn't. This was a video of it.
I should make up a fucking test for you guys. I bet you guys would get less than 90% on it. It'd be some obviously very hard questions.
Yeah, but your questions are going to come down to semantics, not intent or meaning.
I don't know what that means.
The places where you argue don't change the meaning of the answer. Yeah, like gravity is not a force. If somebody says it is a force, substantively, you can treat it as a force. Therefore, you can treat it as if it is a force.
Sure, if you're dealing with a globe model, yeah.
Well, dealing with a flat Earth model also.
There is no. Well, you guys got gravity as space time. We don't do that.
The space-time part of it is, again, that's a semantic argument. It's irrelevant to most questions.
Well, if you say gravity and you're in the globe model, space time's implied.
And if you use Newtonian, it doesn't change a thing.
If you say gravity and flat Earth, what do you mean? Dude, Newton's doubt, bro. That was superseded, replaced.
That's a semantic argument. Has no impact.
It's not semantic. That's your globe model, dude. That's your globe model.
No, I
replaced
it's technically times space-time. However, it acts as a force. It can be treated as a force, even by the guy who invented relativity.
Sure, in the globe model, yes. With space-time, yes.
So whether you argue whether it's space-time or somebody comes at you from a Newtonian standpoint, from all practical measurements at earthly scales, they're synonymous. So again, it's a semantic argument that really is just meant to stifle the conversation. So you could do the test. You might get somebody right, but you only get them half wrong. I think the two closest things to Earth that really were relatively comes into play is GPS and the motion of Mercury. And very, very precise clocks. in the test, there was also one question that was, I think, kind of, or several questions were kind of ambiguous if you didn't understand what way they were indicating the spacesuit would move based upon vectors and forces, thrust vectors and forces. I thought you could have read it either way, and I think he got those wrong because he just assumed that it meant the other direction. Or I got it wrong because I assumed the wrong direction. Well, you sort of left mid-conversation. Did one of your kids catch fire?
What's up? No, I'm good. I'm just doing phone stuff.
I just figured one of your kids.
I'd like to see that test. DM me the test you sent him, though. Does it have all the questions on it at least?
Right here. I know it doesn't have the answers. That's what I was kind of upset with in the video. He didn't go over the answers. I think that's because he wants to use the test again on somebody else. I think you do pretty good on it. For all your sea lining, a lot of this stuff you do kind of have an understanding of.
Make a flat Earth test for you motherfuckers.
Sorry, I just wandered out of the room. I don't know if you said something.
No, I didn't say none.
This wasn't near as hard as that, like, 1850s elementary school test that they had.
I didn't see that one.
I think it's brutal.
You said it was hard?
Yeah, it's kind of brutal. Yeah, this one didn't have a single formula in it. And I think most of it you could intuitively answer.
Telling you, Moyak, you ain't got no old phones, bro.
Nah, mostly get traded in.
You're in the U.S., bro. You could set a phone up. I mean, you gotta click it 3 times a day, but it's $1 a day, fucking dumb easy. You'd get 50 cents a day if you just did it when you woke up and before bed. These phones are the best investment I've made in a long time.
Yo.
Yo.
$60 a day, a month, or $30 a month?
About $30 a month, yeah. $1 a day.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if each of the phones was generating $1.
Well, one phone does. The best one makes $1 a day, like pretty semi-passively. Then I got 2 other ones that just play videos, almost, semi-passive with those too. But those combined make $1 a day. So each of those phones make 50 cents a day. And I got other ones I tap on and shit. I just set two new phones up just now running this one app. They say it makes 25 cents a day for each phone you got, so that those 2 phones will be 50 cents. But I don't know though. I already made 20 something cents, and it's only been going for an hour or 2. So I do better than a lot of people because I'm in the U.S. So that's like the best place to be for it.
Yeah, I found it. It's actually a 1912 test.
Is it hard?
Let's see.
It can't be that hard if it's elementary school. It's not like they were fucking geniuses back then.
8th grade geometry, define longitude and latitude. Oh, you guys are done.
Yeah, okay. Well, everyone knows what longitude and latitude does.
Partially. A lot of your folks don't understand their geometric relationship. That they're 1 degree per 60 nautical miles, and how that works.
Well, the 1 degree is the claim.
It's verified. Verified.
That definitely hasn't been verified.
That's
I don't know
what
when
you
you
use,
think it is. I don't know.
I mean, that's what you see. That's what you see. Yes, that doesn't mean the Earth's curving at 1 degree.
Nonetheless, so we're not arguing.
The stars, the lights in the sky changed at that rate. Sure.
No, actually, it's at a specific time of day. Like if you take the relationship to Polaris, that one remains pretty uniform all the time. But your motion in relationship to it changes, and there's 60 miles of travel per degree. Oh, I don't know what the hell this is. Name latitude and longitude. Name and give boundaries of the 5 zones.
I do some kind of test.
Give boundaries of the 5 zones?
Yeah, I'm not sure what that means.
What the fuck are zones? What zone? Time zone?
Here's the 8th grade test.
Yeah, because I'll just do it one day.
The only thing I can think of is like in regions, like northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere, and then maybe the polar regions. There's a 5th. Yeah, I don't know what the hell the zones are. Could be. Let's see. You got 3 equator. Yeah, my guess would be equator, Capricorn, and Cancer, and then the poles. But I have no idea really what they're asking.
So this is the test that Mr. Sensible gives to me.
No. Dr. Bob, I think, gave the test to somebody, and that's posted above. And then this one is just one that I remember seeing that I can't remember. This doesn't look like it because so far I don't see anything other than ones I don't understand their wording. What they're actually looking for. Locate Turkey's psychology of physiology.
Because I have something that Dr. Bob, is it Dr. Bob? The research platform.
Yeah, Dr. Bob
Yeah.
Tested somebody, and he tested him on a modern 8th grade physics test.
Because he asked me to do it, the test, and I'm going to do it one day. So I'm just wondering that are we going through now?
No, this is something
good.
This is something.
Oh, then good. Yeah. So I want to take the test just for the hell of it.
I can't remember. Do you believe in the globe or do you believe our Earth is flat? I forget. Do you believe the Earth is a globe or is it?
I accept reality to globe.
And then I would say that 95% is almost assured. 90 to 95% is almost assured.
That's why I want to do it, because it's in English. I'm not English lead. But I would like to see Brian's logic through the test. Did you watch Bob's videos about what's going on in Nathan?
I wouldn't know. Never watched Nathan.
No. Just going through their sextant things and whatever. Their weird claims.
Yeah, but I hear Dr. Bob or Blue go through their shit.
Yeah, they Dr. Bob and Rumpus and George were over there at that Discord this morning, hammering on them pretty good.
Oh, they were?
Yeah.
Oh, is there a recording? I think it's was it in Nathan's live stream?
No, it was the after show. It wasn't recorded. But what I want to see, since they profess so much expertise, I want to see them actually plot their location and show start to finish how they get their location and show the math and everything.
Yeah, and that's just they're gonna use the 1 degree per 69 miles. I would even give them that. But on what surface would they do the mapping on?
Right. Well, calculating your GP and your distance from the GP all involves spherical trigonometry, right? So
we don't live on a sphere, so no good to you, mate. No good. We live on a
do.
flat Earth. I'm doing fine, man. We give you Amelia Earhart. She proved the Earth was flat. There you go.
No, she did it.
Yeah,
I think she flew off the edge.
Ah, yeah, she might have. Yeah, the penguins got her.
Yes, Amelia. She proved the Earth was flat. She knew it. She told everyone.
How did she prove it?
Well, she said she was flying according to the globe, and she was getting lost all the time. So some of her colleagues said, "You need to don't use the globe map. Use a flat map." But she started to draw the maps flat, and she never got lost again. And she said the Earth looked flat in an interview.
Fucking God!
In an interview, she said that the Earth looked indeed flat. There you go. Well done. Well done, Amelia Earhart. Well done, lady. Your legacy lives on.
Oh God, that's amazing. I mean, I used
will
to.
always
I
live
tried
on.
to
As
use.
long as I'm alive, I will bring her name up every time. As long as I'm alive, Amelia, darling. Well done.
I tried to use the flat Earth map
Darling
to get to the store,
of the airs.
and I got lost. And then I used the globe, and I got there. So yeah, globe proven.
I made a mistake. What's it? Aimed. I'm sorry. What am I trying to say here? The Lady of the Skies.
No one knows.
That's it, Amelia Earhart. Took the men on, showed them how to fly their planes around the flat Earth, breaking all kinds of records solo. Brilliant. She was so good they had to take her out in the end. Scumbag, you know. Those powers that shouldn't be got to her in the end.
Well, surely there's. Surely
even
there.
the man, even the man that was with her on her last flight was a drunken bum in the end. What a wanker of a man. You know, a drunken white man. Bum.
Yeah, fuck whites. Black power.
Had it have been a black guy, he wouldn't have been drunk. He would have got helped her to get to the destination safely. But this white man now, drunken bum. Fucking
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen a drunk black guy. You know. They don't
Let's not worry about what color people are. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean anyway. You know, he was a drunken bumhole.
But maybe Amelia.
Or
what if Amelia was
on the plane?
What if she was actually a man?
Horrible men around her in her life, sabotaging her plane and everything. Let me post you the history. You know, you do know the history of Amelia. Check out the fucking history of this fantastic. Put any man in his place. Come on.
Where's all this information about Amelia at, Jen? I'd like to read about that.
Yeah, I want to read about the thing where she switched from globe to flat Earth and then got where she was going.
I'm gonna you can look. Why don't you look up Amelia Earhart's interviews, and then you'll find it like flat Earth. It looks flat, she says. You're
roboting, Jim.
Wow, flat Earth. Oh man,
you're roboting, Jim.
Do that in your lives. Miserable.
But I don't have any problem saying that it looks flat. I don't have any problem saying it looks flat myself. I don't have a problem saying that.
No curvature experience. So if it's flat then, isn't it? If it looks like a duck, walks like a duck,
flat.
it is a duck, yeah?
It looks flat because it has to look like flat because that's how you would see on a sphere.
But
there is no flat surface on a spherical ball.
I do experience evidence.
That would be against nature's laws governing a spherical ball according to nature's laws.
Yeah, when you drop a ring on a baseball, all the points on that ring are touching the baseball, and it's a flat ring. And you see equidistant to all directions, so it has to be a straight line.
Unfortunately, it's BS what he's talking to you there about.
Well, hold on.
Ball, you will know you're on a ball.
Hold on, you made a claim. You said that I said something that wasn't true. What wasn't true?
That you wouldn't notice you're on a ball.
No, I didn't say that.
Yes, that's what you're saying. That we wouldn't notice we're on a ball because it's flat. Silly ass.
I said the horizon.
Get out of here.
The horizon. I said the horizon would be equidistant from you, and it's in the same elevation to all directions.
That's a flat Earth. Welcome to the flat Earth, sir.
That's also a sphere.
Your eyeball.
Also a sphere.
Not a sphere. Not a sphere doesn't do that. Sphere
it does.
Drops down.
Equally to all directions.
You will see the horizon leaving you
so it
pretty
is,
quick.
Yeah, that's what we see. When do we see that?
Well, you've never seen it because you've never been on a ball. That's the thing.
I've seen it because I've been in an airplane. I've been in an airplane. I've seen the horizon.
Mate. You've never seen a horizon dropping
fucking
away from you, no?
Oh, God, you're fucking painful to talk to, Jin.
Yeah,
I'm gonna start talking like you.
It, mate. You know,
yeah,
I am Mike
Bluetooth today. I am Amelia Earhart of the Flat Earth. Yeah, fucking yeah, Flat Earth today. Globe Earth tomorrow. Yeah, Japan on the map of the Earth. Yeah, fucking truth, man. Yeah. Flat, yeah.
Hold on.
Even more flat
You're not
today.
repeating yourself enough. You got to repeat.
I'm going to smother
Fucking
you
painful.
with the flat earth truth. Ready or not, here I come. You can't hide. I will
Because you
bury
lie all the time.
slowly with the flat earth truth. Flat earth truth.
No,
flat
you
earth
bury
truth.
us with
Hey,
lies.
flat earth
You
truth.
lie
Yeah,
all the
flat earth
time,
truth.
Jin.
Yeah,
You're a
flat earth truth.
fucking liar
You
and you
better
know
believe
it.
it.
I'm going to go with he doesn't lie. He
You're never going
actually
to be
is dumb.
comfortable with me. You can be comfortable in.
Tone it down, G. Come on, everybody, calm down a little bit.
Yeah, I love ratcheting it up. But anyway, hang on. Do you think you can be comfortable with Mike Tyson in the ring? Are you going to be comfortable? Are you looking for comfort in this debate? You come to the wrong place, mate. I'm looking for comfortable when I'm around, mate.
Jen's Mike Tyson.
Comfortable. I'm going to rough you up.
So,
you liar. Calling me a liar?
He's like Mike Tyson's retarded little brother.
Beeping between his knees.
You know, look at him. He's crying. I'm only using words and he's crying. Terrible. Words only, and the man is crying, frothing at. Such is the weakness of these flat earth. Yes, pick yourself, dust yourself down, you wretch. You ignorant upstart. How dare you? The audacity of the globe. Unbelievable.
Wow,
Don't
you
know
made
who you
three
are?
sentences without repeating something. That's impressive.
Well, that's exactly. You better believe that. It's all part of the therapy. Flat Earth psychological barrage. And barrage in big capital letters, coming at you straight as an arrow, laser cannon.
So did Amelia.
One. Earther of the flat Earth realm.
Hang on, Jen. I got a question for you. On Amelia Earhart.
Okay, go ahead.
Did she say like anything in addition to just saying it looks flat, or did she elaborate on that, or?
Oh no, she said it looked flat to her. She could see Ireland or the English coast. She said halfway across the Atlantic. Sorry. Yeah. So, and she said it all looked flat to her. She actually used the word "looked flat." She said.
Yeah.
And I thought, well done, Amelia. But you know what though? She said it, but not realizing she was describing a flat Earth. By the way. Yeah? So she inadvertently exposed it without even knowing it to herself. Such is the power of the indoctrination of the globe. But she did say it all looked flat, and she was getting lost a lot because she was using globe maps. When she was told to use flat maps, she stopped getting lost because she was more renowned for getting lost than actually making her destinations.
Well, see, that's the information I want to look for is where she was instructed to use a flat map instead of a globe map. I need to. That's what I want to see.
Yeah. I'm trying to find one. I'm trying to find it for you. I'm actually trying to find it for you now, and I've got which talks about her and her life, and I'm not sure if she speaks in this one, but I haven't seen it. The funny thing is, I saw it today, and I can't find it again. Isn't that annoying? When you see the videos going by, you're scrolling through your library, and then when you want it, you can't bloody find them. I hate that. Or it turns out to be one of the ones that's been removed. Bloody Google. You think, you bastard.
Yeah,
stole it after so.
I've watched, kind of kept up with Amelia Earhart and watched all that stuff because I like to follow aviation stuff. But I seems like I do remember her commenting how the horizon was flat, but beyond that, I don't recall anything else about flat Earth or navigation on a flat map.
No. She didn't say flat Earth. She didn't use the words flat Earth, but she said she could see, the English coast halfway across the Atlantic, and it all looked flat. She said it all looked flat. You see.
Oh, I'd like to see that
talking about.
Because today we can't even see that. So why was she able to see it and we're not able to today?
Oh, I mean, you're a dreamer, mate. We could see flat forever.
No, you can't see the English coast off of the coast of America. So why are we no longer able to see that?
The new boy, only 5.
You're roboting out, Jen. I don't know what the problem is.
The globe. Without 5. Okay, I'm gonna. Okay, come on now. Fuck. Okay, I've posted the video for you. I'm now my connection. Giving you crack the whip hamsters. Okay.
ODD.
There you go. Right, that's all. I should be sounding better now.
Yeah. ODD TV.
Bastion of the truth. Well, it says the truth, so it has to be true.
I'm always leery of channels that have truth in the name of it.
But they
I
usually
remember.
don't have any truth.
I remember Amelia Earhart saying it looks flat, but it's just one of those things that people say, you know, on the windless day, and the ocean was not rippling and there were no waves, and it kind of just looked flat.
Yeah, the reason why I think the reason why she was describing it being flat, she on her way to breaking that record, being the first woman to cross the Atlantic solo, her engine, well, her exhaust pipe, the muffler that's attached to the engine from the head, that had all come apart, and I put that down to sabotage. So she was losing, the engine wasn't performing well, so she was losing altitude, so she had to kind of like keep fighting, all the way there to make it. She could not rest at all. And she said that, it all looked flat. She could see, the English coast, words to that effect, halfway across the Pacific. And I thought, well, there you go. You're talking flat Earth, lady. You don't even realize it. You're talking about the flat Earth and you don't realize it, lady.
Yeah, part of your pre-flight on a 172 Cessna is to, as long as it's not hot, of course, but to grab your muffler and make sure your exhaust and make sure it's not loose.
Yeah, the first plane she used though was a single-engine aircraft. She didn't use the that beautiful one that she bought. That was bought for her, I think. No, she was using a single engine. It must have been a Cessna. It could have been single-engined anyway.
Did you specify what time she talks about the flat horizon and seeing the coast? Because I'm looking through this. It'd take me a full 20 minutes to look through it. I was hoping you could zero me in a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's in this particular video.
Oh,
the video that I clearly remember it being was like a 5-minute or 3-minute clip from an interview. Okay, so I'm trying to find it. I'm actually trying to find it myself. Okay, but this particular one is worth a watch because it explains a lot about her trials and tribulations. Okay, it's pretty good. Watch. It's worth a watch, man. Come on. I don't put shit up there for you.
Apparently, she was a shit navigator.
Yeah, she was getting lost because she was using the globe maps. But after that, she sorted that all out. Once she was
Is that mentioned in here?
Maps, I think it would be, if it's there, it may be. If not, it'd be in the video I'm looking for. Definitely mentioned. Otherwise,
It's not there.
I don't just make things up, man. I don't just make things
That's
up.
all you do.
I'm not that desperate to prove the flat Earth. I don't have to.
Yes, you are.
It's already out there. It's already out there.
That's all you do.
I don't have to mention it.
Actually, I'm gonna defend him a little bit on this. He doesn't seem to make shit up. He just misunderstands everything.
Maybe.
No, I don't misunderstand anything. I don't misunderstand an oblate spheroid that you cannot find to a flat plane that you see and experience all your lives. So no misunderstanding there.
Things, and I could easily show it to you, but you won't let me. You just rumpas on and rumpas on and rumpas on.
You're full
I
of,
think he deserves his own category. It's gin and
you're full of that brown. You're full of the brown stuff. You're full of the very smelly brown stuff. I can't be dealing with that, man.
Well, Jen, I'm coming up next week. I'll start my navigational part of my pilot training, and I'm going to dig a little bit deeper than just what we're taught, and see if I can get you some accurate information on that.
Okay.
Because I think they're using globe projections on navigation.
Yeah, I mean, I'd
Yeah,
really
I
like to
reckon
know
they
what they
are.
mean by flat maps, because I mean, I'm sure she was dealing with charts the whole time.
Yeah.
They didn't have a globe in the airplane.
But she was
Globes are
getting
too damn
lost because
small.
she was getting lost because she was using globe maps. You know, this is what it was said in the video, and obviously she was told to use flat maps, make your maps flat and everything else, and you won't get lost.
Well,
So she
as
was
far as
very
I know,
relaxed
there's
for
no
getting
such
lost.
thing as there's no globe charts per se, and no flat charts per se. They're just charts.
What she said the maps don't match the route she's taking. Those were her words. The maps she was using don't match. That's why she was getting lost. So obviously, she
Right.
said, well,
So
you
she
make
had
the maps
outdated
flat.
maps, or had maps of the wrong area.
I doubt that very much. She was told to make flat maps. Those words came out in this interview and this document. Flat maps. Make your maps flat.
Okay.
Flat.
And again, you're saying in this interview, is that the one you posted already, or are you still looking for it?
I'm trying to find other material that I've seen. So if it's in
Right.
this one,
But do they
we're
mention
lucky.
the flat maps in this one, or are you still looking?
Well, I mean, if you watch it, it's only 20 minutes. It's worth a watch. So if it's there, it's there. If it's not, it's not. We'll move on and find another one for you. Don't worry. No, just watch the thing, man. 20 minutes, not going to kill you, is it? Fuck's sake. You're going to learn a lot about Amelia as well.
The funny thing is, I don't really give much of a shit about Amelia.
Then forget it then. Then put the thing down, forget about it. You're living on a spinning ball. Go ahead, good luck. Enjoy. Don't worry. Goodbye, good luck. So now.
It's interesting to look at her transatlantic flights because the northern Atlantic flight seems to take more time than the one at the equator when she flew from NATO in Brazil to St. Louis in Senegal. It took her only a day. On a flat Earth, that would be a hell of a distance.
Well, not on a flat Earth where you get to redefine all the distances as you see fit.
Yeah, when you sit on geometry, then yeah.
And how do we know that she doesn't have like little teleportation windows she goes through?
Oh yeah. It also gives the distances on the wiki for the flights. But obviously those are shit because yeah, it's globe maps.
The other thing that Jin is incapable of is determining when somebody's bullshitting him.
I can tell you a lot of bullshitting every time you wake up every day. I mean, quite obvious. Talking about
I think I've never heard Jin not lie when he's somewhere and I'm there at a specific place.
If I have made an error, I am the first to put my hand up and say, yeah, thanks for bringing that to my attention. I did misspeak, and everyone is satisfied. I don't hear any of you guys acknowledge your mistakes for the public to hear in the arena.
Acknowledge my mistakes, and when you were in Gems and you told lies about conspiracy cats, we had to go back to the recording in order for you to accept it, and then you continue to lie about it.
Absolutely. But then I admitted that, and I said, it's a fair cop. Did I not say?
No, because afterwards you said that he lied still. So
yes, because he did lie. He did.
No,
I was
because he
right
made
in
no
putting me
claims.
lie. He's still a liar. He's still a
No,
liar.
he
But of
didn't make
course,
any claims,
I
so.
said when I said I didn't say it, I was wrong. But he's still a liar. I still stand by the words. So don't get me wrong.
Okay,
He's still a fucking liar.
then you got caught. You got caught in a
He
lie,
was still trying
so
to
you
twist
are a
what I
liar,
said.
right?
No, I'm not. I made a mistake, and I acknowledged that in the end. So there you go.
Yeah, sure. In the end, sure.
Right. In the
Liar.
end, I acknowledged it because I'm always going to be around. I don't run from the truth, man. Don't worry. I'm not a runner like that. I'm running into you cunts with the fucking truth bowling ball, knocking you people for 6, 10 a penny. Don't worry. You know
I'm
this.
just glad I don't have your ego.
Yeah, you can't handle it. You have no ego. Good. Sit in the corner and behave yourself like you know your place.
Yeah.
I'm just
You
glad
have
I
the
don't
ego
have
of
your ego.
everything.
I'm glad you don't have your ego, but you have a big lying mouth. I'm glad I haven't got that.
You have that. I just showed it to
I'm
lie.
glad I don't have your ego. Yeah.
Oi.
I'm
Okay.
I'm glad I don't have your ego. Yes, I bet you are glad. I bet
Yeah.
you are.
I lie much less than you.
I don't lie. I'm not lying. Don't you worry, man.
Just told you
Where are
I
you getting
lie.
all
What
that
you
from,
do?
man? I don't know where you're getting that from.
Once again, I'm going to defend Jin and say I don't know how much he lies and how much he just doesn't understand about things. He's legitimately confused.
Yeah, I was just pointing out the obvious lies that are shown to be lies that they don't have anything to do with the shape of the earth. It's just lies.
No,
Like what things has he lied about that you can think of?
Yeah,
The last
come
time,
on.
last time was a couple of days ago when he was in Gems and Conspiracy Cats was there. Conspiracy Cats didn't make any claims, and Gene said everything you said was a lie, even though he didn't say anything. And then
he
Gene said,
lied.
"No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. That's not what I said." And then we get back to the recording where he clearly says that's all lies. And then he said, "Yeah, but you are a liar. You are a liar. I didn't lie there because
See, now
you're lying."
you're being inaccurate. I said that he tells porkies. I said you were telling porkies, weren't you? That's what I said. Porkies, as in porcupines.
That's another word for lie.
That's what I said. Yeah, but that's what I said though,
he lied.
porkies. I didn't call him an outright fucking liar. I just said you were trying to tell porkies, weren't you?
That's
calling
somebody a liar.
No, Gene, you said Conspiracy Cats went back to the recording where you said that's all you said there was lies, even though he didn't make any claims. And you said that you didn't say it, but you did say it.
Yeah. I did
honest.
say that. I did say that. That's without a doubt. But I wasn't. I said it, and I didn't remember if I said it or not. Basically, I wasn't sure if it was exactly that what I said. So I said, "Well, go back and check if you must. And if I did say that, I can apologize. I'm not scared. You know, go ahead. What's the problem here?"
Now I got busted in a misspeak the other day.
I still called him a liar. He was still lying anyway. The fact is, he was lying. That's
Another
the point.
lie.
He was
Another
lying.
lie.
That's why I accused him of lying.
There we go.
Everything he said was a lie.
Dude, you guys, the whole
I'm
thing
saying
about
that again
calling
today.
Yeah, the
I'm
thing
saying
about
that again today. I will say it tomorrow, and I will say it yesterday.
how do you know that? Like, how do you know that someone purposefully is like they know something and then they're telling a lie that isn't that? How can you verify that?
Is that you're talking about? Are you talking to me?
Yeah, just in general.
Oh well, with the flat Earth truth, the evidence is there. So you know what when they're describing their experiences, it's impossible, but yet they carry on promoting the truth, promoting it like the truth.
How do you know that they don't just believe it though?
Like they said, they've seen curvature. Okay, now I've never seen curvature anywhere on this earth, not even from a plane. But they claim you can see it on a plane. You know, they've measured
Well,
it.
when has
Pure
Conspiracy
lies.
Cats said that? When has Conspiracy Cats said that he can see curvature from an airplane?
I never said he said that. I never said he said that.
So how do you know that he lies?
I've heard him lie. I've heard him lie over the years.
What has he lied
It's
about?
not the first time that I've spoken to conspiracy cats. Spoken to him long time ago. I called him a liar back then. I said, "You're a teacher and you're lying to the kids about the flat Earth." He knows. He knows me very well. Ask
Right,
him.
but I guess, Jen, what I was trying to decipher between okay, so those of us that know the Earth isn't a globe, it's pretty obvious somebody's lying because they're telling us it's a globe. So on that level, it's very obvious that the people in control, space agencies, whatever, they're lying. But how can you verify, let's say a regular civilian person, somebody that just, is just born in the world, and how do you know that that they know the truth and that they're purposefully lying, or they're just
heavily incorrect, or just believing or deluded or whatever it may be? How can you decipher that difference?
The only way I could decipher that is the level of their intellect. That's the only way. If we're having a discussion and they're talking about things and the way they articulate their knowledge, and then you bring to them the flat earth truth, and they're saying, and they're dismissing it, and then bringing in their kind of counter, you know they're lying.
And that's why I don't think they're lies.
Okay, so you're kind of sorry. So you're kind of making an assumption based on what you think that they should know.
Yeah, you could say that. You could say that. I'm assuming their intellect.
All right, but if you're doing that, is it really? If you're only going off of that, is it really fair to call them a liar in public? Is that fair?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, that's why it's impossible
the point of them doing that is for them to explain themselves, get it out, and they can't, can they?
That's why it's impossible to have a discussion with Jin, because all he does is post a video. Watch that 3-hour video at your leisure. There you go.
Yes.
And then when you ask about the evidence, if you ask about the evidence, he'll never talk about it.
Well, the evidence is there for you to discern. It's right there, clear, common sense.
Well, then I can prove you the globe. I'm going to post you a 10-hour video.
If you could prove it, right? I wouldn't be here.
There.
I wouldn't be here, man. I'd be gone.
But the evidence is there.
The thing is, you can't prove that the Earth is round. You just have to take it off.
The evidence is there. I'm going to post you a 10-hour video. Watch it at your leisure. There's the evidence.
Yeah, please post it.
Yeah, exactly. You're posting what somebody else said.
Those marathon epic videos. Post it. Post the thing.
Yes, post what somebody else said to you, right?
That's what everybody. I mean, everybody posts videos in support of their argument.
Yeah, but this is a 10-hour video that's the meaning to attack globe Earth.
So that's what Jin does.
No,
all he does is post videos.
No. I just post videos that explains it.
Are you Jin?
I'm talking about you. Yeah.
I'm confused. You're not Jin, I don't think.
Hey, Moyak, man, can you stop butting in the conversation?
Yeah, but but everybody has their own unique style. You know, if Jin wants to do it by sharing informational videos with information in it, other people might. Yeah, everyone's got their own way.
Yeah, but the guy just said he's gonna post a 10-hour video explaining how the Earth isn't flat, but that's not the equivalence, because the point is informational videos based upon flat Earth is because it's going against the opposing thing that the majority believes, so it's not the same thing.
Yes, and just because everybody believes in the heliocentric model doesn't make it correct. After all, the heliocentric model is only 476 years old. It's the new model on the block.
Well, you should have the same or better evidence on your side before you can dethrone the existing model.
Yeah, and it's like...
You know what? That's wrong.
No, we have better evidence. It's just you have more evidence.
Yeah, you have no evidence for the globe, and you should bring that evidence.
And Jin, that's another lie.
It's not a lie at all.
Well,
so you're saying that there is no evidence for the globe?
There is no evidence.
There we go.
No evidence, man. Stop bloody being silly. There is not one shred of evidence for the globe. Not one shred. Not one shred. So
there we go. So it's just painful. I can say there's no evidence for flat Earth.
Shred of evidence. This is
for
why
the flat
I
Earth.
call you a liar.
Yes.
Not one shred of evidence.
Not piece of evidence of flat Earth.
If you have the evidence, then I would see it and you would show me. I've always been a man of impeccable integrity. Even when I misspeak, I acknowledge my mistakes. Okay, but I'm still here. You, on the other hand, you have provided not one single shred. Because if I see it, I would say yes, the Earth is indeed an oblate spheroid spinning in the vacuum of space, and they did go to the moon, for example.
Even just saying that, it sounds so stupid, and it's crazy how people believe that. You believe that this ball is just in the vacuum of space, right? Do you want me to explain to you how a ball cannot just simply be in a vacuum of space with atmospheric gas on it?
Sure.
Or have you already heard this argument before?
Which argument?
that gases on Earth cannot be contained on the ball.
Okay, why not?
Because on the NASA website, they themselves posted the basics of solid, liquid, and gas. Right? Gases
Sure.
take the shape of the container. The liquids go to the bottom of the container, and the solid is the container. So what the gas what the gas is when it's in a container, it takes the shape, right? On this Earth, on our flat Earth model, there is a container. It's called the dome, which is why it would make sense. No, it does take the. That's not what it is, dude. Let me finish. On a ball Earth, there's nothing that's holding the gases. So remember that space is a low pressure environment, and whenever gas in the container is opened, whenever it is opened, it scatters to the lower pressure environment. It goes to the lower pressure environment. So that's basically the whole thing. There's nothing that's holding the gases because gravity can't hold gas. We obviously know gravity can't hold gas because helium balloons float up. So your whole gravity theory doesn't make sense either. So
He's calling us a liar. Now look, he's saying he's lying. That's a lie, he said. So everybody says a lie, but in his case, he is the liar because everything that young man said was perfect, but yet this other guy here hasn't presented any evidence at all. Not one
reality.
Shut up. I'm talking with Dragon. You can shut the fuck up and sit on the side.
See that? See that? You're upset. Good. I'm glad I got you upset. You cunt.
Yeah, you say that
All right, let's not get into all the personal attacking, but Jin, yeah, let's let Mailman and Dragon at least complete out this idea because Mailman was close.
I think it shows a lot of dishonesty because I haven't had the time to answer, and you said he brought nothing. It's like, yeah, because I didn't have time to speak.
Post your lives and shut up.
So,
post your letter.
okay.
Jin, stop, please.
Have a coffee and a cake and sit. So. You said that NASA says that the gas takes the shape of the container, right?
Yeah, look in chat.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. So how does the globe Earth go against that?
Because there's nothing to contain the gases from leaving.
Which gases?
The atmospheric gases. Your atmosphere layers, the ozone layers, all those layers, right?
Sure. When do the layers stop in our model?
Excuse me?
When do the layers stop? When does the gas stop in our model?
You don't
your
have
model?
any layers.
Yeah, in our model. You said that our model goes against that. How?
It's supposed to go. You know that gases that aren't in a container scatter to lower pressure environments?
Yes, they do.
They don't in the atmosphere, but
heavier gases go down.
Yeah, we have a pressure gradient, but there is no place in our model in the space where there is zero gas. So where's the need for the container?
Space is the lower pressure environment.
Sure.
Yes, low pressure is still pressure. Low pressure is still pressure.
No.
What?
No.
But you default. You're done. If low pressure, in your view, isn't pressure, then you're done. You have nothing.
I said lower pressure. Just because it's still pressure doesn't mean it's not going to go and leave, moron.
But it doesn't, because you can gain altitude and you see that the pressure
there's
goes
a container
down.
that contains it. So stop denying reality, buddy.
No, when you go higher, the pressure...
It literally says that space is almost a perfect vacuum.
Yeah, almost a perfect vacuum. So not a vacuum, not a perfect vacuum. Almost a perfect vacuum.
I never said it was.
Okay, so why do you need the container? There is gas everywhere.
Because gas is scattered to low pressure environments. Space is the lower pressure environment. It's lower than the fucking Earth pressure.
But that's not what we observe when you go higher. At the sea level, we have 760 torque pressure. At 10 kilometers, we have 252 torque. And the gas over here never fucks off to that higher altitude.
You said what?
He's talking about the air becoming thinner as we go up in altitude. What he doesn't realize is that the Earth is in flux, so the air's moving all around, okay? The fact is, the young man is correct. High pressure will go to low pressure. So where is that? How are you containing the Earth's air pressure whilst it's spinning?
But it's not going to the low pressure, he said, and that's kind of evident. Like the top of my mountain is still 4 psi at the top of Mount Everest, and where I went skiing, it's 7 psi. 7 psi next to 14 psi. Yeah, why is it?
That kind of proves what he's saying, because he's saying that there's a barrier. So the reason that you're experiencing that is because it's being contained.
Well, no. I've got 14 psi, and now I've got 7 psi. What's between those two?
Yeah, but what he's saying, right? That's because you live in a contained system.
I understand.
If it was a globe, it would have effed off into the vacuum. That's the whole point.
Well, we've got to keep on going. Let's understand why the gradient's happening. So we have a gradient, 14 psi to 7, and then from there up to 35,000 feet, where it goes down to what? I don't know, 1 psi. And you go up higher, and it keeps on going down and keeps on going down. Something keeps on organizing these materials.
Because there's a barrier. There's a barrier.
It keeps going lower and lower. As high as we can go, it gets lower. So why do you need a barrier?
Because there's a barrier, you fucking moron.
So
you
what
realize that NASA claims space is a vacuum. So,
dude, Dragon, we can just stick to the information. There don't need to be little morons stuff thrown in there.
All right.
So what they
you know that all opposing. You do realize that a vacuum chamber must have a solid barrier between the vacuum itself and the atmosphere outside the vacuum. So where is Earth's solid barrier on your model, buddy? Where is it?
Dragon, can you give me a pressure of 252 torr at sea level without a container?
There is a container.
No, but I asked you, can you give me 252 torr pressure somewhere?
That's a
down here.
That's a different case.
Why?
You're asking the absurd.
Exactly. You're asking something else, dude. You're trying to duck the question that I've actually proposed to you, and now you're asking me a different question. That's called straw man. That's called straw man.
Your Honor. Objection.
A question.
He's avoiding my question.
Objection. This ain't no courtroom, son.
NASA claims that space is a almost perfect vacuum, but all opposing pressure systems must have a solid barrier to maintain this state of equilibrium.
What if I took a
for example, when you open up a Coke can, it's pressurized, right? But when you open up the Coke can, it explodes. All that gas comes out. It's called equilibrium, buddy.
Yeah, that's like 8 bar next to 4.
Yeah, equilibrium. It occurs when two opposing pressures meet. The model your model that we've been indoctrinated to believe that we live upon has no solid or physical barrier to divide any space vacuum from a pressurized atmosphere.
Hold on. There's no container stopping the mixing of the gas from down here to up there to 10 kilometers, and it doesn't mix, so it doesn't equalize out.
It doesn't mix because there's different densities of gas.
Same density gas.
No,
same
gas.
mixture of gas.
Yeah.
Same gas.
Not the same gas, actually.
Oxygen, nitrogen, carbon dioxide, dude. Biggest parts.
Yeah, and at the end of the conversation, all they do is they bring it back down to gravity, and they say we don't need a container because we've got gravity. The problem is when because gravity works in a direction from the Earth to the sun, doesn't it? Well, what happens on the opposite side of the Earth when it's not facing the sun? Gravity should be working the opposite way.
What?
Well, they gravity is the answer. That's why they don't need a container. But hang on, when the
gravity is not the answer, because if gravity caused air pressure, then gases it wouldn't fill the volume of its container. They would settle at the bottom of the container like liquids.
Yeah. That's what happens. You have density gradient in every container.
The gases don't fall in the container. I just showed you the NASA picture. It takes the shape of the container.
Sure, but it can have a gradient.
No.
Yes, actually it does. Inside a container.
Okay, but most gases do. I think you're talking about different gases.
Nope. You can do it with hydrogen and you have a gradient.
Denying that there's a gradient. You can't deny there's a gradient.
There's a gradient in containers, just like there's a gradient outside of containers.
Yep.
Yeah, look at all the globe charts. Yep.
It's something they don't even understand. The globe heads are what is say I. The eyes have it.
I measured it using a PVC pipe, a 4-inch PVC pipe, with my cell phone and a barometer inside. And you basically
it's not proving nothing, buddy.
Shush! I think I'm still talking.
Because you're in a container already.
But inside of the pipe with these ends sealed. I was able to turn that pipe upside down, and the gradient inverted. Well, didn't invert it. The pressure inverted as I tipped it up and down.
We don't live in a pipe, mate. We don't live in a pipe.
Actually, none of those
Bro,
are correct in what you posted.
Bro, you're violating the second law of thermodynamics.
Maybe we're not, since we see it and we observe it. Maybe the second you have a misunderstanding. The second
because you're in a container, retard.
Dragon, stop
Dragon, don't be a retard again.
There he goes again. There he goes again.
Do you not realize that Earth is a closed ecosystem?
Dragon, no. Can you cite the second law of thermodynamics for us?
Yeah, I want to hear him explain the second law and exactly how it
High pressure goes to low pressure. There you go.
That's not the second law of thermodynamics.
And it's the second law of thermodynamics according to a globe spinning.
No, it isn't.
Tell us how the second law works and how it applies to the situation. Or you don't know what the fuck
Now
you're
here,
talking
the second law has to do with the loss of energy in an isolated system over time. That's all.
Yeah,
it is.
it's a violation to have a gas pressure system next to a vacuum without a container barrier, like I've always been saying.
That's
Yes, it
not
is.
our
Stop
model.
saying no, but you can't prove
not our
it.
model, dude.
No, but you can't prove it.
If
No,
you go higher,
no.
hold on. If you
Like,
go,
you don't know there's
if
a
you
gradient?
go higher, yeah, if you go higher,
Tell me the
there's lower
gradient,
pressure.
buddy.
Hold on. If you go higher, there's lower pressure, and you don't need a container between high pressure and low pressure there, so you're fine.
Yeah, how do you? I don't understand how you get around that logically. There's a sensor on your phone that you can download an app right now, and it's so sensitive that you can tell the difference in pressure between at your feet and above your head. Get that device, get that app, go look at the pressure, and see the difference, buddy.
You can measure 6 inches with that sucker if you adjust the screen on.
Yeah, they're crazy accurate. They're crazy. Pretty wild.
They don't even know what causes gravity.
Yeah.
Nope.
Well, that's
All
true.
those who think the globe heads are wallies, say aye. Aye. The eyes are
I like how the moderation is again just not here, but it's okay.
It's okay.
Well,
Let's just say we fundamentally. Let's say we fundamentally don't know it, man.
Mailman, do you want to moderate?
What's
No,
the
because
cause
if I'm debating, I don't want to moderate.
No,
What's
don't give him the moderator, bro, because he's just going to destroy everyone.
Yeah, moderator.
He's a dictator. He's a dictatorship. It'll be.
Doesn't anyone
There
know
we go again.
what causes the
Mind you, if I was a moderator, you'd be gone instantly. Mailman, gone. Okay, next. Yeah, gone.
I kind of figured that's what would happen if Jin got mod roll. Everyone would be banned.
Yeah,
There
nobody
could be an echo chamber, yeah.
He'd be like, he'd be like,
your head can't spin.
I could just see Jim say in the middle of a conversation, "Okay, let me get to my keyboard," and you're banned.
And you are gone. You like gone.
It would be like QE, exactly like QE. Just when someone says something that you don't agree with or that wrecks your position, gone.
Gone. Totally not logical. Yes, we don't have time for that kind of language here. Sorry, folks. It had to go. Let that be a warning to the rest of you.
And gases are respond to the forces that act on them as well. So I mean, like if I put a test tube with air in it and I spin it at god awful RPMs, you can have a vacuum right next to that open test tube, and it won't empty out. I don't know why somebody was talking there.
That's a theoretical thing, by the way. You just said if I.
No, they have gas centrifuges. They're real.
They like saying theoretical things that they can't
love this
prove.
flat
If I do this, and this happens. If I do this, if I went to the moon,
Dragon, you posted the NASA picture. You posted the NASA image, and there's a section about second law of thermodynamics, and it says nothing about pressure.
It does.
Really?
No, it doesn't.
If you watch the full fucking video.
No, I said you posted the image. It says phases of matter, gas pressure, kinetic theory of gases, and the second law of thermodynamics.
No, I'm showing you how to violate the second law of thermodynamics.
You haven't shown us yet.
Heat transfer.
Being honest. He's being honest. His integrity is intact. He said, "You watch the video. Why can't you watch the video?" And then you learn. You see. Then you won't be asking foolish questions.
I was talking about the image that he posted.
Yeah, he said, "You watch the video. You'll understand the image then if you don't."
Yeah, he hasn't watched the video.
What to see. Yeah, he hasn't watched anything. These people, they don't watch videos.
Did you even see what the PhD astrophysicist had to say about what you said? And you think that you're smarter than a PhD astrophysicist?
He might be. No, he might be. He could be. He could be. Let's not say he can't be. He could be, but he's a wally anyway. We know.
Well, yeah, they're both the same because they're both fraudulent believers of something that doesn't actually.
Yeah, that's the problem. The education has wrecked the brain. They've become pseudo-scientists. Pseudo-believer, this one. Dogma.
So the second law of thermodynamics, you didn't say what it is yet.
I showed you, buddy, in the image.
What?
No.
Yeah,
Could you
in the image, it doesn't talk anything about pressure.
Yeah,
I talk about equilibrium, you fucktard.
No, it doesn't.
Explain it.
There you go again, man. I don't know. You're getting close, Betty.
Yeah, it doesn't say. It doesn't say.
Definitely.
But Dragon, it doesn't say equilibrium either.
Yes, it does. It says that there exists a useful thermodynamic variable called entropy, a natural process that starts in one equilibrium state and ends in another will go in the direction that causes it.
You see what I mean? You had to read
it. He doesn't know how to read. You don't know how to watch. You don't know how to understand. All you know is
just
being
lying.
told what to do.
Can you tell us what entropy is? Can you,
sorry.
Can you tell me what?
I'd love to show you what it is. I'd love to show you what it is. I'd love to show you.
Somebody of y'all flat earthers tell us what it is. What's entropy?
I'd love to
show
you.
You actually need to know what entropy is.
You know, I'd love to put him in a pressure where he's a vacuum and he gets sucked out. I'd love to see that.
Do you know what entropy is?
Yes, it's a scientific concept.
What do you?
That's just useful.
Do you really want me to explain the whole entire thing to you, or are you that stupid?
Did you say that it's a constant?
What? I said it's a scientific concept.
Concept, okay. I heard you said constant. Okay, concept. Yeah,
it's
sure.
a measurable physical property.
Of what?
That simple. It's a measurable physical property. It's that simple.
Okay. What does it mean?
It comes from the classic thermodynamics. That was where it was first recognized.
And what does it mean?
It's a concept.
It means you're not on a spinning ball.
It's a measurable physical property that's associated with
you're not explaining
with the flat earth truth. It's associated with the flat earth truth.
Well, you're talking about the second law of thermodynamics. You don't even know quantity associated with it.
I told you
how
what
you
entropy
and how you quantify it. It's a quantifiable measurement. Okay, it's S over T.
That's what I literally just said, buddy.
No, it's not. That's not what you literally just said.
Yeah, that's what I said.
S over
it's a
T.
scientific
Okay,
concept. That's a measurable physical property. Faggot.
Yeah, but you didn't describe what it was.
Yes, I did.
You didn't know what the property was.
Yes, I did. You cut me off before I could explain it. You cut me off before I could explain it. 50 cents.
Okay. So let's just say you have a room, closed room, completely closed sealed room.
Look. It's always the theoretical things. They're like, let's say you have a room. Let's say you're 6 feet up and the horizon is 3 foot away.
Yeah. Imagine this. Imagine that.
Yeah, it's always theoretical things. Theoretical. Shut up.
Consider this. Think about this. Imagine this. Let's say this happens. Assume this. Let's assume.
Exactly. That's the only thing these globetards can say. They're like, what if this happened? If this happened,
you build a model. Okay, that's what you do. When you build a model, it makes predictions, and you basically use logic to come to conclusion.
Your model is predicting nothing. Tomorrow is Thursday. The day after is Friday.
Thermodynamics makes prediction, and whatever you want to call it. Typically, it's pretty.
Next year is going to be 2023. Next year,
I don't know.
2023 next year.
We're having trouble getting points across. I don't feel like the conversation's going anywhere. It would be nice if we could do a point and counterpoint and let each other finish their sentence.
I'm curious if he knows what it means. Like he just kind of like base described it. He didn't know the quantity. I'm curious if he just can kind of describe in words like what happened. Like what does that mean to lose entropy?
Because all we need is a simple curvature.
I'm sorry, I had it backwards. What does it mean?
Yeah. Actually, it was Mailman's line. It was Mailman's line of questioning anyway. Oh man, he's answered it now. What say you? Yeah, you poor globe head. What is it? There you go. He's gone. See?
Well,
Don't hack it, man. These globe heads, man.
They're breaking up.
It's wonderful. He's breaking up and obnoxious.
I hear somebody like eating or some shit. I hear like somebody's mouth voice.
Yeah,
That's
Dragon,
what it sounds like.
you've got an open mic, Dragon, again.
It's like somebody eating like dry ass bread or something.
Yeah, I'll mute him.
So it seems like I haven't seen anything so far in the second law that addresses air specifically or pressure specifically. Has anybody explained that?
No, they don't know what it means. The last kid that was talking, he didn't know what it meant.
I mean, I posted the definitions and I read through the definitions. They are pretty clear cut.
Yeah. You just gotta know them. You gotta know what you're talking about. If you don't know what you're talking about, then it's, kind of going off what people told you.
And I'd like to know what inherently is wrong with using gravity as a container.
Yeah, I don't get it either.
If air has weight, if each molecule of air has weight, and it is leaving the Earth at 500 feet per second, and I've got a dragging force on that of 9.8 meters per second, okay, why wouldn't it eventually slow down and fall back down?
Yeah, I mean, over a long period of time, yeah. If you put something in orbit, there's a certain amount of friction. A lot of satellites have like little propulsion units where they correct for it.
Well, this isn't so much a friction argument. This is if I sent it straight out and it met no other objects, no other molecules. It just found the path randomly through away directly from Earth, and has a 9.8 meter per second drag on it.
Yeah,
it's going to eventually slow down from 500 meters per second to 100 to 10, then reverse and start increasing speed back towards Earth.
How do you work that out? How? What do you mean?
Well, if it's going 500 meters per second, and I have a gravitational effect of 9.8 meters per second, it will take a certain amount of time to slow down and reverse direction, right?
No. Why?
Why not?
Why would that happen?
Why wouldn't it happen? I'm confused why you think it wouldn't happen. I've got a downward force.
Well,
I have an initial vector. I have an initial vector. It can be treated as a force, as all the texts say. So, in effect, we have something slowing it down. We call it space-time, if you want to go down that argument. But in the end, it can be treated as a force, as a weight,
we don't know any of this.
Tendency towards the ground. You know what?
I know of no such
I don't know if
thing,
you can mute this ass, but I mean, this is really rude with somebody belching in the mic and stuff.
All right, I'll mute myself. Sorry.
Was that you belching in the mic? That wasn't you. I'm talking about the guy who's eating cheesy puffs.
No, that's not me. I didn't belch. I'm not eating, but I'm muting myself so you can carry on. Carry on, sir.
I mean, I was pretty much done. I mean, we have weights, which, if you want to just call it the force of weight, or an acceleration of 9.8 meters per second. I've got 500 meters. That's a finite number. It's going 500 meters away per second away from Earth, and I have a acceleration towards the ground of 9.8 meters per second. So, in how many seconds will that reverse? 10, 20 seconds? What? I have to run the numbers. So one moving at the average air speed of an air molecule down at the ground, 500 meters per second, in 55 seconds of going away from Earth, it'll start coming back to Earth. Now, if you heat it up more, it'll go faster and it can reach escape velocity. But generally speaking, many of the molecules stay in because they keep on falling back. And occasionally some of them get blown away at a rate of 96 tons a day, or 96,000 tons a day, I think.
Yeah, you're talking about the atmosphere and the flux and the gases moving around. Not due to gravity, though. That's the thing. Gravity doesn't act on gas. Not even gas molecules.
Well, my experience with that and my conclusions from my experience with that is, since I'm in a sealed container,
signal, issue signal in rain.
All right, somebody just had a stroke.
50, 50, were you saying something or was your mic open?
Yeah, my bad. I'm sorry. I didn't mute myself.
No, inside of my sealed container with no other dynamic forces acting on it, I have a gradient that establishes in there. It shows that air has weight to me. I tested it myself. I could see it, and it equalizes almost instantaneously. When I tip that container upside down, almost instantly, that gradient reestablishes itself.
I don't think it's gravity, because why can't it act on the gas that is helium, for example, or nitrogen or hydrogen?
It actually does.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Inside of my sealed container.
It does. No, that means you are saying that gravity is very much selective then. But I didn't learn that at school. I learned that gravity, if it existed, is a constant force all over the earth. Constant. It's not selective in that it can pick up this one.
You're right.
This, hang on a second. It'll pull down a bite quicker than it'll pull down a piece of paper or a helium balloon or a balloon full of air. No.
Actually, if I take a helium balloon and drop it in a vacuum chamber, it falls just as fast as lead.
That's only because the rubber is heavy. The balloon itself.
It falls just as fast as lead.
If you release the gas, it's going to fill the container, as it does always.
Right, but it falls just as fast as lead, and in that container, if I release just the helium, the gradient with just helium will establish itself.
Natural order of things, nothing to do with gravity again. There we
so
are.
What makes if it spreads in all directions equally, and I have helium in the container and it's not spreading equally, wouldn't that defeat your argument that it spreads out equally?
But that's if. There is no if it did that. No,
it does. The gradient establishes. The gradient happens inside a container, despite whatever gas you want to use. Sulfur hexafluoride, oxygen, nitrogen mixture, and helium. All of those individually will all establish a gradient inside a container.
We must, but it's got nothing to do with gravity. That's the point.
So what's causing the gradient to establish?
Nothing to do with that whatsoever.
Okay, so what do you think is causing the natural order of things? Gas expands equally in all directions, and yet it's not expanding equally in all directions. It's more equal at the bottom.
Yeah, the reason for that is the way the molecules are behaving in the atmosphere that the Creator created for us to live in.
This is in a container. I'm not using the
natural order of things, folks. That is it.
This is not. This was a tube I filled with a vacuum, and then I emptied out and made a vacuum. I add hydrogen to it, and the hydrogen establishes a gradient.
But we don't live in a tube. That's the thing. We don't live in a tube.
No, we don't. That's a way of isolating us from the atmosphere that God made for us.
You did it with one gas, Moyak?
Yeah.
You remember this?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, gravity's got nothing to do with it. Sorry, it just doesn't work for me.
Doesn't
work for me at all.
That's a nice statement.
Well, it's the state of the reality that we live in. Gravity is not doing anything, man. You have a sheet of paper. Okay, we're on the ground here. We have a sheet of paper. I roll it up. I crunch it up. I throw it up. It comes straight down straight away. I grab another sheet of paper, same size, A4. I hold it up. It takes longer to come down.
Wouldn't that be friction?
That's not gravity.
Wouldn't
That's
that be
not
friction?
gravity whatsoever.
In fact, in theory, if I dropped it only a few inches and I held it up on edge, it would fall faster than the sphere of it that I dropped. When I crumple it up and when I drop it on edge, for the first 6 inches, it's going to drop faster.
I am 6 feet off the ground. I guarantee you that I have an A4 sheet of paper in one hand and a crunched up A4 ball in the other, and I let go. That ball's gone down before the sheet of paper lands. Nothing to do with gravity. Nothing.
Do they have the same density?
They have the same weight. It's an A4 sheet of paper. Same weight.
Sure.
The surface area.
Yeah, and same density.
Got nothing to do with the surface area at this point. We're talking about gravity.
Oh, really?
Ability to pull things supposedly to the center core of the Earth. It's not able to do that, is it?
Gene, you just debunked relative density then, because the both of the papers have the same density, but the other one is faster than the other one.
Unfortunately for you, you can see that the shape obviously means that it's falling through the medium quicker, falling through, not being pulled through by any force. And then the sheet of paper is being delayed because it spread itself more surface area in the medium. Now gliding on the medium, it's able to glide. That's not gravity, then, is it? Is it? Gravity is
gravity is what pulls it down, and you have air that is stopping.
No, it is not. No, it is not.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a neutral question?
Yes, sir.
If you were to get all the gases, like the argons, the hydrogens, the heliums, nitrogens, all the gases, an equal volume, and stick them all in the same container, would they, bear with me, would they sort in order due to density? I guess, yes, if you get all the gases, would they naturally split up inside a sealed container? So
no, I don't think so, because you're going to have Brownian motion.
I agree. They would.
Oh, thanks, Jen. Thanks, Jen.
Yeah, you're right, Mario.
Brownian motion and stuff, and that's going to keep things mixing, just based upon the thermal energy input into the system. You'd have to lower the temperature down to get them to slow down a little bit to have less Brownian motion. Then, Brent and Jen, you can hear when other people are talking, right? I don't know if you can hear. So the Brownian motion will keep everything mixed up in that container pretty uniformly.
Okay, so were you suggesting that by lowering the temperature you could make it more uniform?
I would think so, but I'm not positive. When the liquid states might happen before the Brownian motion is small enough to keep it separated. So I don't know.
Yeah, and I wonder if they all had equal density. So obviously the volume would have to change, because obviously some are lighter, some are heavier, and get into a state of liquid state. I suspect that they would cause an organized layering system at some temperature.
Oh, well said. Thank you. I was going to say that, but you said it for me. Exactly, because depending on the temperature that is within the medium, it will excite the molecules, and they're going to be, clashing amongst themselves. But like you said, if you drop the temperature now, then some kind of order would happen naturally. Natural order would ensue.
And that's why I like to use the example of dust. When you're looking in the room, you see the beams of light coming in the room, you can see the dust floating around. Dust is pretty much equally filling up your room, even though it's way heavier than air. There's enough energy in the room to keep it stirred up, and it stays up there for hours.
Yeah. I watched that. Yeah, good. Thanks for your time, guys.
Thank you for your time.
Yep, Realm is a gentleman.
It is a lie.
Did you say I lied? I didn't lie about anything. I'm genuine. I genuinely.
No, he said Rome is a gentleman.
Oh, okay, cool, man. Sorry, I thought you said I was a liar as well. No, cool, man. I'll try to be a gentleman.
No,
Thanks.
yeah, you're a gentleman. No, let's get it right. You're a gentleman and a scholar. Let's get it right here. Sorry. Where are my manners?
Esquire.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. As for the others, the totally disreputable, dishonest, despicable bunch. To boot, to say the least.
Nah, there's guys in this room like Moyok, man. You know what I mean? He says that he says it's true, and he speaks his mind. And there's other guys that kind of hide behind walls. So good on him.
Yeah. Well, we can give him a little bit of. Okay, we'll give him a little bit there. 1/1000 of an inch. That's about all we get.
Yeah, I mean, he's concise. He's concise in what he's talking about, and he has confidence to.
Unfortunately, he's concise about the wrong thing. Unfortunately, I mean, I don't know what that means, that is in reality, but yeah.
Yeah, but I guess he's representing history of science and all that, and he's studied it well.
Yeah, he's very intelligent in the wrong things. Absolutely. Perfect. Wicked standard. It is what it is, sir. Call a spade, pun intended.
Yeah, but to just rail on and on, trying to personally attack someone is not really very useful, in terms of actually.
I'm joking anyway. I'm only joking. Come on, guys. Come on.
No, I know, but it's like the whole thing is discuss the actual information rather than just trying to rail on someone, because he's his own person. He has his own viewpoints, and even if he's right or wrong or whatever it is, he deserves respect for his viewpoints. I think.
I respect his viewpoints, even though they're wrong. I can respect it, but they're wrong. Yeah, we must keep that at the forefront. That's how we don't get messed up. Because when you've been messed up for 53 years, that's painful. When you look back.
Now the test that I did with the air inside of the pipe, the sealed container, having a gradient. I never tested it with helium because helium has been known to destroy cell phones, and I don't know if my phone is susceptible to it. And I didn't have a ready source of hydrogen for it, so I didn't do that. But as far as I understand it, helium has the same gradient that air has.
Okay, so you might want to leave your cell phone in the car, out of the house, perhaps, next time you do that. And that takes care of the cell phone thing. No,
the cell phone has to be in there to do the measurement. That's my measuring device.
Oh, I see. You can't use another instrument then.
I could. In fact, Kosho was talking about doing it with another instrument, but he gets himself tied up in so many projects. I don't think he ever acted on it. He bought some pressure sensors. He was going to mount them in the pipe and then put helium in there. And I didn't wish to go through that expense. So if I couldn't do it with my phone, I wasn't going to do it.
Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, no measurable curvature, that's the thing. No experience during flight, sailing on ships.
Yeah, that was one that I saw personally when I flew, and this is one that comes right on the edge of human perception. So I couldn't say definitively that I saw it. But when I flew out my very first time from New York to Chicago, and I looked out the window, it was right on the edge of my perception that I could say, you know what, I think that's curving. And I didn't have a straight edge to compare it to, but it's wow, I think I can almost see a curve. It doesn't look flat to me. And that's just a personal perception with young eyes that worked. Now I got old eyes. I couldn't see a curve of a basketball too far away. Probably from too close.
Young eyes, old eyes. I've never seen curvature from a plane ever. And I started flying in the 1970s. So 1970, we went to Nigeria by plane. British Overseas Airways Corporation, BOAC.
We don't really care about who you flew on.
And from Heathrow Airport to Nigeria, it was a lovely flight, sunny day. No, blue skies, lovely clouds above the clouds, and then where you could see land. No curvature, man. And I can remember
with my view of it, it could have been mistaken for curvature, or it could have been mistaken for flat. It was right on the edge.
Well, I mean, it's one of those things that it impacted me greatly because it was the first time I'd studied about aeroplanes as my child. Because I'm still a elementary school. So in 1970, I would have been 8 years old, going to be 9 years old, and I did my project on aeroplanes and that. So I was actually going to get to fly in one. So I was overly excited, really looking forward to that. And yeah, I remember seeing the horizon as level. Not thinking that, I wasn't thinking about I'm on a globe or anything. I was just enjoying the ride and recording the view. That's it.
And I was looking specifically to see if I could see the curve. So, I mean, I was looking there to say, can I see this? And it was, like I said, I cannot definitively say either way. I just came away saying, you know what? I think I lean towards I can see the curve.
Okay, right. Then for me, from my childhood to the point to when I became a flat earther, I hadn't seen any curvature, and since then I haven't seen. 7 years on now, still haven't seen it from the aircraft. I haven't seen any curvature.
But that said, I see curvature all over the place, even at ground level, in the obscuring of things.
I've never seen it.
I was at my local beach on holiday last year, and I took a panoramic picture of the beach from a height of about 50 meters, and I went from all the way to the left all the way to the right, and I took about 30 pictures, and each picture, so basically when I put it all together, it curved at the edges from my original focal point. So I wonder if our vision looks 360 or 180 and naturally puts all together and thinks that there is a curving down because it sees a curving down somewhere. But typical of a flat Earth, but I don't think you can see curve up, curve down, or anything on the horizon because everything vanishes.
I mean, essentially, what you got is the same distance to the horizon in all directions you look when you're on water. So I mean, basically, every time you reposition the camera, you're taking a new image with new curve, and it's so subtle, it's not funny. I mean, you only have I think maybe a 9-mile view of the horizon, maybe less, when you're standing at sea level, with one view with your eyes.
I always thought we saw in straight lines. You see, so, and you can tell when you do the manhole cover test on the sidewalk or on the pavement if you're in England. Walk up to a manhole cover, look on top of it, so you can see it 90 degrees. Yeah, perpendicular there. Okay, and then move back, walk backwards from it, and watch it disappear on the flat sidewalk that you're walking on. Did it go over the curve? Did it?
No, but I see that's one of these things where the angle can become too oblique to see something that's below grade or even dead level with grade. But as soon as you come above grade, you'd have a hard time going far enough back to make it disappear, especially if it's large enough that you can see it in angular size.
I think that would also apply to a ship as well. If you're high up, you're always going to see it because you're high up. Okay, in that case, so you can even lower yourself, get onto a skateboard or something, and still apply that same rule.
Well, I can look at a ship, and if I know the distance to that ship and it's horizontal to me, it's basically across the horizon, but it's half obscured. I can still tell you exactly how long that ship is, plus or minus a meter, just by the angular size of it. But vertically, if for some reason it's disappeared.
The problem with the manhole cover thing is that the manhole cover is flush with the road. The ship isn't flush with the sea. It's coming up of the sea.
Yeah, but it's moving away from you at bottom upwards. So and then it disappears, which is the law of nature and the law of perspective, according to the angular resolution that you're at. So that's why it's doing that. It's just a natural phenomenon because you can't see the ship with your eyeballs completely. It's moving away from you.
Well, perspective, angular size, I just kind of like, I can tell you the length of the ship. That means that the angular size is preserved. Over distance, I can tell you the length of that ship just using angular size.
Okay.
Even at great distances, as long as it's above the horizon, I can see the outspread and the stern. I can tell you how long that ship is, but there's still 30 or 40 meters of that, 30 or 40 feet of that ship sunken below the horizon. So
that's
all
all
size.
That's to do with the angular resolution, like I said. That's because at the end of the day, that ship is going to disappear to a dot, so you won't be able to see it. And you guys think it's gone over the horizon. I'm talking now, look. And then you grab yourself you grab your binoculars, because you can hear I'm talking. This is how it gets silly. You grab your binoculars, okay, and you look through, and there's that ship again. Now, am I looking over the curve, or am I looking at the ocean and I'm aiding my eyes with a more powerful optics? What is it? Which is it, folks? You decide.
That's not when a ship is gone over the horizon. That's when it's too far away to see because of the angular size. It's not hidden.
It's never gone over the horizon then, has it? It's never gone.
Yes, because it's not far enough away.
To the Thank you very much.
No. I can post pictures where a boat is half hidden by the horizon, and even if you zoom in, it's still half hidden by the horizon. It doesn't change.
Well, that would mean that because of the distance. The first thing is, if your eyeball can no longer see it, then you're going to need that powerful optics. But if you can see it with your eyeball, then you don't need the optics because you can see it with your eyeball.
Well, what about when I look at an aircraft carrier? Aircraft carriers are 1,100 feet long and 200-300 feet tall, and I'm able to see the aircraft carrier when it's halfway over the horizon, and then as the top of the thing goes over the horizon, I can still see it. Yet, when I zoom in on it, there's no change between my eye and the zoom except for how clear I can see it. The same amount is good.
I'm sure if you keep on watching it, that aircraft carrier will disappear bottom upwards, and you will no longer be able to see it unless you get your optics.
The point is, before that, I can't see the
I'm talking still. Bloody hell! If you allow it to go to beyond your eyeballs to see it, then you grab your optics. There it is, folks. It's still there.
No, not with the aircraft carrier. If I can't see the aircraft carrier with my eyes, I can't see it with any zoom.
I doubt that very much, sir.
I'm sorry.
I posted a video where ships go beyond the horizon, and they're not because of the angular size, because they're large enough to see still.
Just get the video footage of that. Bring it to the server.
I just posted it.
Post haste.
It's posted, sir.
Yeah, I just said that I posted it.
You could tell if you were listening.
You've posted such a video?
Yes.
Let's see what kind of photographic trickery we have today.
It's fake. Yeah, sure.
I'm just waiting to see. It's your MO. It's how you guys operate.
Oh, those poor people on that ship. Oh, they're okay now.
Look at it. CG.
It's not CGI. I mean, I've seen this with my own eyes. Not this particular video, but with an aircraft.
Still loading.
One gas, One gas,
yeah.
same temperature, one gas. What else was there? I forget. This was a while ago. We were going over that.
You know what I don't like about this video? One, the camera's not steady. Two, it at the very beginning, it kind of like speeds up and then slows down. Why can't it just be natural? What is all this?
Because they time-lapsed it because this took hours?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I can't be dealing with this thing. It's just poor quality.
Well, that's exactly what happens over planar surfaces, so nothing surprising about that.
Actually, I've never seen it over a planar surface.
It happens all the time. It can be recreated on small scale in multiple ways. It's been done by multiple people. You can do it yourself.
Yeah.
The only ways I've seen that are with the advent of impossible things like lenses And what was the other one? Where the lens of the camera is bisecting the surface and the focus to make things disappear.
Okay.
So we're not bisecting the surface, and there's no such thing as a Fresnel lens in the atmosphere. So have we seen that?
Yep, absolutely. Could easily be recreated.
Example? Yep. You got an example handy?
Yeah, there's hundreds of them.
Do you have an example handy?
Yeah, go to Skyfreeze. Skyfreeze got a lot of really good ones with little RC boats over the water.
Love the boat. Love the boat.
Yeah, good one. Yeah, it's very easy.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Maya.
Oh, no, I said you're talking about the one disappearing into the haze there? The little boat that disappears into the wobbly, wibbly, nasty zone of the horizon?
You can call it what you want. It's getting cut off from the bottom up. Things do this over planar surfaces due to all of the reasons that we've talked about for years and years that you've probably heard and either don't grok or are not able to comprehend or whatever it may be. But yeah.
See, what I'd like to see with that boat is I'd like to know what happened to the top of it. Did the top remain horizontal, or at the same height? Because what we see with these ships is the tops of them come down. Which, if you use a,
I've never seen that. I've never
if
seen
you
that.
shut up, Jim. If you use a reference like a theodolite or an auto level, you can see that the top of the ship is going down below the auto level. And
so it's the back of the ship
wagering that if you
it's the back of the ship coming up.
And I'm wagering if you looked at the little boat on the lake there that you had, that the top of that boat would remain above the auto level. That the refraction and stuff you're seeing is just a little margin that you're seeing just above the water. It's not causing the same effect.
I had to step away for a moment. What was the hand waving for the video that I posted?
Oh, it was too fast and shaky.
Of course it was. I think
but it's not. It's not proving anything. It's not proving anything because, like I said, if you allow the ship to continue on its way, it will disappear, and you will be able to focus on it with a powerful enough optical. You bring it back into view. So you haven't proven anything with that thing. What have you proven with that video? Please tell me what the fuck are you?
And it also shows that the boats go over the horizon. You said that you can zoom them back in, but you can't.
It just disappears from your perspective. That's all that's going on. It's not going over any horizon, folks.
Angular size is angular size, Mr. Jim. So, I mean, if I can see it horizontally, or if I can see the top of it, and I can see the person standing on the deck, then I should be able to see the person standing below him.
No, not at all. Not according to the law. Not according to the law of perspective and angular resolution. Sorry, no.
There's no such law. At least not as defined by
that's nature's law. It may not be written in any book, but that is the law of nature. Okay.
Law of Jin.
So are we back to arguing that the horizon is a physical location?
No.
This is what they're saying. You see.
No.
And there is a physical location and a physical horizon. We'll never see it.
Jin claims that you can zoom both the boats back in that are hidden by the horizon.
Could this be refraction, though? I mean, could it be stooping?
Not by how we understand refraction.
Or is it sinking? Could it be sinking?
I mean, whatever it is, if it's stooping or sinking or whatever, you still can't zoom them back in.
So if it's sinking, so it isn't going over the curve of the Earth. It is just having a kind of optical effect. Then. So it doesn't prove anything at all.
If the Earth was flat and you'd have sinking refraction, then sure, that would be the case. But knowing how the atmosphere affects light, it doesn't.
That is indeed the case.
Hold on. So you just said that it could be a refraction, which it caused which is sinking, which is defined as items objects looking like they're under the horizon, right, or going under a horizon. So if that doesn't, so there's an argument for that. So why would you think this proves anything of the Earth being a sphere?
Well, light bends towards the densest medium, so in order for it to swoop, you would have to have the medium above being more dense. And since that's not the typical condition of the atmosphere, I would say that you could probably eliminate that or at least test for that.
So, I mean,
But
you got to test
you
for
must always
that.
remember the law of perspective and angular resolution. You cannot dismiss this law. So it doesn't matter
We
what
know
you
that.
say. That is the law, that things will disappear from your perspective and get smaller and smaller, and they would disappear bottom upwards. That is the law anywhere on this flat earth.
That's a bold
No,
assertion
What
without
you
evidence.
say, that is the
Jin,
law of nature,
Jin,
and it will never be
Jin,
violated.
I agree that there's a law of perspective where if you double the distance, you have the size. But that doesn't hide things bottom up.
That doesn't do what, Postman?
It doesn't hide things bottom up.
It does, as soon as the ship starts to move
No.
away from you.
All it does is if you double the distance, you have the size. That's all that it does.
It
No,
takes,
no. You answer for him.
I was going to say that things disappear bottom upwards, without a doubt. It's what we always
Yeah, what are you
observe.
talking about? We all see the bottom of the ships disappear.
Yeah, always.
Yeah,
So
because of the shape of the Earth.
No, that's the thing.
Just
That's what
begging the question.
contradicts your whole
That's
thing.
just begging the question.
Is it?
Yes, that is actually begging the question.
Okay, well, you say that the law of perspective causes the bottom up obstruction. That's begging the question because you're assuming that the Earth is flat, and that's what perspective does.
No, we're not assuming
No,
at
no,
all.
no.
It's measurable, obvious.
No, it isn't.
Demonstrable.
I've attached
Show the
it.
measurement.
This is a pictorial representation of perspective and how it works.
Yeah.
First image is me looking across the tops of my head. No matter how far
What
away
is
I'm
perspective? What is perspective, Moyak man?
well, I'm going to give you this colloquial definition. It's the halving of size every time you double the distance.
Wrong.
Oh, okay. What is it?
Well, can you quote it?
Perspective is
Correct.
multiple different things added to it, such as atmospheric refraction,
That's not
magnification, superior mirage effects.
Oh, no, those are not perspective.
Yes,
Those are three separate
it's
effects.
also eye level horizontal rate of convergence, the vanishing point, depth perception, all that. It's all correlated together in perspective. Well, you're assuming that this is just perspective.
Those are all optical effects. However,
No, you're taking a different word of perspective.
Perspective.
You're using the perspective as in like you're using a different word of perspective.
Perspective speaks only about the mathematical formula of halving in size.
No, that's your perspective. That's your.
And that works also.
Literally. No pun intended. That's your perspective. You're using the perspective definition on Google. I'm talking about what perspective is on a flat plane Earth.
Yeah.
A perspective is a group of many different things, by the way.
You chase Moyak off, bro. You chase Moyak off. Come on, dude. We gotta let people finish their sentence, please.
No, I'm just responding to what he's saying because he seems.
I know, but in the middle of a sentence, though, like I just did to you, that sucks.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Right. Yeah, although that is Moyak's tactic. It's kind of what he does, though. It's not...
Well, yeah. It's still though, it's mad frustrating when you're on the other end of it.
Concaver now, Jeremy, are you? Are you a concaver now?
I've been definitely looking into it, bro. I'm looking into it. I mean, they got more tangible measurements than flat or globe.
Really? Really?
You have no tangible measurements. Really? Nobody has any tangible measurements. The globe, flat Earth, no tangible measurements. Concave Earth, they have made a tangible measurement.
Oh, we've got tangible measurements. Now you're
Let's hear it.
Can I see the hold on, Jeremy made a claim that he has tangible measurements. Can I see this tangible measurement?
I see you for what you are. You Judas, you've stabbed me in the back. Ethos brutai. No.
Jeremy, I want to see the tangible measurements.
Jen, I'm just open to the possibility, bro. I'm not saying I'm a concave earther, bro. I'm looking into it. I'm open to the possibility.
I'm bleeding.
Can I see the tangible measurements?
I mean, you can look it up.
Stand up straight.
You can look it up. It's called
strip this man of his moderator status right now. I'm demanding. Strip him down. Strip this oxide down now.
You can look it up. It's called the rectilineator or the rectilinear or something.
Don't worry, Jeremy. If you become a concaver, the door is always open for you to be a flat earther, always, because you're a flat earther anyway. Don't worry. We'll keep your place.
I'm not
like
worried,
a
Jen.
shrine.
I wasn't worried. Thank you,
Until you come
though.
back, it'll be kept like a shrine. This is where Jeremy was. He was a flat. He's a flat earther. He's a little bit confused. Don't sit there. Don't touch it. Don't even look.
I mean, I'm just looking into it. I'm not saying like I'm a full on concave earther right now. I'm looking into it.
You said look at what now?
That's what's the
I think it's called the rectilineator or the rectilinear or something. They did a thing
That's
where
right, the rectilineator. Yeah.
yeah.
You can. It's in lockhaven.edu or something. Lockhaven University did a piece on.
Well, the word on the grapevine is you're a concaver and you're a marked man now.
I'm just looking into it, Jen.
Yeah.
You don't need to take me out or anything.
I drew the short straw. So look at watch your back. I drew the short straw.
Oh, you don't need to take me out or anything.
Rectal or rectal?
No, rectum.
It'll be an erectum, don't worry.
Erection.
Your rectum.
Delineator.
An erection.
The rectum destroyer eliminator.
That was a good one, Jen.
Yeah, no, I've looked into it as well. But
What'd you think about the rectilineator thing?
I looked into it a little bit, but I just said to myself, "No, I mean that's just."
Did you see the rectilineator?
I'm adding petrol to the fire. That's what I'm doing if I'm going to go there. I'm already having enough problems trying to get everyone onto the globe, get off the globe. Sorry. So
you look at the rectilineator.
Just gonna spoil my.
Jen, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm saying that I'm not really following it. So, no thanks.
No, I'm saying you looked into it. I'm just wondering when you were looking into it, did you happen to come across the rectilineator?
No, I didn't come across that. No, I just took it for the basic measurement, and it's supposed to be like the reverse of the concave. So, sorry, the reverse of the convex. My mistake.
Yeah, but they supposedly did a tangible measurement.
Yeah, so they say. It's a story, isn't it? When we can't make that measurement today, can you do that measurement now?
I mean, if we had the willpower, yeah, sure. Why not?
How would you go about it?
I mean, me personally, I would go about it a different way than they did. I would get a wall, like a 1 mile long wall.
Hey, mailman, watch that video I just posted in chat, and let's see if you're gonna be a denialist. That's a big ship, by the way.
Why don't you just call him a denialist and just try and persuade him to be telling the truth? You know, you're a denialist, but go and have a look anyway.
Yeah, go watch that video, mailman, or are you just not gonna watch anything I post?
Yeah, just leave it there. Leave it there for the man. He'll pick it up if he wants.
Mailman,
pick up his mail when he's ready.
Unmute yourself,
just post it. Yeah, post it to him, and then he'll pick it up when he's ready. You know, the mailman, if he wants to pick it up.
Rain, sleet, or snow.
You can lead a man to letters.
Look what he said in chat. He said angular size, no bottom up obstruction because not far away enough. Next, that's what he says. But then I posted that full zoom boats on the horizon, that huge ship and then the guy in the video zooms in from the inside of his house.
Right. Can you DM me that video, please, if you can?
Yes, I'm surprised we don't use diffraction more with this bottom up obstruction thing, because the farther you get away from something, you know, if you have two lights, the farther away you get, it's going to look like one light. So if you have light coming off the surface, right where it meets the object, and then light coming off the object, those are going to merge the farther away you get due to the diffraction, right?
Right, yeah.
So I'm surprised we don't use diffraction more in this bottom up. I hear Oakley use it a little bit. I don't really hear anyone else using it that much, though. Maybe Lemon might use it a little bit, too. He'll always be like, diffraction with a D.
Got to get upstairs quickly. Get the kids up in early morning. Get ready for school. It's now raining.
You guys ain't with the diffraction? You ain't feeling it?
It's funny, the minute you said that, Lemon just jumped in the chat.
Yeah, what up, Lemon? Lemon, tell him about diffraction, Lemon.
Oh, what's this about diffraction?
Put you on the spot or anything, but hello, welcome.
Now
tell him about refraction.
You sort them out with this.
Hold on, before that, do you know anything about the rectal lineator?
That's some sort of concave, quote unquote, evidence. They lined up some lenses end to end with this apparatus called a rectilineator for like a mile on a beach. And they said it showed evidence of concave Earth. The problem that people had with the experiment was the leveling was done with a water level on a beach that could sink, that may not necessarily give you a firm foundation. You have, atmospherics and refraction, of course, even over a flat surface. And the leveling was done with this water level trough, which may suffer from tidal influences and stuff like that. So there were a couple problems even with the rectilineator, quote unquote, experiment or whatever, showing quote unquote concavity. What about it?
Oh, Jeremy says he's looking and he's being swayed over.
Basically, they leveled it on a beach, and beach sand tends to kind of sink. So it doesn't quite a proof make it that point, along with the questionable leveling with this water trough that they use, which may deal with tidal influences and stuff like that with the leveling and stuff like that. It's kind of questionable.
Yeah, we'll have to look into it more. But tell Sears is more important. Tell him about diffraction.
It appears to be the reason why we see a horizon over a flat plane.
That's what I'm saying. What? How so? How so?
The top half of vision eventually smashes into the bottom half of vision. Looking down the hallway, you see that you have two visual halves of your field of vision.
Yeah, that's not diffraction, though. That's not diffraction, though.
The closest explanation for that is diffraction, because the light needs to be pulled through the opening of the eye and it crosses. And where the light rays cross, in the diagrams that they show for how the eye interprets the image, these light rays would cross and the horizon would form in the middle.
It's still not diffraction. I don't think. You maybe came close at the end. I thought diffraction was when two lights merge and appear to become one.
Yes, there are several parts of the definition. It's two halves of vision becoming one with the top and bottom half of your vision, yes. But it's also when light goes through an aperture, that's diffraction. And when light goes through an aperture like your eye, your pupil, the light rays cross like being pulled through your eye like strings. And where the two strings cross, you're going to get a horizon where no image is interpreted because of interference.
I was more focused on the part where you have a surface. Say you have a surface, right? So you have an object on the surface. So right where the object touches the surface, there's a light ray coming off of that. And then there's a light ray coming off the table right where it touches the surface. And those two lights, the farther you get away, would appear to merge due to diffraction, right? Well, why is no one getting this? This isn't hard to grasp. Am I bugging or?
Oh no, I think they're just waiting. The Globers are just waiting for somebody in authority that they respect to declare it first before they jump on the idea. The Globers may not be thinking independently in this way. They're waiting for authority to give them cues about what to think about first.
I love the poisoning of the well. Keep going.
Do you love the diffraction
The well is already poisoned. Did you have something that you wanted to respond to about that?
I love how you ask. You don't like diffraction, Mo man?
No, I just said I love the poisoning of the well.
I know, but forget about the fallacy. Back to my point, do you like the diffraction thing I said about this? The light ray near the surface and the light ray from the object.
I didn't catch what you said.
Okay, there's an object on a surface. There's a light ray coming off the surface, and there's a light ray coming off the object right where they meet. Diffraction tells us that the farther we get away, the lights are going to merge. Right?
Sure. Yep.
Yeah. So if we have the merging of light at this near the surface and the object, that would cause things to disappear bottom up.
No, because you still have a line of sight to the bottom.
It's not the line of sight, Malaman, that's important. It's the visual angle. It's the narrow visual angle that's key here, Malaman. Of course, you have a line of sight to the bottom, but the visual angle is too narrow to make out an image.
Yeah, that's when your things disappear due to angular size, not bottom up. So we can't see half a boat with that.
Well, when things disappear due to angular size, they appear to shrink and compress toward the center of vision, don't they? This would be interpreted off of the surface as the surface appearing to shrink, ramp up, and converge to a horizon line, don't you think?
Sure, uniformly on all sides, not just horizontally. No, not just vertically. All sides equally.
You can't have uniform disappearance like that because you don't have equal room on all sides to the vanishing point on the object, be it the surface or the thing poking out of the surface. Most of your room is limitless going up, left, and right, but limited going down from the vanishing point. So the conditions aren't there for what you're saying for uniform disappearance anyway.
I mean, vertically, we know it doesn't conform uniformly.
What?
Outside,
vertically,
there's no wall and there's no ceiling. So you're dealing with parts of vision that are expanding ever outward with little to no limitation. No walls to the left and right and no ceiling means those parts of your vision can expand exponentially, while from the level of the eyes down, you're going to get compression that is constant, and that bottoms out around 6 feet if you're 6 feet off the surface. So the conditions aren't there for an equal vanishing point on all sides of the object, Malaman. You're going to need to acknowledge that. Once you acknowledge that, Malaman, you can derive some consistent principles finally.
Hope I have to talk with a co-worker there. Yeah, I think I don't understand why the surface would be limiting something. It just doesn't happen.
Malaman, you don't have equal room on all sides of the vanishing point of the object. You have limitless room to the left, limitless room to the right, and limitless room upward, but very limited room from the level of the eyes downward. So most of the compression is going to be toward the surface, and it will appear to be obstructed bottom up because you don't have equal room to the vanishing point of the object on all sides.
That just means nothing. If I take something on a hallway, it doesn't matter how far away it gets, you can still see it.
But you're also dealing with the visual zone that the object is in. The visual zone surrounding the object will appear to quote unquote compress the object, crush it, and make it disappear. That will happen in an uneven way if you have limitless room to the left, limitless room to the right, limitless room upward, but limited room from the level of the eyes downward. That's why you have bottom up obstruction, or wall sideways obstruction when you're close to a wall, or ceiling up obstruction when you get close to a ceiling, basically, if the object's tall enough above that visual zone, limited by your height off of said surface.
It still doesn't make a horizon to appear between you and an object. It just doesn't.
That's exactly why you have horizon forms.
He knows all this. He knows all this. So easy to
No,
understand.
if there's a
Like I
vanishing
said,
point,
he's waiting for an authority that he respects to declare it instead of us. He could use his common sense to derive the principle, but he's not doing it.
Yeah.
So poisoning the will again. But even if a someone who's an authority said that, I would say fuck off, because that's not true.
Yeah, I know, because you're just being silly at the end of the day. But you know you're a flat earther. Gonna be. You're just delaying the inevitable. You're a flat earther in the making, a poor one at that, but you're a flat earther.
Another poisoning on the well fallacy there.
We're dealing with slightly new principles here, Malaman, that is true, but we can derive them pretty easily together.
You can't demonstrate them. That's the problem.
Raichi50 has demonstrated it with a stack of coins at the end of the hallway. She gets close to the surface and there's bottom-up obstruction. Life is short demonstrated it. People are demonstrating it.
The very video he posted on the chips, the chips disappearing bottom upwards, perfectly described the flat Earth. Perfectly. But there you are. And then the lack of curvature just speaks volumes, resonates with me. Not to mention the lack of spin and the no Coriolis.
Yeah, I honestly think that if globe earthers want to push a globe idea, that you guys would be better off to not use the ships over a horizon thing, because it's just so faulty on so many levels. And if for some reason, if I woke up tomorrow and decided the Earth was a globe or something, I still would be able to realize that things can be obscured from the bottom over a planar surface.
Yeah, it's just obvious.
It's just obvious.
Natural law.
To deny that just makes you look, well, it just throws off any truth vibration that you even have to deny that obviousness of.
You see, and when you don't have the truth, you have lies, you're a liar. There you go. I mean, that's how I discern it. Sorry, but that's what it is. Call it what it is, call it spade a spade.
So,
No pun intended
not
this
taking
time,
into
but
account
call it
the genes affirming the consequent fallacy. Oh, there's the Raichi video. Thank you, Lemon. Oh, sorry, not Lemon. Sorry. I'm gonna watch the video.
No problem. I'll put the much more mathematical video by Life is Short, showing an iPhone light disappearing over what appears to be a flat surface as proof of concept.
Yeah, I hope there's measurements on this video also about the surface being flat. I really do hope that, because Gene affirmed the consequent by saying that ships going over the horizon prove that the Earth is flat, but he doesn't know that the Earth is flat. So
certainly
does. Well, part of induction, even in science, gentlemen, is a begging the question fallacy, where you do affirm the consequent, but you need to show that what you're affirming, the question that you're begging, is the only way to beg the question, as opposed to other options. This other option of bottom-up obstruction due to compressed viewing angle appears a way to beg the question away from a hump of Earth curve being the only game in town.
Yeah, it actually proves flat Earth. You see, that's the problem. So it's ours, not yours. You're stating you're trying to steal it from the flat earthers. So not only are you disingenuous, you're thieves, stealing our clues to bolster as your own. Terrible. The audacity of the globers these days. I mean, they're just despicable. What do you say, Charles? Yes, absolutely, Charles. Yes, give me a cup of tea there. Earl Grey, please. Thank you. Yeah, but don't forget the scone, will you? Okay. Honestly.
Jen, I feel like sometimes you treat these guys that believe in the globe as, as if they are the ones that are perpetrating the lie. You know what I'm saying? There is a difference between
No. Remember, they view us as retards. Remember that, yeah?
Some do, but it's not really fair to make that generalization and then attack them because somebody said that at some point.
Well, I've had what I'm giving out. I've had worse from these guys than I'm dishing out. I'm dishing it out in a jovial way. These guys have spat it out with venom. I've had it all, but
as long as we recognize that they are precious snowflakes, and each one is a unique individual. Malaman is always pretty civil, so he's not going to get my, anti-globe zealot venom. I dish out as good as I receive as well, Jen, and I understand. But Malaman's thinking.
And mine is rather measured. It's not with venom at the moment. It's measured. Just pushing, poking the bear a little bit, It's flat, okay? All right, And don't steal stop stealing our clues as well.
Flat Earth clues.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I check Raichi's video, and I know something about laminate floors. They're never flat, but I wish she'd had some measurements of the floor to show that it's actually flat.
We use a laser to check that the floor is level.
Did she?
Because Globers are also saying, I'm working out a line of reasoning before you ask a question and take it away from that line of reasoning. Just a second, Malaman. Because the Globers out of one side of their mouth say that a laser isn't good enough to determine the curvature of the Earth relative to that space standard, but you're saying that it's straight enough to determine the curvature of a floor or something?
Yeah, the shorter the distance, less refraction. Yeah, obviously.
It's a little inconsistent that it's good enough to determine how flat a floor is, but not how flat the Earth is. That's all that I'm saying.
Well, would you say that if I look at something, can I determine if it's flat?
You can up to a point. You need to double check it though with a laser or something else.
So you do it up to a point, but I can't.
Most people would assume that that floor is flat because for practical purposes, if it isn't, stuff would start rolling off of it and water would start draining off of it in an uneven fashion. So buildings are assumed to be practically flat as long as people can live there in comfort without slipping down the floor or water draining off of it. That would be a comfortable assumption to make, assuming that the builder is competent and you're in a functional house that isn't leaning toward one side. Now, if you're saying that that the house is slanted in some way, that's kind of a tall order, assuming that builders are not competent enough to level a house properly or a floor properly in the case of Rachel's video. But I guess it's a possibility.
Yeah, I know how people do those floors.
Now we're being ridiculous, though, aren't we? Really, that a house.
We're begging the question without showing evidence of the contrary. I mean, most people would assume a surface is flat, since builders are number one competent, and number two, a flat surface is what ramps up toward the level of the eyes, not a round one. The only way a round surface ramps up toward the level of the eyes is if you're below the hump.
Yep, exactly. You see, Mother Nature never lies. It's crystal clear, Mother Nature. Even though you do get your mirages and your looming and your Ferragamos, still you know what you're looking at still. Okay? When are they going to get onto this, get off of this ball of theirs? Desperately hanging on, spinning wildly out of control.
I agree that the floor could be, round. I don't really think that's the case. I say it could be only to entertain the possibility and be, somewhat skeptical enough for these ballers to have a conversation with, but you'd have to show evidence of curvature. And as far as I can tell, we don't see that. It would just be kind of begging the question, so I could just beg the question away from what we're talking about.
Yeah. Don't give them the chance to stick on the ball. Just tell them that it's not what it is. That's it. Don't give them any opportunity to hang on. That's not helpful.
I'm going to try to be reasonable enough for us to have a conversation, but for me, this is just specious reasoning. What are you saying now?
I want to have a conversation on how it's not how it could.
Then we can. Oh, still going on. So we can take the video that. Wonder who did it. Was it Wolfie or someone? He was in a cruise ship, and there was a hallway that's more than 100 meters long and no bottom of obstruction. So
take it further away.
100 meters isn't enough. Why did Rachel do it in less than 3 meters?
Too short. Just too short, man. Look at reality.
So 100 meters is too short, but 3 meters is long enough. I mean, the logic is amazing. I love you guys. The logic is amazing.
I'd have to look at the video.
Exactly. Let's look at the video. See what he's saying.
And there's enough videos of people showing bottom-up obstruction for me to go with that. Rachel's one dude versus these other people that were showing the concept. So it's good enough for me to go with. I could be wrong. I don't believe that I am, but it could be. I'm going to act as if I'm right and, go for it as if the Earth is flat and motionless. But I could be wrong, sure, but it's not really a possibility I find worth exploring. I don't see compelling evidence to show that this floor is round or that these people are deceiving me or that they're incorrect about their reasoning.
Yeah, I posted the video from 5 minutes and 50 seconds onwards. He's using a lens cap and it doesn't disappear.
Not proving globe. Try
We'll have to
Proving.
take a look at it. I'm gonna have to put it on the back burner with that 2-hour Mage video. Oh God! And the slyest Sparkane quote unquote debunk of the FE core laser test in his interview. We'll have to cue this stuff up. This blue pill to try to bring me back to sleep, as opposed to red pill, which wakes up the mind.
Just don't look at the evidence there, yeah.
It's the interpretation of the evidence that counts. The evidence is there, sure, but how do we properly interpret it? That's where philosophy comes in, bias, worldview, logic, reasoning, whether it's consistent or not, all that.
Sure, so just hand wave it because philosophy, I get it. It's okay.
Don't hand wave it. You have to test the interpretation for consistency. Like I was testing your interpretation that the sun appears to fly straight overhead at equinox, still being evidence for a sun circling overhead because I exposed the inconsistency in you saying on one side of your mouth that the earth is so big that it looks flat, therefore accepting that the earth could look flat at a certain range of vision, but rejecting that same explanation by saying that the sun's orbit is round but looks locally flat in another instance. All I have to show is the inconsistency in your reasoning to force you to make a choice to be more consistent or just remain arbitrary.
I answered that, but you already left the BC there. So I said that we see almost half of the sun's path at the equinox at the equator, and if you go higher, you can see almost half of the Earth as a sphere. So I apply the same thing for both.
Bad reasoning. You're assuming that you're seeing half of the sun's path over the surface. You can only make that assumption if you look at one extreme of the sun's circular path and are able to see all the way to the other extreme of the sun's circular path over the whole surface. Because of perspective, the sun may dip or appear to dip below the horizon due to the limits of viewing angle and perspective before you actually see the actual extremes of its circular motion over the Earth, assuming that this model is halfway valid with the sun circling overhead. So there's a key flaw in reasoning there that we're going to need to work out.
No, the reasoning is that if I see the sun for 12 hours and it takes 24 hours to come back to where it was, then I'm seeing half of its rotation or its path.
One would reasonably assume that in a 24-hour day, sure. But not all places experience the sun for 12 hours. Some experience the sun for 10 hours. Some experience the sun for 8 hours. Some places don't even see the sun at all. Some places, like in the central northern Arctic Circle, appear to see the sun for 24 hours. So we have a bit of a problem here where you're assuming 12 hours for everybody, but that's not the case.
No, that's not what I said. I said at the equator, at the equinox. That's why I specified it.
What about the other places on the flat motionless plane? What about them that don't experience 12 hours?
I don't care about them because I'm not talking about them.
Then how is this going to help us solve whether the Earth is a ball or flat? You're kind of presenting this as evidence for your globe side. What does it say exactly? How are we supposed to interpret this exactly?
If the sun is moving at the equator on a straight line to all observers at the equator, and it is visible for 12 hours for all those observers, it's traveling on a straight line.
You have a local sun that is circling over the flat plane, and the circle that it is going over is what we call the equator, the equatorial circle. It is circling over a flat surface. How does this help prove the round Earth from your perspective exactly?
Because it's traveling on a straight line.
We already addressed that by saying it deceptively looks like a straight line, even though it's round. And I pointed out the flaw in your reasoning where you accept a similar definition for why the Earth appears flat because it's actually round, but it's so big it looks flat. I exposed the inconsistent flaw in your reasoning, yet you still hold to arbitrary standards where you accept the same quality of explanation in one instance, but reject the same quality of explanation in another instance. So at this point, we're just going to have to agree to disagree until you make your thinking and your reasoning a bit more consistent, frankly.
I use consistent reasoning. That's why I'm using the sun at equator at equinox, because you see it for 12 hours. That's half of its cycle.
To add to the inconsistency here, you're saying that the sun's path is straight, when actually, if you're tracing it on the curved spherical surface, one would expect to call it a curved path, not a straight one. So we have a problem even with our definitions here. If you're saying that the path that the sun traces relative to the surface is straight, when it's actually tracing, a curve on the ball, if you really want to be technical about it.
It's on a surface. It's a straight line.
Because the surface is a flat plane anyway, so
it's a geodesic.
You're losing either way. Either way, you're losing it, because if it's a ball, it cannot be straight, and if it's flat and you're saying it's straight, well, thank you very much. We'll take that.
On the surface, it's a straight line. On the surface of a sphere, it's a geodesic.
It's a curve. We don't see a straight line. That's what you see, but we don't see that.
It sounds kind of like a mantra, something that you repeat over and over, to empty the mind so you can invite in some sort of spirit for possession. It seems like a mind emptying exercise, not an exercise in rational thought, inquiry, and a check for consistency. It just seems like a mantra that's invoked over and over and over again to stop the mind dead and invite in some spirit from hell to possess you or something. I'm just not getting what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Photographic, video,
is it almost
measurable
like,
proof, something, nothing.
Is it almost like saying that you're a Satano, atheistic, Jesuit, and this is myopic, and all these catchphrases that you use? So that's just trying to.
Sure, whatever.
Yeah. Okay.
Sure, bro. Cool story.
So you said that to yourself. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah. Never mind. The point is, if you can now expel some energy in bringing your globe to life, so we can actually
I
see
already
it
did it,
and show us the curvature that you've seen, that you've measured, that you can bring to us, or someone of someone else perhaps even, just to show us. There's the curvature of your look. I'm going over the curve now. There it is.
Yeah, I've already.
There it is. I'm coming over the curve now.
Posted that with the ships videos that I posted. The ship went over the horizon.
It's proving flat Earth only. That's only proving.
So they went over the horizon. So I already posted it.
That's
Is the sun's path? Is the sun's path evident because of the equator, or is the equator evident because of the sun's path?
There we are. Good question.
What do you mean with that question?
Well,
I mean, if you worked on a different latitude, for example, it wasn't 24 hours around the equator. If you worked on a different latitude, then what would your difference be in daylight hours? Just ignore the equator.
In the summer, the further you go north, the more daylight hours you have, and it's directly different, or the opposite when you go north or south.
Okay, so if you go back in time and you'd never been to the equator, how would you know the circumference of the Earth if you've never been to the equator?
Good question. I don't know. I mean, you can take a map and just do that way. That's one way.
Yeah, you probably measure your flat Earth map would have a circumference of 40,000 kilometers, because that's all you knew at the time.
Yeah, because you haven't mapped the whole Earth out properly yet. So your maps will be as far as your knowledge, what you've confirmed for your eyeballs and physically.
And that's another empty claim.
Well, no, it's not an empty claim really, because people are going to make maps of their neighborhood. If they're only traveling, 5 miles, they're going to make the map of 5 miles. They don't know what's beyond it, do they?
Yeah, there's no points on Earth that haven't been mapped yet. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so it's being said.
Yeah,
so
the Earth, the map of the Earth is being set. Yes.
Definitely not a globe. That's for sure. We don't measure that. We don't experience it. We don't live that. So that's the discrepancy, anomaly in your belief.
And all the flights system, that we have point to that direction. Plus the people who use
let's see what else you can bring to bear, because
use the globe for making those
Hold
flights.
on, Jen. Let's let him get it out. What's that, Malaman?
Yeah, the people who use aviation, or people in aviation, use the globe to make their flight paths. They use GPS.
They use flat
And
maps.
same goes with the people who are using navigating on seas. Same thing.
They use flat maps. We have books, 16 flights that prove flat Earth. You know what I mean? And
I checked the video, and you
and
won't talk
more.
about the video because you can't substantiate any of the shit in the
You
video.
can
All the
substantiate the whole
flights,
thing, even the one with the mystery.
all
Did you see the
the
mystery
flights that I checked on the video, all of them work on a globe. There was no
There
discrepancy.
is no globe for it to work on. That's the thing. That's what we're saying to you, that it doesn't work on a globe.
And
Flat
now
Earth
you're saying that
Banjo
because
is
there
proving
is
its
no
case
globe,
every
it
day of the
doesn't
week.
work. So it doesn't. It doesn't. You don't have no logic in it. You're just too logical.
You have no logic at all in your speaking here, because every
You said
flight
that those
happens
flights
on the flat
disprove
Earth
the
with no
globe,
curvature
and
to
when
be
I said
experienced.
that those
No
work on a globe,
curvature
you
to
said
be
that there is no
experienced.
globe for them to work on. So you're now debunking something that you say doesn't exist.
Well, that's
Can
why
you
he's
debunk
able to prove it
something
on a
that
flat
doesn't
Earth, because
exist?
we're given a globe model, and the flights are supposed to work on this globe, but they don't. When you actually follow through now, they work more correct on the Earth flat Earth Gleason's map. And every time flat Earth Banjo transfers the route from the flat Earth to the globe and back, you can see that it doesn't make any sense on the globe at all.
That's not what he does. That's the point.
It's
He
what he
doesn't have
does.
them
What
on
he
a
does.
globe.
What he
And all
does.
those flights work on a globe. So
What he does.
there was
No,
nothing.
Yeah, routes from
not a single.
Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia debunk flat Earth.
Yeah, and I posted that to Jin many times, and he just doesn't
does
look at it.
not.
He just keeps on
Also,
posting memes.
And also, flat Earth maps, yeah, all those maps are not flat Earth maps. They're projections of a globe.
They are flat Earth maps.
That are projections of a globe.
They are flat Earth maps.
That are projections of a globe.
Gleason's a flat Earth map, and
That
all the flights
that is true, but this is an argument. Like this is under the assumption of the spherical Earth, right? Because we could if that's the actual way the Earth looks like, we would the sphere we have would be a projection of that map onto a sphere. So
what's the thing on the map
I don't
called?
think that's an argument.
What's the thing on the map called? Not the key. The thing that tells you.
The legend.
Oh, legend. A legend. Yeah. Where's the distortion legend for this globe projection on a flat map?
Isn't it in the Gleason's map in the bottom right corner?
There's a distortion. There's a distortion legend for how much it's distorted because it's on a flat map.
Yeah, it's in the AMA.
It tells you how much. Well, let's see a map with the distortion legend in it.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Wait. But you're. I mean, I never seen
No,
this.
wait.
Wait.
You're saying it's a globe map on a flat plane. There must be distortion. They must need to tell you where the distortion is, right?
Why?
I don't know. Is there distortion or no?
Yes.
Where is it distorted at? How much? We don't know because there's no legend.
Can you give an example of how you would get it? Because what you're asking for, I understand what you're asking for, but I can't visualize what that would even be, because when you have a map,
Okay, I'll tell you
and
where
then,
it is. I'll tell you where that legend is. It's on Google Earth, and it does not show any deviation from horizontal and level in the legend on Google Earth. All it does is show the topographical view of dead, flat, straight oceans.
Okay, so I no longer remember the point I was trying to make. So
Well, there it
thank you
is.
for that.
That's the legend. We can see where it is, and it doesn't show any curve. It's on the topographical view on Google Earth. If there was any curve, they would show the deviation.
No, he's not asking about the globe. He's asking about the map that we are saying is actually a projection that is distorted. So he's asking for the legend.
I'm answering where the legend is. You're looking for the legend. It's on Google
No,
Earth, and there's no deviation from
that
Google.
that is not what he's asking for.
Yes, he is.
Oh, so he's asking for a legend on Google Earth, not on the flat map.
No, I'm just telling you where it is. You're asking for a map to show it. There
I'm
it
not
is.
asking
The
for a
map
map.
is there.
I'm not asking for anything.
He was
I'm trying to
asking for a map.
explain. No, he's asking for a legend on the projection.
No, he was asking for a map that has the legend.
But as well, the southern hemisphere is 4 times bigger than the northern hemisphere. On the
Oh, okay. Let me. Here's the thing. When you have a map that is accurately describing a surface, like a flat map that actually describes a flat surface, you only have a scale. So this means how much that map is actually smaller than the real thing, right? When you have a projection, that's not a map, so there's no point on coming up with ways to correct for the scale, because that's not supposed to be accurate. And there is no legend. The legend will have to give formulas for projecting back to a sphere. So can you give me, Jeremy, an example of a legend that does that?
Dude, I don't know. You guys are saying we have a flat map. It's based off a globe, so it's distorted. How do we even know it's distorted? It's not distorted. There we go. It's not distorted. You can't show me a distortion legend to show where the distortion is, by how much.
Oh, if that's a projection of a sphere is distorted by definition.
Yeah, well, how much? Where? Where's the legend? Where's the legend that shows us the distortion?
It's not a legend that proves that.
So we're looking at this map. We don't know how much it's distorted or where or by how much or anything.
We know, but this wouldn't be described with a legend. Well, you first have to ask where. To ask where, you first have to have a baseline. So because there's no scale, you could get any 2 points and establish that those are the. You can get any 2 points and establish that that's the actual distance, and from that you can say where the distortion is. You can't just say where the distortion is without having a baseline.
Yeah, but if you
can't show me where on the map the distortion is.
That question doesn't even make sense. Like, if you understood what you're asking
saying
for.
The map's distorted, and I'm asking where. Where is it distorted and by how much?
I think you didn't hear what I said then.
It distorts from the center outwards.
Yeah, but you can get 2 points. What's the center?
Are...
The North Pole, just the center of the flat map? Somewhere?
Even the northern hemisphere flat projection is distorted. So if you can't agree on a northern hemisphere map at all and don't agree any distances, then surely there must be a map that even goes to 30 degrees north at least that everyone can agree on.
But we're getting from A to B perfectly okay on the flat Earth, but flat Earth Banjo is showing those routes clearly on the Gleason, so we got no problem. I'm very confident I could take that map and start traveling the world. No problem at all.
From Japan to California is about 12,000 kilometers, but they seem to achieve 8,400 kilometers. So
yeah, I'd love to do it to make sure. So I'm quite prepared to do that.
Yeah. That's what the maps come out as. The maps come out as about 12,000 there and about 18,000 from Sydney to Santiago. So obviously, if you say that the distances are measured and we agree on those gaps there, then naturally you reduce the Pacific down and realize that Alaska is way longer than it needs to be when you project, you do your own maps or projections or whatever you want to do. But a handmade map with a coordinate system, and you just plot the coordinates of the outline of the lands, but flat Earth won't even present 10 degrees north or 20 degrees north worth of the map. So got no starting point.
Yes, they've definitely messed up the mapping system, but the Gleason's map is bringing it all back in. That globe is the spanner in the works. It doesn't even work. So throw that in the bin.
It's twice the area. The problem is the flat Earth map is twice the area.
That's okay. That's okay. It's because the globe doesn't exist. So we can't go by globe standards. So when you flat out the land in a circle and you move outwards, it's going to get bigger. So that's natural. Nature's laws. So now all we got to do is work out where the continents lie properly. And the sun is doing its job. The sun's never late. So we can definitely get to understand where we are. It's not a problem. It's the globe and the lack of curvature, spin, and that vacuum in the space there with no barrier, you know, to hold the pressure in. That's the problem, you see. That's what we need to address. Remember, that's the obstacle that has come in 476 years ago. The new boy on the block is the heliocentric globe, yeah? Prior to that, everyone knew it was flat. The Azimuth equidistant map made by Albert Biruni was over 1,000 years ago. So we've been talking flat for at least 1,000 years, just like that. Prior to that, even. So come on, man. That ball is the latest thing on the block, which I'm kicking into the bin now.
I wonder how many.
Yeah, go
I
on.
wonder how many years ago the angle was not 23.4 but 0. I wonder if there was a time the effect of that would just have a constant sun just going around the equator constantly for a long period of time. Imagine. I wonder how long ago that would have been.
I don't know that as such, and what people were doing many years ago, but I'm sure they were living harmoniously on the earth and using the sun as their time and the moon to rest, you know, and just perfectly okay. And then as they started to move outwards, they probably had more accurate maps than we had for the villages they lived in. But somehow the powers that shouldn't be have now hijacked this up and they've given us a globe. So now they're telling all kinds of lies on the flat earth.
That's a nice story.
It's a perfect story. It's the truth, mate. Obviously, because the globe doesn't exist. Otherwise, you'd be able to present and say, here is the globe, the confidence. Here, I'm confident. Here's the measurements. You can prove it. Let's go. Come on. Let me show you how we're curving and spinning and in space. Can't do any of that. Just sitting there, rubbing up, moving your jaw up and down. No evidence. Get on with it. I'm waiting.
I will point out that I found the patent for the AE map, and Gleason admits literally that it's based on a globe.
He designed it for us to use.
Based on a globe.
The stationary Earth, famous something in stationary Earth, the Orlando Ferguson map. If you try and calculate the surface area of that map compared to the flat map, you'll probably reduce some surface area, and then you can go from there. Realize that probably about 40 degrees of longitude doesn't exist, thus reducing that distance there. You can get a flat Earth map to about 33,000 kilometers at equator if you wanted to, and it'll check out. After that, it gets fucked.
Yeah, it's possible, but we can still correct it somehow. Some way if we can get out there,
Antarctica races, anything to do with Antarctica races. There's a guy called Rick Potvin. He checked out. He's a kind of conspiracy guy, and he's got a blog on it. Rick Potvin, and he shows you all the measurements of Antarctica, man. He says like it's fucking hard to pull that off, but he had a really interesting map, and he got the shape of Antarctica. He cut it into wedges, and then he pulled out the wedges from the center. And then what that ended up being was a flat Earth map, the shape of Antarctica, and then the bits that you've pulled out are the surrounding ice because you've pulled everything out into out. If that makes sense, you open up you open up the pie, pull it out. But Antarctica races, Lisa Blair, Frederick something else, many people, they did that feat from Australia to Australia around Antarctica, and whatever distances they say, whatever like that, it pretty much ain't anywhere close to the distances you need. You'd be looking at 60,000 kilometers. You'd be looking at just those things there. It just doesn't add up, man.
Yeah, it doesn't add up. Exactly, it doesn't add up. So this is what I'm saying. With those races, I'd like to be on the ship myself with my equipment, my compass, and let's see us go around this Antarctica back to Australia. And
it goes
who are
over.
the people who are racing? Are they is it the elite lying to everyone?
It doesn't add up to. It adds up more. That's the problem. It doesn't add up to. So when their distances recorded, whatever period of time, Foster's speed that an unpropelled boat can do, and even if it was propelled, just weighing it up and stuff like that. It's Antarctica races, man. They sealed the deal for me flat Earth, to be honest with you, from a physical point of view, not an observation of what we see in the sky. A physical experiment.
Yeah. So what you're saying that it's definitely a globe then?
I'm saying it's a spheroid. I'm saying it's a prolate spheroid with more flattened sides, but
no measurable curvature at all.
You know, because of
all that race is happening on a flat surface. But I'd like to see the curvature. That's all. That's why I'd like to see that race.
You lived in the UK. You know how shit the terrain is around here. Everywhere you look, there's a fucking hill. The point is,
but listen to this. Hang on, listen to this. Yeah, from Liverpool to Greenwich. Do you know over that distance, there's only a 1.5 foot drop from Liverpool to Greenwich.
Agreed.
Right across the UK. Yeah, 1.5 foot drop from horizontal. Yes. That's it.
And if you look at the UK with a topography of sea level, it will look like a street view map. It's just blue. Most of UK is at sea level, and
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
We built it up. We took sands and soil from other countries and stuff. They fucking planed. They must have fucking blown up Australia to get it at that fucking flat. America as well. They fucking
I don't know about that. Who knows about that? I don't know about that. All I'm saying is that from Liverpool to Greenwich, when you look across that distance, across the flat UK plain there, there's only a difference of 1.5 foot, 18 inches across the whole distance. Fucking flat.
I agree. Do you know that the drop there's a drop of about 20 or 40 centimeters between the Atlantic and the Pacific? I thought that was quite interesting.
That's right. It's nothing, is it? There's flat for you. Look at that. That's just more flatness.
Yes, but it's almost like it's not it's not like a complete circle. To me, it's like the one part, east of Panama, just being that little bit high there and stuff like that.
Let's not forget that the dimensions we're given is 24,901 miles. That's a massive fucking. That's nearly 25,000 miles of circumference there. And hang on, and one more point. And the actual images coming from NASA are spherical, more spherical than a cue ball. It's unbelievable.
Oh yeah, definitely. You could take those pictures from inside a spherical room and still get the same result. Also, interestingly enough, on the sun's path, if they were measuring the circumference using the sun's equator, as you could say, or close to, on a rugby ball situation, they would have been going from northwest to southwest, thus making the distance longer, but not the physical equator.
Okay, but we have a perfect circle, don't we, for the equator there on, don't we?
No, but we wouldn't know that if we don't know our shape. It's like, if you look at the paths of all the planets, it'll be very, very difficult to explain that on the flat Earth because of different bits and pieces. But those are observations. For me, it's like if they're following the path of the sun and they're measuring it, if we were on a rugby ball, then naturally you would measure too long because you're assuming the wrong equator. You're using the skies as your equator, but our physical equator would be more magnetic, like the magnetic equator, which is at an angle. So all these offsetness can easily lengthen the experiment, assuming that they're going around a perfect circle, but in fact they're going around.
You know why we know it's a perfect circle? All the countries that are registering the hottest temperatures at the equinox, it's there. The information is there to prove that the equator is a circle.
But if you look at the heat pattern of a world map and you see it all dry, North Africa, Australia bone dry, and you see Texas, that sort of area there, that is the constant over thousands of years. That is the concentration of where the equator of the sun is.
But you need to see it on a flat Earth map. It's a perfect circle. The heat, the temperature of the Earth.
It'll be elliptical on the flat Earth map. The movements are elliptical on a flat Earth map.
Well, according to what we see, what I've seen, images I've seen, they haven't been elliptical. They've just been.
I tell you what.
Circle.
You know the Olympic track. Do you ever think about the shape of all these fields that we've got for all our sports? The Olympic track, the cricket.
Yeah.
All these things here are relevant, and if you were to make a flat Earth map that was more of a figure of 8 type of shape, you know, you've still got a flat Earth map, haven't you? It doesn't necessarily have to be circular if you understand the patterns of the planets.
Yeah. I'm with you there. I mean, exactly. As long as this is what I was saying earlier on about plotting these continents, making sure that these continents are in the right places, and then we can begin from there. But it's time and having the resources to do all this over the time we're going to require to do it.
You guys were asking about a legend. If you print off or indeed bring up a flat Earth map and then blow it up on your screen, get a ruler, you should know that Africa at its top widest is 7,400 kilometers, and its height is 7,800 kilometers. So when you know the heights and the widths of these countries, or any 2 points, 4 points, whatever, you can easily calculate what the scale is just by using a ruler. You would know that if your ruler was 7.4 centimeters across for Africa, you've got your scale sorted, haven't you?
Yeah.
Not really.
You should be able to
It depends on the projection you're working from. If you use 7.8, if your projection is a flat Earth projection, you try and do that, you're going to get wildly different numbers as you go around.
Exactly, but it does help with putting a legend on the map. It's not saying that, you know, it's a map that is commonly used and brought up as a source of evidence of something. So if people are asking for a legend, get a ruler out and you can make a legend easily. It's going to be 40 centimeters across, but it's half of that on your screen. It's going to be 20 centimeters across, 2,000 kilometers a centimeter. You know, it's pretty easy, right?
Right, but if your numbers vary wildly, like using that method, depending on the map you go to, we have Greenland being as big as Africa, or nearly as big as Africa.
Yeah, that would
so
be.
I don't know how you make this conversion. I mean, on a globe you could do it. Like you could take a piece of string and measure things on the globe, and you'll get exact measurements that match observations. But
if you,
any other map you try and do that on, and try and do one scale for the entire map, you'll get wrong answers.
Sorry.
We know that. The globe doesn't exist. We are indeed traveling to these places, and we don't experience any curvature. So the evidence and the weight leans much more to the flat Earth because there's just that curvature problem you have and the spin.
If you know the distance from the North Pole to the South Pole edge is going to be 20,000 kilometers, you've got to scale that way, and then you can compare to the land masses. And if they're too wide, then you trim them down in the right places, and then eventually you'll probably end up with a cone.
And basically, I mean, it's easier to prove because you just need to fly from point A to point B. What's the Google map saying the distance is? What are the other organizations saying? Then you do it for yourself.
Distance is time. Distance is time. Remember that.
Well, the distance is going to be distance regardless of how long you're going to take you. If you fly at a slow rate, it's going to take you longer to cover it. So depending on the speed, it's best to do it slowly anyway, to be sure.
Yeah.
Anyway.
If you fly higher, it's going to take you longer.
Well, we don't need to.
No, not really. Technically, it's a little bit longer, but it only adds a few miles.
We just want to stay. If you're on a globe, you're going to notice it either way. You're going to notice.
In a parabolic fashion, that would probably make more sense, wouldn't it?
No, I'm just going to fly straight. I'm going to keep my instruments dead level, fix everything, and fly straight. And then if the Earth's a curve, I'm going to hit the ground or take off. Either way, we'll find out.
You know, wouldn't a great spirit level be a spirit level with about 100 of those little bubbles in line? So if it was 2 or 3, 4, 5, 6 meters long, then you definitely see the increments on the edge. But yet we only use something that's about 1 centimeter long as a spirit level. Yes, the 2 edges sometimes.
Yeah, but it works. It works because they're building houses and constructing buildings with such instruments, and they work. Well, they've been working for hundreds of years. So no.
With a tolerance of
within a spirit level. Sorry.
Within a tolerance of when you need a tolerance when building of a 32nd of an inch, and your curvature of the Earth is like a micrometer, you know, a couple thousandths of an, or less than a thousand, it's not going to show up. It's not going to cause you a problem.
No, it should not, according to the measurements. 8 inches per mile squared. So no, we're talking miles over distances. So we'll know. We'll easily know if we're flying when we fly how much cover should
a spirit level would be worth
point A and point
building,
B.
right?
You don't really need a spirit level, but I'm going to use it to make sure that the flight is level as well as the instruments, and I'll know.
Actually,
I know
the flights are not level. They're usually nose up.
Confirm my already knowledge that I know it's flat. That's what it's going to do.
Almost all planes fly with their nose up a couple degrees.
Going to reaffirm my experience and my knowledge.
Yeah, how about you reaffirm the fact that the nose is up on airplanes, so you can't use a spirit level?
I'm still going to use a level. Don't you worry. We're still going to be using that level, regardless of what you say. We're going to have a level plane flying.
Well, if you're showing level, then you have to level misaligned.
We're going to fly it level all the way as we always do. We don't experience any curvature at all. That's the way it is because it's flat. And
it's amusing how you think that it should change.
I've done that test myself several times now.
Right. The vector of gravity changes. We measure that with
curvature at all in any degree whatsoever.
We measure reciprocal zenith angles having different. Say, do you ever shut up now?
Well, you're talking when I'm talking. You're doing exactly what
you don't shut up.
You should wait till I'm finished, and then when I'm finished, I'll tell you.
You babble for 10 minutes to say nothing, dude.
Well, if you think I'm saying nothing, that's down to you. I don't think I'm saying nothing, dude. All right.
You are not saying anything.
When you finish talking, then I take over. So shut up and get on with it.
Jim, dude, you're just talking nonstop. I'm gonna mute you for a second. Go ahead, Moyak. You're just literally talking nonstop. You do this like domination bulldog thing where you just talk over people. It's not a conversation. So go ahead, Moyak.
Thank you. I'm just saying that we wouldn't expect the spirit level to change orientation as you fly. The vector of gravity is down on the model that we call Earth. So no matter what you do, down is down, and it will always be down towards the center of the Earth. Spirit level should not rotate and flip upside down as you go to Australia from the northern hemisphere. If it did, we got a problem.
How do you get down from gravity? Where's this imaginary line coming from? Is it coming from the center of the solar system or the sun or the galaxy? Where's this drawing imaginary force coming from?
Well, first off, it's a measured force. We see the down. It always sets itself. We can go anywhere on Earth, whether it's flat or round. Down is towards the surface.
I'll reword it. So is gravity created outside of the Earth or inside of the Earth?
Gravity is created by mass.
So it's created from the center of the Earth.
It's not created from the center, but sum of all angles results in a point at the center of the Earth.
So it's gravity is affected by the sun, isn't it?
Is it affected?
Aren't we under the forces of the gravity with the pull from the sun?
Is it affected? Yeah, you're going to see some maybe fractional, teeny tiny effects from the sun. Yeah,
what's holding us to the orbit? What's holding us to the orbit of the sun? What is that? It's not gravity. It's something else.
I know gravity holds the Earth in place. The gravity that affects us most.
Gravity is strong enough to hold the Earth to the orbit of the sun. Yet, if that's the case, you're saying that it's coming from the center of the Earth.
Yes.
So if that's the case, and there's this thing called gravity which is connecting us to the sun, then what happens when you're facing away from the sun? Shouldn't gravity be working the opposite direction?
It would be additive to the Earth's gravity. The little tiny bit of effect we get from the sun will be additive to the Earth's
gravity.
For me,
it seems like the equation of gravity, there's two different gravities here.
Yeah, same gravity.
You can't have both gravity, these things working in opposition to each other.
You can't have multiple forces?
You can't have the Earth being stuck to the orbit of the sun and calling it gravity, and then you've actually got gravity working the opposite direction of the sun from the center of the Earth when the Earth is facing away from the sun.
Well, it only has to keep the Earth in orbit with an angular, I don't want to use angular speed, I got the wrong word for it, but it's only going 1 degree per day. So the amount of force needed to hold the Earth in place would be inconsequential because gravity is a function of distance from the object. So Earth will overwhelm what you feel from the sun. Absolutely.
I wish someone could show us a diagram of how gravity holds us to the sun, and at the same time, it's holding us in the opposite direction to the ground.
Think about it in terms of distance. It's a direct function of radius or distance from the object. On the Earth, it's going to be thousands. It's going to be tens of thousands of times stronger than it will be what we feel from the sun.
The only problem is we have no evidence of mass attracting mass.
Well, we do. We have the Cavendish experiment. I don't know why
And
you're
there's
ignoring it. But
well, there's the Schehallien experiment as well. That's another one.
Is the what?
The Schehallien experiment.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Whatever that fucking weird word is. Schehallien.
Yeah, it's just mind-boggling. I can't get my mind around it. I mean, unless there was someone that had like a really easy explanation for seventh graders that we can all see. Because I mean, without this simple explanation of how gravity works, I can't see how you can have two opposing forces of gravity doing there's multiple vectors and directions that this gravity is working in. You know, what is it? Is it like a blanket shape? What shape is gravity?
Inward arrows to the center of the sphere.
There has to be a shape to it. I mean, you could visualize it, right?
FaceTime.
Actually, as far as other than the speed of light, it's an infinite sphere going away from Earth.
I mean, understand that amount of detail with gravity. That's way too complicated stuff right there.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking complicated, especially since you got the moon in the middle.
Especially when you got like theories of general relativity, which are not very they're not simple things.
So, like, I can imagine them like these cogs, sort of these invisible cogs that are, keeping it all bound together. I could imagine strings. What shape is gravity?
Just look up the theory of general relativity. That's the cause of gravity.
Is there no visualization of it? Is there no sort of...
Actually, there is. Have you seen a trampoline? You put a big bowling ball in the middle, and all things move toward it?
Yeah, they're going in one direction, aren't they? They're spinning down.
Spin down, but if you actually fling them, they'll orbit that object. Essentially, the sun is creating a giant gravitational well that all the objects are falling in. But that's pretty complicated stuff.
So gravity is actually like a plane.
Not really.
It's the warping of space-time.
The sun is creating a big gravity well, except nothing is going towards it. So how do you explain that?
It is. That's what an orbit
Can you
is.
show us something going towards the sun, please?
Yeah, you can look up planets.
No, show me. Put it in Livestream. Show me something going towards the sun.
Planets.
Show me a planet going towards the sun. Show us all.
Have you seen Venus? Anyone can see Venus.
Yes, I don't think it's getting any closer or farther than the sun. Do you think
Well,
it is?
and you can measure it. Wait, it's in orbit, my dude.
It's going around the same place. It's not going towards it.
It's holding orbit.
Yeah, it's orbiting.
Go look up the word orbit and see if you can figure it out from that.
Do you understand what orbit means, Godric?
Yeah, it doesn't go closer. It goes around it.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens.
Well, a little bit more
that's
than
when-
that. It's falling towards
In 5 million years, will Venus go in towards the sun? Yes or no? Will it go inside the sun in so many million years? Yes or
No.
So it's not going closer to the sun. Okay.
I never said that.
I would say it actually is.
I never said that.
I would say that Venus is slowing down ever so slightly because of dust and debris that it crashes into and tidal forces. And eventually, if given infinite time, it probably would end up in the sun.
So that sounds like a lot of faith required there. Can you show that?
No, the faith is eliminated by the fact that we do orbits and we can do the Atlas effect and we can see that we can change gravity. We can change the effects of gravity.
Show us this thing you claim. Show it to us.
Direction of travel.
Please show it to us.
Show you what?
What
The
view?
fact
The
that
thing
you
you
go in a
claim.
plane
That's it's
and
gonna
change
it's
the
gonna slow
gravitational
down.
effect?
Yes.
All right.
Otherwise, you're just parroting Wiki.
You haven't seen the, I'm sure you've seen this. Wolfie 6020 did some scales on an airplane. And he showed what happens when you head east and west and how the weight changes.
The Foss
So
effect.
you mentioned you believe in the Cavendish, right? If there was a Cavendish,
This is not
wouldn't that,
Cavendish.
you
That's
claimed
not
Cavendish a
Cavendish.
minute ago. You claimed
Godric,
Cavendish
that's not
1 minute ago.
Cavendish.
If there was a Cavendish, which you claimed a minute ago,
Yes,
wouldn't
but
the
what we
asteroid
were just
belt come
talking
back?
about,
Wouldn't the
Wolfie
asteroid
6020.
wouldn't the asteroid belt come back into a planet? Is that happening?
Are you
They're
gish
not.
galloping onto every single topic, or do you want to actually discuss a topic?
While you show us that Venus is getting close to the sun, explain to me that
If it's going to
if there's
take
a
5
Cavendish,
billion years
the
for it to
asteroid
get
belt
there, I'm
would
not
come
going to
back
worry
to a
about it.
planet. Yes or no?
How much do you think it would move if it takes 5 billion years to get into the sun?
You tell me, because this is science, right? You
Well,
tell me how much it
5
would
billion miles, 5 billion years, and I'm just guesstimating on that number. That's ridiculous. I'm just saying
Science is
it's in
exact.
time scales that are enormous.
You shouldn't
Science
guess.
is not
Science is
exact.
exact, so you shouldn't
You
guess,
Nope.
right?
wouldn't expect to see any change in your lifetime.
So you can't tell. So you can't tell.
You wouldn't, and we don't expect it to. What we see is a planet that's moving at X speed. We know the gravitational force on that planet, and that gives us an orbit because we are exactly matching the falling in rate with the going sideways rate that never reaches the surface.
This is globe logic. It's happening, but you can't tell. It's curving, but you can't see it. It's moving, but you can't feel it. This is what we have to deal with. This is science, right?
Seems like there's two gravities. There's one gravity that is pulling us towards the sun, but not enough to pull us any closer. But there's another gravity that's pushing away to make us stay on the ball.
No.
What?
There's centrifugal force, essentially. It's your velocity. You're being held in by one force and out by another force.
Okay, and what about on the other side of the Earth?
What about it?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the opposite force, isn't it?
What?
What?
You should be flung off the ball.
The centrifugal force is going to be shared by both of us.
You should
both
fly
sides
off
of
that
the
Earth.
Earth.
He thinks we should be flown off the other side. The sun doesn't really affect us.
Flung off the ball.
No, you wouldn't. But okay.
Yeah, we're not a large enough mass that we would interact with the sun necessarily.
Yeah, but it's strong enough to hold you to the Earth.
No.
Yeah, because we're on the Earth. We're on the Earth.
Can you imagine two magnets? You have two magnets in your hand. One is 10 feet, or actually, you got one magnet 10 feet away from the other magnet, so they're not in your hand. And I put something close to the one magnet, you'll see that magnet will pull towards it. How is this confusing?
So okay, so you have some particles between those two magnets, some metal filings, and you can see the direction that they're going. What about on the back end of the magnet? Are they going the opposite way?
Back end of the magnet? I don't see how that applies.
Actually, you can't use that. You can't use magnet as an analogy here because you've got two different poles.
If I have a 1,200 pound neodymium magnet sphere, and I take a piece of string and I dangle another magnet from it and I spin it around that, it's going to circle around and it won't go any further out. It'll remain in the magnetic field of that unless it slows down. It'll keep the same distance. Now I got two. Now I put another magnetic sphere and I put it around the little one and I start putting it around that. It will go around and circle, and never will the little ball that's circling, like our moon, would not just suddenly jump out of orbit and go to the sun for any reason, because the sun's force on it is weaker than the magnet that's close by, the Earth. Don't know if I dropped out. Mic check, mic check. Oh, I hear
you. Good. We can all hear you.
I mean, I don't understand what the problem with dealing with multiple forces, just conceptually, that somebody can't understand that multiple forces interact with each other. There's air friction on my car as I accelerate, as well as the grade that I'm going down, and all these things act together to give you a final direction of travel and velocity.
If the Cavendish is true, wouldn't the asteroid belt form back into a planet?
Eventually.
So it's happening. It's happening right now. They're coming closer together. Can you show us that?
Have you been there? I mean, I don't think I can see at the resolution that I need to determine that they're slowly coalescing.
You need NASA? Can you ask NASA?
I mean NASA. Yeah, I mean NASA. Yeah, NASA.
I'm sure NASA has some on it. Show us that it's moving closer together.
Actually, I don't know that the objects are even close enough to have, how long would you expect objects that are spaced out, let's say, I don't know, 500 miles apart? How long would it take for those to
Doesn't the Cavendish work right before your eyes, like within a few moments?
Yes. It moves a couple of millimeters.
Okay, we're not talking about the ones that are 500 miles apart. We're talking about the close
All right,
objects.
how close are they?
Wouldn't they bind together like grapes?
What is the average density of the particles in the asteroid belt? How close are they together?
You tell me they're not cotton
I don't
balls,
know.
right? They have
I don't know.
right? They're not
I don't know.
cotton balls. They have
You'd have to tell me that before I could decide how fast they should coalesce.
You tell me.
No, you tell me. You'd have to tell me. I don't know how close they are, so I don't know how fast they'll coalesce.
From what NASA shows us, and in science books, in education.
Okay, what does NASA say?
The asteroid bits are relatively close together.
What does it? How close?
I don't know.
Neither do I. So I mean, that'd be something you'd have to look into.
So give me an example. Let's say they're 2 feet apart, just like in the Cavendish. So how long do they take to come together?
2 feet apart, and they're both the same size?
Yes, in the same mass.
How many tons are they each?
The same size as the Cavendish.
Oh, okay. 2 balls, 2 feet apart. I got one big and one small.
Wouldn't they just bounce off each other because of the momentum they have as they're moving?
They'll bounce and then they'll come back together and bounce, and each time they lose
bounce off
energy
each
and
other,
vibration, and each time they bounce, they'll get a little vibration and heat, and eventually they should come together. But
it'd be a long time, though.
It could take eons or billions of years.
So you can't actually prove it then.
I'm not trying to prove it. That was your argument, whether the asteroid belt. I don't know why you went there. Jump into different topics rather than staying on one.
You said you can't prove it, which is fine, which is kind of what I expected you to say. Can't prove it, can't demonstrate it, can't show it.
That was your hypothesis.
That's good.
It was your hypothesis that they should be a planet. That hypothesis should be based upon some kind of knowledge of the situations involved.
Okay, we agree. We can move on now. Thank you.
Also, what's wrong with the Cavendish experiment?
Yeah, stick there.
It doesn't have any conclusive result. It goes towards.
It does.
It goes towards and it goes away. Can you stick a BB?
Okay.
Can you stick a BB to a wrecking ball? Is that going to ever work?
That's a straw man.
Can you stick a feather to a side of a mountain? Will that ever work?
That's a straw man.
Well, that would be the conclusive result of a Cavendish, mass attracting mass, and not moving away.
What is this aggressive arrogance that I'm feeling that's coming from ignorance? I don't understand why you're being so aggressive.
I'm ignorant because I'm asking you to show me an example of it happening.
I'm ignorant.
Godric, Godric, out of all the times I've debated you, I have shown you several demonstrations with conclusive results, and you haven't even considered any of those? My goodness.
We go back. Big chicken, thank you. I appreciate your exchanges. Thank you. But no conclusive result. It's going to have to move towards the
Even though I showed you it.
on the Cavendish experiment, you say it moves towards it, yes, and then it moves away. That's only a partial understanding of how Cavendish works. Actually, if you wait long enough, it'll come to rest closer to the mass, and the only thing keeping them apart is the torsion in the wire.
Right, so
And then when
it's
you
the
move
same
it,
as
you
you
reverse it, it'll do the opposite.
Just the same as you would expect with electrostatics. If I put my hand over your arm, the hair is going to move up on your arm. Does that mean my hand is gravity? Does that mean there's gravity in my hand?
Do we have a method of dealing with electrostatics? Can we measure electrostatics?
You tell me.
Yes, we can ground and we can use Faraday cages.
Well, for me, it's no conclusive result because a conclusive result would be it would stick to it. Mass attracts mass, it would stick to it, not move away. That's what
It's
I'm
a
saying.
minute. It's a minute force. Why do you expect this?
The tension in the wire. You got the force of gravity pulling it together. You got the force of
you would
tension
expect
pulling it
with
away.
electrostatics.
No, it's not the same because electrostatics are something that we can measure. We can test for. We can isolate. And those are not problems. We also isolate it by the type of materials we use.
Yeah, well, it's not magnetic.
You're making a little demonstration and you're calling it gravity. I'm not okay with that.
Not just calling it gravity, it has unique properties from electrostatics.
Yeah, because you can eliminate those variables, and then you can figure out that the force of attraction is proportional to the mass.
Not to the charge.
It just makes sense to me, like if the whole world and the trillions and trillions of tons it takes to give us weight, you need two little balls that's going to have some weight between them.
Some weight between them? That's what we're saying.
You can call it what you want.
There's a force between them, but like I said, we can isolate, we can test for electrostatics. And it doesn't seem to follow electrostatic principles because we can test it, we can use different materials, and we can avoid having huge static charges. And by using different materials, which would have different properties, we see that there's something else at play.
You're giving us an explanation, that's all. No proof. No solid proof, just explanations.
No, it's a demonstration.
He's explaining why your argument doesn't work.
In fact, there was one that was done. There's a experiment, one done with a Faraday cage, a plastic rod, and a box with a Cavendish in it. And he showed how important it was to control the electrostatics because they were able to yank the object in there at much faster rates.
Can you show us that? I'd like to see that. Just interested.
But then he puts in a shield, essentially a Faraday cage around it, and then that effect doesn't happen anymore. Yet the gravity effect still happens. So there's two different things, different properties, different results.
I'll look at that. Can you put that in my stream, please?
I'll see if I can find it. I don't know how to look it up.
And Godric, I wasn't trying to point at your at ignorance because I'm the first to admit my ignorance in a lot of things. I was just saying, maybe tone it down just a little bit and don't be so aggressive. Is all, okay?
Sorry, I was on a run. I was outside on a run, and I checked in, and that's why I was speaking like that. Thank you for pointing that out.
You're welcome.
I'm looking for a Cavendish with an old coot doing it.
Goddamn, I wonder when Dragon's gonna learn.
Like, to me, if gravity was real, it would stick together. Mass would actually attract mass, okay, and not move back away. To me, that's not a conclusive result. If you increase the size of the mass and the size of the balls, for example, they should stick together, kind of like magnets, but without the magnetic force, okay? Never seen that. I don't see why that would be a problem to show. If you have two tiny balls and they have some kind of result, then just bring two bigger balls, right? This is a better result.
They do.
But they never stick together.
They do
Sorry.
that.
Yeah, they do.
Just never work.
No, they do that, and the force increases relationally to the masses and their radius.
You dangle two balls horizontally up and down. Okay, the ball at the bottom of the string. They should both connect to each other and stay that way because of your fictitious gravity force, which you're saying is not fictitious.
Why?
But if we can't
Why
show that,
why should they stick together? Wouldn't that
we can't
require?
show that because you're claiming that mass attracts mass. That's what it would really look like.
No, it
We've
would
been
not look like that
primed
because
and conditioned since first grade to believe in gravity, and you're thinking that that's what it is. But I'm telling you, that makes no sense.
Yeah, but
it
it's
would stick
absurd.
together. It would stick together.
If it wasn't for the torsion
Not fall
wire,
apart.
let me ask you this: if it wasn't for the torsion wire, would those balls not come together? Yeah, if I had them.
I wouldn't know it. They don't do it. So how can I know? How can anybody know?
You don't, because it's very simple. You can infer it. You look at it. You see, okay, I put the mass over here. It puts tension on the wire in this direction, torsion on the wire in this direction. Now I reverse it. It puts torsion on the wire in the other direction. Now, if that torsion was less or non-existent, they would come together and stay together.
That's what I want to see. I want to see them stay together. That would be a proof of mass attracted mass for me. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's not a great way to determine.
It's not a great way because it would be conclusive, right? You just have to basically, to me, it's mass confusion. It's what they're telling you. All these formulae and there's all these things they try to throw in there that are going to explain why it doesn't work.
I don't see why it's so hard to get the torsion in the wire, pulling it back, and it oscillates. That's actually, now I think of it, that is the prediction of the Cavendish. It should oscillate back and forth.
Well, all the ones I've seen
Can't you increase that force? Hang on, keep kicking. Can't you increase that force with a bigger mass?
Yes.
Maybe more dense. So I want to see them stick together. That's all I'm asking.
But
show me mass attracted mass.
You're not counting for the torsion in the wire.
How big of a force do you think would be needed for them to stick together?
That's my question. You tell me, man. This is science. If you know science, you would tell me at least how big I would need to be. Hang on. How big it would need to be to stick together. I would be I'll accept that answer. So how much is
all right. Yeah, well, at least the one thing it would be needed to answer that is how much force you get depending on how much torsion you have. Given that, that's pretty easy to calculate. But I don't know what's the function for that.
So here's the thing. Give me an example. You can do all the formula you want. Torsion, you can even dangle. You can just dangle two balls on a fishing line. And then how big would they have to be to stick together? That's all I want to know. And then, of course, we would need to demonstrate it.
Sure, but that depends on how much the torsion, the force of torsion, increase with the tilt, right? So the more you tilt it, the stronger is the torsion. And for them to stick to each other, we would have to know the relation between that tilt and the torsion force. I have no idea how to estimate that.
Well, you should know because it's science. I know there's a formula. I don't want to have to look it up for you.
No, I shouldn't know. I don't work with that. Probably people do know.
The torsion would increase, and that way you can't tell. Once again, that's kind of what you said.
Here's the video.
The mass increases, the torsion would increase. So it's basically like a wash, right?
No, it's more torsion.
So the torsion is always going to outweigh the gravity, so that way we'll never be able to stick together. Is that right? Is that what you're saying?
You could set it any way you want. You could set it so that the torsion ends right at contact with the other ball.
No, I want to see two things stick together. Is that unreasonable?
So you're saying stick together to the point where it could support the weight of the other object, right?
I just want them to stick together. That would be an example of mass attracting mass. And you have all these experiments that don't show that.
You've got to define what you mean by stick together. If you want that ball to support the weight of it against the force of gravity, I'm sorry, you're going to have to go up to space and do it.
Yeah, the great scale negator, right? You can't falsify the model.
No, the fact that there's multiple forces in action, and you have to, if you can't eliminate one completely, you're not going to be able to glue two objects together with a teeny tiny force versus a big force.
Before you, okay, I'm talking about 3 people, okay, and I appreciate that. Before you jump onto space, I think the understanding was we can get them to stick together as long as we have enough mass and as long as we have the right torsion. Am I right?
It has to exceed 1g to support the other object. So you're going to have to make an object that's the size of Earth in order to do it.
Well, back up. The moon is smaller than Earth and it has gravity, right? So why does it need to be Earth?
But you're not talking about that. We've got a gravitational field on Earth. We have to contend with that gravitational field on Earth. If you want that ball to go stick to the other ball like it's glued on with a magnet and it won't fall off, you're going to have to account for the amount of forces that are acting on it from both gravity of the Earth and gravity of the object that you're holding there.
Isn't he asking under the Cavendish setup in which things are not going to fall?
No, I think he's asking for it to stick to it. That's what I'm trying to get him to clarify. What
I think he's asking that under the Cavendish setup.
Under the Cavendish setup, we should be able to see 2 masses meet and join and stick together because of the mass.
You should be able to make.
Can't do that.
You should be able to make the larger mass large enough so that it does attract the smaller mass, so that it touches sides.
Yes, that's what I want to see.
It doesn't matter. It can be the smaller one. You can make the smaller one bigger instead of. It doesn't matter which one you make bigger. This should be doable for.
No, I think he has a point. Hang on, slow down. If you have a bigger mass, that should attract a smaller mass. Because if both masses are equally big, you would have to you'd have more of a torsion, right?
No.
So that's why you would need a small ball to stick to a bigger ball. I think that would be the classic example.
If you reverse the experiment and put the big balls on the torsion wire, first off, it'd make your torsion wire have to be bigger, thicker, heavier. But now, when you do that, you're going to also have increased the mass. So the fixed balls that are now small will be, their attraction will take a very long time. It'll make your experiment take days and weeks to set up.
Well, why don't you give me those figures? You seem to know how long it would take, so put those figures down.
I have to find a calculator for that. I don't know the numbers. They're minuscule. What is it?
Well, those are my criticisms of the Cavendish. I like to see either formula or.
If you just half the torsion of your torsion wire, you can get the damn things to connect up. Right? If it's attracting towards it, eventually it'll attract hard enough to either overcome that torsion, or you'll have to get a weaker torsion wire. It's not just the fact that there's a force and that they attract and that they don't repel again should tell you all you need to know about whether they would come together if you had a weaker torsion wire. God, I don't understand what you're hoping to get out of this. All right, so let's see. Trying to find a force gravity calculator. I got one. But I'm posting a video for you because you had mentioned that you wanted to see it. This guy here does it with sand and a bottle of water, I think. And he has a rod that he charges up with some like wool skin, lamb's wool, and then he puts it over there and shows how it yanks the damn torsion wire around like crazy. And then he puts a Faraday cage in there, and then it doesn't yank anymore, eliminating the electric force as being the probable cause.
I also want to respond to Gudger's question about why doesn't the moon fall to Earth? It does. That's called an orbit.
Did he ask it?
Yeah, he asked it.
Yeah, it's the exact same setup when you attach a string to an object and rotate it with your hand. the string is doing the attraction between your hand and the thing, the object, and the tangent velocity of the object prevents it from moving towards your hand, right?
Hey, Godric, if you're trying to talk, I think your mic just like shut off for some reason.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's this video that he put about this the attractive forces? I don't see it. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, we can hear you.
That's
He's
why
looking for it.
the moon. I didn't say nothing about the moon. I don't think the moon falls to Earth. I asked, wouldn't the asteroid belt come together like grapes? That's what I said. That's what I
I'm pretty
asked.
sure you asked that question right as you were like talking about the Cavendish experiment. You asked why the moon shouldn't crash into Earth. I heard
I
it.
never said nothing about the moon.
Well, he
Okay.
mentioned the moon. You said, well, the moon is smaller than the Earth and it has gravity. I'm pretty sure you said that sentence.
That's what I said. That has to do with the Cavendish. You said to prove my point that two masses come together, you have to go away from the Earth because of Earth's gravity. And I said, well, the moon has less gravity. That has nothing to do with falling to Earth. The moon wouldn't fall to Earth.
I may not have understood your question when I said my answer to that, but you'd have to go to space. If you're talking about still doing it on a torsion wire or a fishing wire, which has essentially no torsion, then they'll come together and stick together as long as they're dangling from the string.
That's what I want to see. I want to see two objects come together because of gravity, because of this attractive force. And
What makes you
instead of
think
seeing that, I
what
see
makes you-
moving away and moving toward, moving away.
What makes you think that since there is tension on the torsion wire leaning towards the mass when it settles, what makes you think that they would not come together if it wasn't for that torsion? Now, do you think that when it gets closer, all of a sudden it's going to shoot away?
I don't want to have to think. I want you to show me it happening. There's a lot of reasons. I can think of a lot of reasons. I can think of a lot of reasons, but let's just show it what you say. Mass attracts mass. Let's show it touching together and not moving away. That's all. That's my whole point. We can write a book about why it would or wouldn't. I just want to see it happen. And I haven't seen that. And you said you have to get away from Earth. So, which means you can't demonstrate it. You can't show it.
Just real quick, Moyoc, do you agree that I've only heard people talk about this, that there was a plumb bob set up next to a large mountain and the plumb bob... What?
The Schehalian experiment.
I thought it was Schehalian, but you're
Schehalian, whatever.
All right. Okay, but the idea was that you had a plumb bob with a large weight next to a mountain, right? And the plumb bob deviated toward the mountain. Is that correct?
I'm pretty sure it was like the differences in speed. Like they swung it, and then when it was next to the mountain, I think it sped up faster. Pretty sure, but I'm not too sure on that.
Okay, so then
he said it was a Schehalian experiment.
I think it would be hard to show a tilt because you need to establish a reference.
It's not a matter of being hard to show the tilt. I'm saying I've heard you guys talk about this as a demonstration. So I'm just asking if it's something that you believe is true.
Oh, I never.
I'm sorry, I wasn't able to answer because the phone call came in. So if nobody else wants to answer, you'll have to restate the question.
You can use a mountain, but you can also use like a huge boulder of, I don't know, lead or something really dense. And go ahead.
My question has to do with what I've heard you guys talk about, that it's been demonstrated with a large mountain and then something like a pendulum hanging next to the mountain. I'm just asking if those are accurate descriptions of another example of this.
As I understand it, yes. Essentially, what you'll have is that as you approach the mountain, which is a very unusual mountain, it's a very uniform shape that allows you to sort of calculate the amount of mass that's there. And it just was an ideal situation for doing it. But they dangle essentially a plumb bob off of that, and it deviates from plumb.
So my question is a little bit along the lines of what Godric is talking about is, why can't we just get a large room and hang two masses from the ceiling, one with a very large area and another one with a smaller area? We should just be able to do it with two hanging pendula.
All right, so what I got here is the amount of force that you're talking about. So I've taken mass 1 is 100 pounds, mass 2 is 1 pound, and I have them 1 inch apart. That generates a force of approximately 0.4 millionths of a pound of force. Now, how far do you think that something dangling from a string can deviate from that axis towards each other? I mean, essentially, you're asking.
Okay, wait.
Yeah.
What's the number? What 0.4 millionths of a pound?
Yes.
Okay, so now this is all we have to do. We have to double the big component. Let's say 250 pounds, right? And the same density. We should get that cut in half, I think. Should we not? That 0.4?
That's about 1 millionth of a pound.
Yeah, give me the exact figure, please. I'm write it down.
1.196254. And that is millionths of a pound, 1.96 millionths.
So I'm sorry, real quick. So how high would we have to get it to see it stick together? One ball to stick to the other one.
Well, I got to be able to, let's say I got them dangling from each other 1 inch apart. I'm going to have to move that pound object towards the 250 pound object. I'm going to have to move it off of its axis.
You could put them half an inch if you want. You could put them half an inch if that's better for your benefit.
I don't think it really would be. I think that the amount of force that you're talking about to move that object, in order for them to come closer together, they're going to have to lift up against the force of gravity, go higher, because it's going to be on an arc, right? When it's dangling like a plumb bob, when they get closer, they have to get higher from the ground, right? So you have to lift the entire mass up off the ground higher in order to get them closer.
Yeah, but you're showing me mass attracting mass.
But it's not going to move a millimeter.
But that 250 pound mass has gravity, does it not?
Yes, 1 millionth, 1 millionth of a pound of force.
We need to show that connect to the objects connect together.
So you got to measure 1 millionth of a pound of force. So your test setup has to be sensitive enough to show half a millionth of a pound.
Yeah, but how did they determine that the plumb bob pendulum next to the mountain deviated? How do they know?
Well, there you have millions of pounds of object, and it moved a tiny fraction, so it came down.
How do they know?
Pounds. They measured. I don't know. I'll tell you. I have not studied it in depth, but it deviated from, I'm guessing, stellar. What do you call it? It's from zenith, from stellar zenith, and they measured that amount of deviation that it had from zenith towards the mountain.
Did they swing it? Did they have to swing the pendulum?
As far as I know, no, but I could be wrong.
All the examples I've seen, they're swinging pendulums, they're swinging this, swinging that. Will it move together without you having to swing it?
That's a Schehelian experiment. I think the problem that you're going to have with that one is that it's such a tiny measurement, you're probably just going to say it's a measurement error. but I've never seen the numbers that came out of that test. I don't think. I've just heard that it did deviate. I've never heard how much.
I don't think that they measured anything. I think they just calculated the numbers that they had and then got the result of what you said was the 1 point whatever it was. They
compared it to vertical somehow. I don't know how they compared it to vertical, but they compared it to vertical, and it deviated from vertical.
I posted a video explaining it.
Oh, good. How far back?
Oh, it's not that far. I just posted
Oh,
it.
okay. I'm in the wrong chat box.
It was something about the angle of the dangle compared to the zenith.
Yeah, but I'm asking how they measured the deviation. Because if it's such a slight, like somebody said, it wouldn't even move a millimeter. So what device did they have to detect even a small inclination toward the mass?
Well, we routinely see using standard surveying equipment 1 arc second of deviation. Now, I'm not sure what the best they can get is, but 1 arc or like 1 arc second is pretty standard and easy to achieve. So all it has to do is vary by 1/3600th of a degree.
That's in reference to a that's in reference to just a
straight line,
a vertical reference point.
Right.
So you're not talking about, that's not a mass attracting mass. When are you appealing to surveying right now?
That would be one place I would have surveying equipment. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's got nothing to do with measuring mass. That has to do with topography.
It has to do with angles, and if I can establish a horizontal and transfer that horizontal to my setup, and then I can compare my setup to that horizontal. If it is a new horizontal within a 3600th of a degree, I can now say that there is a problem.
That has to do with the surface of the Earth. It does not have to do with a plumb bob deviating from vertical.
You can establish whether it moved from vertical using standard surveying techniques.
I don't believe you.
That's cute.
It's not cute. Okay, listen. So look. Do you have any reference to give us that
it was posted?
What?
It was posted.
What was posted?
The Schehalian experiment. Read up on the Schehalian experiment. Find out whether your community has found it or not.
Let me say, Moyak Man, thank you for the exchange. Kick Chicken, thank you for the exchange. I'm gonna look at your 4-minute video and I'm gonna come back later on that. Okay. Thank you guys. Have a good day.
See you guys.
Look, I don't understand that the Schehalian or whatever it's how you say it has to do with a plumb deviating. That's not the same as a surveying station establishing horizontals.
He was just making reference to the measurement. You're able to detect 1 second of angle, and so that's just a fine measurement. So compared to maybe what you would see in the Schehalian.
Again, I don't see the details in the link that Mailman posted for the experiment. It's just this general description of it.
Okay, about halfway down, it's paragraph starting with, to determine the deflection due to mountain, it was necessary to account for the curvature of the Earth, blah, 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 blah. But 54.6 arc seconds is how much it deviated from plumb.
Almost a minute.
What article are you looking at? Because I'm looking at the one that Mailman posted.
Wikipedia Schehalian experiment.
It has measurements there. That's where it is from. The Zedek and Dragon are, totally used as humans to be on this server. It's like no use for them.
Now I'm trying to find out how they established their standard, their zenith.
It says astrometry and survey.
I mean, that's what I guessed, but didn't want to sound too confident on it.
It's the zenith stars, and they used surveying also. They had 2 observatories on both sides of the mountain.
Sure.
It took them a year to make the measurement because of weather and everything.
You know, that mountain, the Schehalian thing, it, like what you said, that it had a certain shape to it. I see no relevance that shape has to do with doing this kind of experiment.
It's just a uniformity, I think, for prediction purposes. It's a way that you can, when you're trying to make a prediction ahead of time, you want to have as uniform a shape as possible. And it looks like,
And that mountain has uniform shape.
Yeah,
Come on, man.
it looks like a cone, relatively.
Whatever.
As far as mountains go, it's pretty damn uniform.
Whatever. It does not look uniform on the left. You could totally see the slope on the left is not the slope on the right. It's completely different. That's not uniformity. What are you talking about?
It's as uniform as you can reasonably do in that area.
Whatever, man. You guys.
Whatever, man. I'm going to just go toggle reason. Whatever, man.
Right.
Yeah. It's like lemon. Whatever. Or whatever.
The day that you guys wake up from this dream is going to be amazing. When you guys, and whoever's going to be the one who actually has the balls to say, yeah, guys, our system that we believe in, the model.
We're the ones who have the ball.
I mean, it's just.
When we have the ball and we're dangling it over your head, you can't reach it.
It's interesting that everything just points to the globe. And, no, whatever.
No, it doesn't point to a globe, dude.
Okay, what does this experiment show you?
Yeah.
What does this experiment show me?
Let me guess, whatever.
Yeah, whatever, man.
Doesn't show me the shape of the Earth, that's for sure.
It does show you the gravity, or at least it's an evidence of gravity.
It shows that.
No, because you don't have isolation of the cause.
I have a mass and I have an attraction. Mass and attraction.
Yep.
That pretty much covers Newton pretty handily.
Where do you have this? Do you have this mass attracting mass? Because
Schehalian experiment, Cavendish experiment.
Finished now. That is not an experiment. It is not an experiment.
That's your
now.
It has every one of your requirements for an experiment.
So now I cannot talk. Now.
Yeah, Moyak, now you're interrupting.
Okay, I will carry on now. Nowhere on this earth in nature has any human being seen mass attracting mass, where things clump together to form spheres or odd-shaped spheres, okay? If any human being has done that, please show us that time-lapse video of mass attracting mass to form a sphere that forms this earth, the beginnings of, on this earth. We don't see that. So I don't know how you can claim we see mass attracting mass. No, we don't. It's never happened.
Yeah, you're right. We didn't see people creating Earth. You're right.
Yeah, I think the Earth is fake now because we didn't see it being created.
And you don't see math attracting things into a sphere. I mean, I don't understand again what you're hoping to get. What you're hoping to get from objects is not a reasonable expectation. We are showing that there is a force that is associated with two masses, and they attract each other with uniform rates based upon distance and the amount of mass.
We said that we don't see that anywhere on Earth.
We see that in Cavendish. We see that at Schehalian.
Bars We don't see anything in the natural world, because that's where we come from. The natural world on this flat Earth, do we see mass attracting mass? And Sir Isaac Newton, the man who is supposedly credited for discovering this gravity, has said he did not agree with that theory. Theory, by the way, folks. Fact. That theory was absurd. That is
Newton never
the
had a
actual
theory.
reality. Plus the theory of gravity that is Newtonian has been superseded by Einsteinian with the bending and warping of space-time fabric. Newtonian is no longer any good. It is now Einsteinian. Goodbye, Newtonian.
Are you done yet?
107 years ago, now superseded.
Newton never had a theory of gravity.
Yeah.
Look, it's always known as a theory, folks. It's an unproven
it's a
theory.
law.
For those who are listening, it is an unproven theory. Never been
Universal
proven.
law.
Neil,
Universal
to
law
quote
of
Neil
gravitation.
It's a universal law.
I have not
Theory.
finished.
Yeah.
To quote
Well, knowledge
Neil
is
deGrasse Tyson.
a
What
question.
is gravity? I have no idea.
Well,
Next question.
Well, Jen, I guess the thing with any sort of theory is, how do we know that this theory is the case? We have to have a framework that is consistent to say this is the case for gravity or whatever, and then we have to be willing to acknowledge that this is the case, and trust that it is with faith or whatever. Gravity is too inconsistent to really trust, say for gravity. 1 minute they say that it pulls to the center of a ball, but we don't see evidence of that in our everyday life. It's just hard to trust the story without consistency, even if it's true or false or whatever. We'd have to go with another more consistent story. I'd say electromagnetism, or something that appears to be much more consistent over a flat plate.
That isn't consistent, though. You don't have a cause for electromagnetism.
Well, we can't find all causes for gravity or electromagnetism, but the experimental promise appears to be with
we call it the
electromagnetism
natural
and not
order of
gravity.
things, is what we call it. It is not gravity.
Okay,
because
so
gravity
the cause
hasn't
for
been
gravity
proven.
isn't needed because you don't need the cause for electromagnetism.
Well, when we say
Absolutely
cause,
proven. There's no proof of it.
we're talking about causes having several effects in that regard of cause, because an effect can be, affected by several different causes. How do we know that we can rule out anything else but gravity as the cause, or whatever causes gravity as the actual case? We really can't. It could be any field that you could talk about, and we could absorb gravity under any of these other fields just as easily with little to no contradiction. I mean, gravity is just not the only game in town. That's what we mean by, cause and effect. How do we know that gravity is the case to the exclusion of something else? As far as I can tell, we can't.
Well, you can, and you can't isolate electromagnetism.
To the mix.
Also, like if it's
mix, right?
electromagnetism, I was talking before you, Jim. If you're saying that it's electromagnetism, then we can test that, and we find out that does nothing to the weight of objects, or it's the rate of fall. So it's kind of done there.
Go on, Lemon. Rebut that.
We can change the weight of objects with the Hutchinson effect. A bunch of electricity or frequency added to an object to cause electromagnetic effects to go anti-gravity. The most control that we have over quote-unquote gravity is going anti-gravity and making something levitate or float. So there appears to be a whole lot of promise with something electromagnetic to demonstrate some quote-unquote control over gravity, at least by electromagnetic effects, to negate this force. So all of the promise, yet again, is electromagnetic as far as I can see. So why don't we just absorb gravity under electromagnetism? At this point, gravity is just, pun intended, dead weight.
Because we can isolate electromagnetic forces and find out that they do not have the same effect.
Okay, now I'll add this to the mix, and I'm sure Lemon, you'll agree with this one, that when you ask every person on Earth, if you've got the chance, and you ask them, that's excluding all flat earthers, just the globe heads, those who believe in the heliocentric model, what would happen? Let's say gravity exists, even though we know it doesn't exist. Let's assume it's existing. Remove the force of gravity in a given room with all this stuff in there. When I've asked them, do you know what they said? They said we'd all be floating. They said we would be floating around the room. Everything would be floating around the room, right? So I asked them, how do you know this? And then it just went dead quiet. They couldn't explain how they knew it.
They know it based off of the necessity of their theory. This is based off of rationalism and their mind thinking that everything pulls forces this way or that way. That is a bit of an assumption, and a pretty good assumption. But I mean, what else can we assume at that point?
Yeah, you can show me someday.
Them, right? And then I said to them, listen, I haven't finished yet. I then said to them,
just started,
all the while they were talking about things, hang on a second, all the while they were talking about things floating around the room. Okay, there was a helium balloon in the room. There was a helium balloon in the room. And I said, so what about this helium balloon that's floating around now that we have gravity? And then they went quiet again.
Really? They should have been able to answer that one, no problem.
Yeah, that's no problem.
So I said, are you sure? Then I asked them, are you sure gravity exists? Because if what you said is true, this balloon should not be floating around. Guess what they said? Oh, they then said it's lighter than air. Okay. I said, that's true. You're absolutely correct. That means everything else that's on the ground is heavier than air. Do you agree? I asked them. And they were taking their time. So you know me, impatient that I am. Are you sure? Did it not? It's heavier. And then they agreed it's heavier. Okay, so it's not gravity, yeah? It is not gravity. Because if it was, it would pull down the helium balloon. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, amazing misunderstanding of gravity. It's just the room must be
not
filled with
misunderstanding at all. It's being honest and to the truth. That it's not gravity, because everybody thinks when you remove gravity, you're going to be
reason why
everybody in the room said that it's weight.
Well,
they said it's weight.
Well, the reason why people hold on to this gravity thing, frankly, is it allows us to explain the world and the nature of reality via some sort of cosmology that's freed from what it used to influence the West, the Christian scripture. How did they people, inform their quote unquote cosmology, or the way that the world is made at a fundamental level in the West before this gravity nonsense? They went to the scripture and, powered their exploration from that point. So gravity is just some way to explain the world and say that everything clumps together in the shape of a ball outside of the Bible, essentially. And that's why they keep on writing workarounds for it, even though it's experimental dead weight.
Not only that, it explains how the oceans don't fly off a spinning oblate spheroid. That's the other reason why, yeah? And most people just believe what they're told. They don't understand it, believe. Because if they understood it, they would no longer believe in it and see how absurd it is. So it's a belief.
That's the problem. You don't understand it.
Everything would float around. Right.
Even if you wanted to assert that that gravity did, it was some kind of electromagnetic, it still works on a globe Earth.
But electromagnetism opens up. It basically opens up the possibility for something flatter, in that gravity is invoked for why we spin around a ball, why we don't fly off of a ball, and why we stick to the underside of a ball. If we're flat, then it's not necessary for gravity to be that any longer. If it's flat, we're not on the underside of a ball anymore, so gravity's not needed to stick us to it. If we're flat, we have a flat planar surface that we're sticking to without having to necessarily go to the center of a ball. I mean, gravity's necessity drops considerably once we start from a different model totally.
They knew the Earth was round before.
I'm going to boast to that.
Hold on. I spoke first.
The spinning ball hasn't been proven to exist anywhere on this planet.
Other person, you were saying? Other person.
They knew the Earth was round before gravity even came into the picture.
Not by experiment, just by poor Greek logic and reasoning. There was no laser used. They looked at shadows, distant shadows, and assumed a ball as a necessary thing to get distances on their model. Their model is useless unless they first assume it's a ball in the first place with the Eratosthenes thing or whatever.
The man that never lived, Aristophanes, the man that never lived, no evidence of him.
Doesn't matter. You can do it today.
The man that we cannot prove existed. Another story.
Doesn't matter.
Experiment.
Doesn't matter. We can do it today. It doesn't matter if any of these historical figures existed or whether the year's only The Earth is only 400 years old, and peak Shayland, we could still do it today. It doesn't matter if anybody came up with it first.
Today's
But
modern
Moyak, the key
technology
thing,
today
Mr.
cannot prove
Moyak,
the
is
Earth's curvature.
we're having the same presumptions and the same flawed reasoning. We need to step beyond that poor reasoning and measure the curvature of the Earth relative to a straight standard, be it a laser, a microwave line of sight, or something like that. Otherwise, no curve, no ball. I'm sorry, Eratosthenes. I'm so sorry.
And today's technology has been brought to bear in 7 experiments conducted in Brazil with the latest technology, and they could find no curvature at all. So how is it they could do it 2,000 years ago by the man as Aristophanes, who never lived, by the way? But today's technology, with the best technology, they can't produce the curvature of the Earth anymore.
And that's what
those are known, proven, vetted liars.
I think that's necessary for your model to work, Moyak, as opposed to the curvature being found wanting. You say that there's something wrong with the people, Moyak, you were saying?
They were known, vetted liars. They are the people who brought you food. They are liars. They lied about the actual evidence they provided.
It's also interesting that sorry, go on.
Go ahead. No, you go.
Yeah, interesting that Eratosthenes didn't exist because there's no evidence, but Jesus did. It's fucking amazing.
Well, you would have
we have more accounts of this Jesus dude than Eratosthenes. So, I mean, it does make conspirators like myself a little suspicious. Eratosthenes could have existed, fine, whatever. But we have more documents for Jesus if you're talking about manuscripts and people that go to their death, saying that this dude actually existed, than people going to their death for Eratosthenes. So, I mean, if we say that a person is a historical gentleman, if people lead their lives as if this person was alive, if they talk about talking to him, being with him, basing their life off of him, the person takes on a historical dimension at that point.
And when it comes to Eratosthenes, you would have to verify the distance to the light source and the exact way that the light source is emitting its light in order to get any conclusive information about shadows on the ground. Otherwise, it's just inconclusive for deciphering the shape of the Earth when the sun is not able to be verified in terms of its distance and the exact way that it's emitting the light. So it's really just useless ultimately for deciphering the shape of the Earth. With that being said, NASA's going to claim that they've sent probes, they've probed the sun or whatever, and they're going to claim that they've measured some 93 million mile thing or whatever. So I get that they have explanations, but
well, we're talking about logic here, gentlemen. Necessary inference. What conclusions should we consistently draw off of this, or can we go down another path? Just because of sticks and shadows, that doesn't necessarily mean that we have to infer a ball. We get similar results off of a flat surface. Why are we going back to this ball as if it is the only necessary logical inference in town? That's just not true.
Right, and it speaks volumes that today's technology cannot prove that the Earth is indeed a spherical ball. I'm going to reiterate that until the hell freezes over. That they're using technology today, and they can't prove the globe is the globe. Basically, folks. No detection of curvature, not one degree.
And Jen has a good point there. I mean, if you're acting as if there is a monster in the closet, you're kind of acting as if you believe that that's true and it's the case, whether or not it's the case or not. If people are modeling stuff as if it is a flat, motionless surface, it seems like in their heart of hearts, they at least believe that it's flat, and that's how they're using their actions or influencing their actions as if that proposition is true, not the ball. So we're paying lip service to the ball in a dishonest way that we're not really leading our lives in a similar way. We're acting as if it is flat, not that it is a ball at all.
Yeah, I mean, you can take the flat Earth assumption and test it, and it just fails.
We never assume on this flat Earth when it comes to the flat Earth. Everything's verifiable. That's it.
Well, verifiable if you let the laser give you a straight standard and say a laser is straight, and either the Earth curves against it or tends to go with it like it's a flat surface. If you at least assume a laser is straight, a microwave is straight, line of sight is straight, you can derive those conclusions at that point. But if you're making everything curve, well, then at that point, I can't help you. You don't really have a straight standard against which to measure the curvature of the Earth at all. It's just an axiomatic assumption that you have to, at that point, accept on faith with no other metric against which to measure it against.
And I will reinforce that by saying that all technology that has been brought to bear to search for curvature has proven flat Earth. Every single piece of high technology.
Right.
Yeah, I just let the priest go. So, yeah, we can then say that the theodolite establishes horizontal, and we can just see how everything falls from the horizon.
Horizontal is flat. Thank you very much.
I would agree with you, Malaman, up to a point, but the thing is, we see looking down a hallway that things converge, merge, and disappear. So basically, by that logic, even your line of sight in the theodolite will converge, merge, and disappear, and stuff will be at level that you can no longer see because it's merged and disappeared. That's why you still need to check it with something that travels straight and true, that we axiomatically assume travels straight and true as much as possible, like a laser, a microwave, or something else.
Sure. So when you get a theodolite pointed at a distance, and you're at say 6 feet in elevation, and in the distance the light points to the top of a high building, it's dropping away from the
It's not dropping away, Malaman. It's a different interpretation in that the visual angles for the middle part of your vision are compressing, merging, smushing, dropping the visual information, and you're interpreting it in error as obstruction when it's just drop visual information over a flat plane. It's just a different.
And by smushing, we mean compressing when we say smushing.
Or is it possible that you're interpreting it wrong, Lemon?
Yeah,
it's possible, but since I was a glober and I changed my mind, I feel like I'm in a superior epistemological position than you, who is still with the same old globe assumption. I've been open-minded enough to go to both sides. I feel like I'm in a superior epistemological position than you, frankly.
Thank you. And why did you change your mind, Lemon? Why did you change your mind?
I kept on hearing about it. I guess it just wore me down. I kept on hearing people believe that the Earth is flat, and I'm like, this is so ridiculous. But then in the back of my mind, you know what? I said to myself, people still believe this. Maybe it's true. I said to myself, really, it must be true. Because, people wouldn't believe this stuff if it was false like this. It's not like, throwing salt over your back or something like that to push away a spirit or something. People put that stuff away and never return to it. But they keep on returning to this over and over and over again, and I could be wrong. But then I listen to people like Dave Murphy, people that were just putting out reasonable arguments like Eric Dubay. And after that, it just started making sense. And then the thing that clinched it for me after all that was, the laser test, the infrared, the long distance image, and the biblical aspect. I am religious-hearted, but before then I was religious-hearted in Glober. But then I saw that the Bible actually appears to be talking about something that is flat and motionless. And it was like, I know that these people are liars. They're running and kicking and screaming from the Bible. They're running and kicking and screaming from the truth. They're Masons. They're occultists. They hate God. They hate creation. Everything, all of the pieces fell together at that point. It just made so much sense. And I never looked back.
Thank you very much, Lemon, a man of impeccable integrity, a flat earther extraordinaire. Thank you very much. You heard it here, folks. Thank you.
Wow. Thanks so much for your input there.
Yeah, most of the Christians accept that the Earth is a globe, and most of the humans. So you said that because many people believed it, then it must be true.
Well, that's true, Malaman. That's why we have to parse this out a little bit and talk about this a little further. What makes you Christian?
Can I be in that? Lemon, let me just start this off.
Yeah,
Let me just start this. And why is it that people believe in the globe? And the word they were using is believe, because it was introduced to them as a child from, let's say, the age of 6. And then it's reinforced all through their lives. They upload this information from their educators and take it to the bank, and it becomes a belief. They didn't check it to confirm at all. To confirm it and prove to them that it is a globe, they didn't. No one did that. Everybody believes. Now, this is the reason why everyone is believing that they're on a ball. It's being reinforced through movies, culture, films, cartoons, Music, as I
The only
just
way you
said.
can shut up, or you can just keep talking.
News, NASA, space
Hold on,
agencies,
Jen.
and space moon technology.
Very true. What
Okay,
were you saying,
don't talk
Mr.
when I'm
Moya?
talking.
I'm just saying I've checked it in as many ways as I can.
Yeah, me too.
I can hear you. Now get out of the way.
Yeah,
I've checked to see whether how perspective works. Like when you say that the ceiling comes down to a certain rate and all this sort of crap, I've actually checked that. You haven't. You say things like, well, it could come down at an even increment, and all the angles could, make it work, and it's no, test it, look at it, check it.
Well, Mr. Moyak, I do understand that you checked it, but the question is your interpretation. You could do the Eratosthenes thing and come to the same conclusion as Eratosthenes, but the question is your interpretation the only game in town consistent, or is there another interpretation that you're missing, namely, diverging angles over a flat surface? So Mr. Jin also is correct that this propaganda is forcing us to think along certain lines in the movies and in other outlets where they're influencing our thought in the way that our thoughts tend to go toward this ball as opposed to another, example. Even in that movie Aquaman, they said that they were building the advanced civilization of Atlantis while the rest of the world thought the earth was flat. You don't think that that's propaganda that's going to infect a thinker like you or somebody of an atheistic bent who wants to throw out the Bible wholesale? I mean, come on now, gentlemen. This propaganda is influencing our thinking and influencing our logic in certain ways, religious-hearted or no, and there are flat earthers that are more secular anyway. So we're getting propaganda saying that you're a religious or something like that for thinking that the earth is flat, you're ignorant or you're stupid in various, segments. They're basically saying this is wrong because of this, that, or this, as opposed to saying, hey, did the laser test confirm it? Do we have some sort of third-party arbiter that confirms it? Or are we just being fed a bunch of propaganda and questionable reasoning?
Well, like the laser tests, I thought were really interesting. I just looked at one of the debunks of the laser test, and the way that they debunked it, I thought was very clever. Who's the German guy who goes to the water level? I can't remember his name. But
Victor Schauberger?
No. He's a globe earther. But he went through and he said, okay, let's see about these laser tests. They say that they were looking this direction. Then they go and they look at the video footage from the observation. They find out that they were absolutely lying. It was the moon was in the frame, and the moon actually would be in another direction from that, right? Like 90, 100 degrees off from where they were looking, where they claimed to be looking. And then there was some lights in the background that they were able to look at, and you can see the buildings that those lights came from. And after a while, he was able to identify that these guys actually just blatantly lied about the direction that they were looking when they said they looked 40 kilometers. They were actually looking 18 kilometers. Yeah, something like 16 or 18 kilometers.
Okay.
There have been several laser beam tests of varying.
Yes, this was Lake Peloton.
And they all proved that the Earth is a leveled plane. Even the most recent
but they lied.
Done by the Brazilians.
Okay, well, that's a credibility issue, Moyak, and that is germane, yes, but the main heart of the flat Earth claim is that this laser is being seen through a hump of Earth curvature that isn't there. Credibility aside, Moyak, if your counterclaim doesn't really deal with whether or not they're punching through a hole of Earth curve, credibility is one thing, sure, but even the liar can tell the truth, Moyak, or can be wrong about other things, but still right about the crux of the issue, in this case, the curvature or the non-curvature of the Earth. So since your debunk doesn't really address anything else but the credibility, I mean, still, I get what you're saying. Maybe they're lying, but maybe they're telling the truth about the curvature of the Earth.
They were too close.
The man might be a rapist, a child beater,
would not have
and a white
yielded a
batterer, but he's telling the truth
observation
about the Earth. Thank you.
They lied in order to get it to work because it didn't work.
I'm amazed that you would accept any of the information if they were proven to be a liar. That should negate all credibility for their test. I don't understand how you can say they might be telling the truth here and they're lying there,
It depends about what they're lying about. If they're lying that, they're, I don't know, that they're, 200 pounds or something like that, and they're actually, 250 pounds. That doesn't have any sort of germane, effect on the test. I need to see if they're lying about the thing that's germane to the question. All people are liars. And so what are they lying about and why? If it's not the laser test itself, I could really care about the rest. I need to see if there's curvature or not, really, but I see what you're saying. But beyond that, it's just irrelevant.
Yes, but the thing they lied about was directly germane to the observation they were making and their claims. So, hence, it absolutely was germane to. They lied about their actual setup.
I mean,
as well as
I don't
the
know.
people
I don't know.
what's his name? Jin's argument with the professionals who went out and did this. When they actually lied about what they did, we can see in their videos where it claims to be X distance away with their microwave shot, and clearly the screen shows that it was 2.6 miles away.
They're
So
not
instead
lying
of
at all.
being the 20 or 30 miles they were claiming, or whatever the hell number was, it
They
was
still prove that the Earth was flat. That's the thing.
No,
Yes,
how does
they
a
did.
liar
Yes,
prove it?
they did.
How does a
Yes,
liar
they
prove
did.
it?
They conducted 7 experiments.
And they lied about every one of them.
No, you see what I mean? And they lied about every one of them, folks. Every one of them, folks. These are guys that they believed in the heliocentric model. Every single one of these people believed that the Earth was a spinning ball, yeah? But at the end, every single one of them did, right? And at the end of the test,
Does NASA lie?
Not a lie. At the end of the test,
I would say that so far I've never caught them in a lie.
Every single one of these Brazilians who were brought to bear, the Brazilian party, they were adamant that the Earth, you could hear them, they actually spoke and told you that the Earth, they've got thousands of years of evidence and science and everything, right? But they had to eat flat Earth humble pie at the end. I loved it.
And they lied. They lied about everything.
Who are you talking about, Moyak? You've said the word liar like 400 times in the last 10 minutes.
Oh,
Who is
the video that he's talking about? I can't remember the name.
Okay, so you're calling people all these things, but you don't know who it is, or what are you referring to?
I don't recall their name. I don't give a crap about them. I know that they're liars. I know what Jen is talking about.
Are you talking about the FE core laser test? Because we were talking about this yesterday, and I think the drift of the conversation was FE core laser test. Is that what you're talking about?
Lake Peloton.
FE core again.
There was another lake that was nearby, like maybe 20
Lake Catajuta, what it's called. You know the one in near Peru and that.
Lake Issel is another one.
Yeah.
And both of those had anomalies that were beyond error. It was not just simple
if you
errors
just watched
that they
it,
made.
Gio, you'd understand what we're talking about.
Okay, could you present what you're referring to, Moyak, please? Because you've said this with such vigor, and you're doing a lot of slandering of these people. So could you explain what you think you've come to over the internet that has concluded all these things for you to conclude?
Yes, there is a video that shows. What was his name? I can't figure out his name. I'm in trouble.
You don't even know who any of these.
Dude,
I'll tell you who it is.
Every stupid thing that happens.
I'll help you out. Sly Sparking. Keep going.
Yes. Okay, so you know the video.
Yes, you're going to present to us why you think all this. So go ahead.
Sly Sparking presents it.
What does he present? Because there's nothing like
He presents the observations, the videos that they took with their own little hands, and then he shows how they lied about the positions that they were claiming they were in, showing the origin of the measurement to the end of the measurement, from the observer point to the observation, and the angles that were supposed to be there were wrong. They were lies. Looked at the actual observations of what objects were in the images and the frames. He was able to identify actual location that they took the video from.
Right, now, Gio, now that I mentioned Live Spartan, because I know who he is, okay, and that group, I suggest you watch the video that I've been posting all the time, and you will know for yourself that what this guy is telling you here and what Live Spartan did, they're the liars. Because they didn't do no such thing, man. How can you bring this much technology and come away a flat earther? That's what I love about it, man.
So, like all the time, I don't care about people being liars. I need to see if they lied about the thing that's germane to the topic. I need to see evidence of inconsistency about the curvature. And as far as I can tell, maybe they
didn't give you the numbers. There's nothing you can work from in this video. They make claims. They say this happened. They don't show you the numbers happening. They don't show you how they reach their conclusions. They just say, oh my God, it's flat. And they were known liars.
You know what? That's
so
a lie.
why the
That's
hell
a
would you
lie. They
believe
show
it?
you. You actually see the instruments they use, and they show you certain values. You just got. You know what, Gio? All you got to do is watch it, and then you know how much of a liar this guy is. That's all you got to do is watch it, and you'll know who's lying. Which one of us is lying here? That's all you got to do, Gio. Watch it.
And there's also two different
do. I've
viewpoints.
watched it. I've watched it several times. That's what makes me. I don't watch a video once. I watch it 3, 4, 5, 6 times.
Yes, but you're an idiot.
Jim is a smart person who is smart enough to follow the evidence where it led. And the thing is, trying to undermine a person's credibility in a way that doesn't really reflect the topic itself, namely the curvature of the earth, falls under nitpicking for me. People lie all the time. It is what it is. We need to see if they lied in particular about the subject in question. Other than that, I don't care if they lied about their weight. I don't care if they lied about this, unless it is absolutely germane to the topic. I don't care.
The observation locations, the distances involved, what they claimed happened, everything that was germane to the test, they lied about.
This is ridiculous.
How do you conclude that's
not absurd?
germane?
What he's saying now. That is completely after you watch this video, I make a suggestion that you get rid of this. Ban him from the server. Ban him now.
I actually banned a loudmouth.
Well, Moyak is one of the nicer Globers. He will engage with you. He is a little bit globe-hearted. It is what it is. But we all have our bias. But he's willing to discuss his bias rationally and reasonably.
This is totally unreasonable. This outburst from this despicable individual.
Well, I mean, he's not as bad as some of the Globe zealots who just insult. I mean, we're lucky to have
He just called me an idiot.
the Globe zealot who is
The audacity of the man.
and who is halfway reasonable.
He doesn't even know who he's talking to here.
I do know who I'm talking to.
Idiot.
I've heard you. You're rude. You're a rude person.
Oh, listen to this slander.
You're not a rude person.
Ken is a little animated, yes, but he means well.
The right dishonourable gentleman is badgering the CBR one. Oh, I do detect some quadruple standards in this server.
Oh, I do too. I've been called an idiot and a retard and a globetrot in the chat for a couple of 2-3 days.
Well, Moyak, let's try to be reasonable with each other. Let's not call each other names. And let's not call each other names either, although the Globers dish out a lot of ad hom instead of real arguments.
Thank you.
Let's try to be
The thing that gets
Moderator, where are you?
The fact that he never shuts.
Moderator. I dare say the moderator is not around, Jonas.
Let's try to give each other time to speak. We can be a little bit long-winded, yes, but let's give each other time.
Yeah, I tried to talk to you today, but it was impossible because there was Jin and Dragon and others, and it was just can't get a word in.
Well, you have the floor now, gentlemen. This is a rare opportunity. Then please take it and let us know what information you have.
Bring out your verbal. Get your tissues out, folks. Here comes some verbal diarrhea. Get ready. Here we go.
Yeah, there is.
Bring out the TP. What were you saying, sir?
Yeah, TVT posted a thing. He's going to post a screenshot of the laser test or the radio wave test. They say that it's 14 kilometers, but on the laptop screen it says 1.4 kilometers. So there's.
Let's watch. Yeah, I suggest you actually watch the actual video, folks, because things
That
always
is the video.
them as they do.
That is the video, dude.
The problem with that, gentlemen, is in the era of fake news and clickbait, you can use one picture as just general background to illustrate and give you a colorful graphic that doesn't necessarily relate to the subject in question. So if you're talking about a fake news video pic that doesn't perfectly match what's being described verbally or in a written way in the report, that's just par for the course in an age of graphics, where graphics are used to illustrate pretty colors and pictures, but not necessarily illustrate exactly what's being talked about at the time. That's weak.
Yeah, the truth.
That's expected.
Ain't that the flat earth truth? Yeah.
Those are the numbers that they give. So they just what's the number?
Hey, at this moment, we're 14 kilometers away at this moment to match this thing on the screen or not. Otherwise, that could be chalked up to editing. That's just weak. They could edit one photo that doesn't have anything to do with another part of the verbal explanation that comes later, earlier, whatever. I need to see the sequence of events at that point.
Exactly. You've got to watch the whole video, like I said, and you'll see the integrity that was brought to bear, because these guys believed the Earth was a globe. There was no doubt about it. We have thousands of years of evidence. Science, we have the equipment. That's why they brought the best equipment.
Yes, we got thousands of years of evidence.
They knew it was a slam dunk. It's a globe, but then they ended up eating flat Earth humble pie, and I loved it. Yes.
Yeah, it's still 14 kilometers, but it's actually 1.4.
Don't worry about it.
And it's not the first time they've lied.
That's
how rich ones. These people are known horrible little people.
You are a known horrible little man.
Oh, so now you can insult. Earlier you said that.
I'm defending my new Flat Earth members. I'm defending my new Flat Earth members on that video. And let's not forget, last month the Flat Earthers in Brazil grew by 900,000. Yeah.
With some of the highest illiteracy rates in the world. Beautiful.
We follow the evidence where it leads, gentlemen. You guys twist your mind for whatever NASA says, for whatever your favorite NASA scientism cult leader says. You deny your senses and deny the evidence of your eyes and your feet telling you that it's flat and motionless for what your preferred cult leader is saying, essentially.
Lemon, I don't use NASA as an evidence for the globe for myself. So
you better
stop
not. It's
I'm
embarrassing.
lying again. Stop lying.
The well is already poisoned, gentlemen. We need to peer through these layers of bullshit and see whether there's actual evidence of curvature here beyond the ad hom ridiculousness. Where's the laser? Where's the straight standard? And where's the consistent theory of optics to consistently interpret what's being brought to us in the theodolite beyond the diffraction limit of the eye?
Where's the humanity? Where's the integrity? The honor of this globe? Where is it?
Yeah, why do you keep lying all the time? I'm wondering too.
Anyway, gentlemen, straight standard, curvature of the Earth against that straight standard, or else. What the theodolite presents is going to be limited beyond the diffraction limit.
Just as straight as a laser.
A microwave or something to help double check that, okay?
A laser is just as straight as a theodolite.
No, it is not. Light goes beyond regular diffraction limit rules because a candle will be diffraction limited and disappear long before it will if it is lit. You can see it pop out of nothing as if it wasn't there before. Then all of a sudden you can see it once it is lit. A laser falls under that category and allows you to see longer beyond the diffraction limit than you normally would.
Horse hockey.
Booyaka.
We can see the objects. It's not a limitation of what we can see them. It's clear. Don't need a laser.
And this is where the globe zealot comes out, rejecting consistent, flawless reasoning for whatever your cult leaders say, be it NASA, Neil deGrasse Tyson, your high school teacher, or whatever your globe cultist oracle says.
And you believe all your flat earth priests who are giving you ad hoc explanations for things and lying.
No, we don't believe them.
Okay,
we agree
then give me
with them.
some consistent reasoning, gentlemen. Don't just reject it out of hand because you say you're not educated enough, you're not good enough, you're dumb, you're stupid. Ad hom nonsense. Show me consistent reasoning and maybe I'll believe you. But until then, as far as I can tell, the Earth's flat.
Yeah, it isn't. I mean, I told you about the sun's path and you just say, no, because it's not the full circle. Or it's too small, even though it's half of.
You know what it is? There's just no curvature, son. There's just no curvature. That is your main crux and Achilles heel. And those Brazilians and the 7 tests that they did proved
liars.
One shred of curvature. I feel sorry. I pity you. Liar. I pity you.
I don't listen to liars, so the tests are. It's just lying.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Master means Yeshua, which means to deceive in Hebrew. God's telling you right there with his sense of humor that NASA is a bunch of liars right there.
Yeah. So you're saying NASA. You're saying that NASA. It isn't.
Don't only listen, you copy. You actually copy. You're a copy.
NASA Nazis.
Did
I'm not.
NASA, Nasha, Nazis. I'm going to have to go Aristarchus and Pete Shea and basically
National
say they're
Aeronautics and
telling you
Space
that they're Nazi
Administration.
deceivers and liars. What were you saying, Mr. Moran?
Or National Aeronautical and Space Administration.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, with the same thing. Yeah, you're males and you believe in flat Earth, so you're females. I mean, obviously, you're trans.
Females. Oh, that's funny.
Without the female, you couldn't be the globe-head idiot that you are today. Without the female, remember that.
Oh,
okay, your mother brought you into this world, so she's a
Women
female.
bring us into
okay?
this world.
So when you insult females, you insult your mother, your sister, your female cousins, your aunties, yeah, your grandmother.
No, Jin, he was. I think he was trying to say. He was trying to say FE male, you know, like a flat Earth male, I guess.
Yeah, but he's trying to.
Yeah, but Jin just can't insulting and everything.
I'm making sure.
No insults. Although we can take pride in being rugged men that fight and die for our females, do the heavy lifting, do the wars, and all that sort of stuff too. But no disrespect to females, even though we are men and do take pride in our maleness or whatever.
Yes, and we love the females to death. Don't worry. And at least we flat earthers do anyway.
Female.
We know where we're born from the woman's womb. We know this, so we have a high respect for the women. High respect.
It's funny in all these years, I've never heard anyone say like FE male, female, like that correlation. Did you just make that up, mailman?
Oh, I've said it a few times.
Well, you're the mailman, so I guess that's for you to come up with.
Make sure you post those letters in the right place, yeah?
Amen. Amen and a woman.
So if you become a flat earther, are you going to be the FE mailman? Are you going to be the female man?
Could well be. Or if I turn into
He's a female man in the making. That's what it is. It's inevitable. He's just delaying the inevitable, the man. You can just
sure, when
everyone's a flat earther about this one.
Oh, yeah. When the Earth turns flat, then I'm a flat earther, but now it's a globe, so it can't.
We're going to get a shred. Cool.
Okay, when I get some good evidence and consistent evidence, then sure.
Consistent. Watch that.
Yep.
Watch that documentary. Beautiful.
Well, you were saying you already believe it.
Reliability, integrity.
You were saying you already believe it without anything involved in NASA. So what have you come to in the world that has come to that conclusion that isn't involved with NASA?
Yeah, the distances traveling, distances on the surface. That's a good one.
You verified on the surface somehow?
People have. I don't have to do everything myself, so I can take people's.
Have you done anything? He asked you, what have you done to confirm? What have you done? He asked
done myself. Oh, then I've seen stuff go over the horizon. That's one thing, and I've actually used the Google Earth to make predictions of flight times and things, and those turn out to be true. So
you haven't measured any degree of curvature, though, have you? Really, or detected the spin of the Earth at all? Really, have you? And proven that the Earth is spinning to yourself? Have you?
And if you're using those distances, that is dependent on a government agency, which NASA is a part of, because the WGS-84 and the entire GPS coordinate system and the maps and distances that you're given all run through the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, which is part of the U.S. government and part of the CIA, the FBI, and those are all part of NASA.
Yep.
You can test them all yourself, dude.
Yeah, that's why I test them, and they turn out to be correct.
Even won't find a single coordinate on Earth that doesn't match.
Yeah.
But I'm willing to wait, and I'm waiting for you to show me one. I'm
cool. Equidistance map. Correct.
Yep. Doesn't work on the
man. So what distances have you measured, and how did you measure it to measure the entire Earth to verify that those coordinates that you're given by those government agencies are all accurate?
I've traveled in airplanes, and I've done predictions on the flight times, and those turn out to be correct.
I've mostly tested within probably a 300-mile radius of my house. I have many different means, but mostly because I do drive testing for a cellular phone company, or at least I did.
and I drove all over God's green earth, found towers at the locations they said they were going to be. Every latitude and longitude always worked out exactly where it's supposed to be. The roads, the actual road networks, when I drove down the roads, latitudes and longitudes overlaid perfectly on the maps. My boat going up and down the coast worked. By comparison to Polaris between New York and North Carolina matched exactly what was expected. I mean, not for nothing, it seems like it works.
As you'd expect.
The globe. I did also get the video here for you about the laser test. So if you want to look at that, it made me go searching for it. You can come away from that video not thinking that there's a bunch of liars on their side. You're beyond help.
Vacuums aren't empty.
Like with FE Core, we see things like when FE Core talks about things like don't tell them about the findings we had from our ring laser gyro. That would be bad. Puts him a little suspect when people like Jeranism do a test, don't publish the results because reasons.
Oh, hello. Yeah. What about a funny thing happened on the way to the moon? Have you seen that little hiccup?
Oh my God, it's awful. It's awful. A lot of assumptions in there that didn't seem to jibe with reality.
And what about The Shining, with all the evidence in that from Stanley Kubrick, the best film director of all time?
Yeah, movies.
Yeah.
Straight.
Green screen, hey?
Confessing that it was involved in the Apollo moon landings hoax, Stanley Kubrick, right off the bat.
Now you got to hand it to Sly Sparkane with his video, though. Not for nothing, you got to appreciate for the amount of effort he put into actually looking at their videos, parsing through the information, and
the truth. Yeah, exactly.
Whether you like him or not, you have to admit that he worked his ass off.
I don't admit nothing. I just know he's a no good scumbag. That's all I'm going to say about him. Nothing.
Mailman,
about that man. Sorry.
Mailman, could I ask a couple questions? I have two questions.
I love many men, but I love you, Jed.
Or Moyak, or Wasaki.
Mm-hmm.
That's Moyak, yeah.
I'm Moyak.
Moyak, could I ask you a couple questions? Just two questions. You can answer them in whichever order you want, however you want. First question is, all the things that you listed that seem to work out for you as far as the distances or the GPS and all that. Would you agree that if it does turn out that you also learn that it's a stationary plane, that the only way for all of those things to work out the way that you're saying is that it would be like a reverse engineering masterpiece?
You know what? I agree. It would be a masterpiece, but the way that all the things co-witness, I mean, it makes the level of magnitude of that reverse engineering insanely bordering on the impossible.
Yeah. It would seem almost that good. Yeah, you're right. And the second question would be, if it is that the people.
You ducked out. I didn't hear you.
I don't know how I got cut out. You still hear me?
Yep.
The second question is, if you're right about some of the people on Flat Earth side being liars, what do you think their reasons for lying would be? Like, what's the whole reason for Flat Earth being like such a big lie that people are getting into and being coerced into thinking that they discovered?
There's a couple of reasons. There's one which I think is overarching. These people make money off of it. So I mean, FE Core
is hoping to make a living off of it. They may have started believing it, but when it comes to the lying and fabricating of evidence, they have found that they get shunned in the community if they let bad evidence out that hurts them. So they're bound and they're honor bound, or whatever you want to call it, not honor bound, duty bound in order for
Hang
the
on a
dollar
minute. Unless
to
Professor
lie.
Dave is paying, where's the money coming from?
Reverse conspiracy? Is this
You know they're not making that much. I mean, it's not that lucrative of a decision. I don't know if that's necessarily. I don't know. Anyway, but if that's fine. I just wondered what your.
As far as lucrative goes, they were able to buy a $20,000 ring laser driver. They get free vacations all over the world. There's quite a bit of incentive.
That's a lie.
But do you think that incentive is just coming from people that donate money, or would it be more like a government project, like a controlled op type thing?
Oh, then if you're going to say that it's a government op, then it's an op to lie and about flat Earth. So, okay, if it's government op,
well, you know, like the divide and conquer type thing. You know, I'm not saying I think that. I'm just saying
I haven't seen anything good.
That.
Yes, I think if there's a conspiracy regarding flat Earth, it's that the government is trying to make the conspiracy world look nuts.
Right, okay.
Yeah, why would you pay people to go through tests that confirm the flat Earth to flat Earth? It seems like a bad idea to do if you want people to accept the globe.
Yeah, that wouldn't make much sense for them trying to, keep the globe in the front of everybody's mind and bring up flat Earth proofs.
Yeah, but only to have their opposition side then mock those proofs, no matter how definitive they may be. They control both sides of everything.
I mean, I've been in this for several years. I'm getting a kick out of it. I've tried to research as many of the topics that have gone by as possible, and I haven't seen one that held water. Everything from space bubbles to wires on the ISS, all of them fall on their face if you actually look at them more than a cursory level.
So Moyak, why do you think it is that many people have looked at this and have found extraordinarily the exact 1,000% opposite of what you just said?
Because every one of them to a man does not seem to go into the current explanation or deep enough into the flat Earth explanation to see if it actually works.
I was going to ask though, why stay? If what we're saying has no validity to it, and it's it's not legitimate, why stay?
Fun.
And keep arguing with us just for fun.
Fun.
Love.
No doubt.
I learn things.
This is fun. I got to give it to you. This is fun.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
I learn things every day.
Absolutely. We've all learned more since we've came into this. No matter which way this ends up, we're all smarter because of this.
Yeah, thanks to Kosher. Now I know what to do when I go to Las Vegas.
Well, I mean, the main thing I was asking, Moyak, is that, the way that you said it, like, you've looked into this and you haven't found any one shred of anything. There's absolutely no validity to any single thing. And then, saying that there's explanations for all the wires and the green screens and all that shit. But I'm just asking, why do you think that many, many people who have looked into this literally find completely the opposite, meaning that they find no shred of evidence for the globe and there's 1,000 holes in it, like more than Swiss cheese? So I was just asking, I'm not trying to say in a way of like which one's correct or some kind of a debate thing. I'm just more asking, why do you think that that's the case?
Well, let me ask you this then. This is directly pertaining to that question. Why, when you see the wires videos, do you find that, the ones that say these are people armed wires, why do you think they're credible? When you, like I said, I've looked into them. I said, okay, if this was a wire here, I try and formulate where that wire would go in order to support that person. And I go to as many places as it can go without cutting through another human being. And then I say, okay, now let's look at their actions as they're moving. And their actions almost always have their arms going through where the supposed suspension point are. Like when it's on his pocket, we see the cable on his pocket and everybody says there's a wire there. But then his hand waves by, up, over, and behind